Chapter 1. I wish to withdraw from the guild. I wish to withdraw from the guild. In the city of Kyoto, within the precincts of the Divine Capture Division, a voice filled with helplessness, sorrow, resentment, and anguish soared towards the heavens. This was a lamentation from a player who had completed a series of challenging hidden tasks, directed at the frustratingly deceptive hidden faction, the Divine Capture Division. But does lamentation hold any weight? Let us not forget the nature of their operations. In response to the resignation request put forth by Weiming, the ever-composed Zhang Zhao replied, "Resigning is certainly possible. However, upon joining the Divine Capture Division, you have been branded as a court enforcer in the eyes of the martial world, and few sects will be inclined to accept you. Weiming, even if by some stroke of luck you are accepted, you will face suspicion from all NPCs, with initial favorability ratings set to abysmal. Consequently, any subsequent tasks will yield a halved rate of favorability improvement. Weiming. Of course, this presumes that you can actually receive tasks from them with such poor favorability." Weiming. Blinking in disbelief, Zhang Zhao smiled, akin to a beckoning cat waving its right paw. "Are you certain you wish to leave the Divine Capture Division?" Weiming. Not certain. What a predicament. Were this any other game, regardless of its excellence, Weiming's short temper would have led him to delete his account in frustration. Why endure such provocation when he could simply retreat? Yet, the game Eternal Chivalry is rather exceptional. What makes it exceptional, you ask? It is because humanity has entered the nascent stages of the cosmic era, with China commencing the voluntary enlistment of young adults aged 18 to 25 for extraterrestrial immigration, contributing to the development of this new epic. 10 state-of-the-art manned space carriers are set to launch simultaneously, with the first wave of immigrants anticipated to number around 1 million. To mitigate energy consumption during the prolonged space journey, as well as to minimize waste emissions, all immigrants must enter wellness chambers, entering a state of semi-hibernation to traverse the vast expanse of time in the game. AS for why gaming is imperative. It is to ensure the passenger's cognitive vitality, preventing the dire consequences of brain death or becoming a vegetable after years of dormancy, thus preserving the essence of interstellar immigration. Therefore, this game cannot be exited, nor can accounts be deleted. You cannot merely avoid it, you are ensnared. Before boarding, the official details of the game were tightly guarded, only to be revealed shortly before logging in, at which point Weiming learned that this was a martial arts-themed online game. Having heard whispers of the once flourishing cultural phenomenon of martial arts, he had some inkling of its essence. Yet, that knowledge was merely superficial. During his time in the novice village, Weiming undertook a series of arduous tasks from an NPC named Soy Milk Little White, involving the pursuit of clues, deducing culprits, and solving intricate puzzles that he had anticipated substantial rewards, only to receive, aside from fixed experience points, cultivation, and currency, merely a token granting entry into a hidden faction. Due to a lack of understanding of martial arts culture, one can only rely on past gaming experiences to gauge quality. Based on gaming experience, it is evident that hidden professions are superior to ordinary ones. However, to one's dismay, this abysmal hidden sect astonishingly lacks any martial arts. Not a single one. It is essential to recognize that those renowned orthodox sects, which are not hidden, provide a comprehensive range of martial arts, from basic to advanced levels, all accessible through monetary expenditure and sect contributions. That a friend whom Weiming met in the novice village, who later joined the Shaolin sect, revealed that Shaolin possesses 72 unique skills. In response to Weiming's inquiries, the NPC responsible for arranging new players, Zhang Zhao, merely smiled and retorted, "Martial arts sects serve as schools for martial arts. Acquiring skills requires payment. Our Divine Capture Department, however, is a law enforcement body of the court, providing monthly salaries. Have you ever seen an employer responsible for the compulsory education of their employees? Without comparison, there is no pain." Now, Weiming felt as though life was shrouded in darkness, with no glimmer of hope in sight. Seeing Weiming resign to his fate, appearing disenchanted with life, Zhang Zhao began to gently encourage him. "Do not be so despondent. There are numerous ways to acquire martial skills. Sect martial arts are merely the most convenient path. Furthermore, this path does not guarantee a direct ascent to greatness. Take the Shaolin Temple you mentioned earlier. For example, they possess the supreme skill Qingcheng beyond their 72 unique skills, yet is not included in their sect martial arts, is it? Shifting the topic, he added, while you may not learn sect martial arts within my divine captor department, you will acquire knowledge unattainable by disciples of other sects. Weiming, with drooping eyelids, asked without lifting his head, such as, Zhang Zhao produced 4 black tokens from seemingly nowhere, each inscribed with 4 golden characters: Heaven, Earthman, and Ghost. Although employers do not provide compulsory education for their employees, essential pre-job training is indeed necessary, Zhang Zhao cheerfully stated. These 4 tokens represent unique skills exclusive to the Divine Captor Department. Congratulations, as the first player captain, you will have the privilege of selecting first. Unique skills? Yi Weiming mustered some enthusiasm and quickly inquired, could you tell me what skills each token represents? Zhang Zhao tactfully responded, I cannot. Fine. With a disdainful glare at this seemingly loyal fellow, Yi Weiming decisively picked up the token inscribed with Heaven as for why he chose this one. It was simply because Heaven appeared the most impressive. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained the opportunity to learn the unique skill of the Divine Captor Department. Please visit the coroner's office to learn the skill from Lord Song. Coroner's office? Isn't that the place dealing with corpses? Logically speaking, skills related to this place should fall under the category of the ghost token, shouldn't they, as Zhang Zhao had already gathered the other 3 tokens. It was evident that he had no intention of granting him another opportunity for selection, nor did he offer any explanation about why Yi Weiming, feeling quite disinclined to waste his breath, promptly seized the token and made his way directly to the coroner's office. The coroner's office was situated in a corner of the inspector's bureau. Even from a distance, Yi Weiming could faintly detect an unpleasant odor of decay. Nevertheless, for the sake of acquiring skills, he steeled himself against the discomfort and stepped inside. Upon entering the office, he was greeted by a melancholic voice softly reciting, Weeping blood, the flies mock the heavens, a lone sail's shadow binds the white chains. Following the sound, he beheld a gaunt middle-aged man, whose pale complexion conveyed an unhealthy aura as Yi Weiming observed him. The middle-aged man noticed his presence, set aside the book he had been holding, and inquired, Are you the new player detective of the inspector's bureau? Indeed. Yi Weiming straightened up. You must be Lord Song. The man nodded slightly. I am Song Ci. Song Ci. Though Yi Weiming was unfamiliar with Zhang Zhao, he was well aware of Song Ci, yet he wondered if this Song Ci was the historical figure renowned as the father of forensic science. Yi Weiming pays his respects to Lord Song. Despite his extreme displeasure, he maintained a considerable degree of respect in the presence of a national pride from history. As he spoke, he produced the Heaven token and presented it to the man. I have come to learn the skills of your school. Upon seeing the token, Song Ci scrutinized Yi Weiming for a moment before responding, To learn my expertise, you must first pass my examination. In other words, a task to complete. Yi Weiming had anticipated this, so he nodded decisively. Please, go ahead as soon as he finished speaking. Song Ci produced a sheet filled with questions and stated gravely, I have 10 questions here. If you can answer at least 6 correctly, you will pass. Yi Weiming. So, I must take an examination to learn a skill? Chapter 2. The collection of unsolved cases as a promising youth of the new era who has participated in 3 years of mock examinations and 5 years of college entrance exams. Yi Weiming certainly harbors no fear of tests. Yet, the questions on this paper are rather peculiar, to say the least. The first question, 2 constables engage in a 100-meter race. When Constable A reaches the finish line, Constable B is still 10 meters away. If they were to race again, with Constable A's starting line moved back by 10 meters, could they reach the finish line simultaneously? The second question, 2 individuals spend an hour counting pedestrians in front of them, one sitting at his doorstep while the other paces the sidewalk. Who counts more pedestrians? The third question, the classic riddle of chickens and rabbits in the same cage. 10 questions in total, all revolving around logical reasoning, some challenging and others simple. Yi Weiming's pen danced across the paper, and in less than 10 minutes, he completed the first 9. However, the 10th question finally furrowed his brow. A deceased individual has taken his own life. Upon examination, no signs of poisoning were found, yet his body bore numerous claw marks, bloodied and mangled. Residual flesh was found beneath his fingernails, and his face bore a countenance of relief. What, pray tell, did he endure in his final moments? Are all known conditions presented here? Indeed. Are there no other clues? None. All doors and windows were securely locked, yet the room was in disarray. I surmise the deceased must have been in extreme anguish before his demise, but that remains merely conjecture. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes. Until the hour for answering elapsed, Yi Weiming could not arrive at a conclusion. Song Ci collected the papers, nodding as he reviewed them, and remarked, for the first question, the answer is they cannot arrive simultaneously. Constable A reaches the finish line first. Answering this correctly indicates clear logical thinking. For the second question, the correct answer is that they counted an equal number. There is nothing extraordinary about this question, yet many, after the first, instinctively attempt to be clever in their responses. Your ability to remain undistracted and make the correct judgment is commendable. As for the third question, Song Ci proceeded leisurely, explaining the intent and key points of each question as he revealed the correct answers. Upon completing all 9 questions, he set the paper down and casually handed Yi Weiming a book. Your performance is commendable. You are worthy of inheriting my mantle. This is your reward for the task. The collection of unsolved cases, an ancient treatise on forensic medicine. Using it will impart relevant skills. Would you like to use it now? It is now confirmed that the esteemed Song Ci before him is indeed the historical progenitor of forensic medicine. Yes. Ding. You have acquired the constable profession skill of case solving. Relevant information can be found in the survival skills section. Indeed, a professional skill. Following the system prompt, Yi Weiming discovered the skill of case solving within the survival skills section, along with 2 mastered skills listed below. Autopsy technique, passive skill. Through the examination of corpses and the investigation of crime scenes, one seeks to uncover the evidence necessary to solve a case. The art of corpse handling asserts that when a life extinguishes, regardless of the deceased's virtues or vices, their remains should not be left to decay in the wilderness. There exists a certain probability of discovering concealed items on the deceased during the process of body preparation. Note, each use requires the expenditure of corpse handling tools. What a remarkable technique. Upon encountering the final method of corpse handling, Yi Weiming felt a surge of excitement. There exists a chance to obtain hidden items from the deceased. After vanquishing a formidable foe, should valuable treasures not manifest, one could still utilize this technique to acquire them. In essence, it provides an additional opportunity to search the corpse. After calming his exhilaration, Yi Weiming sincerely clasped his fists towards Song Ci, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Master Song, for your guidance. However, I have one more question. Could you also share the answer to the 10th question to satisfy my curiosity? Song Ci smiled. Do you wish to know? Yi Weiming replied eagerly, indeed. To which Song Ci responded, so do I. Yi Weiming fell silent. Song Ci continued. The 10th question pertains to a peculiar deceased I encountered a few days ago, yet despite exhausting every method, I could not ascertain the answer. Since you are also intrigued, I encourage you to seek the answer yourself. Ding. He received a hidden quest for the answer to the 10th question, with a reward of an unknown mental cultivation manual. Yi Weiming was momentarily taken aback. Isn't the divine capture department devoid of sect martial arts? This is not sect martial arts, rather, it is a hidden quest. Song Ci calmly replied. Sect martial arts are communal assets of the faction, accessible to all players who meet the conditions, allowing them to learn through the expenditure of faction contributions in currency. The Divine Capture Department does not possess such martial arts traditions. However, I have, in my earlier years, acquired a mental cultivation manual left behind by a previous dynasty, which is my personal possession. Should you complete the task, I would not mind bestowing it upon you as a reward. So, it appears that while the Divine Capture Department lacks martial arts to learn, an alternative means of acquisition exists? Nodding slightly, Yi Weiming earnestly said, Thank you, Master Song. Song Ci, evidently pleased with Yi Weiming's demeanor, inquired, Do you have any further questions? Yi Weiming decisively posed his final query. Given that the record of unjust executions documents the techniques of autopsy and corpse handling, it seems more aligned with the ghost character among heaven, earth, man, and ghost. Why is it designated as a heaven skill? A profound question, Song Ci exclaimed, his frail form emanating a dignified aura that inspired in Yi Weiming a sense of reverence. As an enforcer, you must always remember this principle. Human life surpasses all else. The Divine Capture Department may lack sect martial arts, yet it offers an abundance of faction tasks. Upon learning that Yi Weiming sought assignments, Zhang Zhao readily presented him with a substantial tome of wanted notices, detailing over 100 bounties for him to choose from. After careful consideration, Yi Weiming selected 2 tasks to undertake. The suicide of Old Manly task level, 3 stars in the village of Dukong. Carpenter Old Man Li has tragically hanged himself at home. However, numerous suspicions linger at the scene. The local constables have cordoned off the area, and you are urgently requested to investigate the truth. Task rewards: 1,000 experience, 100 cultivation, 50 silver. The pursuit of Qiubai task level, 3 stars, known as the One-Eyed Eagle. Qiubai is the third in command of Lianhua village and a notorious bandit with a notorious reputation for his heinous deeds, having claimed at least a dozen lives. Recent clues indicate that this villain has been seen in the vicinity of Dugu village. You are to apprehend him without hesitation. Task rewards: 1,000 experience, 80 cultivation, 1 gold. The difficulty of a 3-star task is neither overly challenging nor trivial, perfectly falling within the manageable scope of the night. Most importantly, both tasks share the same location, allowing for simultaneous completion and significantly enhancing efficiency. As the night approached, upon arriving at the entrance of the Divine Constabulary, I fortuitously encountered another player entering. Upon seeing me, he eagerly greeted, "Greetings, senior brother. I am Fei Yu, newly arrived to seek a master. We shall be brothers henceforth. I hope for your kind guidance." Perhaps influenced by Song Si's righteous aura, I felt compelled to kindly warn this naive youth. "I am Yi Weiming, but do not rush to call me your senior brother. The Divine Constabulary is certainly not a benevolent place. I assure you, you will regret submitting your entry token." To my surprise, a flicker of disdain crossed Fei Yu's eyes. Although he politely replied, "Thank you for the warning, but I still believe that a hidden sect must possess greater power." It seemed this young man had already convinced himself that I sought to monopolize the advantages of the hidden sect, thus fabricating such words to dissuade him. My goodwill had been mistaken for malice, leaving me in a state of deep frustration. Nonetheless, as a virtuous individual, a person of integrity, and one who had transcended base desires, I resolutely continued, "What I say is true. This sect is indeed a tremendous pitfall." At that moment, had I adopted an indifferent demeanor, dismissing his foolishness, perhaps Fei Yu would have hesitated. Yet, the more earnestly I urged him, the more he became convinced that I harbored ill intentions. "All right, I understand," he said dismissively, nodding as he made his way towards the Divine Constabulary. Watching Fei Yu's retreating figure, a mischievous smile crept upon my lips, and I decided not to rush into the task, opting instead to linger at the entrance of the Divine Constabulary. 3 minutes later, a roar filled with helplessness, desolation, anger, and grief echoed throughout the Divine Constabulary. "I want to withdraw from the sect." Hearing this outcry, I felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over me. Without delay, I hastened towards the city gate station. Seated in the carriage bound for the task, my spirits soared. Chapter 3: Flying Fish Garment. Azure Edge Sword. Dugu Village, named after the renowned Dugu, is celebrated for its winemaking and liquor trade, which constitute the village's primary hallmark. As soon as one disembarks from the carriage, even before dawn breaks, the air is imbued with a subtle fragrance of wine. Numerous taverns, wine houses, and stalls selling liquor line the streets, creating a distinctive culture surrounding alcohol. For those who revel in the pleasures of wine, the enchanting atmosphere here is utterly captivating, inviting one to indulge with a few companions until inebriation ensues. However, Yi Weiming, our protagonist, does not share this fondness for alcohol. He is the type who refrains from drinking when alone and cannot discern the nuances of different wines even in the company of friends. His palate can only differentiate between beer, white spirits, and wine, lacking a passion for drink and burdened with a mission. He has little inclination to appreciate the local wine culture, opting instead to head directly to his objective, the home of Old Man Li. As for how he knows the way, the answer is simple. Dugu Village is, in fact, Yi Weiming's novice village of origin. Upon arriving at Old Man Li's doorstep, he overhears a heated argument within. Though advanced in years, Old Man Li possesses an optimistic outlook on life. Just days prior, he had entrusted Yi Weiming with the task of procuring fine lumber to craft a delicate chessboard for his apprentice, Arin. Yesterday afternoon, he had overheard Uncle Zhao, the blacksmith next door, mention that Old Man Li was gathering books on calculations, eager to expand his skills. A youthful player, strikingly pretty, counts recent news regarding Old Man Li on her fingers, then exclaims loudly, "How could someone so optimistic, filled with hope and ambition for the future, suddenly take their own life?" An NPC dressed as a constable dismissively retorts, "What are you, a fledgling in this realm? No? Solving a case requires evidence." There are no signs of a struggle at the scene, nor any indications of robbery within the room. Furthermore, the deceased was found hanging from the beam. How could it be anything but suicide? This constable, Lu from Luoyang City, has been dispatched to apprehend the one-eyed, bald villain Qiubai. Weiming had previously sought quest clues from him during his time in the novice village. Two constables stand silently behind him, adhering to their roles without uttering a word. Weiming's gaze falls upon Old Man Li's lifeless body, and suddenly, a series of notifications flash across the system's interface. Ding. Passive skill autopsy technique activated. You observe 3 distinct finger marks on Old Man Li's neck. Ding. Passive skill autopsy technique activated. You discover. Is this truly possible? It appears that with this skill, there is no need to seek out clues personally. Solving the case seems remarkably straightforward. As he peruses the system notifications, the girl and Constable Lu continue their fervent debate regarding the cause of Old Man Li's demise. Recognizing it is time to showcase his abilities, cough. To demonstrate his true skills, Weiming steps forward and boldly proclaims, "Suicide? I think not. Who would dare to speak so boldly?" Upon hearing someone supporting the female player, Lu, the head constable, immediately turned back in anger. However, when he beheld the attire of Weiming, his initial fury vanished, replaced by a facade of insincere smiles as he inquired, "Young brother, I believe we have crossed paths before. Given your current appearance, could it be?" Players, upon joining a faction, can exchange contributions and currency for faction-specific gear, which far exceeds the quality of equipment available on the market at this stage. It is foreseeable that for a considerable time to come, one's affiliation with a faction can be discerned at a glance by their attire. Unlike other factions, the Divine Capture Division, being a governmental enforcement agency, directly distributes its faction gear upon entry, and all of it is free of charge. This set consists of 4 pieces: the flying fish garb, the twisted bamboo hat, long boots, and the azure-edged sword, all boasting blue quality attributes. At a time when players struggle to assemble even basic white equipment, his gear can undoubtedly be deemed extraordinarily splendid. Of course, possessing exceptional equipment does not guarantee NPCs will regard you with admiration, but the attire worn by Weiming signifies the Divine Capture Division. According to the NPC known as Zhang Zhao, the Divine Capture Division is a specialized institution formed by merging the original Jinui and Liaishimen, personally led by Huang Shouzuan, responsible for restoring order to the martial world. During investigations, local authorities must unconditionally cooperate with all actions of the Divine Capture Division. Weiming presented the Divine Capture token, dispelling any doubts Lu may have harbored, and stated, "I have come to investigate the cause of Old Man Li's death." It turned out that the young hero had risen to the rank of a dignitary in the Divine Capture Division. "My apologies," Lu feigned respect. Yet his gaze towards Weiming was laced with hostility. "From what I gather, you also believe that Old Man Li did not take his own life." Weiming nodded affirmatively. "Indeed." A derisive smile crept across Lu's face as he remarked, "As a dignitary of the Divine Capture Division, you must understand that discerning the truth requires solid evidence. I trust you will not, like that naive young woman, draw conclusions about Old Man Li's death based solely on subjective impressions." In response, Weiming calmly stepped to the center of the room. Approaching the corpse of Old Man Li hanging from the beam, he pointed to a bruise on Li's neck, which was not obscured by the rope, and said, "There are clear finger marks on Old Man Li's neck, and the direction of his head is distinctly different from that of a typical hanging victim. It is highly probable that a skilled assailant first broke his neck with force before suspending him." However, Weiming continued, "Do not be hasty, I have yet to finish. The window at the back of the house is open, and there is a distinct footprint on the windowsill. Could this not be the mark left by the perpetrator fleeing?" With each point Weiming raised, the female player's eyes sparkled with anticipation, her enthusiasm barely contained, while Lu's expression grew increasingly dark, his demeanor becoming so ominous it seemed he might weep. Before he could argue further, Weiming casually picked up a stool from the ground and positioned it beneath the feet of the Old Man Li, whose toes hovered half a foot above the seat. At this moment, the fact that Li had been murdered was beyond dispute. A person intending to take their own life would never tie a noose higher than their own head. It was only then that Constable Lu feigned realization and remarked, "As you say, sir, it is undoubtedly a case of homicide, and the perpetrator is likely a highly skilled individual. I shall return to the magistrate to report this matter and request additional personnel to assist you in apprehending the culprit." That old sly fox. Weiming silently cursed, feeling a wave of impatience as he waved his hand dismissively, since this case involves individuals from the martial world. It should naturally be taken over by the Divine Capture Bureau. Your presence here is no longer required. Upon hearing this, Constable Lu was overjoyed, shedding his previous arrogance and bowing respectfully to Yi Weiming. I obey your command. Should you have any further instructions, please do not hesitate to summon me. I shall fully cooperate in your pursuit of the true criminal. Yi Weiming nodded, feeling no need for further pleasantries. In that case, please prepare a straw mat for me. I obey your command. Constable Lu turned to leave with 2 constables in tow, but a young girl promptly approached. Greetings, brother. My name is Sanyu, and I, too, have been tasked with investigating the cause of Old Man Li's death. Since our objectives align, would you be willing to team up with me to complete this task together? As she spoke, she sent a friend request to Yi Weiming. I'm Yi Weiming. Upon revealing his game ID, Yi Weiming accepted her request and then sent a group invitation. Sanyu joined the team, and Yi Weiming casually inquired, "What are your thoughts on this task?" Sanyu replied, visibly agitated, "I have serious doubts about that Constable Lu. He must at least be an accomplice. Otherwise, his previous irrational behavior is utterly inexplicable." Chapter 4. Insights on Swordsmanship. Upon noticing Sanyu exhibiting signs of a wildly imaginative mind, Yi Weiming hastily interrupted her audacious conjecture. One should refrain from making judgments based solely on subjective impressions in the absence of evidence. The young lady retorted defiantly, "But what of his peculiar behavior? Do you not find his conduct to be unusual?" Yi Weiming shook his head. "I perceive his reactions to be quite reasonable. Yet, given the multitude of ambiguities present at the scene, he chooses to turn a blind eye." Yi Weiming shrugged. "It is human nature to seek advantage and avoid harm. Naturally, he would selectively disregard matters that bear no benefit to him." Seeing Sanyu still struggling to comprehend, Yi Weiming was compelled to elucidate further. If Old Man Li had indeed taken his own life, the case could be swiftly concluded. However, should it be a murder? As the head constable, he must uncover the true perpetrator. Failing to do so would at least cast him in the light of incompetence. Yet after your arrival, he openly mocked you, a member of his superior's department. Can this be deemed reasonable? He merely sought to express his unwillingness to cooperate. Yi Weiming gently shook his head. Offending one's superior rarely leads to favorable outcomes. Yet as a constable of the divine captains, I cannot take his life. However, a formidable and ruthless bandit might very well do so. Nevertheless, he ultimately displayed a sudden epiphany. Willing to cooperate only after I announced the case would be taken over by the divine captains. Naturally, under the assurance of his own safety, he would be inclined to mend relations with his superior. Trust me, if I were to seek his assistance, he would undoubtedly agree without hesitation and endeavor to fulfill his duties. Yet the scope of this assistance would certainly not encompass risking his life alongside me in pursuit of thieves. Something feels amiss, she mused. Shaking her head, did not the official game introduction mention that only NPCs of higher levels possess greater intelligence? Yet, Lu the Constable hardly appears to be a high-level NPC. You have misunderstood a concept. Yi Weiming extended a finger, gently shaking it. The level of intelligence and the fear of death are not synonymous. It must be noted that game designers are not benevolent beings. They often derive pleasure from tormenting players. I can assure you, should I forcibly compel Lu and his cohort to serve as cannon fodder, they would undoubtedly raise a ruckus at a critical moment, jeopardizing our mission entirely. Yet, upon careful analysis, their actions remain entirely justifiable, which is the true brilliance of game designers. Sanyu fell silent for a few moments. I suddenly find this game exceedingly challenging. Yi Weiming, unwilling to squander further words on such a fruitless inquiry, promptly shifted the conversation. Let us discuss your task instead. When asked about her task, a proud expression immediately appeared on the girl's face. In truth, I have completed all the tasks in the novice village that do not require special conditions to trigger. The final task involved delivering a prescription for a healing ointment ordered by Old Man Li to Doctor Who. However, upon arriving here, I discovered that Old Man Li had already passed away. Thus, my task transformed from delivering medicine to uncovering the truth behind his death. You finished all the ordinary tasks in Qingcheng village? Yi Weiming inquired. What level are you now? I'm at level 13, but I haven't sought a mentor yet. I plan to complete all the tasks here first. Indeed, her level surpassed mine. Yi Weiming rubbed his nose and swiftly changed the subject. Since you've completed all the ordinary tasks, you must be quite familiar with Qingcheng village. Do you know anyone who was particularly close to Old Man Li? Someone who might know more about him? It's Wang Dalong from next door. Sanyu replied without hesitation. He was a drinking companion of Old Man Li. They often drank together and shared everything. However, in recent days, Old Man Li has been acting strangely and hasn't invited him for drinks. When I was doing a task earlier, Wang Dalong even mentioned this to me. Let us go, Yi Weiming declared decisively. We need to ask him about the situation. 10 minutes later, Yi Weiming emerged from Wang Dalong's home with a wry smile. San Yu hurriedly approached him, eager to learn what had transpired. Yi Weiming shook his head with a grimace. That guy was so terrified upon seeing me that he practically ran away. When I questioned him, he was utterly clueless, fearing I might accuse him of being the murderer. His responses could be summarized in one statement. I have not participated in any matters of the martial world. Do not understand the terminology, and have had no contact with any individuals from the martial realm. This is my official declaration to clarify my position. Sen Yu giggled, her laughter fluttering like blossoms in the wind. After a moment, she composed herself and asked, do you think he knows something? The more he insists that he knows nothing, the more it indicates he likely knows something, Yi Weiming replied with a bitter smile. But the issue is, he genuinely seems to be a law-abiding citizen, albeit a bit timid, afraid that speaking might bring him trouble. Am I supposed to coerce him into confessing? Sen Yu suggested, how about I give it a try? I've completed 2 tasks related to Wang Dalong, so I'm somewhat familiar with him. Besides, I'm not in official attire, so he shouldn't be as wary of me. That works, Yi Weiming nodded in agreement. You take charge of gathering information, not just from Wang Dalong, but also ask other villagers if they have any clues. I will return to inspect the scene and see if there are any other pieces of evidence left behind. Also, if possible, please inquire about an NPC named Dugu Qiubai. It's that unfortunate NPC who lured him into the Divine Capturer's office, but he isn't a resident of Dukong Village. He has a temporary presence causing trouble for the players. If feasible, I still intend to bring that fellow to justice, so he understands the consequences of his deceit. Absolutely. As March spoke, he began to stride towards Wang Dalong's home. At that moment, Lu the constable had hurried back, bringing along the straw mats requested before nightfall. And he delivered more than 10, exceeding the task's requirements. Carrying the mats back to the home of Old Man Li, they proceeded to lay the deceased to rest, which granted them the Swordsmanship Insights Manual. Indeed, Old Man Li was a person of the martial world. Glancing at the manual in hand, Yi Weiming felt a renewed certainty in his earlier judgments. However, upon observing the attributes of the manual, he could not help but gasp in astonishment. Swordsmanship Insights, a record of the swordplay of the Taishan Sect. When applied to a designated sword technique, it can enhance its proficiency by 50 points. What a remarkable treasure for increasing martial skill proficiency. Yi Weiming had been immersed in the game Eternal Chivalry for a considerable time, spending a full 5 days in the novice village. Of course, in a game meant for continuous play over several years, 5 days is but a fleeting moment. Nevertheless, compared to leveling up, enhancing martial proficiency was far more challenging. His deepest realization in the novice village was that leveling was easy, while mastering skills proved difficult. Take Yi Weiming's current attributes as an example. Yi Weiming level, 12 health, 620 inner strength, 420 physique, 59 strength, 59 agility, 64 reflexes, 59 talent, 25 comprehension, 28 breath control technique, unorthodox, level, 5 proficiency, 132-1600, the most fundamental breathing technique in the martial world. Lacking any distinctive features, yet it poses no danger of deviation. Health 250, inner strength 250, physique 25, strength 25, agility 25, reflexes 25. New sword technique, unorthodox, a sword technique passed down from the spring and autumn period of moderate power. Level, 3 proficiency, 86 400 power, 30, accuracy, 30. Equipment, flying fish garb, standard equipment of the Divine Constabulary. Physical defense, 30, inner defense, 30, health cap, 100. Rattan hat, standard equipment of the Divine Constabulary. Physical defense, 10, inner defense, 10, inner strength cap, 50. Long rubber boots, standard equipment of the Divine Constabulary. Defense, 5, agility, 5. Dragon spring sword, standard equipment of the Divine Constabulary. Attack power, 50, inner damage increase, 10. These 2 unorthodox techniques illustrate Yi Weiming's current martial prowess. Even among the unorthodox skills, their levels are lamentably low. His inner skill breath control technique only reaches level 5, a result of completing an entire series of hidden quests. As for the new sword technique, acquired later, its level advancement has been relatively sluggish. Yet, the Swordsmanship Insights Manual in Yi Weiming's possession remarkably boosts proficiency by 50 points, highlighting its extraordinary value. Reflect upon the NPC named Han Xiaoying. Knight Weiming merely assisted him in gathering a few herbs, yet was rewarded with an entire swordsmanship technique. Conversely, that soy milk novice, after completing a comprehensive series of hidden tasks, received nothing more than a lamentably worthless token. Why is it that the disparity between individuals can be so vast? Chapter 5. The emergence of Qiubai with no other option available. Yi Weiming immediately bestowed the swordsmanship insights upon the Yu sword technique, elevating this otherwise mediocre martial art by 3 levels in a single breath. Its attributes transformed into Yu sword technique, mediocre, a sword technique that has been passed down since the spring and autumn period, possessing modest power. Level 6 proficiency, 2286, 3200 power, 60 accuracy. 60. As the level of the sword technique ascended, the changes it brought to Yi Weiming were not merely superficial attribute enhancements. Beyond the numerical improvements, he sensed a newfound clarity in his understanding of the technique, one that was strikingly profound. Although this sensation was not entirely unfamiliar to him, its intensity was unprecedented, as if a resonance was emanating from the depths of his soul, conveying a multitude of emotions beyond mere words. Perhaps it was due to the fact that he had never before experienced such a continuous elevation of 4 levels in a single technique. However, dwelling on this was of little utility. Yi Weiming shook his head and began to scour the room for clues. The utility of the forensic technique extended beyond the examination of corpses. It also served to highlight significant leads at the crime scene. Yi Weiming merely needed to inspect all the objects within the room, and the system would automatically enumerate the vital clues. For instance, beneath the bed lay 2 bloodstained bandages. On the kitchen counter rested a pair of bowls and utensils, and the toolbox belonging to Old Manly was in a disarray, bearing signs of having been rummaged through, as if it had not been tidied up after the fact. At that moment, Sanyu had returned, bringing with her several crucial pieces of information. Clue 1. According to Wang Dalong, Old Manly had once boasted, while intoxicated, that he was a disciple of the Taishan Sect in his youth, known as Yu Xiaozi, and apparently held a rank that surpassed even the current leader of the Taishan Sect. However, he later renounced his path and returned to a mundane life. Yet it was rumored that he possessed a sword technique manual capable of dominating the martial world. Clue 2. Again, as conveyed by Wang Dalong, Old Manly had shared a close bond with the one-eyed eagle, Qiubai. Following the tragic demise of Qiubai's family, his temperament drastically changed, leading him to consort with nefarious characters and indiscriminately kill the innocent, which Old Manly had lamented. Clue 3. In recent days, Old Manly's behavior had become peculiar. Each night, he stealthily ventured toward the mountain cave, claiming to search for timber. Clue 4. No information regarding Dugu Qiubai could be gleaned. Considering the clues unearthed by the two of us, I can formulate the following hypothesis. Yi Weiming stated with gravity, Qiubai has recently been roaming the vicinity of Dukong village, nursing injuries, and thus sought refuge with Old Manly, a former close associate. However, Old Manly dared not harbor him in his home, instead allowing him to hide in a secret corner of the mountain cave, where he would deliver food and medicinal supplies daily. It is possible that Old Manly inadvertently revealed his possession of a sword technique manual, igniting Qiubai's avarice and murderous intent, leading him to stealthily return to the village and eliminate Old Manly. This also elucidates why, despite being a martial arts expert, there were no signs of struggle at the scene of Old Manly's demise. He would never have suspected his former confidant, Qiubai. As the night deepened, Yi Weiming analyzed the situation with keen insight, prompting Sanyu to inquire, "What is your level of confidence?" 80%, replied Yi Weiming, shrugging nonchalantly. However, this can be easily verified. We merely need to explore the mine on the back mountain. But before we proceed, we must prepare for battle. What should we prepare? Upon hearing this, Yi Weiming's smile took on a mischievous quality. Come closer. The Dukong village mine was not particularly expansive, and within 5 minutes, Yi Weiming, now donned in novice attire, had completed a circuit. As dusk settled, no other players or NPCs were present. Only a high, inaccessible fork in the path loomed above, over a yard from the ground, seemingly carved out by unknown means. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The true focus lay on the rock face beneath the lofty junction, which bore faint but discernible climbing marks, easily overlooked. Everything aligned perfectly with prior deductions. Yi Weiming positioned himself in a secluded corner of the cave, producing a pre-prepared torch and dry grass, igniting a campfire with the kindling. Once the flames roared to life, he tossed a large bag of dried chili peppers and another of fresh red peppers onto the blaze, resulting in a thick plume of smoke. Mission accomplished. After executing his mischievous plan, Weiming swiftly fled the mine, encountering Sandu at the entrance, who was on high alert. "Stay calm, it's just us," he gestured. "However, Changba will soon be forced out, so be ready for battle." While he spoke, Weiming began to change his attire. "What? You think it's inappropriate to change clothes in front of a girl?" "Absolutely not. This is a pure novel. And Xia Yong Hung is a pristine game." The game's mechanics bestowed novice clothing with a unique ability that concealed its wearer's original attire when switching to other gear. Yet, upon removing the additional clothing, the novice garb would reappear, precluding any embarrassing situations. As Weiming completed his attire change to the flying fish suit, brown hat, and long boots, a coarse shout erupted from within the mine. "What the hell? Who has the despicable one?" Cough. Cough. The thick smoke, infused with the pungent essence of chili, rapidly permeated the entire cave. Just as Changba's curses began, they were abruptly interrupted by a fit of violent coughing. At the mine's entrance, Sanyu felt a chill run down her spine as she gazed at Weiming, her eyes reflecting a mixture of awe and trepidation. Despite her preparations, the transition from theory to reality left the young girl momentarily stunned. How ruthless! How devious! To resort to such a sneaky, smoke-filled trick? Are you a devil? However, as a cacophony of hurried footsteps drew closer from the depths of the cave, March realized that her understanding of this fellow's cunning ploys was woefully inadequate. A sudden crack echoed, followed by a piercing scream, and then an intense fit of coughing ensued. With the Qifeng sword in hand, yet a glimmer of excitement sparkled in Weiming's eyes. "Gotcha." "What do you mean, gotcha?" March inquired. "The bear trap," Weiming replied. March pondered. A bear trap, as the name suggests, is intended for hunters to ensnare wild beasts. Such a conspicuous device would be overly blatant when targeting ordinary individuals. Who would conceive of using it against martial arts masters? Yet Weiming not only dared to conceive such a notion but also executed it flawlessly. Consider the current situation. The cave was shrouded in a thick haze, providing a modicum of concealment. However, this fog was insufficient to disorient a martial arts expert completely. Yet the acrid, pungent aroma within the mist was potent enough to bring forth tears and runny noses. Under such conditions, it would indeed be a miracle if Ba could discern the traps laid along his path. How did he come up with such a strategy? For a moment, March found herself lost in contemplation. "Be cautious," he approaches. Upon Weiming's urgent warning, the two beheld a stout, balding, one-eyed brute stumbling out of the cave. A bear trap still clamped around his right leg, blood oozing between the jagged edges. A truly harrowing sight. Ba, weakened state, level, 25 health, 5,600 7,000. Chapter 6. The Marvelous Use of Spices. Indeed, it is he. The target has been confirmed, and Night Unseen immediately cautioned. There is an injury beneath his left rib, and we must focus our attacks there. Upon hearing this, March glanced over and indeed found a bandaged wound on the left side of Ba's ribcage. At that moment, Night Unseen had already made the first move, thrusting his sword directly at Ba's forehead. "You treacherous scoundrel, perish!" With a furious roar, Ba retaliated with a palm strike, and even from a distance, Night Unseen felt the fierce gust of energy, leaving him breathless. Despite his injury, the power behind such a casual strike was formidable. A level 25 warrior, indeed, terrifyingly strong. Faced with Ba's palm, reinforced by inner strength, Night Unseen dared not confront it head-on. However, with the elevation of his swordsmanship level, his agility and reflexes had dramatically improved, far surpassing his previous self. With a flick of his azure sword, Night Unseen executed a technique from the new swordplay called sheep chewing peony, creating an intricate dance of sword shadows that deterred Ba from recklessly pursuing him. Simultaneously, he deftly retreated, gracefully evading the might of Ba's intimidating palm strike. While retreating, Night Unseen also reminded the eager March, who intended to engage in close combat. Do not confront him directly. Use hidden weapons. With that, he hurled a flying dagger towards Ba. Whoosh! The dagger, released from his hand, transformed into a streak of cold light. To enhance its power, Night Unseen infused a hint of inner strength into the throw, causing the blade to emit a piercing shriek as it soared. It flew straight towards the vicinity of Ba's left shoulder, embedding itself into the cavern wall with a resounding thud, buried to the hilt. Having never trained in any hidden weapon skills, Knight Unseen's aim was undeniably lacking. However, March's performance was markedly superior to his. The young girl effortlessly launched a flying locust stone, targeting Qiuba's rib wound with remarkable precision, leaving Knight Unseen, a man of 7 feet, feeling quite embarrassed. Although March's proficiency in hidden weapons far exceeded that of Knight Unseen, she was still disregarded by the level 25 warrior Qiubai, who merely waved his hand, sending the locust stone flying away before it could even graze his body. Continue. Knight Unseen issued another command and then launched another flying dagger, coordinating with March's locust stone to relentlessly bombard Qiubai from a distance. Although their accuracy was lacking, driven by sheer determination and the proximity of their attacks, 1 or 2 of the 10 projectiles inevitably found their mark, forcing Qiubai to respond with his palms. Seizing the opportunity, the duo unleashed a barrage of attacks. Yet after 5 whole minutes, they had only managed to chip away approximately 300 points of Qiubai's life, as most of their assaults were deftly deflected by his agile defenses. One can only imagine that had it not been for the constraints imposed by the animal trap limiting his movements, Knight Unseen and March would likely have already been sent back to the revival point to report. Damn, how formidable is this guy? Complaining, March exclaimed. I was assigned merely a 3-star mission, yet I find myself battling such a powerful boss. This is utterly outrageous. Fear not. The system would not assign us an insurmountable task. The very presence of this foe suggests that he has vulnerabilities we can exploit, Knight Unending reassured, as he launched another throwing knife that whizzed past the top of the enemy's head by mere inches, perhaps sensing that the duo's attacks were rather lackluster. Or perhaps due to his own waning internal energy, the enemy, Qiubai, ceased to infuse his defenses with internal force after a while. Yet, the amateurish techniques of the 2 assailants posed little threat to him. Recognizing this, Qiubai grimaced, choosing to disregard their feeble attempts and instead bent down to grasp the serrated ends of the animal trap, exerting all his strength to pry it apart. This is bad. Knight Unending realized that if Qiubai succeeded in opening the trap, even if he could not regain his full mobility, their current strategy of evasion would become impossible. With their capabilities, facing Qiubai head-on would undoubtedly lead to their swift demise. They had to stop him. In a flash of insight, Knight Unending sheathed his projectile weapons and drew forth his Qifeng sword, thrusting it toward Qiubai's Baihui acupoint at the crown of his head. The Baihui acupoint is a vital target. Despite Knight Unending's inferior strength, Qiubai could not afford to ignore such an attack. After all, the Qifeng sword was clearly no ordinary weapon, while Qiubai had not trained in iron head techniques. In a moment of desperation, Qiubai abandoned his focus on the animal trap and unleashed a powerful palm strike, forcing Knight Unending back. However, in loosening his grip, the trap, which had been pried open halfway, snapped shut again. Crack. This single action inflicted a staggering 500 points of damage upon Qiubai, far exceeding the results of the duo's earlier efforts. Following the sequence of tightening and loosening, Qiubai's entire leg had lost sensation. Even if the trap were to be released, he would find himself unable to move freely for quite some time. Meanwhile, March had closed in, taking advantage of Qiubai's moment of vulnerability after he had repelled Knight Unending. With the pain from the trap still ringing in his head, March struck a palm to Qiubai's left temple. Bang! The solid strike, bolstered by internal energy, delivered a critical blow, draining 300 points from Qiubai's life and knocking him to the ground. Yet at this moment, Qiubai revealed the ferocity befitting a notorious bandit, despite suffering severe injuries. As he fell backward, he delivered a kick with his only remaining agile leg, striking March squarely in the chest. Bang! That solid kick sent March flying backward, who landed with a roll before finally coming to a halt. If Qiubai's adversary were merely Sanyu, he might have had the opportunity to reverse the tide of battle with his counterattack. However, his opponent also included the far more formidable Weiming. At the very moment when Qiubai and Sanyu were locked in a fierce struggle, Weiming had once again taken to the offensive, his blade radiating a chilling aura of lethal intent. Swift as lightning, it aimed directly at Qiubai's heart. Utilizing the deadly technique Shi Ziping Xian from the renowned Yu Nu swordplay, having just endured a blow from Sanyu, Qiubai's mind was in a daze, and the energy expended in his counterstrike had left him momentarily vulnerable. In this critical juncture, when his old strength had waned and new energy had yet to manifest, he found himself powerless to fend off Weiming's lethal assault. He hastily rolled on the ground to evade the fatal strike aimed at his heart. Yet the sharp blade carved a deep wound into his right shoulder, exposing flesh and bone. Instantly, Qiubai felt a numbing sensation sweep through his entire right arm. Despite sustaining injuries that rendered 2 of his limbs incapacitated, his indomitable spirit propelled him to rise once more. Indeed, the boss was not so easily vanquished. At that moment, Senyu had also managed to regain her footing. As she hastily consumed a restorative pill, she spoke with trepidation. His attacks are overwhelmingly fierce. That last strike cost me 2/3 of my vitality. If he strikes again, I shall surely perish on the spot. Weiming nodded in agreement. The outcome is already determined. Let us continue the kite-flying strategy. With that, the two resumed their barrage of concealed projectiles. Darts and locust stones flew through the air. Among them a paper package that Qiubai shattered with a swift strike, sending a flurry of white particles cascading around him. Upon witnessing this, Qiubai quickly closed his eyes, but the white particles landed on his wound, causing him to emit a heart-wrenching scream of agony. As Senyu continued her assault with locust stones, she inquired, "What kind of concealed weapon are you using?" "It is salt," he replied. Chapter 7. The Execution of Qiubai. It is salt. While responding to Senyu's inquiries, Weiming seized the opportunity as Qiubai closed his eyes to shield himself from the salt sting, flinging another paper packet into the fray. With his eyes shut, Qiubai could only rely on sound to discern the packet's trajectory, yet once more he shattered it with a single palm, sending a crimson powder swirling through the air. Before Senyu could pose another question, Weiming elucidated, "This time it is chili powder." Faced with salt, Qiubai dared not open his eyes, and the presence of chili confounded him even further. At that moment, Senyu imitated Weiming and launched her own paper packet at Qiubai. Upon shattering, it released a cloud of dark gray particles that settled upon his wounds, but did not exacerbate his suffering. Observing this, Weiming could not help but inquire, "What is this packet you have?" Senyu stuck out her tongue playfully. "It's cumin." "My dear sister, are you yearning for some lamb skewers?" With his left leg and right arm incapacitated, Qiubai was left with only his left hand to defend against the onslaught, further hindered by the wound beneath his ribs. In such dire circumstances, he found himself utterly unable to withstand the duo's concealed weaponry, as the hail of flying stones and rain of daggers assailed him relentlessly. The vitality gauge above his head plummeted visibly with each passing moment, as Qiubai's life force dwindled to less than 100 points. Weiming abruptly raised a hand to halt Senyu's continued assault, then turned to the severely weakened Qiubai and questioned, "Did you slay Old Man Li?" "It was the death of Old Man Li that had ultimately revealed my whereabouts." Acknowledging his impending doom, Qiubai smiled bitterly. "Indeed, it is the cycle of justice that prevails, and retribution arrives without fail." Before Weiming could inquire further, Qiubai continued, "I was once a chivalrous figure in the Jianghu, yet alas, there are far too many villains in this world. My entire family was brutally slaughtered by a band of mountain thieves. After much investigation, I discovered that the culprit behind the massacre of my kin was Lin Jipei, the notorious leader of the Lianhuazhai. This man possesses formidable skills and exceptional swordsmanship, and I knew I could not contend with him, leaving me no choice but to become an outlaw myself, infiltrating the Lianhua mountain in search of vengeance. Fortunately, Lin Jipei has committed so many heinous acts that he does not even recall the lives he has taken. Upon my ascent to the mountain, he harbored no suspicions. I had sworn allegiance to the bandit group, taking innocent lives and committing unspeakable atrocities, eventually rising to the position of the third in command within the lair. One fateful night at a banquet, I felt the moment had arrived to strike. However, I underestimated the strength of that wretch, even with the advantage of surprise. I was ultimately no match for him. Thankfully, he was also injured at that time, which allowed me to carve out a path for my escape. After descending the mountain, I sought aid from my old friend, the esteemed Yu Shaozi, whom you refer to as Old Man Li. He treated me with great kindness, not only helping me procure medicine for my wounds, but also assisting me in finding a hiding place, even delivering meals to me daily. Yet, when I learned that he possessed a swordsmanship manual capable of dominating the martial world, my heart turned treacherous. I recognized that this was my sole hope for vengeance. Thus I stealthily returned to Dukong village, feigning that my injuries had worsened, while Elder Yuxiao was employing his skills to heal me. I seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack and ended his life, crafting an illusion of suicide. Ding! You have uncovered the truth behind the death of the Old Man Li, successfully completing the mission of his suicide. You have been rewarded 1,000 experience points, 100 cultivation points, and 50 silver coins. Upon receiving the system notification, Weiming discreetly inquired in the team channel to Sanyu. Has the task been completed? It has been completed. You are truly remarkable. A faint smile graced Weiming's face, yet at that moment, he heard Qiubai continue, a scoundrel like me, who repays kindness with malice, deserves this fate. I only lament that Linji Pei, that vile rogue. Pff. Before Qiubai could finish his sentence, the Qingfeng sword in Weiming's hand had already pierced his throat. Ding. Successfully slain the level 25 boss Qiubai, earning 3,000 experience points and 300 cultivation points. Ding. You have successfully eliminated the notorious bandit Qiubai, exceeding the requirements of the task to capture him. You have been rewarded 5,000 experience points, 400 cultivation points, and 50 silver coins. System announcement. Player disciple of the Divine Capture Division, Weiming, along with novice player Sanyu, has slain the level 25 boss Qiubai, achieving the first kill. You have received the first kill reward, 400 points of Jianghu reputation and 400 points of sect contribution. System announcement. Player disciple of the Divine Capture Division, Weiming. The system notifications echoed 3 times, eliciting a wave of excitement from the young girl Sanyu. Finally on television. However, compared to the excitement of being on television, Weiming was far more concerned about the changes in his own strength. An instantaneous surge of 9,000 experience points propelled him to level 13, and he keenly sensed a notable enhancement in his power. The rewards for exceeding the task were substantial. Yet he pondered why the monetary reward had been halved while all other rewards doubled. However, he soon found solace in the realization. The bounty for Qiubai had been posted in numerous locations beyond the Divine Capture Division, accessible to every player. In this context, the bounty for their joint effort in slaying Qiubai would naturally be split, rather than each receiving 1 gold. The system was indeed meticulous, showing no inclination to allow players to exploit loopholes. Once the initial thrill of being on television subsided, Sanyu suddenly recalled something and, with a hint of reproach, asked, "By the way, why were you so eager to kill him?" "I was genuinely interested in the story he was about to tell." Weiming responded with a calm smile. Since he has already confessed to his crimes, any further reflections hold no value. It is better to end his life swiftly to avoid prolonged uncertainties. He spoke a truth undeniable. Suddenly, a raspy and jarring voice broke the air, and before them, a shadow flashed, revealing a man in black. This individual was clad in a set of black flying fish attire, which, upon closer inspection, was evidently of a far superior craftsmanship compared to Weiming's own garments. Cloaked and masked, he emanated an eerie aura that seemed to have crawled forth from the depths of hell, instilling an involuntary sense of dread. Vigilantly regarding the suddenly appeared man in iron mask, Weiming inquired, "Might I ask who you are?" "I am Eugene, former commander of the Imperial Guard, now the deputy leader of the Divine Captors," he replied. Upon hearing this, Weiming's eyes brightened, and he exclaimed warmly, "Ah, it is indeed Lord Yu. Have you come all this way to commend my exceptional performance on this mission?" Eugene scoffed, "Your silver-tongued flattery is unnecessary. Your reward has already been doubled." Weiming chuckled softly, choosing not to respond further. At that moment, Eugene spoke again, originally, with the strength of Qiubai. "You would not have stood a chance against him. I came to Dukong Village to personally capture this fiend. However, I did not anticipate that you would accomplish the seemingly impossible task through unorthodox means. Indeed, we at the Divine Captors are in need of talents like you. So, the correct method to complete the task was merely to locate Qiubai, confront him directly, and compel him to recount the details of his murder of the old manly before ushering Eugene inside? If that is the case, then the 3-star rating for both tasks seems quite reasonable." Turning his gaze to the young girl, "Sanyu," he remarked, "I have been observing you from the shadows and noted that while your performance may not rival that of Weiming, it is commendable nonetheless. Here is an additional reward for your efforts. If you're interested, you may report to the Divine Captors in the city of Bianliang." As he spoke, he placed a token granting her entry into the Divine Captors in her hands. Chapter 8. The Mysterious Wooden Block. "Brother, you are truly leading us into a trap," Knight Unbright exclaimed, unable to bear the thought of watching March plunge into the perilous realm of the Divine Capture Division, just as he was about to voice his concerns, Eugene interjected, "Although our Divine Capture Division lacks the martial arts of established sects, we possess unique skills that serve as compensation. Surely, Knight Unbright, you are well aware of this." Knight Unbright offered an awkward smile. "Indeed, The techniques of corpse examination and burial were extraordinary skills, a fact that could not be denied. One could argue that the absence of sect martial arts was a trade-off. Yet, as a hidden sect, the Divine Capture Division must distinguish itself from the various martial factions of the Jianghu. The opportunity lay before them, and it was imperative for the young lady to seize it. With that, Eugene bid farewell, and in a flash, he vanished from sight. Eugene's sudden appearance showcased an unparalleled agility, leaving the two players captivated. How magnificent it was! When would they possess such formidable prowess themselves? The moment to test their character had finally arrived. March, still clutching the entry token to the Divine Capture Division, gazed blankly at the spot where Eugene had disappeared. Knight Unbright, recovering from his astonishment, rubbed his hands together and inquired, "Shall you take the lead, or shall I?" March paused, instinctively asking, "Lead in what?" The moment the words escaped her lips, she realized the absurdity of her question and quickly rectified, "Actually, I have never encountered a boss before, so I am uncertain of my fortune. However, my luck in previous games has been quite favorable." Knight Unbright understood her intent to test her luck by touching the corpse and generously replied, "Ladies first." Unbeknownst to him, this seemingly casual gesture elevated March's opinion of him significantly. Words such as open-heartedness and generosity flooded her mind. It was astonishing that he displayed such trust in her after less than a day of acquaintance, showing no concern that she might abscond with the boss's loot. Did he possess keen insight to recognize her integrity, or was there something else at play? With a complex array of emotions, March reached out toward the corpse of Qiubai. Would Knight Unbright fear that she would claim the boss's spoils? Certainly not, for he had already adjusted the distribution method of the boss's drops to that of a captain's allocation before the battle commenced. As March's hand made contact with Qiubai's lifeless form, an item list promptly materialized before them. Thunderclap, intermediate palm technique, a palm technique as forceful as thunder and as swift as lightning. Executed with remarkable speed and intimidating presence. Training requirements: arm strength 60, agility 80. 8 steps to chase the toad. Beginner lightness skill, a widely circulated lightness skill in the Jianghu, possessing profound mysteries when mastered. Training requirements: bone quality 30, agility 50. Steel claw, a claw imbued with a chilling aura. Attack 60, cold attribute damage 1. The peculiar wooden block, a strange, square wooden block. Its surface composed of 54 smaller squares, each inscribed with bizarre patterns. Currency: 2 gold and 34 taels. In a single breath, Qiubai revealed 2 secret manuals, one of which contained a mid-level palm technique. Judging by the drop rate, it seemed that San Yu's luck was quite favorable this month. The young girl, exhibiting her boldness, turned to Weiming after inspecting the corpse and declared, "Regardless of whether we uncover the true culprit behind the murder of Old Man Li or eliminate Qiubai, your contribution will far exceed mine, so you shall choose first." Weiming replied, "Let us adhere to tradition and select one item each." As he spoke, he unceremoniously claimed the peculiar wooden block for himself. Although uncertain of the block's purpose, he felt that, in light of the previous task's information, this item was the most valuable among Qiubai's dropped possessions. San Yu evidently did not anticipate his interest in the block but refrained from probing further and directly chose the mid-level palm technique named Thunder Palm. Subsequently, Weiming acquired the 8 steps to chase the toad, while the young girl obtained the Steel Finger Tiger, a perfect complement to her palm technique. They evenly divided the remaining currency, leaving all parties satisfied. Once the loot was distributed, Weiming promptly produced a grass mat and wrapped Qiubai's corpse, stowing it away in his bundle. Although it defied logic to fit such a large body into a bag, this was merely a game where corpses could be stored in a pack, occupying only a single space. San Yu, bewildered, inquired about this peculiar occurrence, and Weiming, keen on preserving the secret of the corpse preservation technique, casually remarked, "This is one of the skills I learned at the Divine Capturing Bureau, allowing me to gather corpses while ensuring their integrity for use as evidence in investigations." Indeed, Weiming was not deceiving. This was one of the primary functions of the corpse preservation technique. San Yu asked, "Is there any further investigative value in Qiubai's corpse?" Weiming replied, "Skills require practice. We can bury it later." San Yu's realization dawned upon her, while Weiming discreetly tucked away a manual titled Inner Strength Insights. Inner Strength Insights, a record of the internal cultivation notes of the one-eyed hawk, Qiubai. It applies to a designated internal skill, increasing its proficiency by 1,500 points. "Allow me to assist as well," Sen Yu proposed, her eyes gleaming. Please wait while I purchase a shovel. I shall accompany you. I need to buy one as well. Weiming answered, somewhat impolitely accepting her offer. He soon regretted his decision. According to the shop's listed price, a single shovel cost 50 copper coins, totaling 1 silver for 2. However, Sen Yu spent over half an hour haggling with the blacksmith, ultimately securing each shovel at 40 copper coins. Thus, Weiming found himself waiting idly for a considerable time, rewarded only with a modest saving of 10 copper coins. With merely 10 copper coins, one could purchase only 2 steam buns, yet, after diligently battling monsters for over half an hour, the spoils would undoubtedly exceed tenfold that meager sum. While digging a pit on the back mountain of Qingcheng village, I silently vowed never to accompany that girl on shopping excursions again. Aiming. Could you enlighten me about the unique skills of the Divine Capture Division? This was the intrigue of March, for when it came to unique skills, their effects were certainly meant to be kept confidential. However, she desperately sought to ascertain whether these skills were worth relinquishing the martial arts of her sect. Thus, she conceived the notion of enlisting help in burying someone. My altruistic assistance surely warrants some feedback, does it not? After pondering for a moment, I replied, my skills are indeed quite formidable. I believe they can compensate for the absence of sect martial arts. Upon joining the Divine Capture Division, one would have the option to choose from 4 skills: Heaven, Earth, Human, and Ghost. I opted for the skill associated with Heaven, although I refrained from unveiling the effects of the skills. The implications were clear. The decision of how to proceed lay solely in the young lady's hands. March expressed her satisfaction with this response and, with a radiant smile, suggested, since this monotonous monster hunting lacks excitement, how about I sing a song to lighten the mood? That would be splendid. The sun has risen. Oh yay. The world is vast. Oh yay. Beneath the green mountains, the water winds, twisting and turning, a serpentine path of 18 bends. Chapter 9. The task rewards are disappointing. Upon returning to Tokyo Bienliang City with March in a carriage, I took the opportunity to purchase the 4 treasures of the study along with a jar of paste and a pair of scissors. After escorting March into the Divine Captures department, I returned directly to my room under the cover of night. In truth, the accommodations provided by the Divine Captures department were rather commendable. In addition to the complimentary uniforms, I was also assigned a modest apartment. Although the room was not spacious, barely accommodating a table, a chair, and a bed, it offered a private space where I could retreat to rest after slaying monsters and completing tasks. Entering the room, I opened the window and consumed the inner strength insights dropped by Qiubai, which conveniently elevated my breathing technique by 1 level. Subsequently, I retrieved a manual titled 8 Steps to Chase the Toad, a basic agility technique. Upon its utilization, the manual transformed into a beam of white light and vanished, thus adding a new entry to my skill set. 8 Steps to Chase the Toad, Beginner, Level 1 Proficiency, 0-250, a widely circulated agility technique within the martial world, significantly enhancing movement speed. Agility, 20 without a moment's hesitation. I utilized the cultivation points acquired from defeating Qiubai and completing tasks to elevate 8 Steps to Chase the Toad to level 3. Cultivation points are a valuable asset, convertible into proficiency for any martial art, effectively serving as a universal proficiency metric, albeit challenging to obtain. Even after surpassing task expectations and defeating a level 25 boss, I had only accrued a mere 800 points. Following these enhancements, my attributes underwent a considerable transformation. Night Unseen level, 13 health, 680 inner strength, 530 physique, 66 strength, 66 agility, 131 reaction, 66 talent, 25 comprehension, 28 breathing technique, unorthodox level 6 proficiency, 3200 health, 300 inner strength, 300 physique, 30 strength, 30 agility, 30 reaction, 30 female swordplay, unorthodox level 6. 8 Steps to Chase the Toad, Beginner level 3. Proficiency, 0-1000 agility, 60 with the foundational techniques proving effective. I finally possessed an attribute surpassing 100. After converting my recent gains into tangible strength, I then turned my attention to my most peculiar acquisition of the day, an enigmatic wooden block. Its structure resembled that of a Rubik's Cube. However, unlike the colorful variant that distinguishes its 6 sides, this peculiar block bore no discernible colors, only incomprehensible carved patterns. Yet, this challenge did not daunt me. Utilizing the 4 treasures of the study I had previously purchased, I began by tracing all the patterns from the 6 faces of the cube. Then, employing the scissors, I meticulously cut out each individual pattern, reassembling them like a puzzle and affixing them onto a single sheet of paper. It was then revealed that this peculiar cube was intricately adorned with 5 scenic landscapes and a poem. The 5 landscapes depicted were the sunrise over Mount Tai, the sea of clouds resembling a jade plate, the evening glow of dusk, the golden belt of the Yellow Sea, representing the 4 magnificent wonders of Mount Tai, along with a distant view of the 18 bins. The final face was engraved with the renowned poem Wang Yu by the master poet. How does the Mount Tai master fare? The green of Qi and Lu is yet unyielding. Nature has sculpted divine beauty, separating day from night. The chest stirs with lingering clouds, and the gaze follows returning birds. One must ascend to the pinnacle to behold all mountains as mere trifles. From the poem and paintings, it was not hard to deduce that the secret concealed within this cube was undoubtedly related to Mount Tai. As the night deepened, Weiming persevered, meticulously marking all 54 small pieces of the cube according to the poem and paintings. The preparatory work consumed a full hour of his time. Upon surveying the fruits of his labor, a faint smile of satisfaction finally appeared on Weiming's face. After a brief observation of the marked structure of the cube, he swiftly began to twist it. During his school days, intriguing trends occasionally swept through the institution. Besides the trivial skills of pen spinning and book flipping, puzzles such as the Rubik's Cube and the 9 links were also among the fads. With a series of crisp clicks, the 6 faces of the cube gradually returned to their original positions. Approximately 30 seconds later, with a final twist of the top face, Weiming aligned all 6 faces, and the cube emitted a sound distinct from before. Subsequently, the side engraved with Wang Yu sprang open, revealing a minuscule hidden compartment from which a small paper ball, the size of a marble, rolled out effortlessly. One might ponder if such an object, concealed in this manner, could be retrieved by merely smashing the cube. Shaking his head, Weiming deemed such thoughts perilous. If the old manly had the audacity to hide secrets within it, he surely had contingencies in place, should he act recklessly. The small paper ball would likely be destroyed alongside the cube. Picking up the paper ball from the table, he cautiously unfolded it, revealing several lines of cursive writing. True to form, the esteemed elder of the martial world had exquisite penmanship, yet Weiming could decipher but a few characters. The script was excessively cursive. As Weiming contemplated whether to seek Zhang Zhao's assistance for translation, a notification abruptly appeared on the system interface. Ding! You have unraveled the mystery of the peculiar wooden block, earning a treasure hint, having acquired the most formidable swordsmanship of the Mount Tai sect. I toiled for 10 years in vain, unwilling to abandon it after retreating. Thus, I concealed it beneath the Leifeng Pagoda in the subterranean palace. The specific treasure location and necessary precautions are as follows. Turning to the back of the paper, he discovered a simple map marking the precise location of the secret manual. Leifeng Pagoda? This implies that the old manly first honed his skills with the Mount Tai sect, later retreated to Dukan village, and after failing to master the so-called supreme swordsmanship, concealed it in Hangzhou? Truly, a martial artist knows how to stir things up. Although he held a certain disdain for the frivolous antics of the old manly, the allure of the martial arts manuscript compelled Weiming to undertake the journey himself. However, before embarking on this quest, he intended to seek out several tasks of similar rank from Zhang Zhao nearby. To his surprise, upon arrival, he discovered that Zhang Zhao was absent, and the NPC in charge of task assignments had been replaced by the enigmatic figure, Eugene. If you're heading to Hangzhou, I possess a rather intriguing task recommendation for you, Eugene stated, displaying a proactive demeanor upon learning of Weiming's intent. Task: Dragon Gate Escort difficulty level 5 stars. The Dragon Gate Escort in Hangzhou is under the threat of annihilation. As a legitimate force in the martial world that complies with taxation, the Divine Capture Department is obliged to provide protection. Your mission is to travel to the Dragon Gate Escort, ascertain the truth, and report the findings back to the Divine Capture Department via carrier pigeon, ensuring the safety of the entire family of the Dragon Gate Escort. Rewards: 5,000 experience points, 500 cultivation points, and 100 gold coins. After reviewing the task, Weiming diplomatically expressed, "I must decline." Eugene fell silent for several moments, his expression obscured beneath the dark iron mask, before finally inquiring, "Why?" "My subordinate's strength is insufficient. I fear it might hinder the mission. I kindly request you to seek out a more capable individual," Weiming explained. While he cited his lack of ability as the reason for his refusal, the true motivation behind his rejection was, in fact, the unremarkable rewards associated with the task. Chapter 10. The Longmen Escort Agency. The task levels within Eternal Chivalry are not arbitrarily assigned, based on Yi Weiming's observations prior to midnight. 1-star tasks are essentially trivial errands devoid of difficulty, while 2-star tasks necessitate engaging minor foes. 3-star tasks typically involve simple puzzles or confronting elite monsters. Higher-level tasks remain uncharted territory for Yi Weiming, making it unwise to draw conclusions. However, following this pattern, it is reasonable to deduce that a 5-star task would likely involve a formidable adversary akin to the likes of Qingba. Although Yi Weiming has previously vanquished Qingba, he remains acutely aware of the intricacies involved in such an achievement. His current prowess has undeniably improved since then. Yet a direct confrontation with Qingba would still result in a decisive defeat, with only the distinction of enduring 3 or 5 exchanges. In essence, there exists no real difference. Furthermore, beyond the challenge of the tasks themselves, the rewards are rather lackluster. The offering of 5,000 experience points and 500 cultivation points is merely on par with the higher-tier rewards of 4-star tasks. The monetary compensation of 100 gold coins, however, is indeed substantial at this stage of the game. Yet, the crux of the matter lies in the necessity of establishing a solid foundation early on. An abundance of wealth serves little purpose when players have yet to cultivate their life skills. Having money does not equate to acquiring valuable items. And while this sum may represent a considerable fortune as players' levels rise, its purchasing power will inevitably diminish. Moreover, escort tasks are particularly cumbersome, rendering this endeavor unappealing from any perspective. After a prolonged gaze, the enigmatic figure addressed Yi Weiming. If your interest in gold is not particularly strong, I could offer you an intermediate sword technique in lieu of a monetary reward. Ding. Task update. Longmen Escort Agency task level. 5-star task rewards. 5,000 experience points. 500 cultivation points. 1 intermediate sword technique. Failure penalty. 3 months of salary reduction, during which no benefits from the faction, save for personal accommodations, shall be enjoyed. What a harsh proposition. An intermediate sword technique is indeed a valuable asset, yet the imposition of a failure penalty raises questions. A military decree? The penalty of 3 months' salary is manageable, considering Yi Weiming's current status as a 9th-grade constable, earning merely 10 taels of gold monthly, which can be compensated through completing several tasks. However, the clause regarding the forfeiture of faction benefits is rather egregious. These benefits entail various advantageous policies provided by the faction, allowing players to access items at significantly reduced prices compared to the outside market, including rare medicines, equipment, and extended usage of training facilities that enhance martial arts efficacy. The suspension of these benefits for 3 months would undoubtedly have a significant impact on his growth and strength. Was a mere intermediate sword technique worth such a risk? Yi Weiming disdainfully curled his lip, and then, ding. You have successfully accepted the mission at the Longmen Escort Agency. Please proceed to the Longmen Escort Agency in Hangzhou to gather information. Observing Yi Weiming's silent acceptance of the task, Eugene nodded in satisfaction and then produced a letter from his pocket, handing it to Yi Weiming. This is a distress letter sent by the head of the Longmen Escort Agency, Dugu. It may contain some clues that could assist you in your investigation. Ding. You have obtained the Longmen Escort Agency's distress letter. Thank you, Commander Yu. The content of the Longmen Escort Agency's distress letter revealed that on the 3rd day of last month, the agency had received a peculiar escort mission. It seemed the system was indeed considerate, translating complex traditional characters, especially cursive script, into a more comprehensible form for the players. Yi Weiming briefly skimmed through the contents, which indicated that they had been tasked with escorting a living person, and that the client, young Master Yin, had spent lavishly, making it impossible for them to decline. The sole requirement was to deliver the immobile living person intact to Zhang Sanfeng, the leader of the Wudong sect. The journey had proceeded smoothly until they reached the foot of Wudong Mountain, where they were confronted by impostors posing as the 7 heroes of Wudong, who abducted the individual in their care. Tragically, that unfortunate soul had his joints crushed by the nefarious assailants using the Shaolin's powerful Vajra finger technique. To make matters worse, the person they were escorting was none other than Yu Daiyan, the 3rd disciple of Zhang Sanfeng, the founder of the Wudong sect. This predicament was dire. Young Master Yin had previously threatened that any mishap would result in the annihilation of the Longmen Escort Agency. Furthermore, Zhang Sanfeng's 7 disciples were as close as brothers, and none were to be trifled with by a mere longman escort agency. Offending 2 formidable factions simultaneously was a grave mistake, causing Du Dajin to panic and hastily write a letter seeking assistance from the authorities. Seeing that Yi Weiming had finished reading the letter, Eugene casually remarked, Du Dajin, being a lay disciple of Shaolin, will undoubtedly seek help from his sect while reaching out to the government. Perhaps his appeal to us is merely an additional layer of security, or maybe you might just muddle through this task. Huh. A task that can be muddled through yet still earns a 5-star rating. Either your intelligence is questionable, or you presume mine to be so. However, Yi Weiming chose not to pursue this further. The task had been accepted. Now it was simply a matter of facing challenges as they arose. After storing the letter away, Yi Weiming swiftly boarded a carriage bound for Hangzhou. By the time he arrived in Hangzhou, dusk was approaching. He first indulged in some street food to satiate his hunger and then procured 2 bundles of straw mats, each containing 99 pieces. Additionally, he acquired a few bottles of Realgar wine for self-defense, which would prove useful during his treasure hunt in the Leifeng Pagoda's underground chambers. As night descended completely, Yi Weiming set off towards the Longmen Escort Agency. Employing the technique of 8 steps to catch the toad, his speed surged nearly twofold. However, Hangzhou, being a vast metropolis, meant that despite his remarkable pace, by the time he arrived at the Longmen Escort Agency, darkness had enveloped the surroundings. Upon stepping onto the street outside the agency, he was immediately greeted by the clashing of weapons and shouts of anger. Could it be unfolding so rapidly? A tightness gripped his heart as he hastily channeled his internal energy into his legs, propelling himself forward with even greater swiftness. In an instant, he found himself at the entrance of the agency. Peering inside, his heart sank considerably. Within the courtyard of the agency, a group of players clad as monks were engaged in a fervent brawl with another group dressed as Taoists. Meanwhile, 6 or 7 monk NPCs were assaulting a young man wielding iron hooks and a judge's pen in each hand. Scattered across the ground were numerous bodies. Blood splattered across every inch of the agency's premises. Ding! The Longmen Escort Agency has suffered a massacre. Not a single soul remains alive. Task updated. Annihilation incident. Task level, 5 stars. Investigate the cause and consequences of the Longmen Escort Agency's annihilation, as this case involves the Shaolin and Wudong sections. Exercise caution. Task rewards: 5,000 experience points, 500 cultivation points, and a mid-level sword technique. Failure penalty: a 3-month salary deduction, during which no benefits from the sect, except for personal accommodations, shall be granted. Shaolin, Wudong. Is this the true nature of this 5-star task? With a heightened sense of urgency regarding the task, Yi Weiming refrained from rushing into the fray, instead stepping towards the courtyard while swiftly scanning the piles of corpses for clues. Just as he was gathering information as quickly as possible, 2 Shaolin disciples suddenly blocked his path. Brother, please step aside. This is part of the mission. Chapter 11. The unyielding Yin of Wudong. Observing the demeanor of the 2 Shaolin players, it was evident they intended to clear the area. Clearing the area refers to players designating a specific location for leveling up, battling bosses, or completing quests, and in order to prevent any disruptions. They typically employ a strategy of courtesy followed by aggression to persuade nearby players to vacate. Such occurrences are commonplace in online gaming and hardly evoke any novelty. Were this a mere outdoor boss encounter, Yi Weiming would be disinclined to engage in a confrontation with them. However, this particular quest was tied to a mid-level sword technique reward, accompanied by an intolerable quest penalty, making it impossible for him to concede. With a gentle shake of his head, Yi Weiming shrugged, "Apologies, but I have a quest as well." "Then I must apologize." One of the Shaolin players retorted as he brandished his staff, launching an aggressive strike towards Yi Weiming. In that instant, the second Shaolin player, sensing the shift, advanced a step, delivering a punch aimed directly at Yi Weiming's chest. Their coordination was impeccable, embodying the essence of courtesy followed by aggression without any hesitation. Drawing upon the ineffable insights gained from his martial arts proficiency, Yi Weiming swiftly discerned that these 2 bald-headed opponents were no match for him. Even when faced with a dual assault, he remained undaunted. With a flourish, he unsheathed his Longguan sword, deftly parrying the staff strike aimed at him from the left. The resounding clash echoed as the Shaolin monk, whose internal strength paled in comparison to Yi Weiming's, staggered back a half-step. Meanwhile, capitalizing on the rebound from the weapon collision, Yi Weiming propelled his sword into a swift counterattack. targeting the wrist of the punching Shaolin player with a technique from the Yu swordplay known as Willow Caressing the Wind. Caught off guard by the swiftness of Yu Weiming's retaliation, the Shaolin player was unable to evade in time, resulting in a deep gash that exposed bone on his arm, compelling him to involuntarily withdraw a step. This reflects a rather humane design in Heroic Eternity, where to safeguard players, the sensation of pain is calibrated to a nearly imperceptible degree. However, the body's instinctive responses to being attacked remain unavoidable. Otherwise, every player would be recklessly exchanging blows as if impervious to harm, an absurdity for a martial arts narrative. Of course, should one wish to embrace such invulnerability, it is indeed possible. By adjusting their pain threshold to 100, they could endure agony akin to real injury, earning the system's respect for their valor. Yet, the Shaolin player before Yu Weiming was clearly not of that iron-willed stock. With pain perception nearly non-existent, his body instinctively recoiled, rendering his right hand temporarily incapable of executing any techniques. At this moment, the staff-wielding Shaolin disciple had regained his composure, transforming his staff's thrust into a sweeping strike aimed at Yu Weiming's chest. As the night remained dim, Yu Weiming calmly pressed his sword down upon the opponent's staff, deftly deflecting their attack while simultaneously pushing forward. Utilizing a technique akin to riding the current, he aimed to slice towards the hands gripping the staff. Should his strike connect, the monk's hands would surely be severed, leaving the Shaolin disciple contemplating whether to end his own existence in a futile resurrection. In the realm of the game, death held little fear. However, within the context of a mission, it signified a failure. The monk, clearly unwilling to incur such a cost, promptly relinquished his staff and retreated. Yu Weiming showcased the agile and exquisite characteristics of the Yu maiden swordsmanship, having already wounded one Shaolin player in the arm and disarmed another in merely 2 moves. The monk appeared to be primarily skilled in staff techniques, with his proficiency in unarmed combat remaining ambiguous. If it were merely a 1-on-2 confrontation, he could have advanced further, employing a technique to incapacitate his opponents without fatality. However, his adversaries were not limited to 2, as he had subdued both. For more Shaolin disciples began to converge upon him. Continuing his assault would undoubtedly result in a 4-on-1 encirclement. In this scenario, Yu Weiming did not possess absolute confidence in victory. Indeed, should any formidable adversaries be among the 4, he risked falling into peril. Realizing the critical nature of the situation in an instant, he unhesitatingly withdrew his sword and executed the 8 steps to chase the toad, swiftly creating distance between himself and his foes, halting 5 meters away from the Wudong players. The current situation revealed a disparity. The monks outnumbered the Taoists, whether NPCs or players. The NPCs fared relatively well. A youth wielding dual weapons fought valiantly, facing 7 opponents without faltering. Yet, the players found themselves in a precarious position. All being novice disciples with minimal variance in strength, where numerical superiority often translated into overwhelming advantage. The ratio stood at 7-13. It was precisely for this reason that, upon Yu Weiming's sudden appearance, the Shaolin players sought to clear the field. Likewise, the disadvantaged Wudong players found it simpler to ally with him. In a flash, Yu Weiming's prowess astonished all present. The players from both the Shaolin and Wudong sects turned their attention toward this youth clad in official attire, momentarily ceasing their own skirmishes. Esteemed friend. The first to speak was a Wudong disciple who appeared to be the leader among them. He approached Yu Weiming with a respectful clasp of his fist and inquired, "I am Dugu Qiubai from Wudong. I recently overheard your conversation with those 2 monks. Might you also be here to uncover the truth of the matter?" This disciple, Dugu Qiubai, possessed a fair complexion and a cheerful demeanor, exuding an air of approachability. His conversational approach was skillful, as a mere utterance of the word also seamlessly drew Yu Weiming, this unexpected master, into his collective alliance. Brother Weiming. At this moment, from within the ranks of the Shaolin players, a monk with a square face unexpectedly stepped forward, a smile adorning his features as he greeted Yu Weiming, seemingly unfazed by the fact that he had previously suffered 2 defeats at the hands of others. "I never anticipated that we would meet again so soon." And Brother Weiming's prowess has evidently surged at an astonishing rate. "I was almost convinced I had misread the system announcement when I saw that you had achieved the first kill of the level 25 boss. It appears your prior grievances about the hidden sects being a scam were nothing more than a guise for your own advantage." Upon hearing that Yu Weiming had indeed accomplished the first kill of the level 25 boss, Dugu Qiubai's eyes instantly sparkled with intrigue, only to be swiftly followed by a wave of concern. The ability to vanquish a level 25 boss, regardless of the team composition, speaks volumes of one's formidable strength. The sole worry now lay in his allegiance, judging by the monk's address towards him. In truth, although Yi Weiming had gained some notoriety from slaying Qiubai on television, the game Heroic Eternity boasted a staggering 1 million players online concurrently, and many capable individuals had graced the screens. Since the game's launch, the system announcements had been broadcasted hundreds of times. Who could possibly remember all those names? The Shaolin player's recollection was merely a result of their prior acquaintance. However, while the monk recognized Yi Weiming, he failed to immediately discern which acquaintance stood before him. After scrutinizing the monk's features more closely, realization dawned upon him. You are the Dumpling Master. This was a player Yi Weiming had met in the novice village, with whom he had teamed up to battle monsters. Dumpling Master had been the captain, and Yi Weiming remembered him as a rather loquacious individual. In their party of 5, the other 4 had faded into the background of his memory, but this proactive friend who had sent him a friend request remained etched in his mind. It was this very person who had informed Yi Weiming about the 72 unique skills of the Shaolin sect. Who could have imagined that not long after graduating from the novice village, they would encounter one another in this quest? The circumstances, however, felt somewhat awkward. Chapter 12. Zhang Suishan has fled. The esteemed figure of Lao Mian to seem to command great respect among the players of the Shaolin sect. Upon his emergence, others instinctively took a step back, adopting a demeanor that suggested he was in charge of the situation. Maintaining his customary benevolent smile, Lao Mian spoke not a word. Yet the shifting expressions on the faces of the other Shaolin players indicated that they were clearly deliberating something through their team or sect channels. After a brief moment, Lao Mian finally addressed the group once more. Brother Weiming, from your earlier words, it appears you two are here to investigate the tragic incident at the Longmen Escort Agency. And the vile perpetrator is none other than him. As he spoke, Lao Mian pointed towards a young man who was engaged in a fierce duel, single-handedly facing 7 opponents. This individual is none other than Zhang Suishan of the 7 Heroes of Wudong. He harbors a deep resentment towards the Longmen Escort Agency for their inadequate protection, which led to Yu Dian being rendered incapacitated by evil forces, providing him with ample motive for murder. Moreover, he possesses the strength to combat 3 senior monks of the Yuan generation and 4 of the Hui generation from Shaolin. Furthermore, at the time of the crime, he had already confessed his identity to Master Yuan. Therefore, Brother Weiming, I must first apologize for my earlier rashness. But we ought to be on the same side, should we not? As Lao Mian concluded his remarks, the Wudong players, led by Dugu Qiubai, cast wary glances towards Yi Weiming. As previously mentioned, the players had only recently joined their respective sects, and their strengths had yet to reveal significant disparities, with numbers often dictating the balance of power. However, Yi Weiming's situation was rather exceptional. Having previously accomplished an advanced task and reaped the rewards of collecting corpses, he had elevated both the tuna method and Yu sword technique to level 6. In contrast, the other players who had just joined their sects primarily practiced the lower-tier martial arts of their respective schools, which, while of a higher grade than Yi Weiming's, generally hovered around levels 2 to 3. As for the martial arts acquired in the novice village, regrettably, in Xia Yongking, the powers of different martial arts do not stack. Thus, Yi Weiming, who had been employing a rather rudimentary sword technique, found himself at an advantage on this battlefield. Although he might not be the strongest present, he was undoubtedly among the most formidable, capable of simultaneously restraining 3 or 4 ordinary players. Coupled with his previously displayed agility that surpassed others, while he could not yet single-handedly establish a third force, his attitude could certainly sway the balance of victory in one direction or another. Brother Weiming, Dugu Qiubai then echoed Lao Mian's change in address, speaking up. We arrived at the Longmen Escort Agency alongside our Master Wu. By the time we reached this place, those within the agency had already perished. And we can attest that Master Wu is absolutely not the culprit. Regarding Dugu Qiubai, the noodle bun was far less courteous than Yi Weiming, disdainfully snorting. You all call him Fifth Master. Of course, you will speak in his favor. Nonsense. Are you enraged out of shame? As they exchanged barbs, the confrontation between the noodle bun and Dugu Qiubai escalated. Meanwhile, Yi Weiming paid no heed to their quarrel. Instead, he turned to the outnumbered Zhang Suishan and called out. Zhang 5, was it you who perpetrated the massacre of the Longmen Escort Agency? This question drew bemused looks from everyone around, as if they were regarding a simpleton. Was such an inquiry not a tad frivolous? Zhang Suishan, however, replied with pride, I did not commit murder. Very well, I understand. At this moment, Yi Weiming retrieved a token that represented his identity and addressed those engaged in battle. I am Yi Weiming of the Divine Capture Bureau, sent here to investigate the massacre of the Longmen Escort Agency. I kindly ask you all to cease hostilities and listen to my words. Upon hearing this, Zhang Suishan wielded his Judge-S brush with a swift motion, leaving a clear dragon character in the air, his formidable energy forcing back the 7 masters of the Shaolin sect. He then remarked, esteemed monks, why not heed what this officer has to say? The 7 Shaolin NPCs, aware that they could not subdue Zhang Suishan in a short time, exchanged glances and, albeit reluctantly, ceased their assault at the signal of their leader. A senior monk, holding a staff, turned to Yi Weiming and inquired, what insights do you possess? His tone was devoid of any courtesy, and he didn't even bother to introduce himself with his Dharma name. This clearly illustrated that what Zhang Zhao had previously said about the martial world's self-disdain for the Court's enforcers was far from mere exaggeration. Yi Weiming displayed no sign of dissatisfaction towards their demeanor and casually replied, Zhang 5 has already stated that he did not kill anyone. Thus I find it somewhat hasty for the Shaolin sect to conclude he is the murderer. The staff-bearing monk, incensed, retorted, you believe every word he utters? Is this how the court officers conduct investigations? Maintaining his smile, Yi Weiming countered, your conviction that Zhang 5 is the culprit stems from his previous acknowledgement of his identity. Does it not? The monk faltered momentarily but quickly resumed. The entire Jin family was slain, and he just happened to be present at the scene. How do you explain that? Furthermore, Huifeng witnessed him committing the crime. How do you account for that? I am not asserting that Zhang 5 lacks suspicion, merely that the existing evidence is insufficient to deem him the murderer. As the conversation unfolded, Yi Weiming arrived beside a corpse on the ground, pointing at several concealed weapons embedded in the victim's neck, declaring, this escort met his demise due to hidden weapons. He then indicated another body. This porter had his neck snapped by claw techniques, and as for this escort, for a full 10 minutes, Yi Weiming meticulously examined the wounds of all the deceased at the Longmen Escort Agency, ultimately concluding, among the 67 individuals associated with the Longmen Escort Agency, the majority of skilled escorts perished at the hands of hidden weapons, while a few others succumbed to the force of palm techniques. The elderly, women, and children within the agency, as well as the porters lacking combat prowess, all fell victim to claw techniques. The gathered crowd nodded in agreement, clearly recognizing that the causes of death did not align with Zhang Suishan's martial style. At that moment, a monk wielding a staff spoke up. The art of concealed weapons is present across various sects in the martial world, and Wudong is no exception. Regarding claw techniques, the tiger claw technique wielded by Wudong's Euxia strikes fear into the hearts of martial artists. Even if Zhang Wuxia has not practiced it, it is not beyond reason that one of his disciples may be present among the Wudong practitioners here. His implication was that Zhang Suishan still met the criteria for being the perpetrator. Yi Weiming responded calmly, firstly, Zhang Wuxia does not confess to being the murderer. His previous statements cannot be counted as an admission of guilt. Secondly, the injuries that led to the deaths of those at the Longmen Escort Agency do not correspond to Zhang Wuxia's fighting style, at least not in terms of his combat approach. Of course, these 2 points do not entirely eliminate Zhang Wuxia's suspicion, whether we deem him the culprit or not. We lack sufficient evidence. The monk with the staff interjected, that is precisely why we must apprehend Zhang Suishan and inquire about the truth of the matter. The crux of the issue had emerged. Yi Weiming shrugged, but can you accomplish that? The monk snorted disdainfully, falling silent. Had they been capable of capturing Zhang Suishan, they would have done so long ago, rather than listening to a mere junior constable prattle on. Yi Weiming smiled subtly, confident in his reasoning. Since none could overpower the other, why not sit down and engage in a calm discussion? Perhaps through dialogue, they might uncover overlooked clues. Just then, a furious shout erupted. Who dares? Zhang Suishan suddenly leaped into the air, his left toe touching the ground, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he vanished within the confines of the Longmen Escort Agency. Zhang Suishan had actually fled. Yi Weiming was nearly beside himself with frustration, thinking, I was kindly helping you out, and you just up and ran. Is this how you repay a comrade? Not only Yi Weiming, but even the Wudong practitioners present wore expressions of bewilderment, each face reflecting a sense of abandonment and disappointment. It was as though they had poured their hearts into the endeavor, only to encounter a rogue who, having pulled up his trousers, refused to take responsibility. Chapter 13. Continuous Body Collection Chase. As Zhang Zuishan hastily fled, the monk wielding a staff commanded, and 7 Shaolin NPCs promptly pursued him. The carefully orchestrated negotiations set up by Yi Weiming suddenly fell apart, leaving only 21 players in the escort agency's courtyard, creating an awkward atmosphere. At that moment, a gaunt monk trailing behind Laumian Manta suddenly suggested, "Brother Mantu, perhaps we should eliminate them first to prevent any disruption of our subsequent mission." Laumian Manta turned to glance at the monk before addressing Yi Weiming, saying, "Brother Weiming, I possess a basic manual of the returning windsword technique. I would like to offer it in exchange for your withdrawal from the task." In truth, following Yi Weiming's earlier analysis, most of them were convinced that the culprit was highly unlikely to be Zhang Zuishan. However, this was of little concern to them. Their sole objective was to assist the Shaolin NPCs in apprehending Zhang Zuishan to secure their mission rewards. Therefore, the truth of the matter held no significance for them. Their intention to subdue the Wudong disciples present was merely to eliminate competitors whose tasks conflicted with theirs. For only in doing so could they hope to join forces with the NPCs to capture Zhang Zuishan. As for the disparity in strength between the two sides, that was hardly a concern. In Heroic Eternity, NPCs exist in both normal and mission modes. Within mission mode, NPC levels and attributes are not significantly higher than those of the mission players, though they will respawn upon death, and their loot is comparable to that of an ordinary boss of a corresponding level. While still superior to regular players, they are not insurmountable. For instance, Zhang Zuishan, in normal mode, is undoubtedly a level 90 major boss. However, in the context of today's mission, his level is constrained to around level 20, even lower than that of Qiubai. Although his true prowess surpasses that of Qiubai, a coordinated effort by a dozen players alongside the NPCs does present a viable opportunity. Yi Weiming, of course, would not allow them to eliminate the Wudong disciples without resistance, for he doubted that the Shaolin players would continue to engage in rational discourse without any constraints. With a slight smile, Yi Weiming raised his hand and stated, "The truth of the matter still requires investigation. More importantly, the penalties for failing my task are exceedingly severe. I believe it would be best for everyone to uncover the truth." Laumian Manta furrowed his brow upon hearing this, but soon broke into a bright smile and replied, "Since Brother Weiming is so insistent, let it be as you say. Should you discover any clues, please inform me, and we shall investigate the truth together." With that, he led the group of Shaolin players away. Without Yi Weiming, they could eliminate the Wudong players at minimal cost. However, with Yi Weiming's involvement, the situation became evenly matched, and in a fierce struggle, they would likely suffer significant losses. Death during the mission would mean failure, and none were willing to bear that risk. Thus, all parties were compelled to step back and, as Yi Weiming suggested, continue the investigation into the truth. After the departure of the Noodle Buns and others, Dugu Qiubai also added a friend in Yi Weiming, leaving behind a remark about finding a suitable time to have a thorough discussion. He then departed the Dragon Gate Escort Bureau along with a group of Wudong players. The tasks of the Wudong and Shaolin factions were less about vanquishing foes and more about safeguarding their NPCs. With the NPC now gone, they naturally had no reason to linger. In an instant, the vast Dragon Gate Escort Bureau was left with only Yi Weiming and a multitude of corpses. As Yi Weiming surveyed the surrounding bodies, a gleam of excitement illuminated his face. Without further ado, he produced a straw mat to begin collecting the corpses. He obtained the Fist Technique Insights Manual, acquired a 7-star nail, received the Internal Skill Insights Manual, obtained a mosquito needle, and secured the Culinary Insights Manual. Today indeed proved to be a day of bountiful rewards. After meticulously wrapping each corpse in the straw mat and stowing them in his backpack, the assortment of insights and manuals invigorated him even further. It was only after he had gathered a total of 23 corpses that he was compelled to pause, not from a lack of desire to continue, but because his backpack was full. The backpack system in Heroic Eternity is reminiscent of the spatial rings found in fantasy novels. Items placed within the backpack do not incur weight penalties. However, their capacity is calculated not by the volume of items but by grid space. Identical items, such as similar potions, can be stacked within a single box, while equipment occupies 1 grid each. For instance, the straw mats Yi Weiming used for collecting corpses can stack up to 999, occupying just 1 grid space. However, the gathered corpses and the retrieved manuals each occupy 1 item slot. Yi Weiming's backpack consists of 64 grids. Aside from previously purchased essentials, nearly 50 slots remained empty. However, collecting a single corpse would require 2 to 3 slots, with the excess comprising corpses, insight manuals, and a few types of concealed weapons. The notion of concealed weapons is straightforward, as they are essentially the weapons embedded in the corpses, serving as tangible evidence. Yet, why did the description of the corpse-collecting skill exclusively mention hidden items as insight manuals? Did it imply that all so-called hidden items were merely insight manuals? With this puzzlement in mind, Yi Weiming took stock of his backpack, ultimately gathering 21 insight manuals, indicating a relatively high drop rate. The specifics were as follows: Internal Skill Insights 6 copies, Sword Technique Insights 2 copies, Blade Technique Insights 3 copies, Fist Technique Insights 4 copies, Lightness Skill Insights 2 copies, Staff Technique Insights 2 copies, Culinary Insights 1 copy, and Medical Insights 1 copy. The martial arts insights obtained were largely akin to those previously discovered on the Laohan and Qiubai, albeit with diminished proficiency increases. The last 2 manuals were characterized as follows: Culinary Insights, a compilation of culinary notes from Madame Jean, the head of the Dragon Gate Escort Bureau, which, when utilized, enhances culinary proficiency by 400 points. Insights on Medical Skills, the Medical Insights of Fanjian, a skilled practitioner from the Longmen Escort Agency, result in an increase of 86 points in medical proficiency upon use. These 2 items are directly applicable. Without further ado, I clicked to utilize them, and immediately received 2 system notifications. Ding! Your culinary proficiency has increased by 400 points, elevating your culinary skills to level 2. Ding! Your medical proficiency has been enhanced by 86 points. Upon reviewing the character attributes panel, Yi Weiming discovered that the character's life skills had been inherently activated, encompassing various abilities such as medicine, mining, forging, and planting, albeit all at a rudimentary level of 0, signifying a complete novice status. However, it seemed unnecessary to individually study each skill, as proficiency alone could suffice to elevate these abilities. Disregarding the concerns regarding life skills, Yi Weiming proceeded to allocate 6 volumes of Inner Strength Insights, 2 volumes of Lightness Skills Insights, and 2 volumes of Swordsmanship Insights to Breath Regulation Method, 8 Steps to Chase the Toad, and New Female Sword Technique, respectively. The proficiency in each of these martial arts increased, yet none reached the threshold for advancement. Subsequently, Yi Weiming retrieved a volume titled Blade Technique Insights. This was the highest quality insight among all he had previously acquired. Blade Technique Insights, a record of the blade techniques of Dejin from the Longmen Escort Agency. When applied to a designated blade technique, it can augment proficiency by 1,600 points. Judging by the value of the proficiency gained, Dejin's strength likely surpasses that of Qiubai, possibly even exceeding a fully realized Qiubai. Regrettably, this is a blade technique insight, which holds no utility for him. Wait. Recalling the earlier culinary insights and medical insights, a bold idea began to blossom in Yi Weiming's mind. Chapter 14. Learning by Analogy. Given that those who have not studied culinary arts or medicine can elevate their levels through insightful manuals, could it be possible for someone unversed in swordsmanship to acquire certain techniques by utilizing the swordsmanship insights? Motivated by curiosity, Yi Weiming swiftly set this notion into motion, opening the swordsmanship insights in the manner of employing the culinary insights. Ding! You have not learned any sword techniques. Are you certain you wish to use the swordsmanship insights? Yes, no. Indeed, it was feasible. Yi Weiming immediately opted for no. While it was a viable approach, the system prompt did not clarify the potential repercussions of such an action. Based on Yi Weiming's own analysis, the most severe consequence would likely be the mere waste of a manual, with no detrimental impact on himself. However, as this was an experiment, one ought not to take unnecessary risks with the best resources. He stowed away the comprehensive swordsmanship manual and retrieved a lesser one, acquired from a certain bodyguard, which offered a modest increase of 200 proficiency points. Without further ado, he selected to use it, and then, ding, through the study of the swordsmanship insights, you have gained 50 points in culinary proficiency through learning by analogy. Learning by analogy? This could be intriguing. Although this experimental manual translated into culinary arts with a reduced proficiency gain, it undoubtedly provided a novel path to advancement. Yi Weiming hesitated no longer, promptly employing the remaining 2 swordsmanship insights for fist techniques and 2 staff techniques for similar learning. Ding! Through the study of the swordsmanship insights, You have gained 400 points in proficiency with the female sword technique. Ding. The female sword technique has reached level 7. Ding. You have gained proficiency through the study of. After several successive instances of learning by analogy, not only did the female sword technique ascend to level 7, but the proficiency in the other two disciplines also saw slight enhancements. Although they did not achieve an upgrade, they were undeniably closer to 1. It became evident that while the effects of learning by analogy randomly allocated experience points to a specific skill, there was a discernible tendency, with a greater focus on martial arts. Amusingly, one of the staff techniques had granted him an unexpected 40 points in forging proficiency, leaving Yi Weiming both amused and perplexed. After utilizing all the insights and secrets, Yi Weiming's martial arts proficiency had transformed into breathing technique, unorthodox, level 6. Proficiency, 1654 3200. You knew swordplay, unorthodox. Level 7 proficiency, 56,400 power 70, precision 70. 8 steps to chase the toad, beginner. Level 3 proficiency, 818, 1000 agility 60. The enhancement of his swordsmanship level ignited an indescribable epiphany within Yi Weiming. Even without considering the attribute bonuses, he was confident that in similar circumstances, he could undoubtedly perform better than before. Meanwhile, several other skills were also a step closer to advancement. Simultaneously, his backpack had freed up 21 slots, prompting Yi Weiming to diligently continue collecting corpses. However, as he had prioritized the bodies of the bodyguards, including the notorious Du dying, the subsequent harvest was rather disappointing. On average, he could only gather 3 corpses to obtain a single insight, predominantly related to life skills. Even when he occasionally acquired a martial arts-related secret from the fallen guards, the increase in proficiency was lamentably meager. There were even instances where he found no hidden weapons at all, as those with inferior martial arts or the old and weak were dispatched by claw techniques. As Yi Weiming collected bodies and perused the books, he was not averse to the seemingly useless insights, eagerly stuffing them into his backpack. While engaged in this task, he had traversed along the corpses to the back hall. This area was supposed to be the residence of the escort agency's families. However, it was devoid of women, save for female corpses. Ding. Acquired Tailoring Insight Secret Book X1. Ding. Your tailoring proficiency has increased by 135 points. After collecting the female corpse in one of the rooms and adeptly utilizing the acquired insights, Yi Weiming scanned the room once more, and upon finding no other bodies, was about to depart when a sudden system alert echoed. Ding. Passive skill corpse inspection activated. You noticed the fabric curtains by the bed fluttering gently without any wind, as if someone behind them were breathing. This system notification caused Yi Weiming's brow to furrow slightly, yet he remained undeterred, feigning nonchalance as he turned to exit. After taking a couple of steps, he abruptly drew his sword. The Longquan sword transformed into a silver streak in the dark, piercing towards the fabric curtains not far behind him, the blade slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. Swish. Almost simultaneously with Yi Weiming's swift sword strike, the curtains were violently torn apart, revealing a shadowy figure leaping into the air, evading his blade aimed at the chest while simultaneously extending both claws to grasp at Yi Weiming's throat and wrist, the attack fierce, swift, and perilously lethal. Upon encountering a formidable adversary, Yi Weiming deftly altered his attack, transforming a direct thrust into a precise jab aimed at the opponent's throat. This seamless transition in his technique flowed like water, devoid of any abruptness, as if this maneuver was inherently destined to evolve in such a manner. Indeed, the technique employed by Yi Weiming was known as brushing grass to seek the serpent, a seemingly fierce move from the swordplay of the maiden. While it appeared to be swift and aggressive, its true power lay dormant, allowing for mid-course adjustments at any moment, executed with grace and control. The system's prompt merely indicated that someone lurked behind the curtain. With Yi Weiming's current prowess, he could not discern further details. Should the hidden figure be a lone survivor from a besieged escort agency? It would be unfortunate for him to mistakenly slay an emerging talent of the martial world due to a moment of recklessness. Traditionally, such scenarios often befall the protagonists in martial tales, and Yi Weiming had no desire to extinguish the potential of a rising star in the realm of martial arts through his impulsive actions. Fortunately, this very concern enabled him to make the most judicious adaptations in critical moments. Even when faced with a formidable opponent, he maintained a distinct advantage in technique. Witnessing Yi Weiming's ingenious shift, the cloaked figure could not help but emit a soft gasp. Subsequently, he summoned strength from his waist, executing a daring backward arch midair, narrowly evading Yi Weiming's lethal strike aimed at his throat, while simultaneously delivering a powerful kick directed at Yi Weiming's heart. The speed of this transformation was astonishing. Yi Weiming found himself unable to retract his sword in time, resorting only to a fierce exclamation as he swiftly channeled his energy into his left arm, raising his fist to counter the incoming foot. With a resounding impact, their strikes collided. Yi Weiming, having executed an impromptu maneuver, found his internal energy insufficient, causing him to stagger back 3 steps, while the black-clad assailant spun around, crashing through the window behind the house, leaving behind a bemused remark regarding a watch, before hastily fleeing into the distance. Where do you think you're going? Yi Weiming would not allow such an escape, promptly employing the 8 steps to chase the toad technique to pursue the figure. To his astonishment, the opponent not only exhibited formidable striking skills, but also matched him in agility. Despite Yi Weiming channeling his internal strength into his legs and pushing the 8 steps to its fullest extent, he could not close the distance in a short span of time. Fortunately, the gap between them gradually diminished, and it seemed the fleeing figure was becoming increasingly frantic, ultimately veering toward a corner of the escort agency's rear courtyard. In the moonlight, Yi Weiming discerned a shadowy object resembling a dilapidated door. However, it was certainly not an exit. If the fugitive truly believed that this decrepit wooden door was a viable escape route and collided with it, the thought ignited a hint of schadenfreude at the corners of Yi Weiming's mouth. Yet, this smile lingered on his face for less than a second, as the opponent had no intention of bursting through the door. Instead, when still a considerable distance from the courtyard wall, he leaped high into the air, reaching an impressive height of approximately 10 feet, and with a claw-like grip, seized the edge of the wall-esque green bricks, effortlessly flipping over and escaping the courtyard. As the night remained dim, I pursued closely, exerting myself to leap, yet only managed to ascend a mere half a meter. Observing the imminent collision with the courtyard wall, I hastily extended my left hand, pressing firmly against the wall to propel myself back into the courtyard with grace. Alas, the 8 steps to chase the toad, though commendable in speed, possesses a remarkable advantage that nearly rivals certain intermediate lightness techniques. However, as a rudimentary skill, such outstanding merits inevitably reveal conspicuous shortcomings. Being a ground-based lightness technique, its most significant drawback lies in its inadequacy for high jumps. Chapter 15. What are you staring at? As the night wore on, Yi Weiming found himself in a state of discontent, having lost track of a criminal suspect. Suddenly, a white dove flapped its wings and alighted upon his shoulder. This particular dove was a unique communication item within the game, known as the pigeon messenger. In the instant the dove perched on him, it vanished, replaced by a flashing message in his inbox. Zhang Tsuishan had not fled in haste. Rather, he had sensed someone escaping from a hidden area within the escort agency and had hurried off to pursue them without notifying anyone else. For among those present, he possessed the highest cultivation level and was the only one to notice the disturbance. Although the suspect eluded capture, we have successfully made contact. We shall continue our inquiries in Hangzhou. If there is interest in collaboration, please meet at the Broken Bridge tomorrow at the hour of the rooster. Dugu Qiubai having engaged with the figure in black, Yi Weiming now held over 90% certainty that the massacre at the Longmen escort agency was not orchestrated by Zhang Tsuishan or any disciples of Wudong. Given their shared objective of uncovering the truth behind the massacre, partnering with Wudong seemed a prudent choice. With clarity of purpose, Yi Weiming promptly responded to Dugu Qiubai with a succinct message: no see, no parting. He returned to the escort agency to continue the grim task of collecting the bodies. Once his backpack was filled, he meticulously surveyed the agency once more, confirming the absence of any further clues before employing his lightness skill, 8 steps to chase the toad, and making his way outside the city of Hangzhou, digging graves, returning to the agency to gather more bodies, then heading back outside to bury them. This back and forth consumed a considerable portion of the night. By the time Yi Weiming interred the last body, the sky had begun to brighten, revealing a pale dawn, while the graves he had previously dug had vanished, restored to a smooth expanse of grass by the system. Perhaps characters as minor as Du dying are destined to be forgotten, leaving no trace of their existence in this world. Taking a deep breath of the fresh dawn air, Yi Weiming chose not to return to Hangzhou, but instead utilized his 8 steps to chase the toad to head directly towards Shijiao Mountain. With no leads discovered within the Longmen escort agency, he found little merit in aimlessly inquiring around Hangzhou. It would be far more beneficial to retrieve the secret manual left by Old Manly, enhancing his own strength before meeting with Dugu Qiubai. He had an inkling that the forthcoming task would not merely entail simple deductions and solving a case. The path from outside Hangzhou to Shijiao Mountain was straightforward. One needed only to follow the southern shore of West Lake. Along the way, a group of humanoid creatures known as the West Lake Water Bandits lurked, characterized as aggressive and ranging from level 10 to 12, being mere ordinary foes. Their strength was hardly remarkable, essentially a collection of somewhat fierce commoners, making them exceedingly easy targets for Knight Weiming's current prowess, in stark contrast to their lackluster capabilities. The drop rate of the West Lake Water Bandits is relatively acceptable. Essentially, for each one vanquished, a handful of scattered copper coins can be obtained. While the amount may be modest, with enough defeats, it could accumulate into a substantial sum. It is worth noting that animal-type monsters do not yield any monetary rewards upon demise. Additionally, one can expect to acquire jars of Xionghuang wine, as nearly every water bandit slain results in the drop of a bottle. The effects are as follows upon consumption. The drink bestows an attack power increase of 5 for 1 hour, with a chance of inducing a state of drunkenness. Alongside boosts of 5 to agility and reflexes, the probability of drunkenness is contingent upon the player's tolerance. The benefits may seem trivial, yet they can be exchanged for coin at the town's general store, thus providing another avenue for income. During his encounters with the West Lake Water Bandits, Yi Weiming endeavored to test his corpse-reaping technique once more, although the results were far from satisfactory. He managed to gather 10 corpses but only received a single book titled Insights on Blade Techniques. This tome pertains to the knife technique of the West Lake Water Bandits and serves to enhance the specified blade skill by 5 points of proficiency. With a casual gesture, the manual vanished, and through associative learning, his swordsmanship proficiency increased by a mere point. After gathering 10 corpses, the paltry gain of just 1 point in swordsmanship left Yi Weiming feeling significantly shortchanged. Setting aside the expense of purchasing straw mats, the time spent on corpse handling and burial could have been far more beneficial if dedicated to monster hunting or training. Recognizing that these perpetually respawning outdoor creatures lacked any true value for corpse reaping, Yi Weiming was disinclined to waste further effort. He swiftly pressed onward in a direct line toward his objective, dispatching any attacking water bandits encountered along the way while avoiding unnecessary confrontations. After all, his purpose for venturing here was to search for treasures, not to engage in monster slaying for experience. However, as he approached his destination, the concentration of West Lake bandits became increasingly dense. Upon reaching the summit of Shijiao Mountain, he was met with a scene where the entire peak was teeming with these water bandits. The abundance of monsters, coupled with their average strength and commendable drop rate, rendered this location an exemplary spot for leveling up. Consequently, clusters of players could be seen throughout the forest, teaming up to hunt monsters amidst the lively atmosphere. Upon arriving at the foot of the Leifeng Pagoda, he observed 3 groups of players engaged in their respective monster hunts. Among them was a female player, leaning against the pagoda, skillfully picking off water bandits with a hand crossbow. When approached by an enemy, she remained unfazed, effortlessly kicking it aside before resuming her shooting, clearly relishing the fray. Witnessing this spectacle, Yi Weiming found himself overwhelmed with trepidation. He had come in search of treasure. If such a multitude of players were present when he activated the underground palace, his quest for riches would be futile. Evading the throngs trailing behind him would be a considerable headache in itself. Suddenly, the distant sound of a rooster crowing echoed, prompting the water bandits to flee as if summoned by an unseen command, darting towards hidden recesses. Those nearest to the Leifeng Pagoda rushed directly toward its entrance, and in an instant, they vanished upon crossing the threshold. Within mere seconds, aside from the few water bandits still engaged with players, the rest seemed to evaporate into thin air, disappearing completely from sight. After the players ruthlessly dispatched the water bandits engaged in battle, the once lively leveling spot had transformed into a desolate scene, devoid of any monsters, leaving behind a cluster of players exchanging bewildered glances. The West Lake water bandits only respawn at night, vanishing at dawn and re-emerging after nightfall. Thus, it was time for everyone to disperse. The one speaking was a swordsman clad in the attire of the Taishan sect, though his outfit was incomplete, consisting merely of a long robe. A stark contrast to the full set worn by the novice village's sect guide. Perhaps his sword also left something to be desired. Nevertheless, this was undoubtedly good news for Yi Weiming. With the absence of monsters, players naturally would not linger, and once they departed, he could search for treasures in peace. After a brief farewell, he and his companions left without a backward glance. Other teams followed suit, while Yi Weiming chose to sit cross-legged on the spot, commencing his internal energy recovery. This was a commonplace action within the game, unlikely to arouse suspicion. Approximately 10 minutes later, as his internal energy was fully replenished, he opened his eyes to find the previously mentioned beauty, who had been shooting arrows from the tower, now seated at the entrance of the Leifeng Pagoda, eyes closed. Presumably also recovering her energy. It would be quite challenging for Yi Weiming to enter the tower without disturbing her. Unintentionally, his gaze fell upon the woman blocking the entrance. She was clad in a fitted black outfit, her figure curvaceous, short hair framing a delicate face that exuded an air of sharp competence. Most striking was the long scar on her right cheek, resembling a delicate porcelain piece marred by a crack, evoking an instinctive sense of regret upon first glance. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, locking them with Yi Weiming's. Their gazes met, and from her eyes, he discerned a blend of dissatisfaction, disdain, provocation, and indifference. In summary, her expression conveyed a singular message. What are you staring at? Chapter 16. The Leifeng Pagoda's underground palace as a respectable gentleman. It is inherently impolite to fixate on a woman's shortcomings. Aware of his own shortcomings, Yi Weiming refrained from returning her gaze with a defiant look, instead obediently diverting his attention elsewhere. This was not cowardice, but rather a display of grace. The young woman seemed disinclined to further pursue Yi Weiming's perceived rudeness, rising from the ground and making her way toward the woods not far from the Leifeng Pagoda. However, before Yi Weiming could exhale in relief, he noticed that she merely circled the edge of the forest before returning, now with a bundle of dry twigs and grass in her hands. Soon after, under Yi Weiming's peripheral vision, she arrived back at the pagoda's entrance, kindling a bonfire on the ground and producing a whole plucked white chicken skewered on a wooden stick. It appeared she intended to grill in the open air and dine before departing. Her actions left Yi Weiming feeling quite vexed. After a night of toil, and similarly feeling the pangs of hunger, he resolved not to linger in her presence any longer. If I cannot provoke, then surely I can evade? Rising from his spot, Yi Weiming swiftly employed the 8 steps to chase the toad technique, dashing towards the edge of Westlake. He splashed some lake water on his face, instantly feeling invigorated, and then devoured 3 steamed buns from his backpack, followed by a swig from a bottle of Realgar wine. As for why he washed his hands before eating the buns, let it not be forgotten that he had been dealing with corpses all night. While the game may not introduce bacterial infections, it was rather distasteful to eat without at least washing his hands. Having filled his stomach with the simplest of sustenance, Yi Weiming took up a shovel and began to dig by the lakeside. This was the most significant drawback of the embalming skill for the collected corpses. There were only 2 methods of disposal. One could hand them over to the coroner's office, but they only accepted those that could serve as evidence or clues before a case was solved. Otherwise, one had no choice but to bury them. Disposing of corpses indiscriminately would incur a loss of chivalry points. After nearly an hour spent burying all the bodies, he estimated that the young woman had likely finished her meal and left. He returned to the outside of the Leifeng Pagoda, only to find the remnants of a now extinguished bonfire. Indeed, she had departed. To avoid unnecessary complications, Yi Weiming circled the pagoda once more, discovering no other players in the vicinity before stepping inside. Following the instructions pinned by Old Manly, he twisted a semicircular dragon-carved stone on the left wall. A soft click resonated, and 2 sections of the floor in the center of the pagoda rose, revealing a straight iron chain ladder descending below. Entering the underground palace via the ladder, he found the passageway within surprisingly spacious, capable of accommodating 2 individuals side by side. The surrounding walls were adorned with piles of glowing charcoal, illuminating this subterranean world. As Yi Weiming once again twisted the dragon-patterned stone sculpture to his right, the overhead partition closed once more. Continuing down the passageway, he turned a corner and discovered 2 lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground, those of the Westlake water bandits who had previously roamed outside. Was there truly a presence of Westlake water bandits within the depths of the Leifeng Pagoda's crypt? The note left by Old Lee had made no mention of this. Though perplexed, Yi Weiming instinctively quickened his pace. The sight of the deceased water bandits, their bodies still warm, led him to a troubling conclusion. He was not the first player to enter this place. Others had ventured into the crypt before him. Could it be that Old Lee had left more than just the single clue he possessed? As he pondered, Yi Weiming navigated through 2 more forks in the path, only to find an increasing number of bandit corpses littering the ground. What concerned him further was that the one who had arrived before him seemed well acquainted with the terrain of the crypt, as their route led directly to its innermost sanctum. Though other paths also harbored water bandits, there were no signs of battle there. Realizing that his treasures might have already been claimed by another, Weiming, in a flurry of urgency, unconsciously employed the 8 steps to chase the toad technique, his speed suddenly soaring several-fold. After traversing 2 more forks, he finally exhaled in relief. Ahead lay a 3-way junction. According to Old Lee's map, the treasure was located to the right, while the left path was lined with the corpses of water bandits. This indicated that from this fork onward, the direction taken by his predecessor diverged from his own objective. A divergence, how fortuitous. They could pursue their separate aims without disturbing one another. A harmonious arrangement indeed. Drawing forth his longsword, Weiming intended to carve a path toward his goal when suddenly he heard a flurry of hurried and chaotic footsteps from the left, an alarming sound echoing through the enclosed tunnel. Following closely was a woman clad in black, her short hair framing her face, retreating while fighting none other than the scar-faced woman he had encountered outside the tower. Previously, he had wondered why she lingered after the water bandits had vanished. It seemed she too sought entrance to this crypt. However, the expression on her face was far from pleasant. She appeared somewhat green, clearly succumbing to poison. Behind her, a dozen or so water bandits wielding blades pursued her relentlessly. Ordinarily, a player skilled in agility could easily evade such common foes, and a player adept with hidden weapons, like the scar-faced woman, could effortlessly employ hit-and-run tactics. Yet now, it seemed her poisoned state rendered her movements unsteady, her speed matching that of her pursuers, making it impossible to shake them off. Upon catching sight of Weiming, the scar-faced woman's expression froze in surprise. However, at that moment, she was utterly disinterested in such concerns, her footsteps unwavering as she brushed past the darkness that lay ahead. The water bandits, relentless in their pursuit, had closed in on her, drawing perilously close to the shadows. Observing the gaping vulnerabilities of the bandits surrounding her, she instinctively thrust her sword forward, piercing the throat of the foremost assailant. A resounding 286 emerged above the bandit's head. A critical hit. Her swift action sent ripples through the air, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil pond, instantly stirring a tempest. The fury of the remaining bandits was promptly redirected towards her, as they brandished their weapons in an all-out assault. Unfazed by these brutish foes, whose combat prowess was virtually non-existent, she felt no trepidation. Particularly within the confines of the narrow passageway, the advantage of numbers was rendered ineffective. Moreover, these pursuers had already been worn down by the scarred woman's relentless tactics, their health diminished. Under her fierce onslaught, they swiftly succumbed, transforming into mere experience points before her. As she collected the spoils from the fallen bandits, she noted that the experience and drop rates within this subterranean palace were significantly higher than those outside, marking it as an excellent locale for leveling up. Turning her gaze, she discovered that the scarred woman had not strayed far. Instead, she had seated herself nearby. After tossing a pill into her mouth, she settled cross-legged upon the ground, nonchalantly entering a meditative state. "I say," she remarked with a playful tone, "this hidden palace is quite secluded. Aren't you concerned that I might seize the opportunity to claim all for myself while you are incapacitated?" The scarred woman glanced at her calmly, uttering a single word, "Whatever." With that, she closed her eyes, dismissing the conversation, embodying a valiant demeanor of submission. Chapter 17. The dilemma of Daizong. The scarred woman had come to a realization. In the depths of the tomb, it was just her and Weiming. Given her current condition, if Weiming intended to kill her, escape was utterly futile. Rather than exhausting herself with fruitless worries, she deemed it imperative to focus on detoxification and healing. Otherwise, with her poisoned state, she would likely be unable to fend off even the water bandits lurking within the tomb. Shaking his head, Weiming produced a bottle of realgar wine and casually tossed it, causing it to shatter against the wall behind the scarred woman, dousing her in its contents. As she opened her eyes once more, a glimmer of anger flickered within her gaze. "What are you doing? A soldier may be slain, but not humiliated. If you wish to monopolize the treasures of this tomb and eliminate all threats, I can accept that. With over 100 pounds of muscle before you, come at me. And if I furrow my brow, then I am no hero. However, your treatment of me is rather excessive. What of your character? What of your principles?" Weiming's gaze fell upon the inflamed wound on the scarred woman's right hand, where 2 jagged bite marks oozed with dark blood. "Do you not understand how you are poisoned? This tomb is infested with venomous snakes, and realgar wine will repel them." Having said this, he disregarded her further protest and turned, brandishing his sword as he charged down the right path of the corridor. Utilizing the formidable prowess of the 7th-level Yu sword technique, he dispatched the water bandits with ease, clearing the way swiftly. This corridor appeared to be a dead end, yet it concealed a hidden mechanism. Following the instructions recorded by Oldly, Weiming felt beneath a lamp filled with charcoal and discovered a discreet hole. Inserting 2 fingers, he quickly grasped a pull ring and yanked it downward with force. With a click, the mechanism was activated, and the wall at the end of the corridor responded, revealing a spacious stone chamber. The chamber was devoid of light, but with the flickering flames from the corridor, he observed that it connected to 3 other distinct passages. However, compared to those passages, the chamber was teeming with a multitude of venomous snakes. At least 100 slithered across the floor, walls, stone pillars, and beams. Upon the door's opening, they all turned their cold gazes upon Weiming, sending a shiver down his spine. Fortunately, forewarned, Weiming had consumed realgar wine beforehand. The pungent aroma of the wine repelled the snakes, preventing them from approaching recklessly. To be doubly assured, he produced another bottle of realgar wine, uncorked it, and doused himself once more. Instantly, the entire passage was filled with a potent fragrance of the wine. As the scent spread, the snakes retreated to a safe distance. With newfound courage, Weiming stepped into the stone chamber, retrieving a prepared torch to test another mechanism, sealing the stone door behind him. At this moment, the escape route for Weiming had been entirely sealed, forcing him into a chamber shared with venomous serpents that instilled discomfort merely by their presence. Turning back, illuminated by the flickering flames, Weiming cautiously scrutinized the left side of the wall, previously obscured by the stone door. Ding! The passive skill of autopsy was activated, revealing that the 13th stone brick on the left side of the door appeared remarkably loose, bearing marks of having been pried open by someone else. Upon receiving this system notification, Weiming couldn't help but inwardly curse the malevolence of the game designer. The location of Old Lee's treasure was utterly invisible while the stone door remained ajar, and to uncover this secret, one must first close the door. However, the chamber was teeming with vividly colored snakes, while a spacious, well-lit passage lay behind him. Mustering the courage to seal this solitary exit was no small feat furthermore. Considering the layout of the stone chamber, with the enigmatic passage ahead and the empty platform in the center, this corner behind the stone door was, without a doubt, the most easily overlooked spot. Concealing the treasure here meant that, without Old Lee's map, even Weiming, a professional with the autopsy skill, might have missed it entirely, let alone other players. Reaching out, he pressed down on the visibly disturbed stone brick, which had been pried and then replaced. Behind it, he discovered a canvas-wrapped package, which he promptly opened. Inside lay the manual titled How to Master Mount Tai 1. How to Master Mount Tai, Supreme Mental Technique, the highest mental technique of the Mount Tai sect, capable of predicting the enemy's moves through formidable mental calculations. Delivering a decisive blow. Training requirement: none. A supreme secret skill. It was indeed a martial arts masterpiece, and, moreover, a mental technique. Prior to this, the most advanced martial art Weiming had obtained was merely the basic lightness skill 8 steps to catch the toad, contributed by Qiubai. He never anticipated that he would stumble upon a martial arts classic this time. In Heroic Eternity, martial arts are classified into 6 tiers based on strength, inconsequential martial arts, beginner martial arts, intermediate martial arts, advanced martial arts classics, and legendary divine skills. They are further categorized into 3 main types: internal skills, techniques, and mental methods. The mental method is a rather special category, typically associated with advanced martial arts. Since they are contingent upon other martial arts, their levels are generally not very high. The rarity of an independent mental technique, particularly one of such caliber, speaks volumes about its value. It is essential to understand that every player's martial arts capacity has a limit. One cannot simply learn as much as desired. Each player has only 13 slots for internal skills and 13 for techniques in their skill bar. After filling these slots, if one wishes to acquire new martial arts, they must forget an existing one, along with any attribute bonuses gained from practicing that martial art. The situation regarding the heart technique is quite unique. It does not impose any limit on the number of practices one can undertake. However, there exists but a single slot for equipping heart techniques. This implies that regardless of how many heart techniques one has learned, only the one equipped in the heart technique slot grants attribute enhancements. After all, the heart technique pertains to the mind. The choice of heart technique reflects the state of one's mindset in battle, necessitating a focused approach. Now, examining the cultivation requirements for how the Mount Tai works, there are none. This means it can be practiced immediately. Without hesitation, Yi Weiming pressed the secret manual, which transformed into a beam of white light and vanished before him as the system notification arrived promptly. Ding. Acquire the Supreme Heart Technique. How the Mount Tai works. How the Mount Tai works. Supreme Technique. The pinnacle heart technique of the Mount Tai sect, leveraging formidable mental calculation abilities to anticipate the enemy's moves and strike decisively. Level 1 proficiency, 1000 attack damage, 10 hit rate, 10 critical damage, 10. In combat, it activates an active effect, calculating the vulnerabilities in the opponent's attacks, allowing for a single, devastating strike. Indeed, advanced heart techniques are remarkable, as their attributes enhance attack power and critical damage by percentage. Such effects will undoubtedly grow stronger over time, significantly elevating his attack potential. Moreover, this is merely at the first level. As the level increases, the effects will only become more potent, and this is merely the enhancement under ordinary conditions. What, then, might the scene look like once the heart technique effect is activated? The mere thought of it stirs excitement. Having calmed his emotions, Yi Weiming proceeded to reopen the stone door, departing from the eerie snake cave. Upon rounding a corner, he found the scarred woman standing at the intersection where they had almost brushed past each other, her arms crossed over her chest, leaning against the stone wall. One foot delicately poised on the ground, the other pressed against the wall behind her, observing him with a bemused expression. Now that he had acquired the manual, Yi Weiming no longer regarded her with the same wariness as before. He strolled past her and, half-jokingly, remarked, "I noticed you were severely poisoned earlier. Have you recovered so swiftly?" "Of course," the scarred woman replied with a hint of pride. "Our Tang sect specializes in hidden weapons and poisons. Whether it be antidotes or our internal techniques, we possess significant countermeasures against toxins. Although the snake venom was fierce, given a little time, overcoming it is hardly a challenge. Congratulations then. I wish you a fruitful day." As he spoke, he had already walked past her and was retracing his steps along the path he had come. Yi Weiming was now eager to find a minor foe to experiment with the effects of how the Mount Tai works. Wait a moment. Seeing Yi Weiming about to leave, the scarred woman promptly called out to him, "Would you be interested in teaming up to take down a boss? Considering you previously assisted me, I only require the quest items for my sect. Everything else will belong to you." Chapter 18. The Fierce Yo-Yo. Are you referring to the leader of the Westlake Water Bandits, Qingcheng? Knight Unseen inquired, his heart stirred by the mention. The mission to eliminate Qingcheng, the leader of the Westlake Water Bandits, had indeed been posted by the Divine Capture Bureau, rated at a difficulty of 4 stars. The description did not clarify whether Qingcheng was a boss or an elite monster. It merely stated that his whereabouts were elusive, and even the exact location of his lair remained unknown, leaving local authorities utterly powerless. Initially, Knight Unseen had intended to accept this task. However, he later received a recommendation for a 5-star mission from the Longmen Escort Agency, which came with a formidable martial arts reward along with a penalty for failure. To avoid distractions that could lead to mistakes, he was compelled to forego this relatively mundane task. Upon entering the underground palace and discovering a multitude of Westlake bandits congregated there, Knight Unseen speculated that this might indeed be Qingcheng's lair. Now, upon hearing the scarred woman mention the intention to confront a boss, he could confirm this suspicion with near certainty. The scarred woman seemed slightly taken aback. "Aren't you here specifically for him?" When asked about his purpose, Knight Unseen merely smiled faintly, offering no response. The scarred woman quickly realized her presumption. "How about it? Are you interested in teaming up? Collaboration could be feasible." Knight Unseen pondered for a moment. "If you could wait for me to return and accept the task first." "No need for such formality. Let's form a team, and I shall share the task with you." The scarred woman, as bold as ever, sent out a party invitation to Knight Unseen without further ado. "Ding. Player Yo-Yo has sent you a party invitation." It was unexpected. This woman, with such a spirited demeanor, had a name that matched her delicate appearance. After clicking to accept, Knight Unseen casually asked, "Aren't you on a sect mission? Can that be shared?" "Not at all." Yo-Yo replied candidly. "Since I had already resolved to slay this boss, I intended to accept all related tasks, including the bounty from the authorities." Indeed, bounty tasks were open to anyone, but they were limited to those rated below 5 stars. Tasks from the Longmen Escort Agency, however, were not accessible to players from other sects, except for those like Wudong and Shaolin, which were intrinsically connected to the mission. Task: eliminate the Westlake Water Bandits. Task level 4 stars. A surge of water bandits has been reported in the vicinity of Westlake in Hangzhou, plundering merchants. Their leader, Qingming, is a notorious and vile character, but his movements are shrouded in secrecy, leaving local officials unable to apprehend him. Please capture or kill him. Task rewards: 4,000 experience, 400 cultivation points, and 5 gold. The task shared with him was indeed identical to what he had seen in the Divine Capture Bureau. Knight Unseen glanced at the distribution method for loot within the team, only to discover it was set to be allocated by the captain. He chuckled softly. Accepting a silent loss was not his style. However, before he could voice his concerns, another system notification appeared. Ding! Player Yo-Yo has transferred the captaincy to you. You are now the captain. What a straightforward woman. It seems she truly intends to solely acquire the quest items. After becoming the captain, Weiming promptly adjusted the team distribution model to an equitable allocation. Since we are to undertake a mission, we shall execute it thoroughly, clearing each corridor without leaving a single water bandit unscathed, and ultimately confronting the boss. Upon hearing this, Yao Yao couldn't help but smile. Are you hoping to level up here as well? Suit yourself, it matters not to me. Moreover, Yao Yao possessed a generous spirit, and Weiming had no intention of concealing his thoughts. Based on my prior experiences with quests, many tasks, in addition to fixed rewards, possess a hidden completion metric. I speculate that since this quest is titled Eradicate the Westlake Water Bandits, slaying all the water bandits within this dungeon should yield a reward surpassing that of merely defeating a boss. Weiming's assertion was far from baseless. Take, for instance, the previous task involving the capture of Qiubai. The conventional method required merely to draw him out and stall him for a while, at which point the natural reinforcements would arrive. However, this approach not only resulted in the loss of the boss S-drops, but also limited the quest rewards to those documented at the time of acceptance. In contrast, Weiming and his companions not only defeated Qiubai, but also reaped benefits that far exceeded the simplest completion of the task. In truth, Weiming had already discerned this aspect during his time in the novice village. The village blacksmith requested players to collect 10 pieces of chicken meat, claiming it was for his pregnant wife's nourishment. At that time, the novice village was teeming with players, and the lowest level chickens would be mercilessly slaughtered within seconds of respawning. Other players, having gathered the requisite 10 pieces of chicken meat, could hardly wait to submit their quests and joyfully embark on more advanced tasks, battling higher-level monsters with their newly acquired steel swords. Yet, Weiming persisted in continuing to slay chickens until he had collected 10 pieces of hen meat before submitting his quest. Consequently, he was awarded a superior quality forged sword, and subsequently received a task to deliver a message to Dugu Qiubai, which eventually led him to become a disciple of the Divine Capture Division. Weiming even speculated that the game's design, with such hidden mechanics, subtly conveyed to this batch of immigrants that the rewards for diligent and earnest labor, as opposed to mere compliance, were often markedly different. Yao Yao, evidently not as contemplative as Weiming, did not inquire further into the reasoning. Upon hearing Weiming's intent to clear the water bandits, she readied her crossbow. As they proceeded, upon rounding a bend, they discovered 7 Westlake water bandits occupying the corridor. From a distance, Weiming eagerly activated the proactive effect of Daizong Ruahi. With his left hand forming a calculating gesture, he invoked Daizong Ruahi, activate. To his astonishment, a mathematical problem appeared before him. What was happening? Did one have to answer this mathematical question correctly to activate the proactive effect of Daizong Ruahi? What an absurd martial art. As the formidable Daizong initiated his assault, the notorious bandit from Westlake bellowed a fierce battle cry, brandishing his great blade as he charged forth. Fortunately, Weiming was not alone in this confrontation. Beside him, Yu swiftly loosed a bolt from her crossbow, striking true and inflicting a grievous wound, siphoning away 56 points of the bandit's vitality. However, despite her accurate shot, it failed to divert the bandit's ire from Weiming, who remained the target of his relentless fury. With a whoosh, Yu, seeing her attempt to draw the enemy's wrath had faltered, unleashed a flurry of 5 more bolts, significantly diminishing the bandit's remaining life force. Meanwhile, Weiming was still immersed in the tense calculations before him. Observing his struggle, Yu stepped forward to confront the bandit directly, deftly evading his incoming strike while seizing his wrist, executing a swift kick to his lower extremities, and performing a shoulder throw that sent him crashing to the ground. She then swiftly positioned her hand crossbow against his forehead. At that moment, Weiming finally arrived at the solution to the mathematical conundrum he had been grappling with, 7,215. Yet, before he could catch his breath, Another perplexing equation materialized before him. 11,115? Was this never-ending? With a sense of resignation, Yi Weiming resumed his calculations, while Yu once again took decisive action, pulling the trigger with precision. With a series of resounding thuds, yet another volley was unleashed. Just as Yi Weiming was lost in his computations, a system notification announced that the target had been vanquished and the effects of Daizong's initiative had failed to activate. Chapter 19. The Divine Crossbow of Zhuge. What transpired just moments ago? You seemingly did nothing, yet that water bandit fixated on you relentlessly. Even until his demise at my hands, his initial target remained you. It was only when I obstructed his path that he launched an attack. After lightly touching the corpse of the water bandit, the items dropped were automatically distributed into our packs. Unable to restrain her curiosity, Yu finally voiced her question. With a wry smile and a shake of his head, Yi Weiming replied, I have recently mastered a formidable sword technique, though it requires considerable effort to execute. However, it appears that its taunting effect is exceptional. Upon hearing this, Yu immediately grasped his intent. You aim to test the power of that technique? Yi Weiming, slightly embarrassed, nodded, realizing that testing his martial prowess would consume their shared time. Surprisingly, Yu was unfazed. She waved her hand dismissively, saying, You continue your testing. I shall ensure your safety. This time, I will rely solely on my fists and feet, leaving the crossbow aside. Such brotherly loyalty. Yi Weiming, eager to experience the proactive effects of the Daizong technique, did not hesitate. He quickly calculated again, and the water bandit from West Lake, whom he had targeted, immediately reacted like a cat with its tail stepped on, charging forth in a furious roar. This time, with Yu's cooperation, Yi Weiming did not concern himself with his own safety, focusing intently on the mathematical problems that flickered on the system interface. 1, 2, 3, 5. By the time he reached the 7th problem, the Westlake water bandit was struck down by Yu. It is worth noting that Yu was a disciple of the Tang sect, skilled in concealed weapons. Her martial arts prowess with fists and feet was remarkable. In fact, to reduce her attack power, she had not even donned her gauntlets. Yet, despite this, Yi Weiming could not activate the proactive effect of the Daizong technique until the water bandit had perished. This clearly demonstrated the practical limitations of the technique. However, through this experiment, Yi Weiming discovered something noteworthy. Yu's martial arts skills were indeed impressive. This did not contradict her earlier claims of having no formal training in martial arts, for her techniques resembled real-world combat skills rather than mere game mechanics. Although her attacks lacked any enhancements, the swiftness and ferocity of her strikes rendered the armed Westlake bandit utterly defenseless. Again, before Yi Weiming could utter an apology, Yu was already eager to continue, urging him to summon more foes. The 3rd water bandit met his end when Yi Weiming calculated the 8th problem. The 4th was dispatched upon reaching the 9th problem. The 5th fell at 10 problems. The 6th, still at 10 problems. Finally, when the last Westlake water bandit in the corridor was reduced to under 100 health points, Yi Weiming sprang into action. With his body moving in tandem with his sword, the Longguan sword became a streak of light, piercing directly into the heart of the water bandit. Westlake's heart. Instant defeat. Retrieving his long sword, Yi Weiming silently contemplated the sensation he experienced when he executed that piercing strike. How remarkably proactive was this Daizong technique, appearing almost miraculous. Just moments ago, after completing 10 complex mathematical problems, he was suddenly enveloped by a profound epiphany, as if everything around him fell within the realm of his calculations. His attacks were utterly inescapable for his adversaries. Following this revelation, he thrust his sword with a flawless coordination of every muscle and ounce of internal energy, achieving an ineffable synergy between his inner strength and physical form. In that instant, he felt he had complete dominion over his opponent's fate. What an extraordinary skill, Daizong. Yet, the conditions for its activation were exceedingly frustrating. Observing Yi Weiming, who stood entranced with his sword, Yu could not help but glance over, remarking, I find that this newly acquired sword technique of yours lacks practicality. Yi Weiming nodded in resignation. I have come to that realization as well. Casting a glance at the skill's proficiency, he noted, Proficiency, 1000. The activation of this technique was not only strenuous, but its upgrading conditions were rather harsh, weren't they? After all this effort, you've only gained a single point of proficiency? It seems this technique cannot be perfected through practice alone. It must be enhanced through cultivation points. Then, as if struck by a thought, he added, at present, The only commendable aspect of this technique appears to be its formidable taunt effect. If this skill were to be employed in a typical online game, it would undoubtedly be the quintessential ability for a tank, eliminating any concerns of threat over aggro. I wonder, does this effect hold the same efficacy against players? Only one way to find out, Yu declared, evidently a pragmatist. She stepped back a few paces and said, "Target me as your attack and test its effect." Nodding slightly, Weiming fixed his gaze upon Yu and began to calculate with his left hand. Yu, however, widened her eyes in alarm and instinctively retreated several steps. Noticing her reaction, Weiming hastily ceased his calculations and inquired, "What was that like?" Yu, still trembling, cast a wary glance at him. "It was terrifying. When you activated that skill, it felt as if I was being stalked by something exceedingly dreadful, as if a gun were pointed at my head. Even more harrowing than that." "You speak as if you've had a gun pointed at you before," Weiming noted quietly, recording her description in his mind. He then waved his hand dismissively. "Since this skill proves impractical, let's abandon it and focus on clearing this map instead." As for the frustrating activation conditions of the die zone technique, Weiming was not overly concerned. Even disregarding its active effect, its passive bonuses were formidable enough. In life, one must learn to be content. As the saying goes, the pairing of men and women makes labor less strenuous. A combination of ranged and melee combatants is tactically sound. And with Weiming's agile and keen swordsmanship leading the charge, they could advance without sustaining any injuries. Subsequently, Yu unleashed a flurry of crossbow bolts, displaying no concern for positioning, confidently standing still to maximize her output. In the vast underground palace, the two of them managed to clear the area in under 2 hours, leaving only the formidable boss, Qingcheng, in the grand hall. From a distance, they observed the solitary boss meandering within the chamber, prompting Weiming to chuckle, remarking that the design of this dungeon's climax seemed rather simplistic. Astonishingly, there was not a single guard accompanying the boss. Typically, one would expect 2 or 3 elite monsters to flank him, along with a dozen lesser foes lurking nearby, creating the proper ambience befitting a boss encounter. However, Yu, closely following behind, remarked earnestly, "This is no ordinary boss. Take a closer look at his level." Upon hearing this, Weiming directed his gaze towards the roaming boss. Qingcheng level, 30 health, 6,500. Upon examination, Weiming's brow furrowed in disbelief. Level 30. What a jest. How could a boss of such a low caliber manifest in this underground palace? It was no wonder Weiming was taken aback. Typically, game designers strive to maintain a balance between the levels of bosses and their minions. For instance, the water bandits in the palace were slightly higher in level than those outside, approximately between levels 11 to 13. Thus, one would expect the boss within the same map to be around level 15 and no higher than level 20. Otherwise, it would suggest a flaw in the map's design. Lower-level players would lack the qualifications to challenge the boss, while higher-level players would gain no experience from defeating these lesser foes. One must ponder, for whom exactly was this map designed? If Qingcheng were a hidden boss, it would be understandable, as many hidden bosses are not intended for players leveling up in that particular area. However, as the leader of those lesser monsters, he hardly seemed to fit the criteria of a hidden boss. Logically, a game like Heroic Eternity, endorsed by the government and designated as the sole entertainment project for interstellar immigrants, should not exhibit such a glaring oversight. Yet, this very error unfolded before their eyes. Can you believe it? The boss's level was indeed suspect. At this juncture, Yu dispelled Weiming's confusion, stating, "Do you see the crossbow he wields? It is known as the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, one of the top 10 concealed weapons of the Taishan Sect, a treasure of exceptional caliber. My master warned me during the quest briefing that possessing this crossbow would elevate Qingcheng's power by 15 levels, advising me to proceed with utmost caution." Chapter 20. I am a professional. When discussing precious artifacts, one must mention the classification of equipment in Eternal Chivalry. In Eternal Chivalry, equipment is divided into 6 distinct grades: white, blue, gold, green, precious artifacts, and divine weapons. The initial 4 grades function similarly to those in other online games. White represents the most basic gear with the poorest attributes, blue signifies refined equipment, gold denotes exceptional gear, and green indicates sets. Above these 4 tiers, there exist the 2 superior grades of precious artifacts and divine weapons. Starting from the precious artifacts, each piece of equipment possesses a unique name and a sense of exclusivity. For instance, the Zhuge Divine Crossbow before them is the sole one in the entire game. There is no other like it. After listening to Yu Yu's description, Yi Weiming thoughtfully analyzed. Qinming currently displays a level of 30, which means his true level is merely 15. In the game, when assessing a boss's level, it is typically calculated based on the boss's overall data, allowing players to conveniently gauge the disparity in their strengths. Thus, the boss we face should possess formidable attack power while being limited to level 15 in other aspects. The most vexing part is that he is a ranged class. At this point, a wry smile crept onto Yi Weiming's lips. Fortunately, he is not accompanied by other minions. Otherwise, with minions stationed in front and him providing ranged support from behind, we would not even need to consider how to tackle this boss. Yet even so, to think that a boss of this caliber has a task difficulty rated at only 4 stars? My guild mission is rated 5 stars. Yu Yu shyly interjected. If I were not in the party, this Qinming would only be level 15, and as you mentioned, he would be surrounded by a multitude of elite monsters and lesser foes for protection. However, rest assured, I have prepared to face him one-on-one before coming here. My master mentioned that Qinming does not understand how to utilize hidden weapons, so I should be able to handle this. With your assistance, it will be even more secure. As she spoke, Yu Yu had already raised her hand crossbow, her expression serious. Once I stabilize his aggro, you can seize the opportunity to strike close. As long as we prevent him from creating distance, we should be able to force him to abandon the Zhuge Divine Crossbow in favor of his preferred longsword. Once that happens, it will be considerably easier to engage. Level 30, a ranged boss, and a high damage type at that. Are you certain you can hold his attention? Fear not, for I am a professional. With an air of confidence, Yu Yu's demeanor shifted to one of utmost seriousness, her grip on the crossbow adopting a new intensity. She firmly grasped the crossbow with her right hand, supporting her wrist with her left, her arms bent as she raised the weapon to head height. Her back pressed against the wall as she slowly advanced towards the hall of the underground palace. In this posture, Yi Weiming felt an indescribable sense of familiarity, as if he had witnessed such a stance before. As Yo-Yo gradually approached the grand hall, Qinming remained blissfully unaware until the moment her foot crossed the threshold. It was only then that this level 30 boss finally turned his gaze upon the girl and barked, "So, you are a disciple of the Taishan Sect. Come to seek your demise?" At this juncture, Yo-Yo fully embraced her persona of being fierce and reticent. Upon realizing that the boss had noticed her presence, she swiftly lunged forward, closing the distance between them and bringing herself within the effective range of her crossbow. As her feet touched the ground, her arms stretched out straight, the right hand gripped the crossbow while the left supported her right wrist, unleashing a rapid succession of 6 bolts towards Qinming. Thud, thud, thud. 36, 34, 88, -29. All 6 bolts struck true, causing 6 crimson numbers to hover ominously above Qinming's head, 2 of which indicated critical damage, stripping away nearly 300 points of his health. Qinming, caught in the onslaught, remained in a brief state of paralysis, utterly unable to retaliate. Had Yo-Yo's crossbow bolts been capable of infinite rapid fire, she could have easily subdued this boss. Alas, her crossbow could only unleash 6 bolts at a time before necessitating a 3-second reload. Once the 6 bolts had been discharged, Yo-Yo did not wait for Qinming to regain his composure. She executed a swift roll to the left, evading 3 bolts that he fired upon recovering. Rising to her feet, she deftly maneuvered in an S-shaped pattern, dodging another trio of bolts, before launching another volley of 6 bolts, all of which again found their mark. Remarkably, thanks to her previous movements, she now stood less than a meter away from one of the 6 stone pillars surrounding the hall. After the last bolt was released, she stepped behind the pillar, taking a moment to regain her composure. When Qinming resumed his assault, he unleashed 7 bolts towards the area where Yo-Yo had concealed herself. The formidable power of the Zhuge crossbow shattered the sturdy pillar into debris, yet failed to harm Yo-Yo in the slightest. Emerging from behind the pillar, she unleashed another 6 bolts. Sensing the previous pillar's severe damage, Yo-Yo rolled towards another pillar during the reload time, narrowly avoiding 3 of Qinming's bolts. In a surprising twist, she performed another rollback towards her original position, prompting a silent cheer from the ever-watchful Yi Weiming. However, it was at this moment that disaster struck. As Yo-Yo rolled back, one of Qinming's 3 bolts, seemingly foreseeing her agile maneuver, struck her on the side of her abdomen with devastating precision. The sheer force of the Zhuge crossbow pierced through her, inflicting a staggering 521 points of damage. Once fully healthy, Yo-Yo found herself with barely a sliver of health remaining, on the brink of being obliterated, even though she had not been instantaneously vanquished. The outcome was nearly as grim. Imagine, even the ordinary hand crossbow wielded by Yu could inflict a momentary stagger upon the boss. How much more formidable would be the Zhuge divine crossbow in Qinming's grasp? With a single arrow, Yu not only lost over 90% of her vitality, but was also forcefully toppled to the ground, landing flat on her back. Observing this, Qinming erupted into laughter. "Little one, meet your demise." He stepped forward, raising the divine crossbow once more, aiming at the fallen Yu. At that moment, a figure suddenly emerged from the shadows, seizing Yu's right leg and dragging her behind a stone pillar for cover. Without a doubt, the rescuer was the newly arrived Weiming. Releasing Yu's calf, Weiming flashed a confident smile and declared, "You performed admirably. Leave the rest to me." However, Weiming had initially intended to remain concealed behind the pillar, waiting for the opponent to circle around before launching a surprise attack, forcing him to switch to close-range weaponry. To his astonishment, upon witnessing Yu's rescue, the adversary displayed no eagerness for glory, retreating instead to the center of the Grand Hall in a rather cowardly manner. Chapter 21. The Pain Sensation System. The boss is not following the usual patterns. How are we supposed to fight? While applying a pack of hemostatic ointment to her wound, Yo-Yo said helplessly, "I apologize. The information I received earlier was incorrect. That Qinming is far from ignorant about hidden weapons. His skills are quite refined. He can even predict my movements." Ouch. As she spoke, Yo-Yo's complexion turned ashen, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead. Yet she gritted her teeth and refrained from uttering a sound. Seeing this, Weiming couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, "Sister, haven't you activated your pain sensation?" Activating 100% pain sensation not only allows one to partially mitigate the stiffness caused by attacks through sheer willpower, but also, furthermore, the speed of skill cultivation during combat would increase by 20. Of course, I must activate it. Her reasoning was compelling, leaving Weiming momentarily speechless. However, you are in such agony that you can hardly manage on your own. Shouldn't you deactivate it quickly? This game, designed to protect players, allows the pain sensation system to be turned off at any time once activated. Nevertheless, each deactivation incurs a 24-hour cooldown before it can be reactivated. An activation of the pain sensation mode must occur in a non-combat state. Yo-Yo nodded gently and promptly chose to deactivate her pain sensation in the system's backend. The nearly maddening pain seemed to recede like a tide in an instant, allowing Yo-Yo to feel a sense of relief, unable to suppress a soft moan of comfort. Although the pain sensation was turned off, Yo-Yo remained in a severely injured state, with her attributes diminished to half of their original values, forcing her to rest in place. Because she was still in combat mode, she could not meditate to accelerate her recovery. Just then, the system unexpectedly notified them that they had exited the combat state. Upon hearing this notification, Weiming felt no joy. Instead, he instinctively cursed, "That sneaky one. I was planning to wait until he finished firing the 7 bolts from the Zhuge crossbow before charging out to challenge him one-on-one. At this distance, I am confident I could catch up to him within the 3 seconds it takes to reload the bolts." At this moment, Yo-Yo had already seated herself on the ground, beginning to circulate her energy to heal her injuries. However, this did not prevent her from communicating with Weiming through the team channel. The Zhuge crossbow has a capacity of not 7 but 13 bolts. Previously, you only saw him fire a maximum of 7 bolts at once because I didn't give him the opportunity to unload all his bolts in one go. After sharing some additional information about the Zhuge crossbow, Yo-Yo's expression turned apologetic as she said, "I'm sorry for dragging you into this. In truth, this was a task better suited for a team, but I do not trust the others in our faction, and I have no other friends in the game. Let us not dwell on that. Now, as soon as we peek out from behind this pillar, we will re-enter combat mode. With his archery skills, we cannot defeat or even escape from him. We truly find ourselves in a predicament. Archery skills, is it just him?" As the night lingered, Weiming could not help but chuckle. "You should stop joking. From the recent clash between the two of you, I have discerned the truth. That fellow, just as you previously mentioned, is utterly clueless when it comes to employing hidden weapons. His aim is atrocious. All he knows is how to shoot wildly." Yao Yao's eyes widened at his words. "But what about his predictions earlier?" "Pure luck," Weiming shrugged. "After the prolonged exchange, he has already loosed nearly 20 crossbow bolts at you. It's hardly unreasonable to suppose he hit one by chance, right?" Yao Yao's eyes sparkled with realization. So you're saying that your graceful maneuvers were rendered significantly less effective in his presence. Yi Weiming ruthlessly shattered the young girl's unrealistic fantasies. As for where his next bolt will land, he probably doesn't even know himself. How can you predict it? If it were an ordinary crossbow bolt, like the one you wield, I could attempt to forecast its trajectory and speed, deflecting it with my sword. However, the speed of the Zhuge crossbow bolts is so rapid that it is utterly impossible. With a sigh, Yao Yao remarked, "You can analyze such matters so thoroughly. It seems you are indeed a true master of the game." In response to this compliment, Yi Weiming chose to remain silent, pondering whether he should reveal that his own skill with hidden weapons was no better than that of Qinming, relying solely on luck during his fight with Qiubai. After a moment of silence, Yao Yao once again inquired through the team channel, "What should we do now? Aside from the hand crossbow, do you know how to use any other hidden weapons, specifically those that can be thrown by hand?" Yao Yao's reply was straightforward, "No." Yi Weiming could not help but scoff. "Really? A disciple of the Tang sect who cannot throw hidden weapons?" Yao Yao retorted, "Can you use a gun?" "I mean a handgun." Yi Weiming replied, "No." "Why?" Yao Yu shot back, "A law enforcement officer who cannot use a gun? What's wrong with a Tang sect disciple not being able to throw hidden weapons?" "Never mind, you focus on healing," she added. Yao Yao sat there for over 10 minutes, while Yi Weiming stood guard, keeping a vigilant watch on the boss, Qinming, to ensure that the cunning foe did not take advantage of their momentary distraction to flank them with a few bolts. From Yi Weiming's observations, this boss seemed rather well behaved. Or perhaps more accurately, cunning and patient. Since the moment the two had hidden behind the pillar, he had remained in the center of the hall, crossbow in hand, fixated on them without moving an inch. He did not even attempt to maneuver around the pillar to attack them, nor did he make any effort to destroy their cover by targeting the stone pillar with bolts. While this allowed Yao Yao to calmly recover from her severe injuries and restore her health, Yi Weiming found no opportunity to close the distance and engage strategically. Attempts to activate the skill how to ascend Mount Tai to lure the monster failed, as the system notified him that the distance was too great to meet the skill's activation conditions. Reluctantly, he had to abandon that plan. Half an hour later, with her health fully restored, Yao Yao rose, and the dynamics of the battlefield returned to their original state. The only alteration was that the two individuals had shifted from their previous position outside the hall to a more closely situated spot behind a stone pillar. Peering out swiftly to catch a glimpse of the boss still standing in the center of the hall, Yo-Yo quickly withdrew her head and addressed Yi Weiming. "What shall we do now? Your knowledge of the game surpasses mine, and as the captain, I shall follow your lead in the ensuing battle." Upon hearing this, Yi Weiming could not help but roll his eyes. "Did you not claim to be a professional earlier? How is it that your understanding of the game is less profound than that of an ordinary player like me, a professional special forces operative? Is there a problem with that? No fault in it." Upon hearing her response, Yi Weiming finally comprehended why her previous grip on the crossbow and her movements seemed so familiar. Such maneuvers are frequently observed in crime dramas, war films, espionage thrillers, and even certain superhero movies. It was merely the substitution of a pistol for a crossbow and the change of attire to ancient garb that had momentarily disoriented him. Without further dwelling on her profession, Yi Weiming stated directly, "Individuals of your background typically assume the role of protagonists in earlier novels. I trust you possess a keen sense of timing, so I need not elaborate. I will venture out first to attract its attention. You take the opportunity to assist me in creating a chance for close combat." With that, he channeled his internal energy into his legs, employing the 8 steps to catch the toad technique, and darted out from behind the pillar. "Son Thief, Grandpa is here." Chapter 22, A Second First Kill. Son Thief, Grandfather is here. Though the artificial taunt skill of Yi Weiming could not elicit a system-recognized effect, it successfully drew the attention of the boss, who immediately retaliated with a crossbow shot. However, Yi Weiming's agility far surpassed that of an ordinary player at this stage, and after channeling his internal energy, his speed became astonishingly swift. By the time Qinming had loosed 2 bolts, Yi Weiming had already covered several yards, taking refuge behind another stone pillar. Seizing the opportunity while Qinming's focus was diverted, Yu stepped out from behind the pillar, just as Qinming intended to adjust his aim. Yi Weiming re-emerged from behind the pillar, executing the 8 steps to chase the toad technique to perfection, charging fiercely towards Qinming's position. With 2 targets appearing simultaneously, Qinming instinctively identified the approaching Yi Weiming as the greater threat, and he once again aimed his crossbow. Yet, before he could launch his attack, Yu Yu's bolts had already struck him first. Thud, thud, thud. A sequence of 6 bolts found their mark, and drawing from her previous experience, Yu Yu deliberately slowed her attack tempo this time, by capitalizing on the boss's need for approximately 0.2 seconds of aiming time before shooting. She afforded Weiming additional time. Simultaneously, she dealt 324 points of damage to Qinggong, reducing his health to 6,176/6,500. As for the health lost from her earlier assaults, even her own injuries had fully healed. Could the boss's regeneration outpace that of a player? Of course. The amount of health Yu Yu stripped from the boss with her 6 arrows was not the crux of the matter. The key was that she had delayed him for nearly 5 seconds. 5 seconds was ample time for Yi Weiming to sprint from the periphery of the hall to confront the boss, seamlessly joining forces with Yu Yu in their assault. Subjected to a relentless barrage from 2 assailants, even the boss would feel overwhelmed. In a desperate bid for self-preservation, it instinctively swung the Dugu Divine crossbow to deflect the attack as it broke free from its momentary paralysis. According to Yu Yu's earlier description, this divine crossbow was crafted by the predecessors of the Taishan Sect, who, utilizing the finest materials and dedicating 10 years to its creation, maximized the performance of the repeating crossbow, rendering it incredibly robust, so much so that even blades and axes struggled to mar its surface. Yi Weiming had anticipated this defensive maneuver. With a flick of his wrist, he transformed his thrust into a sweeping motion, and the blade, infused with internal energy, sliced swiftly across Qinggong's wrist that held the crossbow. Ouch! Qinggong cried out in pain as the Dugu Divine crossbow slipped from his grasp, and he stumbled backward, seeking to distance himself from Yi Weiming. But Yi Weiming, relentless in his pursuit, seized the moment when Qinggong was unarmed. He thrust his sword forward, executing the most lethal strike of the Yu Maiden sword technique, Shizi holding hard, directly into Qinggong's chest. 326. The critical damage inflicted by Yi Weiming exceeded that dealt by Yu Yu, more than doubling it. Upon seizing the opportunity, Yi Weiming unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, each strike accompanied by fervent shouts. Shizi holds the throat. Shizi holds the eyes. Shizi holds the temples. Shizi holds the kidneys. He executed the most potent move. Shizi holds the heart, repeatedly, albeit with varying targets each time. This series of assaults consistently struck vital points, depleting the boss's health by over 2,000 points in a mere 7 strikes. The effectiveness of his onslaught was not due to any exploitative ability of Shizi holds the heart, but rather the simplicity and directness of the technique, coupled with the boss's lack of weaponry and proficiency in hand-to-hand combat. After the 7th strike, the boss finally drew the formidable ghost-headed broadsword from its back, swinging it down upon Yi Weiming's blade with tremendous force. The clash resonated through the chamber, causing Yi Weiming to stagger back 3 steps, interrupting his flurry of attacks. In the midst of this disruption, he glanced towards the spot where Dugu Qiubai had previously dropped the weapon and saw that Yu Yu had retrieved it. A sense of relief washed over him as he steadied his sword and charged once more at Qinggong, now armed with a blade. The boss compelled Yi Weiming to abandon his prior strategy of relentless assaults, prompting him to focus entirely on executing the Yu new sword technique, engaging in a tactical duel. Approximately 10 seconds later, despite Yu Yu's reinforcements still not arriving, Yi Weiming remained unfazed. Relying on his superior swordsmanship, he managed to land 2 more strikes on the boss, inflicting nearly 200 points of damage, albeit without critical hits. At this rhythm, he contemplated the prospect of challenging the boss in a one-on-one duel. However, his aspirations for a solitary confrontation were ultimately thwarted. Just as he prepared for a prolonged engagement, Yu Yu's attacks finally materialized. With a flurry of piercing crossbow bolts slicing through the air, a cascade of red damage numbers appeared above the boss's head: 734, 721, 1,465. Each of the 7 arrows struck true, sending Qinggong reeling backward, while alarming damage figures floated above him. Among these, 2 critical hits unleashed nearly 1,500 points of devastating damage. In truth, by the time the 6th arrow struck, the boss's health had already been depleted, rendering the final arrow an act of post-mortem indignity, pinning the lifeless form against a stone pillar. Ding! Successfully defeated the 30-level boss Qinggong, earning 4,000 experience points and 400 cultivation points. Ding! Your level has ascended to 14. Ding! You have successfully vanquished the leader of the Westlake Water Bandits, Qinggong, and have flawlessly completed the mission to eradicate the Water Bandits of Westlake. You have been rewarded with 6,000 experience points, 600 cultivation points, and 2 gold and 50 silver. Indeed, the rewards for eliminating all the bandits surpass those initially promised for merely completing the task. System announcement: the player. Disciple of the Divine Capture Division, Yi Weiming, along with Tang's Sect disciple, Yu, has slain the water bandit leader, a level 15 boss, Qingcheng, who was entrenched in the dungeon of Leifeng Pagoda. They have achieved the first kill and received the first kill rewards, 100 points of Jianghu reputation and 100 points of sect contribution. The system announcement flashed 3 times in succession, yet Yi Weiming's greater concern lay in understanding why, with the same treasured weapon, their damage output surpassed that of the boss wielding it. Because the boss does not know how to use it, Yu replied matter-of-factly, in the hands of the boss. Even the most basic accuracy cannot be assured, let alone the damage enhancement provided by martial arts. However, the skill I practice, the Jingyu, specializes in hand crossbows. Recalling his own sword technique, the Yuan Nu swordplay, which offers a 70 attack bonus, Yi Weiming found clarity. His earlier shock at her ability to swiftly dispatch the boss had momentarily clouded his judgment. Shaking his head, Yi Weiming suddenly inquired, "Could you share the attributes with me?" Although the Zhuge Divine Crossbow was currently in Yu's possession, it was not her own. It was an item meant to be returned to the Tang Sect for quest completion. Naturally, Yu had no reason to conceal the crossbow's attributes and generously sent Yi Weiming a screenshot. Chapter 23. Dividing the spoils. The Zhuge Divine Crossbow, a treasured artifact, was meticulously crafted over a decade by the esteemed predecessors of the Tang Sect, utilizing the finest gold from across the realm and enhancing the original design of the Zhuge repeating crossbow. With a quiver capacity of 13, a reload speed of 2.5 seconds, an effective range of 100 meters, and an attack power of 500, its attributes are nothing short of flawless. Each characteristic is straightforward yet highly functional. The final attribute, the ability to repel, is particularly formidable. What do ranged classes fear the most? Naturally, it is the approach of melee classes. This repelling effect allows one to push back any adversary attempting to close the distance, rendering it a divine artifact capable of kite-fighting to victory. With a tone of envy, Chen expressed his admiration, but Night Without Dawn abruptly shifted the conversation, inquiring, "How much time does the system allot you to return the crossbow?" Yo-Yo was momentarily taken aback. "How did you know there was a time limit? Isn't it obvious?" Night Without Dawn shrugged. "With the Zhuge Divine Crossbow in your possession, you dispatched the level 15 boss Qingming in just 7 shots. Even though he wasn't at full health, he still had a significant amount left. Had he been at full health, I imagine a single volley would suffice, requiring no reloading. For a level 20 foe, 2 rounds of continuous fire would likely be adequate. And for a level 25, Night Without Dawn left the statement hanging. But the implication was clear. If you did not immediately return to complete your quest, but instead chose to undertake more tasks and farm bosses, you could amass an impressive wealth of experience, skills, equipment, martial arts manuals, and gold in no time, easily outpacing ordinary players. However, given the game's inherent nature, would it truly allow players such a generous opportunity? Suddenly recalling something, Night Without Dawn spoke with an enticing tone, or you could choose to betray your sect. That is out of the question. Yo-Yo responded with unwavering resolve, clearly indicating that the notion of treachery was not to be entertained. She swiftly redirected the topic. You guessed correctly. I must deliver this quest within 3 hours, or I will be deemed a traitor and hunted down by the NPC masters of the Tang Sect and other players, though I have been granted 3 hours. There is also a prompt stating that the sooner, the better. Then let us return and submit the quest as swiftly as possible. That prompt undoubtedly correlates directly to the final reward. After all, a few hours will hardly allow for the defeat of 2 bosses, let alone the time required for travel. Now, let us divide the spoils. No need, Yo-Yo asserted decisively. I have already stated that I only require the quest item. Do not be so hasty in your refusal. There are other valuable items within this hall. How about I gather everything first, and we can then discuss a distribution plan. Do as you wish. I still do not want any of it. Night Without Dawn ceased further discussion, reaching for the corpse of Qingming, impaled upon the pillar. The Mountain Blade technique, unorthodox, a widely circulated martial art in the realm, known for its fierce and brutal moves. Requirements for mastery: arm strength 23, comprehension 10. Ghost Head Great Blade, blue, a formidable blade imbued with a sanguine aura. Attack 42, defense 7. Bamboo Hat, blue, a hat woven from bamboo. Effective for shielding against wind and rain. Defense 10. Cowhide boots, blue boots crafted from tanned cowhide, lightweight and durable. Physical defense 5, agility 5. Method of brewing Qingcheng wine. A manuscript detailing the procedure for concocting Qingcheng wine. Qingcheng wine. Currency 1 gold and 21 silver. While looting the corpse of the boss, I recall that back in March, I was fortunate enough to acquire an intermediate palm technique along with a basic lightness skill. Yet now, upon searching this corpse, I have only retrieved a collection of worthless items. It is worth noting that although Qianming was somewhat lackluster, he was still a level 30 boss. Is it merely my ill fate? Or is it that defeating him grants the opportunity to obtain the Zhuge Divine Crossbow? Rendering all other drops mediocre in comparison, Yi Weiming meticulously examined each item, pondering over them before stowing them into his backpack. He feigned nonchalance while observing Yu Yu's reaction. When he reached the cowhide boots, he noticed her eyes suddenly light up, though she quickly masked her enthusiasm. Indeed, is she genuinely intrigued by these boots? Yi Weiming swiftly opened the trade interface. These boots possess commendable attributes, and as a ranged profession, you certainly require agility. You may keep them. While I shall claim the manuscript on brewing Qingcheng wine, the rest I will sell for coin, and we shall share the profits. However, there is no room for discussion. Without your assistance today, I would have been unable to conquer this boss alone. Moreover, since we are in a team, it would be inequitable for me to reap all the rewards, wouldn't it? How could we collaborate in the future? To be frank, the 2 pieces of equipment dropped by Qianming were not of poor quality, yet the benefits bestowed by the Divine Capture Division were exceedingly generous, providing a complete set of blue gear upon entry, with commendable attributes to boot. This is why he dismissed Qianming's drops as worthless. Other sects do not enjoy such privileges. Every piece of sect equipment requires contribution points and currency for exchange. Take Yu, for instance. While agility is indeed crucial for her, it pales in comparison to the importance of attack power. Thus, even if she accumulates enough sect contributions, she would prioritize upgrading her crossbow over her footwear. After witnessing Yu Yu's skills, Yi Weiming felt a desire to foster a friendship. It would be prudent to avoid monopolizing rewards during our first collaboration, wouldn't it? This does not reflect a mercenary spirit on Yi Weiming's part. Adult relationships often begin with mutual benefits, devoid of any impurities. A notion that can rarely be found even in the halls of academia. Seeing Yu Yu still hesitating, Yi Weiming urged, "Quickly take them, don't delay. I need to search for other treasures." At last, Yu Yu accepted the boots, while Yi Weiming proceeded to gather Qianming's remains, making his way toward a pair of displays in the corner of the hall. Acquiring the insights of blade techniques, the recorded blade techniques of Qianming, the leader of the water bandits of Westlake. This tome, when applied to a designated blade technique, can enhance its proficiency by 800 points. Skillfully utilize this insights of blade techniques along with the preparation method for Realgar wine. Ding. Through the study of the insights of blade techniques, you have gained an additional 200 points in the proficiency of how to ascend the heights of Mount Tai. Ding. You have mastered the method of brewing Realgar wine, increasing your culinary proficiency by 100 points. This grand hall is not merely a vacant stone chamber. It is adorned with numerous furnishings, such as Buddhist statues and ceremonial implements, most of which are of little use to players, or perhaps can be considered antiques. Previously, while Yo-Yo was recuperating, Yi Weiming had observed this environment and unexpectedly received several system prompts. Indeed, after a thorough exploration, he collected a wealth of valuable items, the abundance of which surpassed even the rewards for defeating a boss. Chapter 24. Sot Ed Pork slices the Diamond Sutra, a sacred text of Buddhism. Upon usage, it enhances comprehension. Repeated use is ineffective. Sherry, the relic left behind after a venerable monk's passing. Upon usage, it bestows an increase of 5,000 cultivation points. This tome, which augments one's enlightenment, paired with a relic that enhances cultivation, constitutes a pair of invaluable treasures that money cannot procure. The worth of these 2 items is roughly equivalent. The distinction lies in one being more conducive to long-term growth, while the other can immediately elevate combat prowess. Let us combine our efforts. With ladies first, please choose. How could I accept such gifts? Yao Yao resolutely shook her head. These treasures were found by chance. I contributed nothing. I absolutely cannot take this relic. Nightfall sighed in resignation, silently consuming both items in one go. In truth, his earlier insistence was merely a courtesy, a test of the young lady's character. Such opportunities are rare and cannot be squandered. What if she were to be swayed by his sincerity? That would be a considerable loss. Ding. You have consumed the relic. Gaining 5,000 cultivation points. Ding. You have read the Diamond Sutra, enhancing comprehension to level 1. His cultivation surged to an unprecedented height, prompting Nightfall to access the skill interface, eager to upgrade How the Great One is. Ding. How the Great One is belongs to a special category of mental techniques and cannot be upgraded using cultivation points. What? This How the Great One is cannot be upgraded with cultivation points. Considering the exasperating activation conditions, it seems that normal practice is an insurmountable challenge for an ordinary person. Every successful activation merely increases proficiency by 1 point, yet the activation condition requires correctly answering 10 mathematical problems consecutively. To reach 1,000 points of proficiency, one must solve 10,000 mathematical problems, and this figure pertains solely to advancing from the first to the second level. What lies ahead? This is not merely a game. It is akin to 5 years of college entrance examinations and 3 years of mock tests. Moreover, the increase of 1 proficiency point per 10 questions is calculated under optimal circumstances. In reality, the unpredictable nature of battle renders focusing solely on math akin to courting disaster. It is fortunate that proficiency can also be enhanced through related learning, for otherwise, it would be utterly inhumane. As he retraced his steps along the original path, Nightfall utilized his cultivation points to elevate both breath regulation and female sword technique by 1 level each. However, his once amassed cultivation points dwindled to a mere single digit. Night Unclear level, 14 health, 760 inner strength, 550 physique, 73 arm strength, 73 agility, 138 reaction, 73 talent, 25 comprehension, 29 breath control technique, non-master level, level 7 proficiency. 6,400 a fundamental breathing technique in the martial world. Devoid of any distinctive features, yet it ensures one is never at risk of deviating into madness. Health, 350, inner strength, 350, physique, 35, arm strength, 35, agility, 35. Reaction, 35 sword technique of the Maiden, non-master level, originating from the spring and autumn period. This sword technique possesses moderate power. Level, 8 proficiency, 12,800 power, 80. Accuracy, 88 steps to chase the toad, beginner. Level, 3 proficiency, 912,1000 a widely circulated lightness skill in the martial world that significantly enhances movement speed. Agility, 60, How the Mount Tai, secret technique. Level, 1 proficiency, 201,1000 attack damage, 10, hit rate, 10, critical damage, 10. In battle, it can activate an active effect, allowing for the calculation of the enemy's weaknesses, delivering a decisive blow. Equipment, slightly mentioned with Night Unclear's current attributes. Even the attack from the Zhuge Divine Crossbow in Yo-Yo's possession would not be enough to eliminate him in 1 hit. Perhaps, upon reaching the entrance of the underground palace, Night Unclear once again manipulated the mechanism to open the secret passage. He then began to climb the chain ladder, each step causing the chains to emit a sharp clattering sound. However, just as he ascended halfway, a barrage of crossbow bolts suddenly shot down from above, striking Night Unclear directly. 42, 39, 95. Among the numbers indicating health loss, a critical hit emerged, taking away nearly half of Night Unclear's life. By the heavens! Startled, Night Unclear quickly released the ladder, plummeting into the underground palace. He swiftly sidestepped several steps to evade the line of sight from the entrance, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Hastily, he retrieved a healing pill from his pouch and swallowed it, his expression turning grim. It was clear without question that the two of them had fallen into an ambush, trapped within this underground palace with but a single exit. At this moment, Yo-Yo drew forth the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, leaping towards the lower part of the underground palace. She aimed the crossbow and gestured to Night Unclear, indicating that the enemy could not be seen from her vantage point. Just then, a woman's voice drifted in from outside the palace. That girl is rather quick on her feet. As soon as I began my attack, she jumped down. And I couldn't finish her off, she managed to escape. The implication in her words suggested that Night Unclear was mistaken for Yo-Yo. No matter. At that moment, another voice, also feminine, echoed. After the girl who appeared later urged the speaker to remain calm, she raised her voice and called out, "Yo-yo. We bear no ill intentions for coming here today. A secret ambush yet claiming no malice?" Weiming cast a sidelong glance at Yo-yo, conveying that this woman was quite amusing. However, Yo-yo's expression was decidedly grim as she asked in a low voice, "Are you the boiled meat slice?" "Oh, Yo-yo. Why such a distant title? I remember you used to call me Senior Sister Meat Slice, didn't you?" The woman outside chuckled, then suggested, "But as for what to call me, I am indifferent. I merely wish to discuss a business proposition with you. We are prepared to offer 50 gold for the Zhuge Divine crossbow in your possession. What do you think, Junior Sister Yo-yo?" Yo-yo clenched her silver teeth. 50 gold for the Zhuge Divine crossbow. Why don't you just rob me? The boiled meat slice, upon hearing this, let out a delighted laugh and replied with a sense of triumph, "Oh, come now. Isn't that precisely what I am doing? Dream on." Yo-yo retorted, "Please, Junior Sister Yo-yo, do not be so agitated. Take your time to ponder this. I am in no rush." The boiled meat slice, exuding confidence, continued, "However, I suspect the Zhuge Divine crossbow is time-sensitive in your hands. I advise you to think carefully. Should the task fail, and you be expelled from the sect, you will find yourself pursued by NPC experts, leaving you with nothing." Yo-yo's face darkened significantly at this moment, while Weiming inquired in the team channel, "What is happening?" "I've been set up," Yo-yo replied candidly, revealing that she was uncertain of Chun Ming's exact location and would not recklessly undertake this 5-star task. The information about him hiding in the Lei Feng Pagoda's underground was something she learned through another task, which the boiled meat slice had inadvertently divulged during casual conversation. Upon hearing Yo-yo's words, Weiming began to piece together the situation in his mind. If she truly eliminated you, could she be so certain that the Zhuge Divine crossbow would drop? The drop rate for the Zhuge Divine crossbow during the task is 100, making the period after acquiring it the most perilous. Before obtaining it, failure merely results in a loss of rewards and the opportunity to re-attempt the task. However, once acquired, whether through a drop or failure to report back to the sect in time, it would be viewed as betrayal. Chapter 25, Poisonous as a Serpent. Upon hearing Yu's words, Weiming could not help but let out a cold laugh, remarking, "So it means she was the one who initially discovered the task clues. Yet she chose not to undertake the mission herself. Instead, she subtly conveyed this information to you, prompting you to complete the task. Then, she set a trap to ambush you and seize the Zhuge crossbow?" At Weiming's analysis, Yu nodded helplessly. "This is the only method that allows us to obtain the Zhuge crossbow without betraying the Tang sect." Weiming nodded lightly, indicating his understanding. Although the Zhuge crossbow is formidable in the hands of an ordinary player, it merely serves as a weapon that may impress in the early stages but lacks true effectiveness without corresponding skills. To unleash the true power of the Zhuge crossbow, only the skills from the Tang sect can achieve that at this moment. Should the wielder betray the Tang sect, disregarding the joint pursuit from sect NPCs and players, they would undoubtedly fail to learn any subsequent skills from the sect. Without the support of these advanced skills, the weapon's impact would diminish significantly after an initial period of glory. Comparatively, the strategy of the water-boiled meat slices is indeed far more comprehensive. Yet, she is quite sinister. Her actions are undoubtedly driven by self-interest, leading Yu into a perilous situation. Such a woman is truly as venomous as a serpent. At that moment, Yu continued, "The water-boiled meat slices do not refer to a single individual. It seems she entered the game alongside several others who share a close bond, namely Crystal Grape, Heart Protector, Jelly Pudding, and Jumping Candy. In total, there are 5 young women, all disciples of the Tang sect, and they must be waiting outside." Weiming nodded, glancing upwards before stating, "So, there are at least 5 powerful crossbows awaiting us outside?" Yu shook her head, in addition to the hand crossbows. "There are also regular hidden weapons, the kind you previously mentioned that can be thrown by hand. Unfortunately, we are currently trapped in this predicament. If I had the Zhuge crossbow in hand, I wouldn't fear them at all. I do have a way to send you up while drawing their fire. Are you prepared? We shall act immediately. Shouldn't you restore your health first? Only by taking action now can we achieve the element of surprise." As they spoke, Weiming ceased his chatter, swiftly retrieving Qinming's corpse wrapped in a grass mat from his backpack. With a powerful motion, he hurled it upwards from the entrance of the underground palace. As he completed the act of throwing the body, Weiming turned his body, leaning against the ladder at the cave's entrance, settling into a stance reminiscent of military training for scaling walls, with his fingers crossed beneath his abdomen. Yu, being a former Special Forces operative, immediately understood the implication. Without hesitation, she took a running leap, her feet landing firmly upon Weiming's interlocked hands. As the night grew darker, Weiming forcefully hurled the body of Qinming upwards, and Yo-Yo, seizing the momentum, leaped into the air, pursuing the lifeless form. The entrance to the underground palace was merely 2 meters above the ground. Given the agility of both Weiming and Yo-Yo, it would be absurd to attempt a direct leap from such a height. However, throwing either Qinming's corpse or Yo-Yo posed no challenge for Weiming. Outside the underground palace, in the grand hall of the first level of Leifeng Pagoda, 5 Taemin players, led by the dish of boiled meat slices, positioned themselves strategically around the stone opening of the underground entrance, maintaining a distance of approximately 3 to 4 meters. Having learned from their initial ambush, they dared not stand too close to the entrance, fearing the loss of their tactical advantage. They lacked the confidence to swiftly eliminate Yo-Yo as she emerged. Yet with the Zhuge Divine Crossbow in her possession, Yo-Yo could effortlessly dispatch them. This formation allowed them to maximize their firepower. The moment Yo-Yo revealed herself, they could all unleash a barrage to eliminate her. Suddenly, the 5 players spotted a pale object soaring from the depths of the underground palace, its size suggesting that someone was concealed within. Without hesitation, they unleashed their assault, crossbow bolts, and hidden weapons aimed at the white object. They dared not gamble. If Yo-Yo managed to land, her formidable Zhuge Divine Crossbow would guarantee their defeat, even in a 5-to-1 scenario. However, as their attacks rained down, they were met with dismay. No damage indicators appeared above the bamboo mat. Just as they realized they had been deceived, Yo-Yo had already leaped out from the underground palace. And before they could adjust their tactics, she retaliated, firing a series of powerful bolts from the Zhuge Divine Crossbow. Almost every shot resulted in one of them being reduced to a mere wisp of light. 741. Instant kill. 736. Instant kill. 750. Another instant kill. Although Weiming's internal cultivation technique was of a lower tier, he had reached the 7th level, granting him slightly higher health than the average player, totaling merely 760 points. In full health, he believed he could withstand a non-critical shot from Yo-Yo, but these Taemin players, despite possessing basic internal skills, were likely only a few levels above the novice tier. Faced with the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, their life and defense were as fragile as paper. Any near miss could spell doom. In the air, Yo-Yo dispatched 3 adversaries, though she herself suffered 2 flying daggers and a stone projectile. Nonetheless, these ordinary attacks were insufficient to eliminate her. Upon landing, she executed a roll to evade the 2 incoming projectiles and swiftly turned, releasing 2 more arrows. 735. 1,580. A regular strike followed by a critical hit, resulting in 2 more swift eliminations. The might of the treasured weapon was undeniably overwhelming. It was only at this moment that Weiming ascended the stairs. System announcement. A brand new dungeon, the Leifeng Crypt, has been unveiled in Hangzhou City, with a level requirement of 1020. Players may enter this dungeon through the Leifeng Pagoda on Shizhou Mountain. System announcement. Hangzhou City. Has the map of this crypt transformed into a dungeon? Weiming is not particularly concerned about this. He thinks he might revisit it when time permits to see if he can uncover 1 or 2 Buddhist scriptures, or perhaps some relics. Silently noting this information in his mind, Weiming surveyed the surroundings and found the hall empty save for the bodies of Yu and Qinming, prompting him to sigh. Has everything been resolved? Yes, it has, he nodded, though a hint of melancholy clouded his expression. The feeling of betrayal by a friend was disheartening. Even though he had successfully defeated the opponent, it did not bring him any joy. Picking up Qinming's body, Weiming gently patted her shoulder and said, "Let us depart." Yu regarded Weiming with curiosity. Why do you always carry this body? Why not dispose of it instead of retrieving it? Weiming shrugged. It's a skill from my sect. Collecting bodies preserves evidence. However, once these bodies are collected, they must be returned to the divine capturers or buried. Previously, I used it as bait, which cost me 2 points of chivalry. If I sell it back after retrieving it, I can regain 1 point. That truly aligns with the style of your divine capturers, doesn't it? As she spoke, Yu's expression suddenly stiffened, a layer of frost enveloping her face. Weiming, taken aback, asked, "What is the matter? Did my sect skill offend you?" "It has nothing to do with you," Yu replied through gritted teeth. Shui Zhu Roupian just announced in the sect channel that he has acquired the Zhuge Divine Crossbow and hurriedly informed all players in the sect about the quest task. Chapter 26. The Web of Heaven and Earth in the sect channel. shouting out requires expenditure. A cost of 10 gold coins is undoubtedly a considerable sum for players at this stage. Since entering the game, Weiming has scarcely incurred any significant expenses, amassing just under 20 gold coins. The group known as Shui Zhu Ro Pian possesses greater financial resources, yet they too are far from the realm of indulgence. It is essential to note that all players in Xia Yi Yong Hung start from the same point, with no opportunities for monetary infusion. Spending 10 gold coins on equipment would raise no eyebrows. But utilizing such funds to broadcast in the sect channel is an act of extreme extravagance, one that Weiming has yet to witness anyone undertake. Yet, Shui Zhu Ro Pian has done precisely that. By spending 10 gold coins to disseminate the news of Yu obtaining the Zhuge Divine Crossbow throughout the sect, they have escalated their actions to a new level of harm, inflicting damage upon themselves while simultaneously harming others. Throughout this ordeal, Yu has committed no wrongdoing against them. Rather, they're the ones at fault. Now, they have orchestrated such a scheme, seemingly intent on a relentless confrontation, which explains Yu's profound anger. Calculating the time, Weiming furrowed his brow and remarked, "Anger serves no purpose now. The pressing concern is that a multitude of Tangmin players will soon arrive in Hangzhou, intent on pursuing you, even within Tangmin." "That is impossible," Yu interjected, shaking her head. "Once I enter Tangmin, high-ranking NPCs will come to my aid. If anyone attacks me there, the repercussions will be no less severe than losing the Zhuge Divine Crossbow. Weiming, this matter does not concern you." Waving her off, Weiming interrupted, "As friends, let us not be overly sentimental. Follow my lead. We shall proceed thus." After parting ways with Weiming employed the 8 steps to chase the toad technique, swiftly returning to Hangzhou. Along the way, he encountered numerous disciples of Tangmin. But knowing Yu was a female player of their sect, none dared to provoke him. Maintaining his rapid pace, he circled the city before retracing his steps, entering a small grove not far from the west gate with the items he had just procured. "Tell me, is your plan truly foolproof?" Seeing Weiming return, Yu expressed her lingering concern. Following his strategy, she had circled outside the sect, inadvertently drawing hundreds of Tangmin players to pursue her. Fortunately, her speed and training as a special soldier had equipped her with the skills to utilize her surroundings to evade capture, preventing her from being cornered. Otherwise, she might have met a dire fate. "You have witnessed my agility. Evading pursuers is certainly within my capabilities." As the night remained dim, Weiming smiled faintly. Exchanging a set of light green garments purchased from a tailor's shop, along with the ghostly blade previously revealed by Qingcheng, for Yu's Tangmin hand crossbow. Subsequently, the two began to change attire. Yu donned the pale green outfit, exuding the essence of a chivalrous woman of the rivers and lakes. A stark contrast to her former dark, fitted attire. This enchanting figure, gripping a ghostly blade, presented an oddly whimsical sight. Conversely, Weiming slipped into a similarly styled black ensemble, tailored for men, as the game did not permit cross-dressing at will. Clad in the black tight-fitting attire, with the Tangmin hand crossbow in hand, and a straw hat that Qingcheng had dropped placed atop his head, he appeared to be an unmistakable disciple of the Tangmin. However, upon glancing at Weiming, Yu could not help but chuckle, remarking, "You look undeniably male." "No worries, I have a solution for that." As he spoke, Weiming produced 2 large steamed buns, tucking them beneath his garment at either side of his chest, creating a fuller appearance. Yu exclaimed, winky face, "Is that really a viable tactic?" "Hee. Up close, it may reveal numerous flaws, but I shan't allow them the opportunity to approach me," Weiming declared proudly. "Time is of the essence. Your current task is to follow the route I previously provided and make haste to detour to Longjing village. Then take the carriage back to the Tangmin." Without waiting for Yu to respond, he swiftly executed his movement technique, darting towards the western gate of Hangzhou City. Behind him, Yu's voice echoed, "Weiming, I shall remember this favor today, no matter what." Before Weiming could reach the city gate, a throng of around 100 players surged forth from within the city, encircling him. What? If they ambush from the city gate, their success rate will be higher? Let us not forget, there is only one Zhuge Divine Crossbow. If we cooperate, who will claim the spoils? Naturally, in a situation like this, it is each for themselves. And whoever seizes it first shall keep it. Upon seeing the players emerge from the city gate, Weiming hastily turned to flee. The pursuers, upon witnessing his retreat, intensified their chase, their thoughts racing. If he has no ghost, why is he running? They devised a plan to flank him from both sides, determined not to let him escape. The Zhuge divine crossbow is destined to be mine. Suddenly, amid the crowd, one individual detected something amiss. That fellow's attire seems rather peculiar. Another quickly replied, a case of wanting to cover up, I suppose. Indeed. A third voice chimed in. Do you think donning a straw hat will conceal your identity? Brothers, the Zhuge divine crossbow belongs to the worthy. But why refer to them as brothers and not brothers and sisters? In the game Eternal Chivalry, players do not display their IDs above their heads, making it challenging to ascertain one another's true names. The only means of identification is through forming parties or adding friends, or by recognizing faces. However, the number of players from the Tang sect is substantial, and how many truly know Yo-Yo? Consequently, over 90% of those pursuing Yo-Yo are male. And their hunting criterion is simple. Upon encountering a female disciple of the Tang sect, they attack. Among the unfortunate first victims were the 5 players who relayed the information to them and remained outside the city to watch the spectacle. Their fate deserving of a 3-second moment of silence. After all this commotion, no female disciple of the Tang sect dares to venture into Hangzhou anymore. Knight Unclear lacks the refined combat proficiency that Yo-Yo possesses. Chased by over 100 individuals, he can only rely on his speed to escape. Nevertheless, he holds an advantage. His velocity surpasses that of the average player. After all, we are still in the early stages of the game, where players, upon joining a sect, find their skills limited. Under such circumstances, one naturally prioritizes enhancing internal skills and martial techniques that directly boost combat capability. Who would squander hundreds of cultivation points on lightness skills? Knight Unclear's approach reflects this logic. He initially upgraded 8 steps to chase the toad to the 3rd level because his internal skill and swordplay levels were sufficiently high, rendering the 800 points of cultivation insufficient to elevate these directly combat-enhancing arts. And thus, Knight Unclear fled. A large throng of Tang sect players pursued him. Initially, he merely matched his speed to that of Yo-Yo, but as he noticed the possibility of being encircled due to his positioning, he had no choice but to accelerate. He worried that this might expose him, but the loud discussions among the players behind him quickly dispelled his concerns. Why is she running so fast all of a sudden? Could there be a mistake? There was no mistake. Let us not forget he had just achieved a first kill on a boss in Qinming. Aside from being the target of our sect's mission, was also a wanted criminal by the government. The rewards for killing the boss and completing the bounty task combined amounted to at least 600 or 700 cultivation points, sufficient to elevate his lightness skill by 2 levels. Upon hearing these conversations, Knight Unclear silently commended the speaker. What a vivid imagination. At this moment, Yo-Yo was en route to Longjing village. Chapter 27. The dragon-slaying sword. Under the relentless pursuit of Yi Weiming, a multitude of Tang men disciples found themselves trailing behind, resigned to the dust of his heels. However, upon traversing a small grove, they soon lost sight of him entirely. Unable even to savor the taste of dust in their mouths, for Yi Weiming had eluded them. At this juncture, a few quick-witted individuals among them suggested returning to lay ambush at the gate, prompting the disciples to charge back towards the western gate of Hangzhou City with renewed fervor. 20 minutes later, Yi Weiming emerged outside the northern gate, only to once again be pursued by a horde of Tang players. Meanwhile, Yu was still en route to Longjing village. According to Yi Weiming's plan, his mission was to probe each of the 4 city gates of Hangzhou, signaling to the disciples that Yu was still lurking outside the city, seeking a flaw through which to infiltrate, and then return to the Tang men via carriage. Thus, it was certain that each of the 4 gates was heavily guarded by Tang men disciples, and Yi Weiming was quite pleased to engage them for a while longer. However, this time, he encountered a formidable opponent. Heroic Eternity is a game with 1 million concurrent players, and it was unlikely that Yi Weiming was the only skilled player among them. While his speed could surpass that of 99 of ordinary players, there were always a select few whose speed matched his own. Outside the northern gate of Hangzhou, he encountered such an expert. With the speed granted by his level 3/8 steps to catch the toad, Yi Weiming sprinted more than 3 miles, yet a Tang player remained in pursuit. The distance not only failing to widen, but rather diminishing. This indicated that the Tang player was, astonishingly, even faster than Yi Weiming. With the prey now a mere 100 meters away, the pursuing Tang disciple laughed with exhilaration. Sister Yu, I, Tang Sankai, am unlike the others. You may outrun them, but you cannot shake me. How about we strike a deal? Hand over the Zhuge divine crossbow to me, and I, Tang Sankai, promise to assist you 3 times. Whether in quests, boss fights, or PKs. What say you, sister? Yu sent a message via carrier pigeon. Who is Tang Sankai? Reply. I have not seen him in person, but I have heard of him from Shui Zhu Ro Pian and others. He has proven to be a top-tier expert in previous games and is currently showcasing remarkable prowess in heroic eternity. Shui Zhu Ro Pian mentioned he might be the foremost player among the Taishan disciples. Have you encountered him? Once again, Yu sent a message. Since I have the leisure to send you a message, it indicates that I am in no danger. Just inquiring casually. Reply. Oh, the foremost expert among the Taishan players? Quite intriguing. After reading Yu's response, Weiming abruptly halted, executing a swift 180-degree turn. With his left hand calculating the odds, he aimed the crossbow in his right hand directly at Tang Sankai. How does the Mount Tai effect activate? Under the influence of the How does Mount Tai effect, Tang Sankai felt an icy chill surge from his heels, racing straight to the crown of his head. He felt that in his relentless pursuit, he seemed to have overlooked a pivotal issue. Suddenly, he came to a screeching halt, and Tang Sankai turned to flee. What nonsense was this? The opponent wielded the formidable Zhuge Divine Crossbow. Such a weapon could not be faced by a single individual. Why was he chasing so frantically? With a faint smile, Weiming deftly circumvented towards the eastern gate of Hangzhou, his speed inexplicably accelerating. His 8 steps to catch the toad had, during this chase, once again leveled up, reaching the 4th tier. However, considering that the figure behind him might be a gaming expert, and as such, easily able to discern the essence of a boss combined with a bounty task reward, it was improbable for Yu to elevate her basic lightness skill by more than 3 levels. Thus, he refrained from hastening after his lightness skill upgrade, instead utilizing the intimidation of the Zhuge Divine Crossbow to deter Tang Sankai. At that moment, Yu was still en route to Longjing Village. After another 20 minutes, Weiming finally circled around to the small grove outside the eastern gate of Hangzhou. Just as he intended to draw some attention again, he received a message from Yu via carrier pigeon. Task completed. Should you require assistance in the future, I am at your service. This succinct message evoked a vivid image of Yu's stern, yet charming visage in his mind. Without replying, Weiming donned his court eagle dog outfit and leisurely entered Hangzhou through the eastern gate. Players from the Tang Sect arrived swiftly and dispersed just as quickly. As Yu disembarked from the carriage at the Tang Sect station, players immediately recognized her, particularly upon witnessing a high-level NPC personally approach her for a task exchange. It became evident to all that the outcome of today's chase had been determined. Consequently, those who had not participated in the pursuit began sending messages to their friends via carrier pigeon. News spread rapidly, and soon everyone was aware that the Zhuge Divine Crossbow was beyond their reach, prompting them to disperse. After all, everyone had their own affairs to attend to. Did they not? As the sun set, the scenery by Westlake was breathtaking. The broken bridge, one of the 10 scenic spots of Westlake, was not only steeped in beautiful legends related to the White Snake, but also served as a romantic rendezvous for couples in the game. Along the path, one could frequently observe pairs of male and female players laughing and conversing, occasionally hearing a woman singing sweetly about ghostly tales, generously spreading affection. As for the notion that the novice period was a crucial time for enhancing personal strength and closing the gap with others, for many of their age, nothing was more significant than the pursuit of romance. Weiming had no intentions of engaging in a romantic affair within the game. However, witnessing the couples around him made him feel quite uncomfortable. This discomfort was not born from envy over their affection, but rather from the realization that during this prime romantic season, he had traveled a great distance to this celebrated love locale merely to meet with an old Taoist monk. How could this not be vexing? Even more troubling was the fact that the person he was to meet was, in fact, an elderly male Taoist. Brother Yi, you've arrived, he greeted. From a distance, Weiming spotted Dugu Qiubai, clad in a Taoist robe, waving at him, instantly attracting various curious glances from the surrounding couples. Approaching Dugu Qiubai with a scowl, Weiming couldn't help but grumble. Look at this place you've chosen. I had no choice, Dugu Qiubai replied with a helpless expression. This is my first time in Hangzhou, both in reality and in the game. There are only a few places I know by name: West Lake, the Broken Bridge, Leifeng Pagoda, and Lingyin Temple. The area of West Lake is vast, and Leifeng Pagoda is crowded with players. As for Lingyin Temple, I suspect they may not be welcoming to Taoists. Just because there are many people at the leveling spots, does that mean there are fewer here? Sensing the unusual gazes around them, Weiming felt a prickling sensation on his back. Perhaps we should find another place to talk. Their stares feel as if they are calling out for Sasuke like Naruto. Indeed, I feel it too, Qingbukue conceded. The two swiftly employed their movement techniques, escaping the territory dominated by couples near the broken bridge. Our objectives align. Providing a foundation for collaboration, Yi Weiming stated. However, my understanding of this mission is still insufficient. You have followed me from Wudong Mountain to here. Surely you know more than I do. What would you like to know? Qingbukue inquired. It would be best to start from the beginning. To begin from the start. One must speak of the dragon-slaying saber. The dragon-slaying saber? You've heard of it, brother Yi? Of course, Yi Weiming replied. I still remember a rhyme associated with the dragon-slaying saber. What was it again? Ah, yes. He clapped his thigh, exclaiming, the dragon-slaying treasure saber, click to receive. Chapter 28. The Storm Pavilion. The legendary dragon-slaying blade, as mentioned by Qingbukue, is certainly not a mere trinket that one can receive with a simple click. Rather, it is an authentic weapon of immense power, exceeding even the famed Juga crossbow in its might. What renders the dragon-slaying blade even more formidable is its association with an aura of unfathomable mystery within the martial world. There exists a saying among the populace, the supreme of the martial realm, the dragon-slaying blade commands respect. It issues commands to the world, and none dare defy. Until the heaven-leaning sword appears, who can rival? Here, the dragon-slaying blade refers to the very weapon in question, while the heaven-leaning sword pertains to the Amei sect's famed sword, which, notably, is not currently in their possession. Not long ago, during the grand celebration of Zhang Sanfeng's birthday, Yu Dian inadvertently acquired the dragon-slaying blade while journeying back to pay his respects. However, this stroke of fortune led him into a treacherous trap, where he fell victim to the venomous mosquito needle and 7 stars nail, both lethal concealed weapons. Upon regaining consciousness after a period of unconsciousness, not only was the dragon-slaying blade missing, but he also found himself paralyzed and unable to move, subsequently delivered to the Longmen escort agency by individuals of dubious intent. The events that followed closely resembled the contents of the distress letter penned by Du Dajin, though Qingbukue recounted the tale from the perspective of the Wudong sect. After sharing his knowledge of the incident, the two found themselves at the western gate of Hangzhou. In ancient times, to prevent bandits from disturbing the populace, city gates were closed at night, and during times of turmoil, curfews were strictly enforced, forbidding citizens from venturing outside. However, within the realm of the game, such strictures are relaxed for the convenience of players. As Yi Weiming listened intently to Qingbukue's narrative, he meticulously cross-referenced the information with his own knowledge. Once he concluded, he extended his right hand, revealing 2 concealed weapons in his palm. Are these the mosquito needle and the 7 stars nail you mentioned? Upon hearing this, Qingbukue promptly took them for inspection. The mosquito needle, a poison-laden concealed weapon, retained only 1/5 of its original toxicity since it had been employed once. The 7 stars nail, similarly tainted with venom, bore the same diminished potency. While neither weapon bore the insignia of any particular sect, they undoubtedly served as crucial clues for their quest. Observing this, Qingbukue eagerly inquired, where did you procure these 2 weapons, brother Yi? Yi Weiming did not hesitate to respond, from Du Dajin of the Longmen escort agency and the escorting masters. This implication brightened Qingbukue's eyes. So, the assailants who injured Yu Dian, are they the same individuals responsible for the massacre of the Longmen escort agency? While such a conclusion was not difficult to deduce, possessing tangible evidence altered the gravity of the situation. Recalling the individual with claw techniques he encountered at the Longmen escort agency the previous night, Yi Weiming added, to be precise, they likely belong to the same faction. Firstly, both the renowned heroes Yu Sanxia and the skilled members of the Longmen escort agency were injured by the same 2 types of concealed weapons. Furthermore, prior to the escort, the adversary had made threats to annihilate the Longmen escort agency, which, despite some discrepancies, suggests a definite connection. Qingbukue nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. But how can we confirm the identity of our opponent, and where shall we search for these individuals? In response, Yi Weiming shook his head with a sigh. The only remaining clue, I fear, is the dragon-slaying blade. Where do you intend to take me? To meet Zhang Suishan. No, I should refer to him as my 5th master uncle. He then winked at Yi Weiming, implying that upon meeting, he could not directly address Zhang Suishan by name. Manners must be observed. Fengbua Pavilion, historically, is a pavilion located within the Dali Temple prison during the Southern Song dynasty, renowned for the tragic execution of the national hero Yu Fei. In eternal chivalry, the era is defined as an alternate dynasty akin to the Northern Song, with only the capital Bianliang possessing a Dali temple. Thus, Fingbo Pavilion transforms into an ordinary pavilion situated outside the city. A public facility where players and common folk can rest as they pass by. From a distance, Yi Weiming noticed 6 Taoist players from Wudong seated on the grass in the pavilion, engaged in light-hearted conversation. Outside, a refined young man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the picturesque scene of Westlake, presenting a stark contrast to the rugged demeanor of the players inside. Had it not been for the judge's pin and tiger head hook slung casually at his side, Yi Weiming might have mistaken him for a frail scholar, lacking the strength to harm even a chicken. Who would have imagined that this seemingly delicate scholar could hold his own against 7 masters of the Shaolin sect just the night before? Master Uncle. As they approached, Dugu Qiubai respectfully cupped his fists in greeting to Zhang Suishan, embodying the charm of a chivalrous hero from a period drama. Returning his gaze, Zhang Suishan nodded to Dugu Qiubai and then addressed Yi Weiming. I am Zhang Suishan of Wudong, and I thank you, young brother, for your righteous words last night. I was in haste to depart, having heard commotion from the back hall of the escort agency, fearing the thieves might escape. I regret not being able to explain myself to everyone before I rushed out, yet it appears they still managed to flee. Zhang Suishan's willingness to explain the situation to Yi Weiming, given his esteemed position, indicates his regard for him as an equal, devoid of any arrogance typical of martial arts elders or disdain commonly shown by ordinary folk towards officials. Yi Weiming returned the gesture with equal respect and promptly addressed the matter at hand. I have already discussed the general circumstances of the case with Brother Yin on our way here. There is no need to elaborate on the details. I found these concealed weapons on the body of the escort masters from the Longmen escort agency. I ask that you examine them, Master Zhang. As he spoke, he revealed a mosquito needle and a 7-star nail in the palm of his hand. Dugu Qiubai thought to himself, so that's why he so readily handed over such crucial evidence. It appears he possesses more than one set of concealed weapons. Wait a moment. Remembering yesterday, he mentioned that all the escort masters at the escort agency had been slain by hidden weapons. Does this imply that there are numerous such concealed weapons in their possession? Upon seeing 2 hidden weapons, Zhang Suishan's gaze sharpened. He swiftly took them from Yi Weiming's hand for a meticulous examination, then spoke in a grave tone. These are the mosquito whisk needle and the 7-star nail. My third brother was indeed injured by these 2 types of hidden weapons. It appears that the assailant who harmed my third brother and the perpetrator who annihilated the entire Longmen escort agency belonged to the same faction. Yi Weiming nodded slightly, agreeing with Zhang Suishan's line of thought. He then promptly proposed, the Shaolin sect is currently investigating the truth behind Du Dajin's murder. Since we can now ascertain that the individuals responsible for injuring Yu Sandai and for the massacre of the Longmen escort agency are one and the same. Has Zhang Wuxia considered collaborating with the Shaolin sect on this case? I happen to be well acquainted with a disciple of Shaolin and can take on the responsibility of liaising with him. The noodle vendor is quite decent. Now that we have discovered a mutually beneficial path, Yi Weiming believes it prudent to involve them as well. This way, we honor our friendships and furthermore, the amalgamation of the martial prowess of Shaolin and Wudong will aid in accomplishing our mission. After a brief hesitation, Zhang Suishan nodded in agreement. Then I shall trouble you, Brother Weiming. Yi Weiming smiled slightly, then sent a message via carrier pigeon, stating, the ones who exterminated the Longmen escort agency are the same group that ambushed Yu Dian. I possess evidence to substantiate this claim. In brief, are you interested in collaborating? Yi Weiming. The pigeon flew off, yet it did not venture beyond his sight. Instead, it landed directly on a nearby player by the West Lake, who was wearing a conical hat and engaged in dispatching water bandits. Upon receiving the message, the player was momentarily taken aback, swiftly dealt with the water bandit before promptly removing his conical hat and donning the attire of a Shaolin disciple. The pigeon returned. Thank you for your consideration, Brother Weiming, but our mission has been altered, so I apologize, brother. In that brief moment, the 10 or so players at the shore who were dispatching water bandits had all changed back into their Shaolin disciple garb and rushed toward them. Mission altered? Apologies? Yi Weiming was taken aback, then immediately called out, this is bad. There's an ambush. Chapter 29. The Master of Emptiness. Upon hearing the reminder from Yi Weiming, the disciples of Wudong were simultaneously startled. Each one hastily seized their weapons and rose from the ground, only to find that the encroaching Shaolin disciples were the same as before, which left them feeling somewhat perplexed. Previously, during the encounter at the Longmen escort agency, the disparity in numbers had not truly posed a threat to them. Why were they resorting to such theatrics again today? Seeing the Shaolin disciples closing in, Zhang Xueishan furrowed his brow, recognizing the gravity of the situation. This matter is urgent. We should not allow unnecessary complications. Let us depart. Zhang Wuxia. Do you think it is too late to consider leaving now? A resounding voice interrupted as the 7 Shaolin NPC masters who had battled Zhang Xueishan previously emerged, flanking the players and surrounding the Wudong disciples. With the opposing experts now gathered, Zhang Xueishan stepped forward, confronting the assembled Shaolin figures. In a solemn tone, he addressed Master Yuanin. We have uncovered some leads regarding the perpetrator. Does the Shaolin sect truly intend to persist in making things difficult for us, acting in a manner that brings joy to our enemies while causing pain to our kin? With palms joined in reverence, Master Yuanin replied. Since Zhang Wuxia has found a lead, that is indeed excellent news. I would be grateful if you could accompany me to Shaolin to clarify the matter with the abbot. It became apparent that the intent of the Shaolin had remained unchanged from the beginning. They sought to capture Zhang Xueishan and take him to Shaolin. Yi Weiming furrowed his brow in contemplation. What could be their true motive? Were they genuinely seeking to uncover the truth behind the massacre at Longmen Escort Agency? Or was it merely a pretext to gain an upper hand in the ongoing contest with Wudong? Or perhaps it was related to the dragon-slaying saber. As Yi Weiming pondered these questions, Zhang Xueishan had already drawn the iron pin and silver hook from his back. What if I refuse? Ba. Suddenly, a Buddhist chant resonated, echoing in the ears of everyone present, lingering in the air. Accompanied by this sacred sound, an elderly monk clad in a cassock approached them with seemingly slow steps. Yet covered a distance of 100 meters in mere moments, his speed surpassing even that of the world champion sprinter. Upon witnessing the monk's arrival, Zhang Xueishan's expression shifted. Losing the calm demeanor he had maintained, Master Qingcheng, remaining silent, Yi Weiming observed the unfolding situation, internally reflecting. It appears that this Master Qingcheng is their greatest reliance today. Yet his true identity remained shrouded in mystery. Sensing Yi Weiming's confusion, Dugu Qiubai seized the moment to clarify. Qingcheng is one of the 3 eminent monks of the Shaolin sect, renowned for his extraordinary prowess. His mastery of the Shaolin Dragon Claw technique is unparalleled, even surpassing the late Master Qingjian. Yi Weiming was taken aback by this revelation. You are aware of all this? He chuckled. My master enjoys sharing tales of the Jianghu with me, and I find them quite fascinating. Thus I've committed many of them to memory. Knight Unclear was about to inquire about his master's esteemed identity within the Wudong sect when another Wudong player, armed with a blade, interjected with evident discontent. What are you even discussing with this fellow? I now harbor serious doubts that these Shaolin monks aren't the ones he lured here. This is preposterous. Yet, Dugu Qiubai, possessing a keen intellect, discerned that the opposing party had clearly laid a trap long in advance, and since he had only just escorted Brother Yi here, it was evident that he bore no culpability in this matter. At that moment, Noodle Bun stepped forward, addressing Dugu Qiubai with a grin. You are quite astute, my friend. Were it not for this unfortunate collision of quests, I would gladly welcome you as a companion. He then turned to the Wudong disciple who had questioned Knight Unclear, stating, At this juncture, I see no harm in revealing the truth. The 6 of you Taoists are far more conspicuous when walking together than anyone else. Upon hearing Noodle Bun's words, the expressions of the Wudong players transformed dramatically. Previously suspecting others of revealing their whereabouts, it dawned upon them that they were the ones being followed. How embarrassing. A little too quick, a little too painful. While the players engaged in their dialogue, the NPCs of both factions were also in negotiation. However, the Shaolin sect was resolute in their intent to capture Zhang Xueishan. And how could he acquiesce to such an unreasonable demand that would tarnish the dignity of Wudong? Naturally, their conversation quickly devolved into a physical confrontation. Simultaneously, players from all 3 factions received system prompts. The Wudong players were alerted. Zhang Xueishan is being challenged by Master Qingcheng of Shaolin. During the confrontation, he realizes his strength is inadequate against the opponent, and fearing for the younger disciples, he is caught in a dilemma. Immediate assistance is required to alleviate Zhang Xueishan's concerns. The Shaolin players received a prompt stating, detain all Wudong disciples present, ensure none escape before Master Qingcheng subdues Zhang Xueishan, and at least one must remain alive. Knight Unclear as prompt read. Conflict arises between Shaolin and Wudong disciples. Please choose. 1. Assist Shaolin. 2. Assist Wudong. 3. Remain a bystander. Brothers, let us engage. The moment the system prompt materialized, Noodle Bun issued his command and charged towards the Wudong disciples. The prepared Wudong disciples also launched their counteroffensive, intent on breaking through. Without a moment's hesitation, Knight Unclear made his choice, drawing his Dragon Roar sword to block Noodle Bun's advance. Is Brother Unclear truly resolved to support Wudong? Just a task. Good. With that affirmation, Noodle Bun ceased his politeness and immediately unleashed a series of Luohan fist strikes, leading the charge against Knight Unclear. Relying on his superior equipment and high swordsmanship level, Knight Unclear managed to hold off 4 Shaolin disciples, including Noodle Bun. Now, the prowess of Weiming has significantly improved compared to yesterday. Even against 4 adversaries, they find themselves momentarily unable to contend with him. He now possesses a confidence akin to that of Zhang Cuishan, as long as he can provide cover for his fellow Wudong disciples to escape. He can choose to retreat at his leisure. With his 4th level skill, 8 steps to chase the toad, his agility has reached a staggering height of 158 points. If he were determined to flee, few players of similar caliber could hope to catch him. Furthermore, among the Shaolin disciples before him, none excel in agility. Weiming is remarkably powerful, and his fellow Wudong disciples are also formidable. However, amidst the overwhelming numbers of the Shaolin disciples, breaking through is no simple task. To complicate matters, the 7 Shaolin NPCs who had besieged Zhang Cuishan just yesterday now stand nearby as onlookers, ready to intervene at any moment. Although Weiming understands that the system would not assign players an impossible task, he has pondered for quite some time yet remains unable to devise a solution to his current predicament. Does the nature of the task shift to disregard balance once it involves player confrontation? Just as Weiming contemplates how to navigate this impasse, Dugu Qiubai suddenly calls out from the crowd, "Brothers, hold on. If we persist, we can achieve victory." Hold on? What is the situation? Shouldn't they be shouting to charge forward and carve a bloody path? Chapter 30. The clue of the dragon-slaying saber the 7 NPC masters of the Shaolin sect merely observed, which, in truth, was not without justification. Deploying a high monk of the Kong character to contend with Zhang Cuishan already bore the hint of overwhelming the weak with the strong. Should they add a host of Yuan and Hui character monks to besiege him, it would transcend the notion of mere imbalance. It would be a shameless display. As the pinnacle of the righteous martial arts community, Shaolin could ill afford to lose face in such a manner. In contrast, the confrontations among players were governed by the system's regulations. In this particular quest, the system mandated player versus player and NPC versus NPC encounters to ensure an optimal balance and gameplay experience. Therefore, the NPCs remained passive spectators. The battle had escalated into a fervent clash. On the NPC side, although Zhang Cuishan wielded a martial art style that suited him remarkably well, his overall strength paled in comparison to Qingcheng's, and as time progressed, he gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Continuing in this manner, defeat was merely a matter of time. On the player's front, as time elapsed, both sides experienced a steady depletion of health. Weiming had lost about half of his health, while his 4 adversaries were faring even worse, particularly one Shaolin player wielding a blade, whose health had dwindled to a mere quarter. This was primarily due to Weiming's conservative tactics. Elsewhere on the battlefield, casualties had begun to mount. 2 of the 7 Wudong players had perished, while 3 from Shaolin had met the same fate, thus maintaining Shaolin's numerical superiority. In such a situation, Weiming could have seized the opportunity to eliminate the adversary with the least health, thereby enhancing their advantage. However, recalling the words shouted by Dugu Qiubai earlier, he suppressed this thought. At that moment, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Suddenly, a shadowy figure darted out from below, and with a flourish of its hands, the 7 Shaolin onlookers involuntarily shivered. Almost immediately, one of them exclaimed, "Look out! It's a hidden weapon, and it's poisoned." With that alarm, the 7 began to assess their injuries. Meanwhile, the shadow leaped into the air, unleashing a barrage of hidden weapons upon the players engaged in battle. Weiming had heightened his vigilance the instant the shadow appeared. Seeing the attack directed at him, he sharply propelled himself off the ground, executing the 8 steps to chase the toad with utmost precision, narrowly escaping the onslaught of hidden weapons. While Weiming's evasion was both graceful and impressive, the others lacked his agility. Among the players, aside from a few individuals, the majority fell victim to the dark-clad assailants' weaponry. The disciples of Wudong suffered particularly grievous losses, as this shadowy figure, upon its emergence, first targeted the 7 Shaolin NPCs, creating an illusion that they were allies, leading them to be unprepared for the ensuing assault. The consequences, in such circumstances, were all too predictable. Among the remaining 5 disciples of Wudong, 3 were directly struck down, their forms dissolving into ethereal light. Only Dugu Qiubai and another player wielding a judge's pin akin to that of Zhang Suishan managed to escape unscathed. The Shaolin players fared little better. Despite their initial precautions upon the appearance of the cloaked assailants, the nature of the attackers' methods differed significantly from those employed against the Wudong disciples. In their assault on the Wudong disciples, the cloaked figures utilized a relatively overt weaponry, potent enough to result in swift eliminations of the already weakened players. Conversely, when targeting the Shaolin players, they resorted to a far more insidious form of weaponry, difficult to anticipate and considerably less powerful, yet laced with deadly poison. At that moment, the majority of the Shaolin players were already turning green, suffering continuous damage. Cease this mischief. The voice of Qingcheng rang out with authority as he abandoned Zhang Suishan, his figure flashing towards the cloaked assailants. Unperturbed, the cloaked figure simultaneously thrust both hands forward, unleashing a volley of over a dozen concealed weapons towards Qingcheng. The latter, dismissive, retorted with a disdainful remark about trivial techniques, sweeping his robe sleeves to deflect the incoming projectiles. However, the cloaked figure seized the opportunity, employing swift motion to retreat into the distance. The arrival of the cloaked figure had disrupted the entire battlefield, leaving the Wudong players in dire straits while the Shaolin faction, both players and NPCs, were afflicted by poison. Only Qingcheng remained, unwilling to abandon his numerous junior disciples in pursuit of the enemy, even neglecting to assault Zhang Suishan. Having narrowly escaped, Zhang Suishan swiftly grasped the arms of 2 Wudong disciples, instructing young brother Weiming, follow closely, before employing the technique of ladder cloud to soar away into the distance. It became evident that the sudden cloaked figure was the key to turning the tide. Had Dugu Qiubai anticipated their appearance when he urged everyone to hold on? Ding! Congratulations on completing the temporary task of aiding the Wudong disciples. You have received a reward. Experience 5,000, Cultivation 500, Jianghu Reputation 10. Knight Unclear's thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a system notification, followed by a moment of clarity. Indeed, high risks were accompanied by high rewards. This simple PK had yielded rewards equivalent to that of a 4-star mission. Quite commendable. Zhang Suishan's escape route diverged from that of the cloaked figure, prompting Qingcheng to extinguish any thoughts of pursuing the two. Instead, he swiftly moved among the afflicted Shaolin NPCs and players, deftly sealing their meridians with a flurry of hand gestures to prevent the further spread of poison. As Qingcheng began to tend to the injuries of the Shaolin disciples, Knight Unclear, rather than following Zhang Suishan's directive, suddenly veered back towards the direction of the Shaolin disciples, causing those recently battered players to retreat in fear. Unexpectedly, he merely bent down to retrieve several concealed weapons previously struck down by Qingcheng before resuming his pursuit towards Zhang Suishan's departing figure. Employing the 8 steps to chase the toad technique, Qingcheng Shizu, upon witnessing the audacious demeanor of Yi Weiming as he prepared to depart, a Shaolin player remarked, "Will you allow him to leave so arrogantly?" Amitabha. Qingcheng merely uttered a Buddhist chant, disregarding the Shaolin player's protest, and focused on channeling his energy to expel the mosquito needle that had penetrated Yuan Yin's body. As the poisonous needle was extracted, Yuan Yin felt a significant clarity wash over her. She then delivered a sharp slap to the bald head of the protesting Shaolin player, exclaiming, "What do you understand? That arrogant fellow is an official of the court. While your player versus player skirmishes may be overlooked, should Master Qingcheng choose to assault an officer of the Divine Capture Department, it could be construed as violent resistance to law enforcement, or even as an unwarranted attack on law enforcement personnel. In broader terms, well, it would surely bring trouble upon Shaolin." In the current realm of players, Yi Weiming's agility was undeniably exceptional. Yet to keep pace with Zhang Suishan was a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, Yi Weiming remained unfazed, for Ding. Zhang Suishan of Wudong extended an invitation to rendezvous at the ferry near Qingcheng to jointly investigate the truth behind the annihilation of the Longmen escort agency. The coordinates were. Upon locating Zhang Suishan and his companions, Yi Weiming, without waiting for inquiries, produced 2 hidden weapons, a mosquito needle and a 7-star nail, proclaiming, "I found these at Fenbo Pavilion." Zhang Suishan's eyes flickered with intensity. He wished to articulate something but ultimately settled for a lengthy sigh, then stated, "In truth, we have already uncovered clues regarding the dragon-slaying blade. Today's investigation into the Haisha gang bore fruit, revealing that the Taishan Sect is to hold a Blade Appreciation Conference at Wangpin Mountain. I wish to invite young brother Weiming to accompany us. What say you? It seems that Wangpin Mountain is likely the final stage of this 5-star quest, is it not? Weiming's heart swelled with joy, and he immediately clasped his fists in response, declaring, "It is better to obey than to show respect." Chapter 31. The Feeble Hero as the Qingcheng River flows downstream. Its waters widen. Weiming emerged from Zhang Tsuishan's cabin just in time to see Dugu Qiubai and another Wudong disciple standing at the bow, enjoying the river breeze. With a gentle smile, he approached the two and exchanged greetings. Dugu Qiubai inquired, "How did your conversation with Master Zhang go, Brother Yi?" Weiming shook his head slightly. "Master Zhang knows little about the unfolding events. I gleaned no further insights from him. However, I am yet to learn the name of this brother here." With only 2 Wudong disciples remaining, Weiming felt it necessary to familiarize himself with his other companion. When asked his name, the disciple, who bore a weapon identical to Zhang Tsuishan's, exhibited an unusual expression. Dugu Qiubai, laughing heartily, provided the answer, speaking of him. "He is quite renowned in heroic eternity. I wonder if Brother Yi has heard of Xiaobi?" Upon hearing the name Xiaobi, Weiming's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the relatively handsome youth before him, exclaiming, "You are the feeble." He halted mid-sentence, realizing that uttering the full moniker could be somewhat hurtful. Xiaobi, unfazed by Weiming's reaction, nonchalantly waved his hand. "Indeed, I am the feeble hero, that is correct. I hope for your kind support moving forward." In the realm of heroic eternity, where millions are simultaneously online, players had grown accustomed to witnessing someone claiming a first kill on television. Yet, the achievements of this particular individual were strikingly unique, etching him into Weiming's memory. He had earned the title of Feeble Hero for being the first player to be pecked to death by a chicken. Seeing that his counterpart was unperturbed, Weiming finally posed a question that had long piqued his curiosity. "Given that the novice village is teeming with players, how did you manage that?" "What you mentioned pertains to the initial 2 hours of the game," Xiaobi replied, shaking his head. "Upon entering the game, I was assigned a calligraphy task, which I pursued for 2 hours. However, the rewards were quite substantial, granting me 3 points in insight. By the time I proceeded to slay chickens, the crowd had thinned considerably." "Then how could you be pecked to death by a chicken?" Weiming found it hard to believe. After all, a chicken was merely a chicken. Could it truly be more ferocious than a person? Xiaobi continued, "While I was midway through the task, I noticed a scoundrel harassing a female player. I cannot abide such behavior, so I confronted him. In response, he attacked me, and I managed to defeat him. However, after the player kill, my health was nearly depleted. Unbeknownst to me, as a newcomer, I failed to monitor my health bar attentively and, in a moment of carelessness, inadvertently killed a hen. Instantly, 3 roosters descended upon me, and thus, out of nowhere, I acquired the title of Feeble Hero and a girlfriend. Goodness, a hero rescuing a damsel in distress, successfully finding love? That is quite the plot twist." After introducing Xiaobi, Dugu Qiubai shifted the conversation. "What are your thoughts on the previous ambush by Shaolin, Brother Yi?" "Brother Yin, are you testing my capabilities?" Dugu Qiubai, feeling a bit hesitant, responded, "After all, we are all in the same boat, sharing the same objectives. Engaging in discussions regarding our insights on this task will certainly aid us in accomplishing it more effectively. Won't it?" Hearing this, Weiming smiled calmly and replied, "From a narrative perspective, this incident is quite logical. Since you have managed to uncover clues about the Heavenly Eagle sect, it stands to reason that the Shaolin disciples might also obtain information regarding the dragon-slaying saber. After all, aside from the elusive Heavenly Eagle sect, Yu Daiyan was the last person to have contact with the dragon-slaying saber. The Shaolin sect has justifiable reasons to suspect that Wudong possesses accurate intel regarding the saber's whereabouts." Dugu Qiubai nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, even when interrogated, Yu Daiyan did not divulge any information. Others might not readily believe that the Wudong sect is unaware of the saber's location. I had been so fixated on my own thoughts that I failed to consider this point. With a slight shrug, Weiming continued, "In truth, the storyline is merely a plausible justification. I suspect the reality is that the system does not wish for players to complete this task with ease. Hence, it intentionally raises the difficulty. First, it incites a conflict between the disciples of Shaolin and Wudong, and then the black-clad figure intervenes, conducting a final selection, allowing only the survivors to proceed to the next phase." At this moment, Xiaobi suddenly interjected, What confounds me is the stance of that black-clad figure. Since they intervened to break the deadlock, why would they simultaneously attack both sects? It appears rather contradictory. Perhaps their sole intention was to rescue Zhang Suishan. After all, if the Shaolin disciples are injured, it would hinder their NPCs, and if the Wudong disciples fall, Zhang Suishan would be relieved of his burden. Much like before. He could carry both of you and make his escape. If all 7 are alive, he might find it impossible to manage. He waved his hand dismissively. This is merely conjecture. You need not take it seriously. We know nothing about that black-clad figure. Who can truly ascertain the reality of the situation? In all honesty, Brother Yi, our task within the Wudong sect is interconnected. As long as one among us survives to complete the task, all 7 will receive the ultimate reward. The distinction lies in that those contributing more significantly will reap greater benefits. After candidly outlining the general nature of his task, Dugu Qiubai engaged in casual conversation with Yi Weiming. Through their dialogue, Yi Weiming learned that Dugu Qiubai's master is Litong, one of the 6 heroes of Wudong, who seems to be quite the talkative individual, always sharing tales of various extraordinary figures in the martial world. For instance, the leader of the Heavenly Eagle sect is named Tianzhang, who was originally one of the 4 protectors of the Ming cult. The conversation soon turned to the formidable figure of the Golden-Maned Lion King, C.S. Sun, renowned in the martial world as a notorious villain. It was unclear what animosity existed between him and his master, the thunderous hand of chaos, Chung Kuan, as he roamed freely, committing acts of murder and arson, leaving behind cryptic blood writings attributing the crimes to Chung Kuan. The 3 engaged in this discourse for over an hour, until the night waned and they departed, content. Unable to contain his curiosity, Xian Xiaobi turned to Dugu Qiubai and inquired, "Why have you, today, acted so uncharacteristically by divulging so much information to him?" Dugu Qiubai elucidated. What I shared were merely remnants of the past, inconsequential in the grand tapestry of the martial world. Furthermore, the narrative ultimately serves the game. It is implausible for players privy to the story to unearth the 9-yang manual amidst the pages of the Lankavatara Sutra, to effortlessly discover the long-lost sword techniques of the 5 Mountain Sword sect by chiseling through the stone wall of the Cliff of Remembrance. In truth, since our descent from the mountain, while the overarching plot has remained intact, the intricate details have transformed beyond recognition. In the narrative, we players do not exist. And Zhang Suishan, after the tragic massacre of the Longmen Escort Agency, directly boarded Susu's vessel to reach Wangpan Mountain. Now, with Night Unfading sharing the same objective as ours, revealing some essential information to him would surely yield us greater benefits, would it not? Xian Xiaobi, still somewhat perturbed, remarked. However, this way, he shall undoubtedly reap more rewards than we. Does it truly matter? Dugu Qiubai gently shook his head. Even if my actions grant him an additional 10 points, while we each only obtain 5, we still emerge with a profit. Let us broaden our perspective. Heroic Eternity is a game where 1,000,000 players can be online simultaneously. Every increment in our strength bestows upon us a greater advantage. As for those who may gain more than we, what concern is that of ours? Chapter 32. Wangpan Mountain, named for its lofty heights, is in fact a solitary island, standing proudly amidst the vast expanse of the sea, presenting a unique and picturesque scene. Once the ship docked, Zhang Suishan, accompanied by Yi Weiming and 2 disciples from Wudong, made their way towards the open area beneath the sheer cliffs at the mountain summit. Following the NPC, the 3 players formed a party, and Yi Weiming addressed Dugu Qiubai and Xian Xiaobi in the team channel. I have pondered this task, and since it screens players before entering Wangpan Mountain, I wonder if there are significant differences in accessing the final stage. As you mentioned, if the rewards do not vary greatly, there must be other advantages to be gained on this mountain. Upon hearing this, Dugu Qiubai exchanged a glance with Xian Xiaobi, implying, "See, I was right. The same information in his hands can yield different insights." Xian Xiaobi, curious, directly inquired of Yi Weiming, "What advantages do you think these could be? Perhaps the dragon-slaying saber? How could that be?" Yi Weiming shook his head. "I cannot speculate on the exact benefits, but it should at least be an opportunity to trigger a hidden quest. Otherwise, the prior screening would be meaningless. The mountain, with its rugged stones and uninhabited terrain, lacked any discernible paths. Fortunately, all 4 were skilled in martial arts, so traversing the mountain should pose no great challenge." As they approached the hilltop, Dugu Qiubai glanced at Xian Xiaobi, who understood the cue and promptly asked Zhang Suishan, "Master, since we are only 4, Should we find a concealed spot to observe the situation before making our move? Zhang Suishan, however, replied casually. Since the other party has convened a gathering on Wangpan Mountain, they must have someone keeping watch over the surroundings. They likely noticed us long before we disembarked. As they spoke, the four ascended the hill and found themselves in a relatively spacious clearing. In the center stood a wooden platform, approximately half a meter high, likely serving only to highlight a distinction. Below, a throng of people was densely gathered, and from their stances, attire, and weaponry, one could discern that they hailed from 3 different factions. The crowd comprised members of the Haisha Gang, the Zhuyin Gang, and the Shochuan sect, while 2 individuals on the left, dressed distinctly, appeared to be disciples of Kunlun. As they walked, Zhang Suishan simultaneously explained the situation within the gathering to the others. At that moment, Bukui's gaze fell upon a wooden table at the center of the platform. What is placed upon that table appears dark and unclear. Could it be the legendary dragon-slaying saber? I have never seen the dragon-slaying saber myself, but I believe it cannot be mistaken, Zhang Suishan analyzed. If you find it difficult to see, you might try channeling your inner strength to your eyes to enhance your vision. Upon hearing the words, the 3 promptly complied, and the originally indistinct small black dot suddenly became vividly clear. This effect resembled the act of observing the blades of grass on the ground through a telescope in a dormitory, although it still fell short of revealing minute details. The contours of the dragon-slaying blade became discernible. Mastering another subtle technique for harnessing inner strength was indeed a welcome development. In comparison, the legendary blade, which was destined to elude them, seemed to diminish in significance. As they continued onward, it became apparent under the dimming night that, aside from the NPCs of the 3 factions, a considerable number of players had already arrived on the island. However, in stark contrast to the NPCs, who stood ready for battle, the players appeared rather casual. From a distance, the cacophony reminiscent of a bustling marketplace reached their ears. Hey, you can't move. Whoa, General. Whoa, you just hit my cart. Haha. There goes my cart. You've got nothing left. Look here, fresh meat buns. Get them while they're hot, selling a single exquisite sword. Blue quality, attack 30, strength 2, price negotiable. In the square beneath the wooden platform. Some were engrossed in chess, others in a game of landlord, while others still engaged in a lively marketplace atmosphere. It felt like a vibrant little fair, quite at odds with the tense ambience surrounding the quest for the dragon-slaying blade. Yet, this was the essence of gaming, as long as the players found joy. That was all that mattered. They had come here merely to complete tasks, and most were acutely aware of their own limitations regarding the coveted blade. Observing the lively scene atop Wampan Mountain, Xian Xiaobi sighed and lamented in the team channel. We have faced countless trials and tribulations to reach Wampan Mountain, and now, seeing them, I can't help but feel that this game lacks any sense of fairness. It's so difficult. Stop complaining, Bukui replied. Do you really think their opportunities for gain here are comparable to ours? Xian Xiaobi retorted, at least I can't discern any differences at the moment. Hey, guys. At that moment, a slightly plump player from the Huashan faction approached with a grin, saying, the Blade Appreciation Festival doesn't start for another hour. Would you brothers like to buy a deck of cards to pass the time? If you're not interested in cards, I have chess, Go, checkers, Gamoku, Mahjong, dice. All at reasonable prices, fair to young and old alike. As he spoke, he produced a price list and displayed it before them. Xian Xiaobi scrutinized the price list and exclaimed, What? You're asking for 10 silver for a deck of cards? And you call that reasonable? In the shops of major cities, a deck only cost 1 silver. But this is Wampan Mountain, the Huashan player shrugged. There is not even a leveling spot here. Before the quest begins, we're all just waiting. Besides, it's no easy task hauling all this stuff from afar. I have to earn something, right? Bukui interjected at that moment, apologizing. I'm afraid we have no interest in this. Qiubai, upon hearing this, ceased to linger and hurriedly fell in line with the group. Meanwhile, the rotund player from the Taishan sect called out from behind, I am called Jiao Tailang. Should you change your mind, do remember to seek me out. The price shall remain unchanged. Behind the group, a cacophony of players thrived, while ahead lay a myriad of NPCs, each with complex emotions. As the 3 companions reached the wooden platform beneath, they observed an NPC standing to the left of the dragon-slaying blade, who spoke, the esteemed Bai Guishou, the leader of the Xuanwu altar of the Tianying sect. Greets the illustrious Zhang Wuxia of Wudong. Missing Susu has been awaiting your arrival in the tent for some time. Please, follow me. Bai Guishou graciously took the lead, and the four naturally followed suit. Within the team channel, Dugu Qiubai expressed with a hint of pride, "See? I told you our treatment is distinct from those who easily ascend the island." Before they could venture far, the sound of a skirmish echoed from behind. As the three turned to look, they witnessed several players attempting to seize the dragon-slaying blade upon catching sight of Guibaisho's departure, only to be dispatched in a flash of white light. Turning back, they found Guibaisho unfazed, continuing to lead them forward without even a glance back, demonstrating the Taishan Sect's unwavering confidence in today's gathering. Yet, this very scene, observed by Weiming, made his heart sink. With such a magnificent display from the Taishan Sect, the path to successfully completing their mission today appeared far from effortless. Chapter 33, The Foot-Obsessed Giant. For the Lord Tianxin Miao's request, Guibaisho led a few individuals to a white tent at the base of the cliff. Once again, he clasped his fists towards Zhang Suishan, stating, "Missing Susu is within the tent. I must continue to preside over the Knife Appreciation Conference and cannot accompany you inside." He then informed the tent that the esteemed Zhang Wuxiao had arrived before turning back towards the wooden platform. At that moment, a gentle female voice emerged from within the tent, inviting, "Dear guests who have traveled from afar, please enter and converse within." Zhang Suishan lifted the curtain and led the way inside, followed closely by the three players. Inside, they beheld a young woman in a purple dress, gracefully seated in the main position. Upon seeing the four, her bright eyes seemed to shimmer even more, and an involuntary, refreshing smile graced her face. It was undoubtedly the missing Susu that Guibaisho had mentioned. As the only NPC in the party, Zhang Suishan politely cupped his fists and said, "I am Zhang Suishan from Wudong, honored to meet you, Missing. I have come with a few matters I wish to inquire about." Susu smiled softly. "Feel free to speak, Master Zhang. I assure you, I will answer without reservation." At that moment, Weiming stepped forward, seizing the opportunity to present himself before Missing. He placed a mosquito needle and a 7-star nail upon the table, inquiring, "Might you recognize these two types of hidden weapons, Missing?" Susu nodded lightly, responding with clarity, "These are indeed my possessions. I recognize them well." Her forthright admission caught Weiming somewhat off guard. After a brief moment of astonishment, he pressed on. "Then might I ask if the destruction of the Longmen Escort Agency is related to you?" Susu replied calmly, "The Longmen Escort Agency has been inept in their duties, leading to the injury and disability of Yu Sanxia. Shouldn't they face dire consequences? Moreover, I had made it clear when entrusting the escort that if any harm befell Yu Sanxia, I would annihilate the entire Longmen Escort Agency. One must uphold their promises. After all, Ding, you have uncovered the truth behind the massacre of the Longmen Escort Agency, completing the task regarding the Longmen Escort Agency. Please return to the Divine Capture Division to claim your reward." Is the task already completed? Weiming could hardly believe his ears. As a perpetrator, her admission seemed overly simplistic. "I ask one question, and you readily confess. All my meticulous reasoning, including eyewitness accounts, physical evidence, and multiple testimonies, will be rendered futile." Won't they? Unwilling to relent, Weiming continued, "What about Yu Sanxia from Wudong?" Before he could finish, Susu interrupted. "You have not undertaken any task related to Yu Sanxia. This matter does not concern you." Weiming. Her reasoning was undeniably sound, leaving him at a loss for words. He glanced at Dugu Qiubai and Xian Xiaobi beside him, simultaneously sending a message in the team channel. "You two go ahead. If you encounter any unclear matters, I will provide suggestions." Since they had teamed up to undertake this task, it was only natural to support one another. Moreover, Dugu Qiubai had previously divulged numerous insider secrets, and it would be rather ungracious of him to simply fulfill his obligations and then depart without further ado. Such behavior would be decidedly lacking in loyalty. In life, one cannot exist without friends, especially considering the considerable effort he had expended to confront the perpetrator. It would be unwise to let such efforts go to waste. Instead, it would be prudent to reciprocate a favor. The essence of adult camaraderie is built upon mutual assistance. However, Susu seemed resolute in denying Weiming the opportunity to display any bravado. Without waiting for the two Wudong disciples to speak, she proactively stated, "This matter is rather lengthy to explain. I kindly request that the three young heroes step outside for a moment to appreciate the scenery of Wampan Mountain. I shall discuss the matters concerning the three heroes of you privately with Zhang Wuxia." Seeing Susu adopt a demeanor that suggested she would withhold information unless they left, Weiming and his companions had no choice but to obediently exit the tent. After walking a short distance, Weiming observed the serene expressions on Dugu Qiubai and Xian Xiaobi's faces and could not help but inquire. Aren't you at all concerned that Zhang Taishan might be ambushed alone in the tent? Not at all, Dugu Qiubai replied without further explanation, instead sending Weiming a screenshot. You have assisted Zhang Taishan in uncovering the truth behind Yu Dian's injury, completing your sect's task of seeking the truth. Please return to Wudong Mountain to collect your reward. Had they completed their mission already? Weiming pondered. So, your task was merely to ensure Zhang Taishan learned the truth, and whether you knew it or not was inconsequential. The truth of the matter had become irrelevant. What I can ascertain at this moment is, as he spoke, Dugu Qiubai's gaze shifted toward the tent where Zhang Taishan and Susu were, and a mischievous grin spread across his face. A raucous figure is about to make an appearance. Suddenly, a cacophony of laughter erupted, enveloping Wampan Mountain and its echoes, causing the trees to sway gently and the birds to take flight. Shortly thereafter, a burly man with golden hair leapt onto a wooden platform, swiftly overpowering the two guardians of the dragon-slaying saber, Qingcheng and his companion. By the time the four arrived, this man had already seized the legendary blade. The dragon-slaying saber now rests in my possession, Sun. I offer you a chance at survival, regardless of weapons or martial arts. Whoever can best me in a single move may leave alive. The rest shall perish. Ding. Hidden task triggered. Challenge Sun. Victory means life. Defeat means death. Indeed. Within the realm of martial arts games, prowess is the ultimate solution to conflicts. Weiming had prepared an abundance of investigative clues. Yet Susu's straightforward admission rendered all his preparations futile. He had previously wondered why the final stage of this task was so simplistic, only to realize at this moment that the true test of the mission awaited them here. Despite receiving the notification of task completion, the mission remained unfulfilled until it was officially submitted. In other words, had they fallen victim to Sun, the same mission would undoubtedly have met with failure. All previous efforts would have been rendered utterly futile. Fixing his gaze upon Sun, the information revealed was, Sun, known in the martial world as the golden-haired Lion King, possessed an unfathomable prowess. Level, health, internal energy, martial arts. Staring at the series of question marks before him, Weiming felt a profound sense of dismay envelop him. With no other recourse, he turned back to Dugu Qiubai and inquired, Is this the burly man you just mentioned? Gazing at Sun, who wielded the dragon-slaying blade atop the wooden platform, Dugu Qiubai wore a similarly bewildered expression. Although he was aware of the unfolding narrative, he had not anticipated that the challenge against Sun would be thrust upon each player present. Swallowing hard, Dugu Qiubai could only feebly elucidate, The burly man I referred to and the one you speak of are not the same burly man. Chapter 34. The Lion King's trial. At that moment, an impatient player rushed onto the wooden platform. All present witnessed his abrupt disappearance the instant he set foot on the arena. Weiming observed this and remarked solemnly, This is a dungeon. Dugu Qiubai nodded slightly. There are at least 80 players here. If everyone takes turns challenging, how long will this take? It is indeed more prudent to design it as a dungeon. While the two conversed, Xian Xiaobi had already leaped onto the stage. As teammates, Weiming and Dugu Qiubai were unwittingly pulled into the dungeon alongside him. Upon receiving the notification of their entry, Dugu Qiubai could not help but complain, Xiaobi, you are too impulsive. Xian Xiaobi nonchalantly explained, We all have to challenge it anyway. The sooner we finish, the better. Dugu Qiubai was at a loss for words. Even if we are to challenge, we should at least observe the situation first. Xian Xiaobi retorted with conviction, But you all said it's a dungeon. Who needs to observe? Feeling utterly drained by Xian Xiaobi's brazen response, Dugu Qiubai sighed. After a brief exchange of banter, the trio began to survey the dungeon. The scene within the dungeon was not dissimilar to that outside. The only notable difference was that, apart from the three of them, the only other figure present was Sun, standing at the center of the wooden platform, wielding the dragon-slaying blade. Have you finished your chatter? Sun addressed the trio in a condescending tone. If you are done, allow me to explain the rules of challenging me. I will only say this once, so listen carefully. As Sun elucidated the rules, the three began to grasp the framework of the dungeon. First, he stated that he would not take advantage of the players. They could choose the challenges at will, and he would suppress his attributes and levels to match theirs for the duel, provided the chosen challenge pertained to martial arts. Secondly, Sun declared his fierce disdain for evil, meaning that for members of the Haisha gang, the Giant Whale gang, and the Divine Fist sect, as well as the players accompanying them, even if they won their challenges, they would receive only minimal system rewards in terms of experience and cultivation. However, since Weiming and his companions had committed no wrongdoing, should they emerge victorious, Sun would bestow upon them a martial arts manual. In the team channel, Qiubai. Wow, this is a generous reward. Weiming. Only if we win does it count as a reward. With that, he stepped forward and, cupping his fists in respect, inquired of Sun, Senior Xie, you mentioned you would suppress our levels and attributes. What about martial arts cultivation? Haha, you were quite clever. Sun laughed heartily. What I will adjust is merely the disparity in levels and attributes. As for the specifics of how to challenge, you may take your time to explore. Upon hearing this, the three simultaneously vented their frustrations in the team channel, cursing Sun's shamelessness. Suppressing attributes and levels to match those of the players ostensibly grants them a semblance of hope in overcoming him. However, the chasm between them remains insurmountably vast. The reason Knight Unfading has ascended to mastery lies in his relentless honing of the inconspicuous sword technique of the Maiden to an exalted level. Yet, consider Sun. By conservative estimates, he possesses at least 1 or 2 advanced martial arts fully mastered. With identical attributes, Sun can effortlessly dominate all contenders with sheer skill. Let us take a broader view. Knight Unfading gently shook his head, stating, Senior Xie has already afforded us leeway in terms of level and attributes. We are merely surviving by the skin of our teeth. Otherwise, the situation would be utterly dire. Who shall go first? I shall. At this moment, Qiubai stepped forward. Producing his judge's pin, I wish to engage Senior Xie in a writing contest. Without waiting for Sun's reply, he channeled his energy and began inscribing upon the wooden planks beneath him. Supreme of the martial world, the dragon-slaying blade, commanding the realm, none dare disobey. When the heaven sword remained sheathed, who can rival? 12 characters flowed from his hand with an elegance akin to dragon and serpent. A testament to his caliber that undoubtedly caught Zhang Cuishan's eye for apprenticeship. Even Knight Unfading, who possessed little knowledge of calligraphy, couldn't help but murmur in admiration. Xiaobi's writing is quite impressive. Indeed, Dugu Qiubai explained, before immigrating, Xiaobi won the Provincial Youth Calligraphy Championship. Upon entering the game, he further benefits from enhanced calligraphy skills, producing works that are likely on par with contemporary masters. Having completed his writing, Xiaobi lifted his head and smiled at Sun, saying, I humbly present my work. Senior Xie, and seek your appraisal. Sun nodded, genuinely praising, very fine characters indeed. At such a young age, you exhibit the demeanor of a master, truly rare. However, in an instant, Sun struck Xiaobi with a swift motion, turning him into a flash of white light. Ding! Your teammate Xiaobi has perished and exited the team. As both were momentarily bewildered, Sun disdainfully remarked, I stated that the competition was limited to martial prowess. What relevance does your writing have to martial arts? Yet, this explanation was evidently lost on Xiaobi. Sun then looked at the two once more, inquiring, who shall be the second? I shall. Dugu Qiubai interjected, continuing, though I possess no skill in martial arts and have merely scratched the surface of swordplay. Should I be fortunate enough to graze a corner of your garment, that would constitute a victory. Upon hearing their exchange, Knight Unfading's eyes lit up with realization. The conditions could indeed be negotiated thus. Meanwhile, Dugu Qiubai had drawn his sword and lunged directly at Sun. However, what he wielded was merely the fundamental sword technique of Wudong. Even if mastered, it would hardly warrant Sun's attention. In just a fleeting moment, Sun seized upon a flaw, swiftly locking the youth's throat from behind. Kid, with such meager skills, you dare to think you can touch the attire of Xie. As Sun reveled in his triumph, intent on crushing Dugu Qiubai after announcing his victory, he suddenly noticed that Dugu Qiubai had raised his sword high, swiftly plunging it into his own abdomen. Sun realized the gravity of the situation, yet constrained by suppressed levels and attributes, his reaction was a fraction too late. The blade pierced through his abdomen, leaving a nearly imperceptible cut on his garment. With a swift motion, Dugu Qiubai withdrew the sword, and Sun observed that the blood bar above Dugu Qiubai's head had diminished by more than half. However, unaffected by the pain, Dugu Qiubai turned back with a hint of pride and addressed Sun, saying, Thank you, Senior Xie, for your mercy. Well done, young man. That was quite a surprise. Sun responded with commendable enthusiasm. Can you enlighten me about that technique? Dugu Qiubai respectfully clasped his hands together and replied, Recently, upon witnessing my third master maimed by treachery, I spoke to my mentor about the notion that if faced with an insurmountable foe, it is better to perish together than to fall into the enemy's grasp. My mentor resonated with this sentiment and thus created the technique Heaven and Earth Share Life, which I have employed for the first time today, and I am grateful for your leniency. Senior, an admirable technique, Heaven and Earth Share Life. Sun praised, then inquired, what martial arts do you wish to learn? Upon hearing this, Qingcheng's eyes gleamed with a cunning thought. As for my reward, let us not rush. Perhaps after Brother Yi challenges you, we can seek your guidance together. Sun's gaze shifted to Yi Weiming. Young man, what is your proposed method of duel? Finally, it was his turn. Stepping forward, Yi Weiming met Sun's fierce gaze and declared, Senior, I am aware of your busy schedule, and I would not dare delay you. Shall we settle this with a single strike? Chapter 35, The Stunning Sword, a single strike to determine victory? Upon hearing the proposal from Yi Weiming, Sun was initially taken aback, followed by a frown as he inquired, what do you mean by determining victory with a single strike? As he calmly drew his sword from its sheath, Yi Weiming replied, I shall deliver only one strike. If you, esteemed senior, can face it head-on without evading, I shall concede defeat. At that point, you may do as you wish with me, and I shall not flinch. Do you think you can defeat me with just one strike? Sun could not help but scrutinize Yi Weiming once more, exclaiming, what an arrogant young man. Not even the venerable Zhang Sanfeng could make me incapable of withstanding a single blow. I shall grant you another chance. Let us choose a different method of challenge. No. Yi Weiming resolutely shook his head. It must be just this one sword. However, I require a moment to prepare, and you must not interrupt me midway. Very well. Sun laughed heartily. Regardless of the outcome today, I shall remember you, young man. If you can compel me to evade or retreat even a single step with that one strike, your reward shall be elevated. Thank you for your kindness, esteemed senior. As he spoke, Yi Weiming's smile faded, and he began to channel his internal energy into the long sword in his grasp. Under the influence of his internal force, the long quan sword emitted a melodious, resonant sound. Simultaneously, Yi Weiming's left hand began to calculate. Daizong, activate. At that very moment, Sun felt an unfamiliar wave of fear wash over him. His instincts warned him that the forthcoming strike from this young man would be extraordinary. The most prudent course of action would be to strike first, delivering a decisive blow before he could act. However, since the terms had already been established, Sun could not bring himself to act so shamelessly. He had no choice but to suppress the urge to strike, steeling himself for what was to come. On the other side, Dugu Qiubai watched Yi Weiming's actions with wide eyes, unable to suppress an exclamation. Daizong, activate. This fellow is indeed a fan of the original work. Previously, while on the ship, Yi Weiming had his suspicions. Before conversing with him, he had inquired about the origins of the Taishan sect from Zhang Zuishan, who had confessed ignorance, not even knowing who the leader of the sect was. Yet, upon stepping outside, Dugu Qiubai recounted the details of the Taishan sect and the 4 great kings of the Ming sect, emphasizing the background of the golden-haired Lion King. Sun. Now, this individual had even recognized Daizong, activate. At a glance, who would believe he was not a fan of the original work? Nevertheless, the backdrop of the game Eternal Chivalry is rooted in martial arts, not in the world of Naruto. Indulging in idle thoughts during combat is undoubtedly a recipe for disaster. At this moment, Yi Weiming had shielded himself from all distractions, focusing intently on solving mathematical problems. In comparison to when he had experimented on the Westlake water bandits. Using Daizong, activate. Against Sun posed no change in difficulty. It did not manifest into the 10 calculus problems Yi Weiming had previously feared. The quantity of problems seems to have increased. Previously, 10 questions sufficed to achieve activation, yet having completed the 13th question, there remains no sign of success. Nevertheless, Yi Weiming remains entirely unperturbed. After all, Sun would not intervene, and the activation of Daizong carries no time constraints. He can proceed at a leisurely pace. To ensure the accuracy of his calculations, Yi Weiming diligently verifies each answer after completing a question, only submitting it once he is certain of its correctness, demonstrating remarkable steadiness. As time ticks away, not only Sun, but even Dugu Qiubai beside him begins to grow impatient. If each activation requires such a lengthy preparation, then the Daizong, supposedly more powerful than the legendary Dugu 9 swords, seems rather superfluous. Indeed, it is quite the redundancy. 5 minutes later, Yi Weiming finishes the 24th question. 7 minutes later, he completes the 32nd. After 9 minutes, CS Sun, now visibly impatient, exclaims, "Kid, are you going to strike or not?" Yi Weiming pays him no heed. Continuing to calculate the 41st question, CS Sun's irritation intensifies, and he begins to mumble calculations. 3 times 7 equals 21, 8 times 8 equals 64, 7 times 9. Transitioning from mental calculations to written ones appears to have slightly improved his efficiency. 12 minutes later, CS Sun can no longer restrain himself. "Kid, didn't you say you didn't want to waste my time? Yet the preparation for this strike has taken long enough for me to defeat 10 opponents." Yi Weiming responds with, 9 times 9 equals 81, 1 plus 7 equals 8, 8 plus 6. Just as CS Sun's patience is about to reach its limit, Yi Weiming finally completes the calculation for the 49th math problem. At this moment, the activation of Daizong's effects is successfully achieved. All right. As his words fall, Yi Weiming thrusts his sword with great force, employing the most lethal move from the Yunu sword technique, known as Shizi Holding Heart. Unlike before, the power unleashed by this strike is far beyond that of a mere unrefined sword technique. In that single stroke, all of Yi Weiming's remaining essence, energy, and spirit coalesced at the tip of the sword, as if the man and the blade had become one. The essence of Daizong's martial arts lies in calculation, not only of the opponent but also of the surrounding environment and the angles, positions, and every inch of muscle, meridian, and bone involved in the execution of the strike. Only through such meticulous computation can a single thrust achieve perfection, amplifying one unit of force into tenfold power. Only with such an attack can one exploit an opponent's vulnerabilities for a decisive blow. Faced with Yi Weiming's seemingly simple yet inherently close to perfect strike, CS Sun's eyes widen in astonishment. He perceives that this blow appears to target his vital point directly. In an instant, numerous countermeasures flash through his mind. Yet he dismisses them all in the blink of an eye. Throughout the entirety of his martial arts training, CS Sun was horrified to discover that not a single technique could withstand the seemingly unremarkable thrust from his opponent. Not only could he not defend against it, but he could not even evade it. What was he to do? However, being CS Sun, he roared in defiance at that critical moment, unleashing a torrent of vigorous energy that surged around him. He then boldly met the blade of Yi Weiming with a powerful punch. Before his fist made contact, the overwhelming energy had already erupted from the wind of his strike, forcefully crashing against the apex of the Dragon Spring Sword's blade. With a resounding crack, the blue-hued Dragon Spring Sword, under the relentless force, was utterly shattered into 7 pieces, offering no resistance whatsoever. The fragments flew away at an astonishing speed, some piercing the heavens, others plunging into the wooden platform beneath, and one piece fortuitously grazed by Dugu Qiubai's side, reducing him once more to a mere shadow of his former self, despite having just regained vitality. Yi Weiming, caught off guard, was struck with such force that he stumbled off the platform, hitting the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood, a vivid crimson number floating above his head. 567. In one blow, Yi Weiming had been reduced from a state of full health to a mere fraction of it. Shaking his head, he rose from the ground, offering a wry smile. "Senior's prowess is unmatched. I concede defeat." "No." CS Sun, still in shock, gently shook his head, declaring, "The one who has lost is undoubtedly me. A mere glance at my attributes will reveal the truth." Yi Weiming looked up to see that CS Sun's status was displayed as follows. CS Sun, known in the martial world as the golden-haired Lion King, with unfathomable power. Level? Health? Internal energy? Martial arts? Your previous strike was indeed formidable. I could not withstand it, nor could I evade it. To ensure my survival, I had to lift the restrictions on my own level and attributes, which is already a breach of the rules. Therefore, the victor is you. I have taken countless lives throughout my life, and I cannot count how many martial arts manuals I have seized. If you wish to learn anything, feel free to ask. However, I must remind you that your reward cap is limited to intermediate martial arts. He gestured toward Dugu Qiubai on the other side, adding, "His reward cap is restricted to basic martial arts. Should you act inappropriately, I reserve the right to revoke your rewards. Now, you may speak." Chapter 36. Hunyuan Skill and Lion's Roar Skill. As CS Sun concluded his words, a message from Dugu Qiubai arrived in the team channel. "Brother Yi, it's your turn." Indeed, the young man had refrained from immediately proposing the type of martial arts he wished to select, intending instead to wait until Yi Weiming passed the trial alongside him to see if there were any means to further enhance their gains. Yi Weiming did not disappoint him. After a faint smile, he addressed CS Sun directly. "Senior Xie, as you control the task rewards, It is entirely up to you what type of martial arts we receive. You should simply make the choice that is most advantageous for yourself. How intriguing. Had such words come from an ordinary player, CS Sun would have dismissed them as nonsense. However, the stunning swordplay Weiming had previously displayed left a profound impression on him, prompting him to ask, "What type of martial arts do you think would be most beneficial for me?" This question carried significant weight. Weiming replied casually, "For instance, does the senior possess any proud skills that you wish to pass down? Or is there a technique you could impart that would bring you joy? Or perhaps one that would greatly annoy your enemies?" Initially, CS Sun regarded Weiming with an expression that suggested a mix of disdain and nostalgia, reminiscent of his own youthful bravado. However, upon hearing the final remark, his eyes suddenly sparkled with interest. His smile then turned teasing. "If that is the case, I might consider elevating the rewards for you. I wonder, are you brave enough to learn?" "Absolutely," Weiming replied with a grin. "May I inquire what kind of martial arts you plan to bestow upon us?" "Here." CS Sun waved his hand, and the two martial arts books flew towards Weiming and Dugu Qiubai, who simultaneously reached out to catch them. At that moment, the system notification chimed in. "Ding. Congratulations on completing the trial of the Golden Mane Lion King. You have received the task rewards. 10,000 experience points, 1,000 cultivation points, 100 reputation points, and 1 advanced internal skill Hunyuan skill. Hunyuan skill, advance the renowned internal technique of Qingcheng, the Hunyuan Thunder Palm. Training requirements, aptitude 30, comprehension 30. Basic internal skill breath, control, level 10. This Hunyuan skill is actually an upgraded version of breath control. To speak of an upgraded technique is to describe a more powerful version, refined from the essence of a particular martial art, typically requiring the foundational technique to reach a certain level before one can practice it. Such techniques are generally found within the martial arts of specific sects, emphasizing gradual progression. While they may not possess a distinct advantage in power compared to other martial arts of the same level, their training requirements are often less stringent. For example, this Hunyuan skill, although its requirements for aptitude and comprehension exceed what Weiming can currently achieve, the foundational requirement of 30 points is relatively reasonable. With some effort, he still harbors hope of meeting the training conditions in the near future. Dugu Qiubai, utilizing the enmity between CS Sun and Qingcheng to elevate the proficiency of reward techniques. Such an approach is quite ingenious. Lion's Roar skill. This is my task reward, and to my surprise, it is a mid-level martial art. What did you obtain? Weiming clicked on the attribute link of the Lion's Roar skill and glanced at it. Lion's Roar skill, mid-level, a unique technique passed down from CS Sun to Qingcheng. It serves as a sound wave-based area damage skill. Training requirement, internal power limit of 2,000 points. Nodding in acknowledgement, Weiming replied, "It seems quite promising. Let us work on enhancing our internal power." Dugu Qiubai, damn. It's actually a high-level internal skill. You lucky fellow. However, the requirement for this internal skill to cultivate the breath control technique to level 10 is rather excessive, considering it is the most inferior internal skill, which will surely be phased out. Any effort poured into it will only be wasted. In regard to Dugu Qiubai's warning, Weiming remained unfazed. The Divine Catcher Division lacks sect martial arts, which diminishes his opportunities compared to other players in acquiring skills. Thus, his options for martial arts are limited. By the time he accumulates enough martial arts to necessitate forgetting one to make room for another, the minimal cultivation required for the breath control technique will likely be insignificant to him. Now that the task rewards have been fully distributed, you too may take your leave. CS Sun waved his hand and added, "Lastly, I must remind you once more that passing my test does not guarantee your safety. Until you return to your respective sects to submit the task, this mission is not considered complete. Should you perish before handing in the task, the manual you just acquired will drop 100. Upon finishing his words, CS Sun waved his hand, and both Weiming and Dugu Qiubai were simultaneously expelled from the dungeon, reappearing beneath the wooden platform. Before them, the scene unfolded of CS Sun wielding the dragon-slaying saber, wreaking havoc upon his foes. Casting a glance at his health bar, Weiming quickly consumed a healing pill, allowing himself to relax while he recuperated, observing CS Sun's magnificent battle against a throng of adversaries. Ding. You have observed a Master-S combat, enriching your knowledge, experience points 10. Ding. You have observed a master. Every minute, the system would issue a notification. Though the increase in experience points was modest, it was better than nothing. Thus, after more than 10 minutes, Zhang Cuishan and Yin Susu finally arrived. Following this, a series of captivating cutscenes unfolded, during which the increment of experience points escalated from the previous 10 to 1,000 per minute, rivaling even the speed of defeating monsters in continuous combos. The narrative unfolded as Zhang Cuishan, unable to bear the innocent slaughter of those in the martial world by CS Sun, stepped forth to challenge him. Leaving behind 24 characters of calligraphy on the cliff, supreme of the martial world, the dragon-slaying saber, commanding the realm, none dare defy, until the heaven-dependent emerges, who can contest. The content he inscribed was indistinguishable from the earlier work of Xian Xiabi, yet when crafted by Zhang Cuishan's hand, each character embodied profound martial truths, leaving even CS Sun in awe. Nevertheless, he remained resolute in his intention to not spare the individuals present. Although Zhang Cuishan emerged victorious, he had merely rescued himself and Yin Susu. With a thunderous roar reminiscent of a lion, CS Sun caused all NPCs to collapse and roll on the ground, with some succumbing to the shock and perishing. Players transformed into ethereal light, while NPCs became lifeless corpses. As for Yi Weiming and Yin Bukuei, ding. Due to your prior success in passing CS Sun's trial, you are immune to the damage inflicted by this lion's roar. This system notification clearly indicated that those who perished from the roar were players who refused to enter the trial dungeon, attempting to evade responsibility. After accomplishing the clearing task with his booming voice, CS Sun abducted Zhang Cuishan and Yin Susu, departing from Wang Panshan Island. Moreover, other vessels had been destroyed long before CS Sun made his move. At that moment, Wang Panshan Island had undeniably become a desolate isle. Just as all the surviving players stood in bewilderment, a regional announcement resonated in their ears. Regional announcement, a special reminder to all players on Wang Panshan Island. The island dock will resume ferry services in 1 hour. During this time, please ensure your safety. Upon hearing the system's regional announcement, a surviving player scoffed derisively. CS Sun has already left. The island is in ruins. Is there truly any danger remaining? Protect ourselves? What a waste of our precious. Thud. Before the player could finish, a steel fork pierced him from behind in a rather sensitive area. 256 critical hit. Startled, the player turned to see a bloodied member of the Killer Whale Gang charging at him in a frenzy. Frenzied Killer Whale Gang member level, 20 health, 1200 internal energy, 400 martial arts. Millennium Kill Chapter 37. Encountering the duel, the NPCs here have been rendered senseless by the lion's roar technique, and they now begin to frantically assault the players. Engaged in combat with a frenzied disciple of the Divine Fist sect while employing the Wudong swordsmanship, Yin Bukuei thoughtfully remarked, "These creatures are around level 20, and their attacks are purely instinctual. The only challenge lies in their slightly thick health, but they are quite manageable. Training here could prove beneficial." Noticing that Yi Weiming was merely observing from the sidelines, Yin Bukuei could not help but chuckle, saying, "Brother Yi, why do you remain idle? Are you planning to simply leech experience?" Yi Weiming, uninterested in his banter, turned away and called out loudly to everyone, "I am in high demand for a sword. If anyone has a spare, please contact me." Upon hearing this, Yin Bukuei suddenly realized that this fellow had previously compelled CS Sun to reveal his true strength, resulting in his sword being shattered by CS Sun's punch. Now, without a weapon, he found himself unable to slay any monsters. Reflecting on his earlier comments, which now seemed rather mocking, Yin Bukuei chose to remain silent and continued to engage with the humanoid creatures before him. His expression revealed a seriousness that surpassed even that of his earlier trials against CS Sun. "Ah, my dear brother, we meet again." A jovial voice chimed as a plump player clad in Taishan Sect attire approached Yi Weiming. It was none other than Jiao Tailang, the one who had earlier recommended gaming supplies to them upon their arrival at the island. Navigating past a few minor monsters, Jiao Tailang reached Yi Weiming and promptly sent him a trade request. Upon acceptance, he swiftly placed a longsword in the trading window with remarkable dexterity. Steel sword, a longsword forged from high-grade steel, superior in power to an ordinary iron sword. Attack, 20. Glancing at the attributes, Yi Weiming noted that it paled in comparison to his dragon spring sword, yet it was still serviceable. "How much for this?" he inquired. "Only 1 gold. Jiao Tailang replied with a grin. 1 gold. Yi Weiming erupted in anger. For such a common item, the weapon shop in town sells it for merely 20 silver. You've marked it up 5-fold. Jiao Tailang chuckled. "As I mentioned before, we are on Wampan Mountain Island, where you will not find any system shops. 1 gold buys you an hour of precious leveling time." Surely, that's worth it? That is utterly exorbitant. Indeed. Just then, a man clad in black approached from the other side. I happen to have acquired a fine sword while completing a task. We can inspect the goods first before discussing the price. Ding. Player Zhang Yue has requested to become your friend. Without hesitation, Yi Weiming accepted the friend request, only to see the individual send a private message containing an item link. Qizhu sword, gold, a precious sword crafted using the secret techniques of Miao Zhang's poison scriptures. Attack power, 150, agility, 5, poison attribute damage, 5. To his astonishment, it was a golden weapon, complete with poison attribute attacks. It is worth noting that in Heroic Eternity, players face no level restrictions when equipping gear, just as with the previous Juga Divine crossbow, as long as one can procure it. Even a novice can wield a formidable weapon and command the battlefield. It is precisely for this reason that acquiring high-level weapons is exceedingly challenging. Before the night fell, Yi Weiming had already eliminated the formidable bosses, Qiong Ba and Chun Ming, yet the finest equipment that dropped was merely of blue quality. Even among blue items, they could only be deemed average, with their quality falling short of the Longquan sword distributed for free by the divine captors. Given the attributes of this Qingzhu sword, it is believed that it will remain a rare commodity for a considerable period in the future. The exact value it could fetch remains uncertain for Yi Weiming. He was genuinely intrigued by the attributes of the Qingzhu sword. How much do you intend to sell this sword for? 50 gold. This price is fairly reasonable, neither exorbitant nor overly cheap. If it were to be placed in the system's auction house, the final selling price would likely hover around 50 gold, varying slightly based on luck. Since the entire populace is unable to pay for advantages, the type of foolish, wealthy individuals that one might encounter in Heroic Eternity do not exist. While the price is acceptable, the dilemma lies in Yi Weiming's inability to afford it. Can I offer something else in exchange? Zhang Yu replied with a faint smile. That would depend on what you have. Please wait a moment. As he spoke, Yi Weiming began rummaging through his backpack, hoping to discover something of value. However, upon inspection, he was met with disappointment. The value of the Hunyuan Gong would undoubtedly suffice, even far surpassing that of the Qizhu sword, yet Yi Weiming would never consider trading it for equipment. As for his other belongings, they were hardly worth a few coins. The combined value of his equipment, manuals, and concealed weapons might not even total 10 gold, and even with all his cash on hand, he could barely muster half of 50 gold. Shaking his head in resignation, Yi Weiming was just about to concede that he was fated to be without this sword when he suddenly felt a tightening in his throat. Zhang Yu had seized the opportunity while Yi Weiming was distracted, swiftly moving behind him and gripping his right shoulder and throat with her hands. Startled, Yi Weiming exclaimed, "What are you doing?" "Of course, I am here to eliminate you and claim your possessions." Zhang Yu chuckled, lowering her voice to whisper in his ear. "You have passed Xie Sun's trial and received your task reward, Haven Tiyu? Now, your reward belongs to me." As she spoke, her right hand tightened around Yi Weiming's throat, dealing a critical blow that took away 231 points of his health, while her left hand maintained its grip on his shoulder. Though this did not inflict direct damage, it effectively kept him under control. This was the prowess of techniques akin to the eagle claw. In that moment, with his right shoulder immobilized, Yi Weiming's entire arm was rendered powerless. Having only mastered a single set of Yu sword techniques, he found that a significant portion of his combat strength resided in that right arm, leaving him unable to mount any effective response. As Zhang Yu seized the opportunity for a second strike toward his throat, Yi Weiming was helpless, watching as her claw drew ever closer to his throat. Suddenly, Zhang Yu felt an unprecedented sense of crisis emanating from Yi Weiming, sending a chill down her spine. Startled, Zhang Yu instinctively released his grip on Yi Weiming's right shoulder and retreated. In doing so, he found himself a considerable distance away, nearly 10 feet. However, the unsettling sensation that had gripped him came swiftly and vanished even quicker. By the time he touched the ground, it had completely dissipated. Meanwhile, Yi Weiming, with a subtle push of his toes, also retreated, covering a distance far greater than Zhang Yu's. His agility surpassed that of Zhang Yu. After all, as the gap widened, Yi Weiming hastily tossed a healing pill into his mouth, yet he did not make an immediate escape. 4. Sun the Thief. How dare he attack my friend? With a fierce shout, Dugu Qiubai had already drawn his sword and charged at Zhang Yu. Witnessing this scene, Yi Weiming felt a flicker of emotion. Dugu Qiubai seemed to possess admirable character and appeared worthy of friendship. However, character does not equate to strength. despite being a loyal follower of the original narrative. Qingcheng Qiubai evidently struggled to translate his knowledge into effective prowess. As the two engaged, they were swiftly overwhelmed by each other, and within mere 10 exchanges, Qingcheng Qiubai had suffered 3 strikes, losing a third of his health, while his sword had yet to graze his opponent even slightly. Realizing he was outmatched, Qingcheng Qiubai felt a wave of frustration. Perhaps he should not have leapt into the fray seeking glory, with Brother Ye's lightness of foot. He might have been better off preserving his own safety. Just as he began to ponder a strategy, he suddenly felt a lightness in his body. Weiming had rushed in from behind, lifted him by the legs, and hoisted him onto his shoulder, fleeing without a backward glance. Do not be timid. Facing them directly is nonsense, Weiming thought. Currently, his sole means of attack was his swordplay, but how could he confront a formidable opponent without a weapon? Chapter 38. I shall slay you. Act swiftly to purchase. Under the enhancement of the 4th layer's 8 steps to chase the moon, Weiming's speed indeed surpassed that of Zhang Yu, but this was only when unburdened. Now, with a person hoisted upon his shoulder, his pace was noticeably hindered, and the depletion of his internal energy was occurring at a far greater rate than that of his pursuer. In such circumstances, self-preservation was already a daunting task, let alone the endeavor to shake off his adversary. Having scarcely run a short distance, Zhang Yu had already closed the gap to less than 3 meters behind them. At this moment, the utility of Qingcheng Qiubai became apparent. Though he was slung over Weiming's shoulder, he faced backwards. Upon noticing Zhang Yu's approach, he swiftly raised his sword and aimed a thrust towards the latter's eyes. This maneuver would only be effective if both parties maintained their original speed. Yet Zhang Yu merely slowed his pace slightly, rendering Qingcheng Qiubai's attack futile. However, this minor delay successfully impeded Zhang Yu's pursuit. Simultaneously, as Weiming bore Qingcheng Qiubai on his right shoulder, they passed by a member of the Haisha gang engaged in combat with players. With a flick of his left hand, Weiming deftly diverted the aggro of that Haisha gang member towards himself. Sensing a formidable threat, the gang member instinctively retaliated with a spray of toxic salt, albeit a moment too late to affect Weiming, resulting instead in Zhang Yu nearly being doused. Zhang Yu hastily sidestepped the toxic salt, only to attract the ire of a disciple from the Qiubai gang, who countered with a skillful thrust of a steel fork, nearly inflicting injury upon this enigmatic master. As he kicked the Qiubai gang disciple away, Weiming had already created a sufficient distance once more. Thus, Zhang Yu continued his relentless pursuit while Weiming evaded with agility. Fortunately, the chaotic environment of Wangpan Mountain, teeming with frenzied NPCs and battling players, worked to their advantage. The more tumultuous the surroundings, the less conducive they were to a prolonged chase. After several minutes, Weiming successfully eluded Zhang Yu, concealing himself behind the tent where Susu had been earlier. Lowering Qingcheng Qiubai to the ground, Weiming cautiously peered outside, observing Zhang Yu still navigating through the throng, allowing himself a moment of relief. At that moment, Qingcheng Qiubai's voice resonated from behind. Pray tell, why did that fellow attack you? And why must you carry me while fleeing? I do not consider myself a match for him, and I fear I may not be of any assistance to you. His objective is to eliminate us and seize the secret manual. Upon hearing this, Qingcheng Qiubai immediately recalled the instructions given by Xie Sun after presenting them with the manual. Their mission was not yet complete. Until they safely returned to their sect and submitted the task, it remained ongoing. Should they perish, the manual would undoubtedly drop. Upon grasping the gravity of the situation, Qingcheng Qiubai gasped in astonishment. Are you suggesting that everyone is now aware that we each possess a manual that could drop at any moment? Not everyone. But that individual is certainly an exception, Weiming elucidated. Xie Sun mentioned previously that players affiliated with the Haisha gang, Qiubai gang, and Shengquanmen would not receive item rewards. Thus, Xie Sun had no reason to alert them about this after the mission's conclusion. However, do not forget that among the various factions on this island, aside from us and the 3 previously mentioned gangs, there exists another force with deep ties to Xie Sun, the Heavenly Eagle Sect. Weiming nodded gently, recalling that during his time at the Longmen Escort Agency, he had once encountered a player from the Heavenly Eagle Sect. The opponent's skills were remarkably refined, employing the Eagle Claw technique, which now appeared to be none other than Zhang Yu. Qingcheng Qiubai inquired, how did you discern that he was a player rather than an NPC? In Heroic Eternity, players can easily conceal their identities, unless they choose to reveal themselves. They typically do not display a name above their heads. Even in the event of a PK, the system merely informs you that you have been attacked. without revealing the assailant's identity. Unless the entity is classified as a monster or a boss, ordinary storyline NPCs bear no outward distinction from regular players. The official explanation from the game developers is to enhance realism. However, to Yi Weiming, it seemed merely a means of deception. In response to Yin Bukui's question, Yi Weiming explained, in truth, there remains a discernible difference between players and NPCs, akin to the contrast between modern individuals and those from ancient times. The disparity is not merely one of attire. My conviction that the individual was a player stemmed from my utterance, "I bought a watch last year," to which he retorted, "What watch?" After a moment's hesitation, Yi Weiming boldly suggested, "How about you lend me your sword? I shall venture out and deal with that person. If you are concerned, I can provide a deposit." Given that they were aware of the certainty of dropping items upon death, it was reasonable to consider that the damage they inflicted might also carry with it an item guaranteed to drop. For instance, that Qingzhu sword? If that sword was not acquired during Xiesun's trial, Yi Weiming could not fathom any justification for the opponent to carry such an exceptional piece of equipment during this perilous quest, presently lacking a suitable weapon. Obtaining the Qingzhu sword would be nothing short of perfect. However, the matter was not merely of the deposit. It was genuinely impossible to lend the sword. Yin Bukui smiled wryly and declined Yi Weiming's request, subsequently sending a link to an item. Sungguan Sword, a standard longsword crafted for disciples of the Wudong sect. Attack 50, internal power amplification 10. Non-tradable. Under such circumstances, Yi Weiming could only express his helplessness. Suddenly, amid their conversation, a carrier pigeon alighted upon Yi Weiming's shoulder. Observing this, Yin Bukui inquired, "Who is seeking you?" Yi Weiming sent him a screenshot. Zhang Yu. 1. Yin Bukui was momentarily taken aback. What does this 1 signify? Yi Weiming's response was to hoist him onto his shoulder and, without uttering a word, turn and flee. Just as Zhang Yu's figure appeared within a mere 3 zhang behind them. The carrier pigeon messaging feature consumes 1 silver each time it is utilized. Originally designed as a convenient feature for friends to communicate, the game's mechanism for authenticity allows the carrier pigeon to soar a certain distance before vanishing, only to reappear at a distance of 1 zhang from the recipient, landing directly on their shoulder. This function, while primarily serving to indicate the general direction of the other party, occasionally yields unexpected results. For instance, before the night could fully descend, an unforeseen encounter occurred with a steaming bun ambushing the Wudong. Such was the case this time as well. After stealthily blocking the character Zhang Yue, Yi Weiming, carrying Yin Bukui, once again found himself embroiled in a pursuit. As the monsters on the island became increasingly scarce due to player actions, and with no new spawns, they managed to extend their lead over their pursuers, doubling the time it took to shake them off. Nearly half an hour later, they successfully evaded their opponents. Though Yi Weiming's internal energy was nearly depleted from this drawn-out struggle, concealed in a hidden spot, Yi Weiming consumed a restorative elixir and began to meditate to regain his energy, while Yin Bukui remained vigilant, observing the surroundings. After a few minutes, Yin Bukui exclaimed with surprise, "The dock has refreshed. The ferry is operational again." "Let us wait a bit longer," Yi Weiming replied. A few minutes later, Yin Bukui remarked, "The players have all departed. Let us hold off for a moment." 3 minutes passed, and Yin Bukui confirmed, "There is truly no movement." "Very well. I shall venture out to assess the situation. After ensuring it is safe, I will call for you." "You are indeed cautious. Let us proceed as you suggest." Yi Weiming silently emerged from their concealed refuge, taking a wide arc before arriving at the dock. As he smiled and prepared to greet the ferryman, who had just recently appeared, he sensed a malevolent wind stirring behind him. Indeed, an ambush awaited. With foresight, Yi Weiming swiftly ducked, evading a claw aimed at the nape of his neck, then dashed away. "You thought I couldn't outrun you while carrying someone? Now, can you still keep up?" However, he had not sprinted far when he unexpectedly spotted a plump figure clad in the garb of a Huashan disciple emerging from a hidden spot on the hillside, promptly setting up a stall on the ground with a sign that read, "Fine steel sword, 1 gold 50 silver. Act quickly if you wish to purchase." Chapter 39. The season of harvest. There is no need to inquire. The only individual capable of such shrewd business acumen is none other than the avaricious Jiao Tailang. Observing Yi Weiming approaching, he chuckled, "For this transaction, I have squandered nearly 10 precious minutes on this island. Is it unreasonable to charge you an additional 50 silver? Yi Weiming, lacking the time for idle chatter, promptly accessed the stall's window to confirm the items and prices were in order, before decisively opting to purchase. Instantly, 1 gold and 50 silver vanished from his possession, and in return, he acquired a steel longsword, still the same feeble weapon with an attack bonus of merely 20. Yet, regardless of its shortcomings, a sword remains a sword. For a swordsman, possessing a sword versus being without one is a dichotomy of profound significance. As Zhang Yu rapidly closed the gap once more, Weiming wasted no time, executing a swift maneuver known as the sheep-chewing peony towards his adversary. Meanwhile, the merchant Jiao Tailang had already retreated to a safe distance. In truth, he was somewhat aware of the implications of his actions. By selling the sword to Weiming, he had inadvertently thwarted Zhang Yu's ambitions and, in the process, had taken advantage of Weiming, thus earning the animosity of both parties. Once the skirmish concluded, regardless of who emerged victorious, it was unlikely he would reap any rewards. However, he remained unfazed, believing that a keen merchant should possess the noble trait of prioritizing profit. Observing the fierce clash between the two, he had no intention of lingering to capitalize on their struggle. He identified himself as a merchant in eternal chivalry, not a scavenger. Thus, his choice was to make a hasty exit. Before departing, he made sure to call out to the combatants. Both of you are adept players within the game. Should you wish to sell any unused equipment in the future, consider visiting the Blue Chubby equipment store in Luoyang. White-grade equipment starts at 10 silver, while blue-grade begins at 1 gold, with prices varying according to the item's attributes. My shop features professional appraisers who can surely offer you a satisfactory price. Having completed his advertisement, he did not wait for their response and swiftly made his way towards the dock. However, before he could reach his destination, he was unexpectedly pierced through the throat by a long sword that had emerged from behind a tree, delivering a critical blow. Moments later, Dugu Qiubai appeared from behind the tree, seizing the opportunity to launch a flurry of strikes, reducing the unscrupulous merchant to a mere wisp of white light. On the mountainside, engaged in a fierce battle with Zhang Yu, Weiming witnessed this spectacle and could not help but shake his head in a resigned sigh. In truth, while Jiao Tailang's opportunistic tactics were reprehensible, without the steel sword, he would have struggled to find a solution in such a short time. So he bore no genuine resentment towards him. As for Dugu Qiubai's silent and direct approach to PK, Weiming could only think to commend him well done. It has become evident that the realm of masters does not consist solely of Weiming. The prowess of Zhang Yue should not be underestimated either. Upon their engagement, the two exchanged blows for over 30 rounds, each inflicting and receiving damage, yet neither gained the upper hand. As Zhang Yue deftly evaded Weiming's lethal strike aimed at his throat, he remarked, "With such a pitiful sword, it will be no easy feat for you to triumph over me. Shall we call it a day?" Unperturbed, Weiming pressed on with his assault, disdainfully retorting, "Do you truly believe you can bring us both down?" Zhang Yue calmly countered, "Isn't that the case?" The unfortunate youth was oblivious to Dugu Qiubai's stealthy ambush, which had already dispatched Jiao Tailang, nor was he aware that Dugu Qiubai was now advancing towards them. Thus, from behind Zhang Yue, Dugu Qiubai answered Weiming's earlier query, "Certainly not. Did you think I was simply a bystander?" As he spoke, Dugu Qiubai thrust his sword forward, joining forces with Weiming to besiege Zhang Yue. What of inferior weapons? We have comrades. Initially, Zhang Yue could contend with Weiming on equal footing. But with the addition of Dugu Qiubai, he suddenly found himself in disarray, fully aware that facing two opponents was beyond his capabilities. And lamenting that his agility was inferior to that of Weiming, Zhang Yue realized escape was futile. In desperation, he implored, "Gentlemen, killing is but a fleeting act. Should I perish here, my mission will fail, rendering 2 days of effort meaningless. Do you truly wish to forge an everlasting enmity with me?" Weiming, however, paid no heed to his plea, quipping, "Oh, so you are aware? What were you thinking while chasing us?" As he spoke, both Weiming and Dugu Qiubai intensified their onslaught. A minute later, Zhang Yue's health was finally depleted, culminating in Weiming's strike, which transformed him into a wisp of white light. From this defeat, he dropped a long sword, a jade pendant, and a basket of dumplings. Swiftly gathering the fallen items, Weiming then sent a few item links to Dugu Qiubai. His intention was not to hoard the spoils, but rather because player drops differ from those of bosses, there is no distribution process for the fallen items, and one must physically possess them to discern their attributes. Qizhu Sword, Golden A Treasured Sword forged from the secret poison techniques of Miaojiang. Attack power, 150, agility, 5. Poison attribute damage, 5. Hetian Jade Pendant, blue a pendant crafted from Hetian Jade, possessing the ability to nourish one's vitality. Maximum health, 100, maximum inner strength, 50. Vegetable and meat dumplings. Renowned in Yangzhou, these dumplings are exquisitely flavorful. Hunger restoration, 20. Alas, is there no justice? As a disciple of a prestigious sect, I often resort to mere buns, while that morally corrupt individual feasts on dumplings. Upon seeing the attributes of the 3 dropped items laid before him, it was this concern that occupied Qingbong thoughts. Qingbong refrained from mentioning the matter of dividing the spoils. Yet Weiming could not feign ignorance and promptly addressed the issue. The current market price for this green bamboo sword is approximately 50 gold coins. Although the Hetian jade pendant is merely a blue-grade accessory, such ornaments are inherently rare, valued at around 20 gold coins. We shall divide these based on this ratio. Whoever takes the sword shall compensate accordingly. Which do you prefer? Upon hearing Weiming's proposal, Qingbong decisively replied, I choose the jade pendant. This response was anticipated. Weiming swiftly sent a trade request to Qingbong, placing the Hetian jade pendant and 15 taels of gold on the table. According to the previously assessed value of the equipment, the combined worth of the 2 items amounted to 70 gold coins, necessitating that each party provide items valued at 35 gold coins. By retaining the green bamboo sword, Weiming would need to return 15 gold coins to Qingbong. However, after a glance at the trade details, Qingbong promptly canceled the transaction. The game has only just begun. I suspect that for a skilled player like you, Brother Yi, 15 gold coins represent a substantial portion of your assets, correct? I require no gold from you. Simply give me that basket of buns and promise to assist me once when I encounter difficulties during my quests. Weiming shook his head. We are friends now. Just call upon me when you need help, and I shall not refuse. Brothers should settle accounts fairly. You must take this money. Under Weiming's firm insistence, Qingbong reluctantly accepted the jade pendant and gold coins, as well as the basket of buns he cherished. Without hesitation, he retrieved one and began to devour it. As he ate, he mumbled indistinctly. In this initial phase of the game, I have refrained from spending money, resulting in several days without tasting meat. Finally, I can enjoy something filled today. It has not been easy. Would you like to, Brother Yi? Observing Qingbong's indulgence, Weiming offered a gentle smile, sincerely expressing his gratitude. Thank you. For what? Qingbong inquired, puzzled. Weiming smiled without answering, merely gesturing towards the spot where Jiao Taidang had been dispatched, saying, You know, as a constable, there are certain matters that are somewhat inconvenient for me to address. You hypocritical fellow. Qingbong chuckled in jest, clasping his fists in farewell to Weiming before embarking on a boat back to Wudong Mountain to complete his quest. Meanwhile, Weiming turned back to survey the countless bodies strewn across the landscape, his eyes alight with excitement. It was yet another season of bountiful harvests. Chapter 40. Strength increases again upon the summit of Wangpan Mountain. The ground was strewn with corpses, both in number and quality far exceeding those from the previous encounter with the Longmen Escort Agency. In this grim event, all the fallen NPCs were martial artists. None lacked martial prowess. Even the most basic of the 3 sect's minions could bestow approximately 20 points of proficiency upon Weiming. Among them lay the remains of 5 formidable bosses, each granting Weiming over 2,000 points of proficiency. They included Yuan Guangbua, the leader of the Haisha gang, Mai Jing, the chief of the Giant Whale Gang, Gua Sanquan, the master of the Divine Fist Sect, along with 2 disciples of the Kunlun Sect, Gao Ziqing and Jiang Tao. Yuan Guangbua contributed insights into internal martial arts, which naturally enhanced Weiming's breath regulation technique. Mai Jing provided knowledge of long weaponry, an area in which few players specialized. Weiming, lacking the desire to master a specific weapon's martial arts, promptly utilized this knowledge, inadvertently improving his agility through the 8 steps to chase the toad technique, elevating his already high lightness skill to a new pinnacle. Gua Sanquan offered insights into boxing techniques, however, with no expertise in boxing arts. Weiming could only make incidental progress, which, regrettably, culminated in an advancement in the Yu sword technique. Despite having relied on this technique as his primary means of attack, a mid-level sword technique would soon become available upon the completion of his current task, rendering the Yu sword technique obsolete. Therefore, he deemed it a waste to further invest proficiency in it. With this mindset, he refrained from immediately utilizing the sword insights provided by the last 2 Kunlun disciples, opting instead to reserve this precious proficiency for the mid-level sword technique once he returned to the Divine Capture Bureau. After a day filled with the arduous tasks of collecting bodies, burying the dead, and various incidental advancements, Yi Weiming's attributes transformed into Yi Weiming level 14 health, 760 internal energy, 550 physique, 73 strength, 73 agility, 178 reaction, 73 talent, 25 comprehension, 29 breath regulation, unorthodox level 7 proficiency, 3608 6400 health, 350 internal energy, 350 physique, 35 strength, 35 agility, 35 reaction, 35 new sword technique, unorthodox, level 8 proficiency, 1036 12800 power, 80 precision, 88 steps to chase the toad, beginner, level 5 proficiency, 886 4000, agility, 100 Dai Zong Ruahi, ultimate technique, level 1 proficiency, 512 1000 attack damage, 10 hit rate, 10 critical damage, 10 can activate an active effect during combat. Calculating the flaws in the enemy's techniques to deliver a decisive blow. Equipment, flying fish garb, standard gear of the divine captains. Physical defense 30. Internal defense 30, health limit 100. Twisted bamboo hat, standard gear of the divine captains. Physical defense 10, internal defense 10, internal power limit 50. Long boots, standard gear of the divine captains. Defense 5, agility 5. Green bamboo sword, a treasured blade crafted from the secret arts of poison in Miaojiang. Attack power 150, agility 5, poison attribute damage 5. To prevent prolonged uncertainties, Yi Weiming promptly returned to the Central Plains by boat after burying all the corpses, including that of Chun Ming, which he had carried along the way. He then took a cart back to Dongjing Bianliang City and reported the task to Eugene. Only after receiving the task notification did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Ding! You have uncovered the truth behind the massacre of the Longmen Escort Agency and successfully apprehended one of the culprits, the disciple of the Taishan Sect, Zhang Yue. You have excellently completed the task for the Longmen Escort Agency, earning rewards, experience 7,000, cultivation 700, currency, 20 gold, and a manual for the Yulongyin Feng Sword technique. Task completion level increased again? However, what is the matter with capturing Zhang Yue? Yi Weiming immediately embraced the esteemed tradition of seeking knowledge without shame in Huaxia and soon learned the answer to his query from Eugene, due to the unique nature of game players. Capturing them alive is nearly an impossible feat for the convenience of the divine captains in enforcing the law. It suffices to personally eliminate the involved players during the mission. They will automatically resurrect in the divine captain's prison and, depending on the severity of the case, face imprisonment ranging from 1 hour to less than 24 hours or even exile. Meanwhile, if divine captains are attacked maliciously by other players during their tasks, upon slaying the aggressors, those players will also resurrect in the divine captain's prison and face a 13-hour sentence for obstructing official duties. This regulation is quite powerful. In his excitement, Yi Weiming intended to examine the intermediate sword technique Yulongyin Feng, but was interrupted when Eugene suddenly inquired, Weiming, is the weapon you are currently equipped with the green bamboo sword from Miaojiang? Weiming? Are we that familiar? While inwardly critiquing Eugene's overly familiar demeanor, Yi Weiming maintained an appearance of a diligent student and obediently replied, You are correct, Commander Yu. The Longwan sword issued by the divine captains was destroyed in my battle with Xie Sun. Fortunately, I acquired this green bamboo sword, ensuring I am not left without a weapon. Is there an issue with this sword? Indeed, there is. Eugene continued with his exceedingly unpleasant voice. Firstly, this sword lacks the characteristic of amplifying internal power, which is almost universally found in weapons of blue quality or higher, and does not enhance internal power. However, its sharpness compensates for this shortcoming. The true flaw of this sword lies in another aspect, its poison attribute. The issue with the poison attribute raises a significant concern. Could it potentially harm oneself? Night Unfading, with a puzzled expression, listened attentively as Eugene continued, in the martial world, there are taboos associated with the use of poison weapons. If one hails from a sect renowned for its expertise in poison, such as the Tang sect or a nefarious cult, it is somewhat acceptable. However, for disciples of reputable sects or neutral factions like the divine captors, employing poison weapons results in a deduction of chivalry points. The more one utilizes these weapons, the greater the deduction. Night Unfading was taken aback by this revelation. Is there such a concept? Chivalry points in Eternal Chivalry represent a rather unique attribute that significantly impacts players. For instance, a disciple of a prestigious sect, like Dugu Qiubai, risks expulsion if their chivalry points drop to a certain threshold, even for a neutral faction like the Divine Captors. While there may be no pressures from their sect, it directly influences the NPC's attitudes towards you. The discovery that the Qingzhou sword possesses such negative repercussions caused Knight Unfading to regard it with increased seriousness. He hastily inquired, "Is the deduction severe?" Eugene glanced at Knight Unfading with intrigue and replied nonchalantly, "If you use it to slay monsters for experience, targeting those ordinary creatures that threaten the martial world. With your current strength, you might manage to keep your chivalry points stable. In fact, players accumulate chivalry points whether completing quests or defeating monsters, though the latter tends to yield points more slowly. With Knight Unfading's current prowess, spending an entire day at a training spot would barely yield approximately 23 chivalry points. According to Eugene's statement, using the Qingzhou sword for a day would lead to a deduction of 23 points. Frowning slightly, Knight Unfading suddenly conceived a bold idea that might resolve this predicament. "Thank you for the reminder, Commander Yu. I will be cautious." After expressing his heartfelt gratitude to Eugene, he retrieved the intermediate sword technique he had just acquired. Upon examining its attributes, the fleeting fondness he had developed for this iron-faced figure dissipated entirely. "Commander Yu, could I exchange this sword technique for another?" Chapter 41. The Dance of the Dragon and the Phoenix. The Dance of the Dragon and the Phoenix, intermediate, a swordsmanship technique of profound mastery within the martial world. The moves, seemingly fierce and aggressive, are fundamentally centered on deflection and protection. Even when confronted by opponents of far superior strength, one can ensure their own safety. Requirements for cultivation: aptitude 25, comprehension 25, physical strength 70, arm strength 60. On the surface, the description of this sword technique appears flawless. However, seasoned by years of gaming experience, Weiming understands that no skill is ever truly perfect. Often, when a description excessively emphasizes a particular strength, it merely serves to conceal shortcomings in other areas. The manual for the Dance of the Dragon and the Phoenix boasts of its defensive capabilities to an extraordinary degree, and Weiming is convinced of its formidable protective strength. Yet, its offensive power is likely to be less than commendable, were it not for such a glaring flaw. The system would not classify it as an intermediate technique, but rather as an advanced one. Weiming firmly believes in the adage that in narrow paths, the brave prevail, and thus he finds little interest in a sword technique that solely pursues defensive capabilities. However, in response to Weiming's reasonable request, the answer from Eugene is that once task rewards are issued, they cannot be exchanged for any reason. Weiming scoffs at this, dismissing the deceitful nature of the response. With a swift motion, he discards the skill of the Dance of the Dragon and the Phoenix, departing without a backward glance, leaving behind only a striking silhouette. A true man never looks back at the grotesque. Upon leaving the constabulary, Weiming heads directly to the armory, situated not far from the constabulary. The armory is a government-operated institution responsible for manufacturing military equipment, home to many skilled artisans. Among them, the craftsmanship of the armory's chief, Taishan, is particularly renowned, and Weiming's objective is to seek him out. After presenting his token to confirm his identity at the entrance of the armory, the guarding NPC goes inside to announce his arrival, and Weiming is invited into the reception area to wait. Moments later, a man clad in the attire of an Unrivaled sect disciple enters the reception room. Upon seeing Weiming, he immediately approaches with a smile, saying, "You must be Weiming from the constabulary?" Nodding in acknowledgement, Weiming scrutinizes this oddly dressed individual and frowns, asking, "Who are you?" "I'm a wind and thunder swordsman of the Unrivaled sect." The name alone reveals him to be a player, but Weiming is taken aback. For does the Unrivaled sect truly accept male disciples? He admits to never having encountered one before. Perceiving Weiming's astonishment, the Wind and Thunder Swordsman explains, "Many people think that the Unrivaled sect only admits female disciples. In reality, there are male disciples as well. However, the founding master of Unrivaled was a woman, and the martial arts passed down are often more suited for female practitioners, making it generally unwise for male players to join Unrivaled. Then I am drawn to the eclectic teachings of the Unrivaled sect." With a subtle smile, the Wind and Thunder Swordsman added, "In the Unrivaled sect, male disciples generally handle various miscellaneous tasks, and there is no shortage of mentors skilled in diverse life skills, all of whom possess remarkable expertise." Pausing momentarily, he inquired mysteriously, I wonder if Brother Yi has ever heard of the dragon-slaying saber and the heaven-defying sword? The infamous Yi Weiming has certainly heard of them, and even had the privilege of witnessing the dragon-slaying saber firsthand. However, I have heard that although the heaven-defying sword belongs to Amei, it is not currently in the possession of the Amei sect. Of course, I am not referring to the blades themselves. The Wind and Thunder swordsman clarified. It is said that both the dragon-slaying saber and the heaven-defying sword were crafted by the family of the legendary founder of the Amei sect. The heroic Guxiang, and the secret method of forging these weapons is also passed down within the Amei sect. Though no one has mastered this extraordinary skill as of now, the topic seemed to have strayed a bit. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit today? Brother Yi? Prompted by his reminder, Yi Weiming recalled his true intent. I have come seeking the esteemed Master Tai. Upon hearing this, the Wind and Thunder swordsman was taken aback, exclaiming, I am but an unworthy disciple of Master Tai. If Brother Yi has any matters to discuss, why not share them with me first? Should I be unable to assist, I can then relay your concerns to Master Tai. Is this an opportunity for Tai Ji to train the disciples of the players? Yi Weiming refrained from commenting, instead producing the Qingzhou sword and stating, in that case, I would appreciate it if Brother Wind and Thunder could assist in determining whether the poison can be cleansed from this sword. Indeed, this was Yi Weiming's solution for countering the side effects of the Qingzhou sword. If wielding a poison weapon incurs a deduction in chivalrous value, then removing the poison should resolve the issue, right? Regardless, given the attributes of this Qingzhou sword, even if the poisonous attribute damage were eliminated, it would still be a superior weapon. While the idea was undoubtedly appealing, the response he received was, that is impossible. Not only can I not do it, but even my master Taiji cannot accomplish it. Under Yi Weiming's skeptical gaze, the Wind and Thunder swordsman solemnly explained, this Qingzhou sword was crafted using a special technique from Miaojiang, wherein a secret method is employed to fuse specific metallic ores with toxins during the forging process, transforming the metal that constitutes the blade into a type of inherently poisonous iron. The blade is laced with toxins both inside and out. How could one possibly cleanse it? Is it truly that severe? Seeing Yi Weiming's disbelief, the Wind and Thunder swordsman proactively sent him a friend request and subsequently issued a system message, based on your observations. The crafting technique of this Qingzhou sword utilizes Miaojiang. Very well, this resembles a system skill akin to the coroner's method, which cannot be mistaken. After the failure to cleanse the poison, Yi Weiming left the military weapons depot in dismay and sent out a message via carrier pigeon. Does anyone know methods to enhance one's qualifications and insights? Wind and Thunder swordsman. For insights, one should read books. As for qualifications, I am uncertain. Noodle bun. Special martial arts can enhance qualifications. For insights, one should read books. Banana wolf. I am unclear about qualifications, but at the Taishan Sect, there is daily reading homework that can increase insights. Does your sect not have such a practice? In March, Yao Yao, Dugu Qiubai, Xin Xiaobai, and Zhang Yu were engaged in conversation. Zhang Yu exclaimed, IXXXXX, UXXXXX. Night Weiming, irritated by Zhang Yu's disrespectful remarks, swiftly blocked him once more and proceeded to summarize the messages from the group. The gist of the matter was this. To enhance one's comprehension, one must delve into books. As for improving one's innate talent, alas, I too wish to elevate myself. Upon arriving at the private academy in Qingcheng City, Night Weiming discovered that all the books were clearly priced. The 100 family surnames, 100 gold. The disciples' regulations, 300 gold. The 3-character classic, 300 gold. The rhymes of Masterly, 400 gold. The 1,000-character classic, 1,000 gold. The Great Learning, 2,000 gold. The Doctrine of the Mean, 3,000 gold. The Analects, 4,000 gold. The Book of Mencius, 5,000 gold. The Book of Songs. Upon seeing the prices of these classical texts, and glancing at the meager 20 gold coins in his pocket, Night Weiming felt utterly disheartened. The 100 family surnames cost 100 gold, while the 1,000-character classic demands 1,000 gold. Is reading here charged by the character? Moreover, at the rate of 1 gold per character. Who was it that proclaimed the poor in literature, the rich in martial prowess? Step forward, and I assure you, I shall not harm you. Chapter 42. Is he a culinary master? Yi Weiming is now merely 1 point of insight, 5 points of aptitude, and 3 levels of the breathing technique away from meeting the foundational requirements to learn the Hunyuan skill. He has yet to discover an effective method to enhance his aptitude. While the breathing technique can be improved through diligent practice, monster hunting, corpse collecting, and burial. As for his insight, he is just 1 point short. According to the price list in the private academy, completing the 100 family surnames will grant him that essential point of insight, thus fulfilling the training conditions for the Hunyuan skill. Compared to the exorbitant cost of the renowned literary classics, which often reach into the thousands, the price of 100 gold is still somewhat acceptable. However, being acceptable does not mean he can afford it at this moment. Before that, his priority is to accumulate funds and, in the meantime, raise his breathing technique skill level. With a clear goal in mind, Yi Weiming exhibited an unprecedented fervor for leveling up. In the following days, he fervently engaged in various bounty tasks, meticulously calculating routes beforehand, and efficiently completing multiple tasks in succession. With a swift motion, Yi Weiming drew the bloodied green bamboo sword from the heart of a level 20 boss named Lu Xiueqiao, then flicked the blade, shaking off the blood that clung to its edge. Ding! You have slain the notorious bandit, Lu Xiueqiao, who forcibly abducted women, and received the task rewards, 2,000 experience points, 200 cultivation points, and 50 silver coins. As the system's notification echoed in his ears, Yi Weiming adeptly began to loot the corpse. Unsurprisingly, this boss did not yield any martial arts manuals, yet he did drop several blue-grade items. Although none surpassed the quality of his current divine capture officer set, they would fetch a decent price in the market, allowing him to sell them at the Blue Fatty Equipment Shop in Luoyang. Speaking of that unscrupulous merchant, while his character may be detestable, his shop is indeed quite convenient. Several days prior, Yi Weiming had received a series of bandit elimination tasks from the newly reinstated Zhanjiao. The enemy's location stretched from Qingcheng to Luoyang, essentially forming a straight line on the map. He followed this path, slaughtering his way from Qingcheng to Luoyang, annihilating 3 bandit camps and dispatching 12 wanted criminals. However, given the duration of his gameplay, it was impossible for him to secure all first kills. Fortunately, these wanted criminals would respawn after being defeated, alleviating any concerns about completing his tasks. Among the 3 bandit camps he eradicated, 2 had transformed into instances, causing the boss drops to significantly diminish compared to the first kills. Nevertheless, the task rewards remained unaffected. After such an extensive period of combat, Yi Weiming's strength had undoubtedly seen a marked improvement. Now, his level and attributes have transformed into Yi Weiming level 18, health 970 chi, 760 physique, 81 strength, 81 agility, 206 reaction, 81 talent, 25 comprehension, 29 breathing technique, unorthodox, level 8 proficiency, 11208, 12800, health 400, chi 400 physique 40, strength 40, agility 40, reaction 40. Yu Maiden sword technique, unorthodox, level 8 proficiency, 8636 12,800 power, 80, accuracy, 80. Dragon Dance and Phoenix Call, intermediate, level 4 proficiency, 3,578, 4,000 defense, 80, accuracy, 80, evasion, 40 special effect, force release, through contact with weaponry. It can dissipate the opponent's strength, ensuring one's own invulnerability. 8 steps to chase the toad, beginner. Level 6 proficiency, 1314, 8,000 agility, 120. How the Mount Tai Sect operates, ultimate skill. Level 2 proficiency, 1211, 2000 attack damage, 20, hit rate, 20, critical damage, 20. In battle, it can activate active effects to deduce the flaws in the opponent's moves, delivering a decisive blow. Equipment, brief. Money, 74 gold, 60 silver, 27 copper. Regarding the intermediate sword technique called Dragon Dance and Phoenix Call awarded to him by Commander Yu as a quest reward, Yi Weiming cannot help but express his disdain every time he encounters it. As a sword technique, just look at what it enhances: defense, accuracy, evasion, force release. It utterly lacks any contribution to offensive power. However, when it comes to self-preservation, this sword technique excels, given Yi Weiming's current attributes. He believes he could contend evenly with a level 30 boss using this seemingly inadequate sword technique. As for its offensive capabilities, well, it's not even a matter of strength. When employing this technique, there is simply no output whatsoever. The ineffectiveness of the intermediate sword technique has led Yi Weiming to rely on the unorthodox Yu Maiden sword technique during his recent questing, causing its proficiency to skyrocket. As he approaches the requirements for the 9th tier, one wonders when he might acquire a less frustrating advanced sword technique. It need not be advanced. Even an intermediate or even a beginner's would suffice. He retrieved a grass mat, skillfully gathered Lu Xueqiao's remains, and obtained insight into lightness skills 1. After casually using it, the proficiency of 8 steps to chase the toad increased by 1,200 points. At this moment, dusk has descended. After confirming his direction, Yi Weiming swiftly activated the 8th step of the 5th layer of the moonlit treading technique, propelling himself towards the city of Luoyang. He had successfully completed all his prior tasks and accumulated a considerable amount of items, which he promptly deposited at Jiao Tailong's equipment shop. With the 100 gold required for the 100 family surnames tuition nearly within reach, he continued on his journey. As he traversed midway, the skies had darkened completely. Yi Weiming felt the pangs of hunger gnawing at him, realizing that his hunger level had reached the critical threshold of 70. He longed to gnaw on a couple of steamed buns to satiate his appetite, only to discover that the buns he had purchased in Qingcheng had been entirely consumed by noon. Given his current pace, would he reach Luoyang before succumbing to starvation? This posed a dilemma. Consulting his map for a moment, he recognized this as SC Chardinger's problem. In other words, if he did not resolve his food predicament soon, he faced at least a 50 chance of perishing from hunger before reaching Luoyang. Such a miscalculation. Just as Yi Weiming fretted over his empty stomach, a sudden wolf howl from a distance ignited a spark of hope within him. Digging into his backpack, he retrieved a blue-quality forged sword, replacing his previous weapon, and charged towards the source of the howl. Why the change in weaponry? It was imperative to remember that the Qizhu sword was a venomous blade, rendering any prey slain by it inedible due to the toxicity of their flesh. The average level of the night wolves was approximately 17, and with Yi Weiming's current prowess, dispatching them proved effortless. 10 minutes later, he had kindled a fire and was leisurely roasting wolf meat. After another 20 minutes, he beheld the results of his efforts. Semi-raw roasted wolf meat, quality. Failure, consumption would reduce hunger by 50 points, but would cause a decrease of 1 health point per minute for 1 hour. It was still tainted with poison, trimming away the charred exterior. The properties of the roasted wolf meat underwent a transformation. Semi-raw roasted wolf meat, quality, 0, consumption would reduce hunger by 20 points. Although its effectiveness had diminished significantly, at least he need not worry about food poisoning any longer. As Yi Weiming contemplated indulging in his unappealing creation, he suddenly noticed a ragged little boy nearby, who had appeared out of nowhere, eyeing the roasted meat with longing. How could a child wander in this desolate wilderness? One thing was certain, the child was an NPC, as there were no children of this age among the interstellar immigrants. Waving at the boy, Yi Weiming smiled and inquired, "Where are your guardians?" "My mother is missing, and so is Ahuan. I am searching for them," the boy replied, his gaze still fixated on the roasted wolf meat. With a grin, Yi Weiming asked, "Would you like some?" The boy nodded eagerly. "Take it and enjoy." The young boy seized the roasted wolf meat, devouring it with an insatiable appetite. Despite the unappetizing appearance of the meat, which even the night's twilight found hard to consume, he relished it with great delight. Observing the boy's voracious eating, the night's twilight inexplicably felt a surge of inexplicable accomplishment and instinctively inquired, "Is it delicious?" "Not really," the boy mumbled in response, then resumed his focused feasting. The night's twilight was taken aback. This child was remarkably candid, yet he could hardly blame him. After all, the dish he had prepared was hardly worthy of being called food, even by his own standards. However, for the sake of pride, the night's twilight shamelessly defended, "Well, it's mainly because we are in the wild, without any seasoning." Before he could finish, the boy had already polished off most of the roasted meat and interrupted, saying, "It's not a matter of seasoning, it's about the cooking technique. When roasting meat, one must never place it directly over the open flame. It requires waiting for the coals to turn fully red. Then, ding, you have received guidance from a culinary expert, gaining 1,000 points in cooking experience, elevating your culinary level to level 4. Is this young boy truly a culinary master? What should I call you, young brother? Chapter 43. Young Ajong, what should I call you, little brother? The young boy shook his head. I am not called little brother. Yi Weiming continued to inquire, then what is your name? Dog bastard. Indeed, in the desolate wilderness, only bears roamed. How could there be a child? Even if there were, he would surely be a mischievous one. A thankless child who, with an open mouth, devours meat and, with a closed mouth, hurls insults. Yi Weiming was incensed. How can you, a mischievous child, insult others? The boy expressed his grievance. I do not call myself a mischievous child. I call myself a dog bastard. Besides, You asked me, and I merely responded. I did not insult anyone. Calming down, Weiming gave the boy a thumbs up. Your name is quite unique. However, as a gentleman, I find it difficult to utter those 3 words. How about we simplify things? You can call me Big Brother, and I shall call you Ajong. Although the child was indeed named that, Weiming felt that, as a civilized person, he could not bring himself to say it. Subconsciously, he sensed that if he uttered it, he would face repercussions. All right, Ajong replied succinctly. After establishing their names, Weiming promptly retrieved several pieces of wolf meat he had collected earlier. He spread a piece of paper on the ground and piled all the wolf meat upon it. He then suggested, from the sound of it, your grilled dishes must be far superior to mine. How about this? I will provide the ingredients, and you will lend your culinary skills, and we shall share the cooked food? No need to share. I cannot eat much, Ajong replied. Yet he had already taken a piece of wolf meat and was skewering it with a dry twig. To cook all this meat thoroughly, we will definitely need more firewood. I must go gather some dry twigs. I'll go. Weiming chuckled. As previously agreed, I will handle the ingredients. Collecting dry twigs was a bit troublesome, unlike wetwood, which could be directly chopped from trees. It required patience to find. Nevertheless, as a rare chef, and thinking of their upcoming meal, Weiming spent nearly an hour gathering a substantial bundle of dry twigs. He originally intended to collect more, but as an enticing aroma wafted through the air, he could no longer resist the protest of his stomach and hurried back to the campfire. At that moment, the wolf meat had been grilled to perfection. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, its golden hue enticing. As previously agreed, the boy handed one portion to Weiming with a smile. It's ready. You can eat now. Upon receiving the grilled meat, Weiming nearly dropped it in astonishment. Grilled wolf meat, quality 65, consumption reduces hunger by 50 points. And increases arm strength by 97 points for 1 hour. Is this food? No. This is simply a buff, and one that could nearly double his combat power instantly. The mouth-watering aroma of the grilled meat filled his nostrils, stimulating his olfactory senses, and he could hardly contain the drool that threatened to spill from the corner of his mouth, had it not been for the absence of alternative sustenance. Weiming would have dearly wished to preserve the wolf meat for later, to enhance his combat prowess before the impending battle. However, feeling the persistent protest from his stomach, he could no longer resist and brought the roasted meat to his lips, taking a hearty bite. The moment the meat entered his mouth, he was instantly enveloped by the rich, succulent juices that flowed onto his palate, the intense aroma tantalizing his taste buds, nearly bringing tears to the eyes of this impoverished detective who had abstained from meat since entering the game. It was simply exquisite, utterly delectable. The flavor was divine. Despite the absence of any seasoning, Ajong had managed to elevate the meat's natural deliciousness to an extraordinary level, making it so irresistible that one would almost yearn to swallow their own tongue after a single bite. Ajong, diligent as ever, fulfilled their prior agreement by thoroughly roasting the remaining wolf meat and presenting it all to Weiming. I am not a player, and I lack a system backpack to keep the food fresh. If carried on my person, the meat would spoil within a day. Since you enjoy it, you might as well take it all. I am tired now. I shall rest. Weiming felt a swell of emotion. What a wonderful child Ajong was. What are your plans next? Zzz. Ajong kept his word and had already fallen asleep. According to the system introduction Weiming had seen before logging into the game, he understood that the higher an NPC's level of intelligence, the more advanced their capabilities. This little boy, who seemed to grasp the distinction between players and NPCs, as well as the functionality of a player's backpack that preserved food indefinitely, likely possessed intelligence nearing the highest tier. Yet, the fact that this NPC could casually elevate his culinary skills with mere guidance made it clear that he was indeed a high-level NPC. However, how could a high-level NPC have such an unappealing name? In some respects, the game's design was rather haphazard. After a moment's hesitation, Weiming resisted the temptation to devour a second piece of roasted meat. The current situation was sufficiently sustainable to last until Woyang. One must reserve their finest resources for the most critical moments. The night passed in silence. The following morning, when the young boy awoke from his slumber, he discovered Weiming still seated nearby, idly tossing a dry twig onto the campfire. Ajong's eyes widened in astonishment. Had he truly not moved from this spot throughout the entire night? He refrained from inquiring why Weiming had not slept, as players in the game existed in a semi-dormant state and did not require sleep, even if they were active for 24 hours straight. You're awake? Weiming smiled. In this desolate wilderness, I feared that nearby beasts might carry you away in your sleep. Besides, with a fire nearby, I hope to prevent you from catching a chill. Zhang did not express his gratitude, but Yi Weiming could discern from his gaze that his favorability had increased. After a brief silence of 2 seconds, the young boy suddenly spoke. You need not protect me, for those beasts will not attack. Even if defeated by players, they will respawn, retaining all memories except for the identity of their vanquisher. Was this child destined for greatness? How could he possess a deeper understanding of the game's mechanics than I? The player? Dusting off his clothes, Zhang stood up and declared, Big brother, I must continue my search for my mother and Huang. Farewell. Wait a moment. Yi Weiming called out, retrieving the fire starter from his backpack, which he had previously used to ignite a fire. I shall give you this fire starter. With your skills, it should suffice to keep hunger at bay, no matter where you venture. Zhang accepted the fire starter without uttering a word of thanks, instead offering Yi Weiming a book in return. The recipe for beggar's chicken, a tome detailing the method for preparing this dish. With a casual gesture, the recipe transformed into a radiant white light. Ding! Congratulations, you have learned how to prepare beggar's chicken. Big brother, using a skill book like that is quite wasteful. If you could muster the patience to read it carefully, word by word, not only would you learn the method for beggar's chicken, but you would also gain additional culinary proficiency. Is such a thing possible? Yi Weiming was mildly astonished but replied, Though I am unaware of who your mother and Huang are, I shall do my utmost to keep an eye out for them. Zhang glanced at Yi Weiming with excitement, vigorously nodding before sprinting off into the distance. Ding! You have received a hidden quest. Find the mother. Quest level, unknown. Assist Zhang in locating his mother. Quest reward, unknown. Ding! You have received a hidden quest. Find Huang. Quest level, unknown. Assist Zhang in locating Huang. Quest reward, unknown. Chapter 44. How could one consume a dog? In a single breath, I received 2 concealed quests, both shrouded in mystery regarding their level and rewards. This character, Zhang, is indeed extraordinary. However, should you not be more forthcoming in your request for assistance? Simply utter the words, and irrespective of our current familiarity, the mere mention of hidden quests would incite countless players to compete eagerly to aid you. Little did Yi Weiming know that in the game Heroic Eternity, each advanced NPC possesses a unique narrative and distinct characteristics. One of Zhang's most notable traits being his steadfast refusal to solicit help. His tasks must be actively discovered by players. Otherwise, no matter how high one raises their favorability to a staggering 1,000, it remains impossible to receive a quest from him. Observing Zhang vanish into thin air within mere moments, Yi Weiming rubbed his face, shook off his lethargy, and once again set forth, sprinting towards the city of Luoyang. Without further ado, he arrived at the Blue Fatty Equipment Shop in Luoyang. Although the unscrupulous owner of this establishment was detestable, his shop undeniably offered considerable convenience to players. Moreover, the merchant known as Jiao Tailang was not lying. The prices he offered for purchasing equipment were relatively fair, while there remained a gap between the buying and selling prices. It saved a significant amount of time that would otherwise be spent on vendor stalls. Yi Weiming promptly sold all the unnecessary equipment he had acquired during his quests. And at last, his total wealth amounted to 102 gold, 56 silver, and 20 copper. With that, he had finally gathered the 100 gold required for learning the 100 surnames, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Now, he merely needed to improve his aptitude by 5 points and elevate his tuna method to the required level. As he calculated how long it would take to fully level up the tuna method at his current questing pace, Yi Weiming proceeded towards the post station. However, he had not ventured far when a sudden commotion caught his attention. Esteemed villagers, today, I, the Dog King, have set up my stall once more. Premium. Fresh meat is available for only 50 silver a large bowl. Once you pass this village, such fare shall be no more. Following the sound, he noticed a makeshift stall at the street corner, propped against the wall with 2 large cauldrons. One cauldron was boiling vigorously, with steam swirling above the makeshift stove, while the other simmered gently, releasing a subtle yet irresistible aroma that set one's appetite alight. Numerous patrons had already settled at the few tables before the stall, indulging in large bowls of succulent dog meat. The expressions of bliss on their faces suggested that this dish undoubtedly surpassed even the finest Turkish kebabs in New York. Enticed by the rich, meaty fragrance, Yi Weiming found himself instinctively drawn to the stall, and under the enthusiastic invitation of the self-proclaimed Dog King, he took a seat at an empty spot. The citizens of Luoyang are accustomed to grand spectacles. Upon encountering Yi Weiming clad in official garb, the Dog King displayed no trace of trepidation. Instead, he warmly inquired, "Would this esteemed official prefer the aromatic meat stewed this morning, or shall we await a fresh batch?" Curious at the proprietor's introduction, Yi Weiming asked, "Is there a significant difference between the two?" The Dog King's eyes widened with excitement as he replied, "Indeed. There is a considerable distinction. My specialty lies in preparing the freshest dog meat. The flavor of the meat stewed in the morning pales in comparison to that of a freshly cooked dish. Hence, a bowl costs merely 20 silver. Freshly prepared dog meat not only boasts exquisite taste, but also grants players a temporary attribute boost. However, it comes at a higher price of 50 silver per bowl. Food that enhances attributes?" Yi Weiming's interest peaked. At that moment, the Dog King gestured toward a yellow dog tethered in the corner, stating, "In a moment, I shall slaughter this yellow dog on sight, bleed it, and prepare it while it's still warm. Only in this manner can the meat's sublime flavor be preserved. My rule is to begin once 10 bowls are reserved. We currently have 9 orders. Would the esteemed official care for a serving?" Following the Dog King's gesture, Yi Weiming casually glanced at the yellow dog before retracting his gaze. Just as he was about to respond, an unexpected system notification sounded in his ear. Ding! The passive skill corpse examination method has been activated. You discover that the yellow dog tethered in the corner appears to be rather extraordinary. Startled by the sudden system prompt, Yi Weiming instinctively turned back to the yellow dog, and to his astonishment, he noticed that the dog bore a name. A Huang, the one and only A Huang in this world. The revelation that this yellow dog was named A Huang and claimed to be the sole one of its kind in existence sparked a realization within him. If this assertion of uniqueness was not mere nonsense, could it mean that the hidden quest he had received from Zhong was indeed to find this very dog? Contemplating this possibility, Yi Weiming promptly shook his head and resolutely declared to the Dog King, "Such an adorable dog. How could one possibly eat it?" Upon hearing Yi Weiming's words, the Dog King's previously jovial expression darkened. "Esteemed official, this is a modest enterprise. I purchased this yellow dog from a hunter early this morning. Should you attempt to use your authority to seize it, though I may be of little consequence, I shall certainly seek justice at the magistrate's office." Faced with the Dog King's obstinate demeanor, Yi Weiming felt a sense of helplessness. Nonetheless, he remained intrigued by Zhang's hidden quest. While he could not expect to acquire martial arts secrets from a mere child, the young one's culinary skills alone were enough to captivate Yi Weiming. Consequently, in response to the Dog King's outburst, he cheerfully waved his hand and stated, "How much for this dog? I will buy it." The Dog King, upon hearing the words, once again wore a fawning smile. "A mere 100 gold. What?" Knight Unclear nearly leapt from his seat at the outrageous offer. "For this scrawny yellow dog. Even if you boiled it, there wouldn't be enough meat to make 20 bowls of fragrant stew. You expect me to pay 100 gold for something worth less than 10 gold? Do you intend to swindle me?" The Dog King quickly shook his head, vehemently denying any intention to bear such a burden, while maintaining a scheming grin. "Esteemed official, our accounting does not quite work that way. Originally, I brought only this dog to market today. If I sell it to you, I shall have to close up shop early," leaving the other patrons who had eagerly anticipated their fragrant meat disappointed. "It would be a grievous blow to my reputation, something that cannot be measured in mere gold." Thus, the smile on the Dog King's face grew ever more self-satisfied. "In truth, rather than the 100 gold, I would prefer to slaughter it and continue my business." Knight Unclear cast a glance at the meager savings of a little over 100 gold in his bag, despair washing over him as he lamented, "A Huang, how did you come to such a plight?" His exclamation resonated through the heavens, shaking the earth and astounding all present. The Dog King, left bewildered, quickly interjected, "Esteemed official, we can negotiate." A Huang. Knight Unclear had already bent down, cradling the yellow dog named A Huang in his arms. "Since the day I joined the Divine Capture Division, when the revered Huang entrusted you to me, you have been my sole companion, accompanying me as I solved countless extraordinary cases." Hearing of the seemingly inconspicuous yellow dog's impressive background, not only was the Dog King dumbfounded, but the surrounding diners also set down their chopsticks, whispering among themselves. Seeing this, the Dog King hastily proposed, "How about I give you a 50% discount, 50 gold?" Knight Unclear replied, "A Huang, over the years, you have fought tigers and battled wolves by my side. Even the commander of the Imperial Guard praised your cleverness." The Dog King interjected, 10 gold. A Huang. You who once faced down the bandits of Lotus Flower Village and the water thieves of Westlake. How can it be that you are to perish in this city of Luoyang, which you once protected with your life, to be slaughtered for meat? The Dog King countered, 5 gold. That was the price I paid for it originally, and I cannot go any lower. By heaven, by earth. The Dog King insisted, it truly cannot go any lower. I have a premonition that if I breach this bottom line, I may be struck by lightning at any moment. Is this the system's bottom line? Seeing an opportunity, Knight Unclear's previously anguished expression transformed into a calm demeanor. He pulled out 5 gold and placed it on the table, stating with composure, here are 5 gold. Accept it. The Dog King was left in utter shock. Though the night had yet to dawn, there was no inclination to heed the bewildered expression of the canine overlord. At this moment, I had risen and approached the corner, untying the rope that bound Ah Huang. Woof, woof. Ah Huang appeared to possess a certain sensitivity upon being freed. He barked a few times in my direction before turning and sprinting away. One might wonder if Ah Huang was in search of his master, Ah Zhong. A faint smile crept across my lips as I contemplated following, only to realize that Ah Huang had already returned. Tugging at the hem of my trousers before darting off once more. Was he beckoning me to follow? Shaking my head, I took a step forward in pursuit. Moments later, I found myself alongside Ah Huang at a dilapidated dwelling beside the White Horse Temple. It was then that I witnessed Ah Huang burrowing beneath a dust-laden bed, emerging shortly thereafter with a tattered book clutched in his mouth, which he deposited at my feet. Chapter 45, Cultivating Skills the Zhou by Xuan Jing. One of the 10 books on mathematics is unexpectedly a tome that enhances understanding. Weiming had been saving money to attend a private school, aiming to compensate for the deficiency in his comprehension of the Hunyuan Gong cultivation technique. Today truly marked a fortuitous occasion. Not only had he located the crucial task, the dog Ah Huang, but with Ah Huang's assistance, he had managed to save a substantial sum of 100 gold coins. It seems to affirm the adage, life is but a play, reliant on one's performance. It is worth noting that the Divine Captor Bureau has stringent regulations prohibiting the use of force or authority to oppress the common folk. Otherwise, confronting the unscrupulous Dog King would not necessitate such theatrics. In his excitement, Weiming instinctively opened the book. Ding. Are you certain you wish to utilize the Zhou by Xuan Jing? As the system's prompt echoed in his ears, Weiming suddenly recalled Ah Zhong's earlier words. Big brother. Utilizing a skill book directly is rather wasteful. If you can exercise patience and read it word by word, not only will you learn the recipe for the beggar's chicken, but you may also gain additional culinary proficiency. Perhaps he should indeed consider Ah Zhong's suggestion. Hastily selecting no, Weiming closed the book once more and exited the dilapidated dwelling with Ah Huang. The interruption caused by Ah Huang had disrupted his lunch, and now his stomach began to protest. He needed to procure sustenance. Reluctantly, he had refrained from consuming the roasted wolf meat that Ah Zhong had prepared, which enhanced physical strength. Fortunately, in a bustling metropolis like Luoyang, as long as one has money, acquiring food is invariably unproblematic. Not far from his departure, he stumbled upon a stall selling meat buns. Meat bun, a bun made with fresh pork. Nourishment, 20. Within an hour, physique 1. Though it too was a food item that enhanced attributes, it was evidently not of the same caliber as Ah Zhong's craftsmanship. The price for a single bun was 10 copper coins, with a steamer containing 10 for a mere silver coin, quite affordable. Weiming promptly purchased 2 steamers, enjoying one himself while tossing one to Ah Huang. However, he soon noticed the vendor's gaze turning unfriendly. All right. Standing in front of her stall and feeding her buns to a dog was indeed somewhat inconsiderate. How would other customers wishing to purchase buns perceive this? With an awkward smile, Weiming swiftly took his leave, leading Ah Huang to a secluded corner of a nearby street. There, he munched on a bun while feeding Ah Huang, and once again retrieved the Zhou by Xuan Jing, opening it to diligently study it word by word. Curiosity piqued, Weiming wondered what a mathematics book written in classical Chinese would be like. However, it soon became apparent that this textbook-like material possessed little in the way of readability. After completing the first page, his curiosity satiated, he lost interest in the subsequent content. However, in light of the previous hints, with a spirit of experimentation, he patiently turned to the second page of the book. The content of the book was not extensive, yet Weiming read at a leisurely pace, taking over 40 minutes to meticulously absorb every word as a means to pass the time. Ding. After immersing himself in the Zhou Pai Xuan Jing, he gained considerable insights and acquired the cultivation skill of deduction, attaining an understanding level of 1. With the sudden system notification, the Zhou Pai Xuan Jing in Yi Weiming's hands transformed into a beam of white light and vanished from sight. Is there an unexpected gain? Was it not merely supposed to enhance his proficiency slightly? What, then, is this newfound cultivation skill? After spending considerable time within the game, Yi Weiming had developed a vague understanding of its intricacies. He was aware that cultivation skills differed from martial abilities such as internal energy, techniques, and mental methods, as well as from survival skills that directly yield economic benefits. Cultivation skills represented a rather unique category, seemingly useless at first glance. Once a certain level is attained, they can significantly enhance the innate favorability of certain NPCs and even amplify specific martial arts. Common examples of cultivation skills include Buddhist teachings, Taoist arts, and literary flair. The deduction skill, however, was a first for Yi Weiming, leaving him curious about its precise effects. He opened the skill panel. Deduction, the ability to infer and compute. Level 1 proficiency, 0-1000. All martial arts techniques receive a 5 boost in attack, defense, and accuracy. Provides auxiliary effects to special skills. This skill appeared quite promising. However, what exactly are the special skills mentioned in the description? Yi Weiming speculated that the skills related to deduction might involve mechanisms or elemental calculations, yet he cautiously navigated through his skill list. The descriptions of his internal energy remained unchanged, as did the two-sword techniques and lightness skills. But wait, what is this? Daizong Hao, ultimate skill, the supreme mental method of the Taishan Sect, capable of predicting the enemy's moves through powerful mental computation and delivering a decisive blow. Level 2 proficiency, 12-11. 2000 attack damage, 20, hit rate, 20, critical damage, 20. Can activate an active effect during combat, allowing for the deduction of the enemy's technique flaws for a single decisive strike. With the enhancement of the deduction skill, the difficulty of calculations during activation is reduced by 5. How is the calculation difficulty reduced? Does it mean fewer digits in the equations presented? Or that the number of mathematical problems to solve is diminished? It seems rather difficult to articulate, for through previous experiments, Yi Weiming discovered that when activating the active effect of how to approach Mount Tai, the mathematical problems presented by the system are neither fixed in difficulty nor in quantity. When facing CS Soon, the experience vastly differs from that of confronting the water bandits of Westlake. In other words, even if he wishes to test the true nature of this 5 calculation difficulty, comparison remains elusive. Nonetheless, this deduction skill provides a substantial attribute boost to all skill types, and Yi Weiming feels quite satisfied. With his 30 points of comprehension now amassed, only 5 points of aptitude and the level of breath regulation stand between him and Hunyuan Gong, and everything seems to be progressing favorably. Indeed, the effects of meticulously studying a single tome differ vastly from those of hastily dismissing it. Wait, if from a single Zhou by Xuan Jing he could glean such a practical skill as deduction, how many invaluable insights had he overlooked in the manuals he had previously discarded, such as 8 steps to chase the toad, swimming dragon, and soaring phoenix, and others, including Shiyuan Jilu. Good heavens, how much treasure had he missed? A sudden pang of heartache gripped Yi Weiming, and just as he was consumed by this sorrow, a figure passed by, intensifying his anguish. This individual, clad in coarse cloth, with a square face and a flat haircut, bore an unmistakable air of rusticity, and his unremarkable presence was felt both before and behind him. This person was none other than Dugu Qiubai, the NPC Yi Weiming had once loathed with a passion. At that moment, Dugu Qiubai was hurriedly carrying a burden, weaving through the bustling crowd toward the south of the city, seemingly oblivious to Yi Weiming's malevolent gaze fixed upon him. Chapter 46, Master of Hidden Weapons. The scoundrel originally resided in the city of Luoyang. Truly, it is a case of treading on iron shoes without finding a trace, yet obtaining the desired outcome effortlessly. As nightfall approached, Yi Weiming chuckled softly, beckoning to a Huang, and stealthily followed suit. Initially, he had been lured into the den of the divine captors by this rascal, although he later discovered that the benefits of this den were quite decent, and he thrived in the game thanks to the skills acquired at the divine captors. He could not entirely relinquish his resentment towards this soy milk novice. Ah, so you wish to sell soy milk, do you? With an NPC so deceitful as you? I find it hard to believe that the quality of your soy milk is above reproach. We are now officials of the court. It would be prudent not to give me any leverage, for otherwise, I shall investigate the hygiene standards of your food products. Ha ha ha, as these thoughts delighted him. Weiming had already trailed the soy milk novice out of the city gates, only to observe that the novice turned onto a forked path after walking for a while. A glance at the map revealed it led to Mutant Village. Weiming recalled that Mutant Village, like Dukong Village, was one of the novice villages near Luoyang. What was this scoundrel's intention in going to Mutant Village? Was he planning to peddle his inferior soy milk? Or to deceive other unsuspecting players into stumbling into the den of the divine captors? It has been some time since the game commenced. Are there still pure novice players who have not yet joined a faction? At that moment, the soy milk novice had already entered a small woodland path, and Weiming hastened his pace. However, by the time he stepped into the woods, he had already lost sight of the scoundrel. Gazing at the empty expanse of the forest, Weiming could not help but furrow his brow. This fellow runs quite swiftly. As Weiming pondered whether to directly wait in Mutant Village for his prey, suddenly, a warning signal erupted. Sensing imminent danger, Weiming sprang forward, his foot lightly tapping the ground, propelling him sideways a considerable distance in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as Weiming executed his evasive maneuver, several hidden weapons descended upon him, one of which grazed his body, nearly causing him to sustain injury. Once he regained his footing, Weiming swiftly drew his sword and turned to face the direction from which the hidden weapons had been launched, only to behold a flurry of cold glints aimed at various vital points on his body. The ferocity and speed of these hidden weapons, while not comparable to Zhuge's divine crossbow, were certainly far superior to those wielded by an ordinary archer. Weiming dared not delay, wielding his green bamboo sword. He swept it horizontally and vertically. Though it appeared fierce and imposing, in truth, it served to shield him from all directions. The verdant blade of the bamboo sword, reminiscent of its namesake, enveloped him in an impenetrable barrier, rendering all the adversary's cunning and sharp hidden weapons futile, as not a single one could breach his defenses. Clang, clang, clang. As the hidden weapons fell like raindrops, none could approach him under the protective dance of his sword. Under the cover of night, Weiming, fortified by his formidable defensive skills, pressed forward despite the concealed weapons aimed at him, reaching the small tree where his opponent was hidden. Utilizing the tree trunk to shield himself from the adversary's attacking angles, he swiftly transitioned from defense to offense. Wielding his Qingzhou sword in a sweeping arc that cleaved the small tree, roughly the width of a bowl, in two. However, it appeared that his opponent had anticipated this maneuver at the very moment Weiming's sword struck. A shadow darted from the severed tree's canopy to the top of another tree. Following this, a barrage of concealed weapons rained down upon him. Such exquisite lightness of foot, such mastery of hidden weaponry. After engaging for so long, Weiming had yet to catch a glimpse of his opponent's visage, underscoring the formidable nature of this adversary. Unbeknownst to Weiming, the surprise was mutual, with his assailant equally astonished. The ambusher, who considered himself among the elite of the gaming world, had never openly claimed to be the strongest of the Tang sect, yet he held this belief internally. Even the recently risen figure known as Yu was merely perceived as fortunate to have completed a hidden quest. In terms of genuine prowess, he deemed her inferior. Yet, despite his exquisite technique in launching concealed attacks for an extended duration, he had failed to breach the 3-foot perimeter of this mysterious swordsman. Who was this individual? What swordplay did he employ? With such an impenetrable defensive sword technique, it would not be an exaggeration to call him the nemesis of all Tang sect players. It was clear that today's battle required utmost caution. As he pondered, the ambusher rapidly switched between various techniques, yet all were thwarted by Weiming. Undeterred, Weiming persevered, advancing towards the side of the small tree where his opponent was concealed. However, before he could swing his sword, the shadow on the treetop executed another leap to a different small tree. Anticipating this move, Weiming did not strike down with his raised Qingzhou sword. Instead, he propelled himself forward with remarkable agility, propelled by the 8 steps to chase the toad, and arrived at the small tree just before his opponent would land. With a swift motion, he severed the trunk. The ambusher did not foresee Weiming's sudden tactical foresight. Had he been a true martial arts master, he could have leveraged the severed tree to leap elsewhere. Yet that was beyond the capabilities of a player at this stage. Even Weiming, capable of gaining proficiency from the fallen, could not achieve such a feat, let alone his opponent. Losing his balance, the ambusher plummeted from the tree trunk. Prepared for this eventuality, Weiming unleashed a jolt from his Qingzhou sword, directing it towards the descending figure with a precise strike aimed at the heart. executing the most lethal technique of the Yu swordplay, the West Lady Holding Heart. However, the ambusher was no ordinary foe. In this critical moment, he thrust out both hands, launching a total of 10 concealed weapons directly at Weiming, 2 of which targeted his throat and brow. Now, Weiming stood at a crossroads, faced with a decisive choice. Should this sword continue its relentless thrust, it would undoubtedly inflict grievous harm upon the adversary. Moreover, with the augmentation properties of the Qingzhou sword, the techniques of the Yu maiden, and the capabilities of the Daizong, one could surmise that it would unleash a torrent of critical damage. However, such a course would inevitably leave him vulnerable to the opponent's hidden projectiles, including 2 lethal strikes to vital areas. The dilemma of retreating to defend or embracing mutual destruction looms large. Yet, in this critical moment of life and death, he hesitated not an instant. With unwavering resolve, the Qingzhou sword surged forward toward the opponent's heart. If mutual destruction was the fate, so be it. Weiming possessed absolute confidence in his offensive prowess. In a trade of injuries, the one who would ultimately fall would assuredly not be him. Chapter 47. The power of Dugu Qiubai. Though Weiming was resolute in his intent to kill, his adversary was not inclined to engage in mutual destruction. Yet, he found himself with no alternative. While Weiming could not completely overpower his opponent, he nonetheless held the reins of the battle firmly in his grasp. He could choose to fight or to delay. His opponent was left with no recourse but to follow his tempo, as the prospect of a mutual demise loomed inevitable. A sudden, commanding shout resonated through the woods. "Stop. We are all allies here. Do not let discord ruin our camaraderie." Naturally, a single utterance could not halt the ongoing conflict. However, at the very moment the voice echoed in their ears, a figure clad in white dashed between the 2 combatants. In his right hand, he wielded a somewhat yellowed towel, which he brandished against Weiming's Qingzhou sword. With a swift flick, the towel transformed into a supple whip, striking the spine of the sword with a crack. The clash between the sword and the towel produced a resounding ring. Weiming, at the forefront of the encounter, felt a sudden pressure in his chest, forcing him to stagger back 3 steps. Simultaneously, the newcomer's left sleeve swelled with internal energy, and with a sweeping motion of his arm, he sent flying the 10 concealed weapons that had been aimed at him. As the 3 stood their ground, Weiming took a moment to scrutinize the 2 figures before him. The one who had intervened to prevent their mutual destruction was none other than Dugu Qiubai, the very target he had been tracking. He was taken aback to discover that the seemingly unremarkable Dujiang vendor possessed such formidable strength. The individual who had attempted the ambush was undoubtedly a disciple of the Tang sect, distinguishable from Yu, as he was a male. However, gender was not the crux of the matter. What stood out was the impeccable attire of this individual, a complete and well-fitted ensemble of Tang sect garb, resembling the sect's recruiter he had encountered in the novice village. Gaining contributions to the sect was no easy feat, even though more than 10 days had passed since he first met Yu. The ability to assemble a full set of sect attire marked one as an adept player within the game. Who was this person? After a moment of mutual appraisal, it was Dugu Qiubai, acting as the intermediary, who broke the silence. "Young brother Weiming, it has been over half a month since our parting at Dukin village. You have been following me. Could it be you wish to reminisce with your elder brother?" "Indeed, Qiubai, you have hit the nail on the head." After witnessing Dugu Qiubai's terrifying prowess, Weiming unabashedly gave a thumbs up, swiftly shifting the conversation to the Tang sect disciple. "It seems, dear brother Qiubai, that you are thriving. Even when delivering Dujiang, you have bodyguards in tow." Dugu Qiubai, eager to elaborate, felt compelled to recount the origins of the Tang sect disciple. "Oh, this was precisely Weiming's intent. Now that you are aware of my identity, I find myself still in the dark regarding yours. This hardly seems equitable." As the conversation shifted towards himself, Tang Senkai displayed a knowing smile, willingly introducing himself. "I am Tang Senkai. My commitment to protect Brother Qiubai stems from the task at hand. If you, Brother Yi, find yourself unencumbered by any obligations, I kindly ask you to refrain from following us further, as it complicates matters for me." "Oh, what kind of complications?" Weiming raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Tang Senkai shrugged nonchalantly. "Because I am not a match for you." His response was a gracious concession to Weiming. Indeed, their previous encounters had made it clear that should Weiming choose to engage him fully, victory would come at a considerable cost, possibly leading to a protracted stalemate. In light of this, it was quite remarkable that Tang Senkai, a master of the Tang sect, was willingly adopting a humble posture. He had effectively laid the groundwork for Yi Weiming to gracefully withdraw should he choose not to engage in a fruitless conflict. This simple exchange revealed that despite his illustrious reputation, Tang Sankai possessed a keen sense of social acumen. Perhaps the task at hand held significant importance for him, even surpassing considerations of personal pride. Having witnessed the prowess of Dugu Qiubai, Yi Weiming had decisively abandoned any intention of inspecting the food's hygiene. Observing Tang Sankai's perceptiveness, he contemplated a strategic retreat. However, unexpectedly, Dugu Qiubai, who had been facilitating their dialogue, interjected with a suggestion. Since we have crossed paths today, why not invite brother Yi Weiming to join us on this mission? Before Yi Weiming could respond, a familiar notification echoed within his mind. Ding! You have triggered the hidden mission, Protect Qiubai. Will you accept? Yes, no mission. Protect Xiao by mission level. 5 stars according to the clues possessed by Tang Sankai. A trap has been set with the intent to ambush the honest Dugu Qiubai. As an officer of the divine captors, it is incumbent upon you to ensure the safety of law-abiding citizens. Mission rewards: 10,000 experience points, 1,000 cultivation points, and a random martial art upgrade by 1 level. The rewards for this mission are quite enticing. The experience and cultivation points are substantial, but the prospect of enhancing a martial art by a level is particularly appealing, yielding benefits equivalent to thousands of cultivation points. In a burst of excitement, Yi Weiming promptly selected accept. He then shrugged and smiled at Tang Sankai. We are all in this together now. Might you share the details of the mission? At this moment, Tang Sankai's expression transformed into one of intrigue. This task of protecting the young one, which he had successfully triggered only after completing several prerequisite tasks, was carelessly shared by Yi Weiming without obtaining the consent of the person who activated it. How could he not feel frustrated? It is not the scarcity of rewards that troubles him, but rather the inequity of it. Although he understands that Yi Weiming's involvement would not diminish his own task rewards, and in fact, having an adept companion could facilitate the completion of his mission, Tang Sankai still felt a lingering discomfort regarding this outcome. As someone capable of rising above such trivialities, Tang Sankai quickly masked his discontent and extended a heartfelt welcome to Yi Weiming. At that moment, the young one had retrieved his burden, while the previously hidden Ah Wang scampered along behind him. As they continued their journey toward Dukong village, Tang Sankai casually began to explain the situation of the task. Previously, through another mission, I uncovered a plot against Brother Bai, allegedly orchestrated by an old enemy. This foe is aware that Brother Bai is currently in Luoyang, selling soy milk, and has devised a scheme to lure him out of the city for an ambush. Coincidentally, a wealthy gentleman from Yudin village, Mr. Zhao, recently had a grandson and is preparing a celebratory feast. It is unclear what methods were employed, but Mr. Zhao specifically requested Brother Bai to deliver soy milk for the occasion. By the time I located Brother Bai, he had already accepted the deposit, making it impossible for him to decline. Yi Weiming nodded slightly upon hearing this. In simple terms, Mr. Zhao is quite affluent and has just welcomed a grandson. Wait. As he spoke, Yi Weiming abruptly changed his demeanor and solemnly cautioned, there are clear signs of disturbance on the road ahead. The trees on either side exhibit unnatural bends. A closer inspection reveals visible ropes among the leaves, and concealed wires are lurking just 3 inches above the ground. The trap that Brother Sankai mentioned may be right before us. Chapter 48. The Hercules Eagle What? Upon hearing the words of Yi Weiming, Tang Sankai was taken aback with astonishment. As the foremost expert of the Tang sect, he was well aware of the skills involved in creating mechanical traps within the sect. However, given that players had only recently entered the game, their contributions, finances, and cultivation levels were insufficient to master all the foundational skills of the sect. Even Tang Sankai, despite being a top-tier expert, could not encompass it all, though he had not personally studied the art of mechanisms. He had observed his fellow disciples employing it and believed his understanding of traps to surpass that of the vast majority of players in the game. Yet, Yi Weiming had accomplished something remarkable. Not only was his swordplay formidable, but he had also discovered the trap before Tang Sankai, articulating it with such clarity that it left Tang Sankai utterly astonished. This fellow was indeed extraordinary. Amidst a surprise, Tang Sankai took action. He flipped his right hand, revealing a flying locust stone at his fingertips. With a casual flick, the stone transformed into a streak of black light, striking precisely upon the concealed wire within the grass. Crack! With a single blow, the wire snapped. Immediately after, whoosh, 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 A plethora of crossbow bolts surged forth from the shadows, including a dozen sharpened bamboo sticks, swiftly engulfing a vast area surrounding the wire in an onslaught of hidden weapons. For a full 10 seconds, the projectiles rained down, transforming the lush forest into a chaotic scene. Both Weiming and Taishan Sect felt a chill run down their spines at this sight. Envisioning the dire consequences had they found themselves within the core of that deadly barrage. Weiming certainly did not believe his dragon-soaring phoenix summoning sword technique could withstand such an assault. As for Taishan Sect, it was best left unmentioned. To handle such a trap with composure, one would likely need to possess the prowess of Zhang Suishan, at the very least. Was it not excessive to create such an elaborate setup merely to assassinate a vendor of soybean milk? This was utterly outrageous. Amidst his astonishment and indignation, Weiming did not forget to extend a party invitation to Taishan Sect. After the latter accepted, he promptly checked the team's distribution method. Contribution distribution? Slightly surprised, a smile crept across Taishan Sect's face, and he refrained from further comment. It was evident that he was quite pleased with this distribution method. In the world of heroic eternity, there exist various reward distribution models for teams. Contribution distribution is one that suits casual groups well, wherein the loot dropped by enemies is allocated based on each player's contribution ratio within the team. This contribution encompasses not only damage dealt but also various other metrics, including damage sustained. The calculation of contribution is rather intricate. For instance, in terms of damage absorption, if the enemy's attack target is you, the damage taken counts as yours, regardless of whether you blocked it or evaded it. In this manner, fairness in distribution is ensured, while simultaneously preventing team members from maliciously shirking their responsibilities. The only uncertainty lies in whether each individual receives the items they truly require. It is entirely possible for a swordsman to be allocated a pair of boxing gloves, or for a practitioner of martial arts to receive a treasured blade. Thus, this method of allocation proves impractical for established teams, being more suited to temporary alliances like that of Weiming and Taishan Sect, who possess no foundational trust in one another. How lamentable and laughable it is that the once mighty Hercules Eagle now relies on two inexperienced youths for protection. Amidst a torrent of disdainful and mocking words, 3 figures swiftly emerged from the thicket, 1 in front and 2 behind, encircling the trio. The speaker, a dark-faced man with a prominent mole on his cheek, stood before them. His countenance bore a heavy aura of menace, his hands clasping a treasured sword, and a smug smile gracing his lips as his gaze fell upon Dugu Qiubai. I still remember how the team I had just formed was annihilated by you, and how I was relentlessly pursued, nearly losing my life at your hands. Yet, as fate would have it, Lin Jipei has returned. Upon hearing the bold proclamation of the newcomer, Taishan Sect cast a peculiar look at Dugu Qiubai. You? Hercules Eagle? Dugu Qiubai, however, disregarded Taishan Sect's inquiry. Meeting Lin Jipei's mocking gaze with a solemn expression, I have never sought your life. I merely wish to bring you to justice. You speak nonsense, Lin Jipei retorted angrily. Before that, I had slain dozens. If I were to fall into the hands of the authorities, how could I possibly escape with my life? Dugu Qiubai sneered coldly. So, you are aware of your unforgivable sins? As he spoke, his gaze shifted to the 2 figures behind him, Jile the flower picker and Guangsho the gambler. Along with you, the formidable Lin Jipei. It seems that all 4 leaders of the Lianhua village, save for the already apprehended Qiamba, have gathered here today. Truly a misfortune for Woyang. As Dugu Qiubai enumerated the names of his adversaries, corresponding data materialized above their heads. Lin Jipei, known in the martial world as the Earthshaking, possesses formidable skills, has committed numerous atrocities, and is the chief of Lianhua village. Level 35 health, 16500, 16500 internal energy, 8000 Jile, a notorious lecher. Known as the flower picking bee, serves as the second in command of Lianhua village. Level 29 health, 9600 9600 internal energy, 4300 Guangsho. A compulsive gambler with a penchant for violence, is the third in command of Lianhua village. Level 23 health, 5950 900 internal energy, 3100 The attributes of these 3 bosses manifest, signifying that both sides have formally entered into combat. As the night lingered, Weiming was taken aback to discover that even the seemingly unassuming Dugu Qiubai from his own camp bore attribute data strikingly similar to that of the 3 individuals. Bai Zhanji, injured, was a former renowned constable of the 6 Doors, known in the martial world as the Mighty Eagle. After suffering injuries, he had retreated from the world of martial arts and now made a living selling soy milk. Level 30, Health 23,402-3400, Inner Strength 15900, 15900. Such formidable attributes for a mere soy milk vendor? Weiming finally comprehended why his adversaries had gone to such lengths to ensnare him with such a terrifying trap. This individual undoubtedly possessed considerable weight. Even if such a trap were set, could it pose any substantial threat to a boss of this caliber? Glimpsing the disparity in strength on either side, Taishan Sect furrowed his brow and inquired, "Brother Qiubai, given your formidable attributes, why are you only at level 30? Dugu Qiubai, no." He was now the mighty eagle by Zhangji, managed a bitter smile at the question, yet patiently elucidated to the two. In the martial world, the most direct way to gauge a person's strength is through their level, as it serves as a tangible reflection of one's comprehensive prowess. In cases where individuals are of the same level, if one possesses extraordinary capabilities in a certain aspect, they will invariably exhibit corresponding weaknesses. Only level truly encapsulates the overall qualities of a martial artist. After a brief pause, he added, "Of course, the standards I mentioned do not apply to you players." With that, Bai Zhangji swiftly darted forward towards Lin Jipei, calling out loudly, "Young hero Taishan Sect, young brother Weiming, I can hold Lin Jipei off for a moment. You two must quickly deal with the remaining adversaries and come to my aid." Upon hearing Bai Zhangji's exhortation, both Weiming and Taishan Sect felt a wave of incredulity wash over them. Two players in their teens, and he expected them to confront two bosses in their 20s and resolve the situation swiftly? Why not just ascend to the heavens? Meanwhile, Bai Zhangji had already harnessed his strength, soaring into the air, and with a graceful somersault, he descended from above, delivering a powerful strike to Lin Jipei's by Wei point. Chapter 49. A Huang has made his mark. As Bai Zhangji took the lead in the fray, the battle between good and evil officially commenced. The delineation of righteousness and malevolence is often a complex and nebulous matter. However, in this moment and place, it became strikingly clear and unequivocal. The trio led by Weiming represented absolute virtue, while their adversaries were undeniably nefarious villains. After all, he was the protagonist, the hero of the tale. A system notification indicated that two players embodying justice had entered combat mode. Yet, apart from Lin Jipei, who was engaged with Bai Zhangji, the other two formidable bosses merely cast menacing glances at the duo, refraining from immediate confrontation. This illustrates that even the most audacious game designers felt a twinge of modesty when pitting two players in their teens against bosses in their 20s, thus allowing the players some leeway in their actions, such as selecting a suitable opponent. Casting a glance at the two bosses, Taishan Sect spoke with a chill in his voice. "I detest lecherous scoundrels above all else. Leave the villain Jilei to me." "How fortunate," Weiming responded, twirling his bamboo sword with ease. "I too harbor a profound disdain for such rogues. Do not contest me for Jilei. Take the one of lesser rank instead." Upon hearing this, Taishan Sect's expression shifted slightly, and he swiftly launched a concealed weapon. Whoosh! Clang! Jilei deftly deflected the projectile with a flick of his finger. But his ire was entirely drawn towards Taishan Sect. As Taishan Sect abruptly distanced himself from Weiming, Jilei pursued the one who had dared to attack him. Weiming, observing this turn of events, revealed a knowing smile but refrained from pursuing. In fact, in any online game, ranged players dread encountering a ranged boss. When all attributes are inferior to those of the opponent, a melee boss might still be countered by employing kiting tactics, leveraging operational skill and range to gradually diminish the boss's health. However, when faced with a ranged boss of equal caliber, no advantages remain. Unless one possesses a unique style like Yu, no ranged player would willingly engage with a ranged boss. Noting Guangshou casually toying with several dice, it was evident that he was a master of ranged attacks utilizing concealed weapons. Taishan Sect's choice to face Jilei stemmed from a desire to avoid such comprehensive domination. Weiming's earlier jest about selecting Jilei was merely a playful remark. He would not genuinely wish to undermine his ally during such a critical moment. As Jilei and Taishan Sect commenced their chase through the dense forest, Guangshou finally fixed his gaze upon Weiming. "Boy, are you prepared to meet your demise?" Weiming smiled faintly in response, retrieving a substantial piece of roasted meat from his pack and taking a hearty bite. The succulent roasted meat melted in my mouth, and I was immediately engulfed by an intense aroma that burst forth within my palate, as if every cell in my body rejoiced in delight. I could not help but marvel at how remarkably realistic the game Heroic Eternity was, and at Azhong's extraordinary culinary skills. Ding. You have consumed roasted wolf meat. Satiation level 1, with a strength boost of 97 for 1 hour. Upon hearing the system notification, I, Weiming, stifled the urge to indulge further and casually made my way toward Guang's location, while extending the roasted meat and inquiring, would you care for a taste? In Heroic Eternity, the properties of food are categorized into 2 aspects. Satiation naturally increases with quantity. The 50 points of satiation from the roasted wolf meat represent the total sustenance it can provide, which can only be fully realized if consumed in its entirety. However, the additional attributes resemble the effects of a devil fruit, becoming effective only upon the first bite. Feeling an extraordinary surge in my strength, more than doubling, I was prepared to engage in an exhilarating battle. Sensing the enticing aroma of the roasted meat, Guang could no longer resist swallowing hard. Upon hearing my invitation to partake, his eyes sparkled with interest. At that moment, I stealthily closed the distance between us to within 3 paces, and seeing his reaction, my smile widened as I continued to approach unhurriedly. Suddenly, the drool on Guang's face vanished, and he swiftly cast 2 dice, which shot forth as beams of white light, aimed directly at my eyes. If this strike landed, it would not only result in a double critical hit but also blind me. From the very beginning, Guang had not been entranced by my culinary offerings. Although the phrases eat, drink, indulge, and gamble are often uttered together, Guang was a dedicated boss. His sole obsession lying in the realm of gambling, entirely unaffected by the allure of other indulgences. His seemingly foolish demeanor was merely a fade, a performance alongside mine. My acting had not deceived him, nor had his performance been effective against me. In truth, while I attempted to bridge the gap between us with delectable food, I remained vigilant against his potential assault. Faced with Guang's lethal move, I experienced little emotional turmoil aside from the realization of my plan's failure. With a swift sweep of my green bamboo sword, I shattered both dice, then casually stowed the roasted meat back in my inventory, activating the 8 steps to chase the toad technique to its fullest as I charged toward Guang. However, akin to a skilled player from the Taishan Sect, who prioritizes agility alongside their attack power, Guang, as a ranged boss, possessed exceptional speed. Even if he did not surpass me, he was not far behind. What was more troubling was that he exhibited none of the expected responsibility or resolve of a boss, completely dismissing the notion of standing his ground against me. To one's astonishment, he began to emulate the Tang Sankai from the other side, all the while disregarding his dignity as he fled, relentlessly hurling dice at Weiming in a futile assault. How could a formidable boss stoop to kite a mere player? Fortunately, Weiming's skill, Yao Longyin Feng, proved to be exceptionally potent. The web of swords he conjured rendered his opponent's dice utterly incapable of breaching the defensive barrier, effectively thwarting any attempt to impede his relentless pursuit. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Clap, clap, clap. Amidst the cacophony of clashing swords and dice, the distance between the 2 adversaries dwindled. Yet, in that very moment, a booming voice from Guangshou pierced the air. Flying star toss. With a swift flourish of his hands, he unleashed more than a dozen dice towards Weiming. Upon release, the dice transformed into streaks of luminous light, accompanied by a piercing gale, surging toward Weiming with unstoppable momentum, akin to shooting stars racing across the moonlit sky. This strike was beyond the mere capabilities of Yao Longyin Feng to withstand. Instantly recognizing the impending threat as the dice were launched, Weiming swiftly sidestepped, evading the core area enveloped by the hidden weapons while employing Yao Longyin Feng to knock down the 3 dice that still posed a threat to him. However, this maneuver inevitably slowed his pace, allowing Guangshou to increase the distance between them once more. Weiming pressed on, while Guangshou continued to flee. Just as Weiming managed to close the gap back to about 10 feet, another flying star toss was executed, returning them to their original positions, seemingly trapped in an inescapable loop. Yet, to prevent this adversary from targeting his 2 teammates, an NPC and a player, Weiming had no choice but to persist in this seemingly endless cycle of pursuit. After a brief chase, a glimmer of hope illuminated Weiming's eyes. A breakthrough had finally emerged. His loyal companion, the dog Huang, had stealthily positioned himself along Guangshou's inevitable escape route, taking advantage of their momentary distraction. Just as Guangshou turned to launch another flying star toss towards Weiming, Huang sprang forth from behind, sinking his teeth into Guangshou's left calf. Ouch! Guangzhou cried out in agony. This was Huang's moment of glory. Huang had triumphed. At that instant, Lai Fu, Wang Kai, and the celestial hound surged forth with renewed spirit. He was not fighting alone. He was not alone in this battle. Chapter 50. The Sun Luo pendant Huang's ambush was successful. Although it did not inflict severe harm upon Guangzhou, it effectively hindered his movements. Recognizing the opportunity that Huang had bravely secured at the risk of his life, Weiming, who was adept at seizing battle chances, would not let it slip away easily. Channeling his energy into his legs, he moved with the swiftness of an arrow released from its bow, launching himself directly at Guangzhou's heart. He executed the most lethal maneuver from the Yu sword technique, known as the Shi holding heart. Startled, Guangzhou immediately attempted to evade, but with Huang's jaws clamped tightly around his calf. He managed to dodge the Shi holding heart, yet exposed a significant vulnerability due to the limited range of his evasion. Weiming followed up with a sweeping strike of his sword, and Guangzhou was unable to escape in time. The Qingzhou sword ruthlessly grazed his neck. Blood splattered. The blade cut deep. In reality, it would have been a fatal blow, but this was a game, and if such a lethal effect were so easily achieved, the health bar above the boss's head would be rendered meaningless. Thus, Weiming's strike only delivered damage calculated from his enhanced arm strength. Courtesy of the roasted wolf meat attribute boost, combined with the sharpness of the golden weapon Qingzhou sword, the 9th level of the Yu sword technique, and additional critical damage bonuses, the damage value totaled 1530. This strike not only reduced Guangzhou's health by a quarter, but also inflicted a poisoning status effect. This represented the pinnacle of Weiming's critical attack potential under his current status conditions. Suffering such a grievous wound, even for a boss like Guangzhou, was no trivial matter. Enraged, he kicked out, sending Huang flying off his leg, where he crashed heavily against a large tree, emitting a series of weak whimpers. Witnessing Huang's injury filled Weiming with urgency, but he could not afford to divert his focus now. Any moment of distraction would squander the opportunity that Huang had fought so hard to create. With a swift twist of his sword, he lunged once more at Guangzhou's heart. As a level 20+ boss, Guangzhou was not without means for close combat. However, compared to his exceptional agility with hidden weapons, he paled in comparison and was no match for Weiming. In just 5 exchanges, Guangzhou endured 2 more strikes. One blade pierced his abdomen while the other swept across his right leg, triggering a debilitating effect known as broken muscles. This condition, a negative status effect, rendered the afflicted limb immobile for a certain duration. Guangzhou's right leg succumbed to the broken muscles effect, leaving his once superior agility utterly compromised. Now, he had become as vulnerable as fish on a chopping block, at the mercy of Weiming's relentless assault. Weiming wasted no words and unleashed the Yu sword technique, commencing the slaughter. A minute later, the deed was done. Ding! You have successfully vanquished the level 23 boss, Guangzhou, earning 2,500 experience points and 250 cultivation points. Following this victory, there were 3 consecutive announcements heralding the boss's first defeat. While Guangzhou's level may not be particularly high, his capacity for survival is exceptionally robust. Most significantly, his status as the 4th chief of the Lotus Village, under the protection of 2 formidable brothers, has rendered him untouchable by players thus far. However, through a fortunate turn of events, Weiming managed to secure the first kill of this boss. Yet, at that moment, Weiming was not preoccupied with accolades. He was devoid of even the desire to loot the corpse. After dispatching Guangzhou, he immediately utilized the 8 steps to chase the toad technique to its fullest, swiftly reaching Huang's side and placing a healing elixir before its mouth. This creature is integral to a hidden quest, having just played a crucial role in battle, and losing it would be a significant setback. Huang, displaying remarkable intelligence, opened its mouth and swallowed the healing elixir upon seeing Weiming's action. However, as a functional NPC, Huang does not benefit from the rapid recovery that players enjoy. Otherwise, Wudang's Dian would have long been back on his feet, continuing his heroic exploits. The healing salve and elixir Weiming provided merely sustained Huang's life. Immediate recovery would require alternative methods. Gently cradling Huang, he carefully concealed it behind a hidden tree trunk before turning back to loot Guangzhou's corpse. By the principles of contribution distribution, Guangzhou was entirely vanquished by Weiming alone, and thus all items dropped would naturally be his. On the other hand, Tang Sankai, who was playfully engaging with the boss, did not even have the privilege to glance at the spoils. A cursory examination revealed the following loot from Guangzhou. Sun Luo pendant, gold crafted from a unique jade, infused with rich wood energy. It possesses properties that enhance physical strength. Health limit, 1000, health recovery speed, 10, poison resistance, 20. Flying Star Throw, beginner originally a technique from the Tang clan's freehand style. It consists of a single but remarkably powerful move. Training requirements, agility 60, reflexes 60. Cobalt bracers, blue a pair of deep blue bracers crafted with exquisite detail. Defense, 30, agility, 10, increased ranged weapon attack speed, 1. Longevity lock, crafted by Zhao Yuanwei for his grandson in Mutant Village, made of pure gold, though regrettably only half remains. Currency, 3 gold. With 4 items in pristine condition along with 3 gold, Weiming graciously accepted the rewards and equipped the golden Sun Luo pendant in the necklace slot, instantly more than doubling his health. Truly, it is worthy of its golden status. Raising his gaze to survey the other 2 battlefields, he noted that Bai Zhangji and Lin Jipei's confrontation remained evenly matched, a tempestuous clash unfolding before his eyes. At this moment, Ji Lei, the adversary of Tang Sankai, had abandoned his opponent, Sankai Xiong, and charged towards the large tree where A Huang was concealed. He evaded the various concealed weapon attacks from Tang Sankai solely by discerning their trajectory through sound. Even when struck multiple times, he remained unfazed, exhibiting an unwavering determination to eliminate A Huang. Knight Weiming, witnessing this alarming scene, instinctively exclaimed, "No." However, upon hearing Knight Weiming's cry, Ji Lei erupted into a maniacal laugh. Brimming with arrogance, when a woman says no, she actually means yes. You are the woman. Your entire family consists of women. Seeing Ji Lei's obstinacy, Knight Weiming boldly advanced with his sword, coldly commanding, "Come back." Tang Sankai, observing Knight Weiming's unconventional method to thwart his opponent, couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. Was this brother knight truly losing his wits? How could a formidable boss possibly heed his words? Yet, to his astonishment, the very moment Knight Weiming issued a sharp command, Ji Lei astonishingly abandoned A Huang, his eyes aflame with fury as he charged towards Knight Weiming, intent on a deadly confrontation. This bizarre spectacle nearly made Tang Sansai's eyes bulge from their sockets. You allow the boss to advance, and the boss actually complies? So obedient. What on earth is happening here? Chapter 51. A Bag of Pain in the Realm of Eternal Chivalry. There exists but one skill capable of compelling the boss's ire to be drawn irresistibly towards oneself, a knowledge held solely by Weiming. This skill is known as Daizong Ruhi. Unlike previous occasions when this technique was employed, this time, Weiming's left hand did not engage in the customary gesture of calculation. In truth, this gesture has always been merely a significant aspect of activating Daizong Ruhi, rather than a requisite step. Thus, irrespective of whether the gesture is made, the activation of Daizong Ruhi remains feasible. The advantage of the gesture lies in its ability to simplify the calculation process to a certain extent. To illustrate, if the mathematical problem posed while making the gesture is akin to a 3-digit number multiplied by a 2-digit number, then foregoing the gesture transforms it into a 3-digit number multiplied by a 3-digit number, substantially increasing the complexity and the likelihood of error due to the unwieldy figures involved. Consequently, under normal circumstances, successful activation necessitates the gesture to enhance certainty. However, on this occasion, Weiming harbored no intention of activating the proactive effects of Daizong Ruhi. He merely intended to wield this skill as a potent taunt, rendering the calculation's difficulty irrelevant. While mentally grappling with the emerging mathematical problem to ensure the taunt's duration, Weiming also meticulously monitored Ji Lei's approach. Once the adversary had closed the distance to within approximately 10 feet, the moment arrived for both to enter one another's attack range. Abruptly abandoning his mental calculations, Weiming twirled his green bamboo sword, casting a greenish sword shadow that enveloped his opponent. Weiming's swordsmanship was fierce, yet Ji Lei was no mere pushover. In fact, he was a level 29 boss, proficient in close combat. As the saying goes, a true master reveals their skill in an instant. Once engaged, Weiming discerned that Ji Lei's finger techniques were remarkably cunning and elusive. Often, just as one of Weiming's sword strikes was unleashed, it was countered by Ji Lei's dexterous finger attacks, forcing him to alter his moves mid-execution, placing him in a decidedly passive position. In this scenario, after merely 3 exchanges, Weiming's initial advantage was completely neutralized, and to continue would only lead him to a predicament of relentless blows. Despite wielding the formidable 8-level Yu swordsmanship, Yi Weiming found himself unable to withstand this master of melee combat. Fortunately, he was not alone in this battle. Although Yi Weiming did not dominate in technique, he remained at full health, while Ji Lei, the boss, saw his health steadily depleting. Engrossed in countering Yi Weiming's swordplay, Ji Lei could not attend to Tang Sect, allowing this Tang Sect leader to comfortably unleash his damage output. Preoccupied with Yi Weiming's attacks, Ji Lei was unable to evade or block effectively, resulting in his inevitable loss of health. Now, it has become an impossible task for Ji Lei to shake off Yi Weiming. The only opportunity to turn defeat into victory lies in enduring the damage from Tang Sect, leveraging his superior health to attempt to eliminate the detestable youth before he himself is vanquished. However, just as he prepared to unleash his full force and pierce through Yi Weiming's defenses, he was astonished to discover that the young man had unexpectedly changed his tactics. Indeed, since the Yu sword technique was yielding no advantage, Yi Weiming promptly abandoned his offensive strategy and diligently employed the Yulong Yin Feng, focusing entirely on defense. As Yi Weiming's technique shifted dramatically, Ji Lei felt as though he was suddenly facing an entirely different opponent. The previous Yi Weiming had resembled a hedgehog, capable of inflicting harm at the slightest misstep. Now, however, he had transformed into a formidable tortoise. Although the threat was considerably diminished, Ji Lei found himself at a loss. Unable to find an opening, no matter how he altered his attacks, he could not penetrate the shell-like defense of the young man before him. The greatest merit of the Yulong Shifeng technique lies in its formidable defense and exceptional survival capability, yet it is almost its sole advantage. When it comes to offense, it is virtually impotent, lacking even the ability to ensnare an opponent. Recognizing this flaw, Ji Lei swiftly turned his attention towards the stationary Tang Sect, only to be thwarted by a taunt from Yi Weiming, who deftly redirected Ji Lei's ire back towards himself. Continuing to engage in their defensive dance, Yi Weiming remained steadfast in his defense while Tang Sect continued to unleash his ranged assaults. It appeared that this pure defensive swordplay, when combined with the taunting effects of Dai Zone, proved remarkably effective. Unable to break through the defense, Ji Lei could not turn his attention to Tang Sect without risking intimidation from Dai Zone. Consequently, he adopted a new strategy, continuing to engage with Yi Weiming while significantly slowing his offensive tempo, channeling most of his energy into defending against Tang Sec's ranged attacks. As a result, Tang Sec's previously formidable ability to strike 6 out of 10 times with his hidden weapons became increasingly difficult to penetrate. With a sigh of relief, Ji Lei could only hope that his elder brother would prove sufficiently capable and swiftly deal with Bai Zhanji to come to his aid. Then, 1511. Poisoned. The damage from Yi Weiming's critical strike was equivalent to a full minute of Tang Sec's continuous output. Ji Lei's health bar visibly plummeted, shifting from vibrant red to a deep green. This explosive output not only caused Ji Lei to cry out in agony, but it also startled Tang Sect, who instinctively halted his barrage of hidden weapons. Could this fellow's attacks truly be so ferocious? Reflecting on his earlier battle with Yi Weiming, he couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. If such an assault were to strike him, it would undoubtedly result in an instant demise. With no need for a second blow, don't dawdle, maintain the output. Upon hearing the reminder from Yi Weiming, Tang Sect finally awakened from his shock and continued to unleash his hidden weapons towards the formidable boss before him. After exhausting various tactical attempts, Ji Lei ultimately failed to discover any means of breaking the deadlock. Coupled with the debilitating effects of his poisoning, his abilities had significantly waned. Under the relentless assault of the duo, he swiftly met the same fate as Guangzhou, succumbing to death. The final blow was delivered by Yi Weiming with a move known as Shizi holding the liver. Ding! You have successfully slain the level 23 boss Ji Lei, earning 3,000 experience points and 300 cultivation points. System announcement. Player Shen Busi disciple Yi Weiming, Tang Min disciple Tang Sect. Amidst the resounding notifications of their first kill, Yi Weiming approached and searched Ji Lei's corpse, with the spoils automatically distributed into the 2 players' bags according to their contributions. Noticing the gleam of joy on Tang Sec's face, Yi Weiming discerned that he must have received a generous reward. Turning his attention to his own gains, Froskin wrist guards, green, a durable piece of equipment left behind by a master of Eastern ninja arts during his journey. It offers an attack boost of 50, defense of 30, and an internal power enhancement of 15. Bag of painful rice. A bag of rice. each grain caked with mud and impossible to clean. Its flavor, spicy, tangy, sweet, and salty, cannot be discarded, cannot be destroyed. Money, 1 gold and 60 silver. Chapter 52. Come here. The attributes of the frogskin bracers are quite commendable, and as part of a green set, acquiring the complete ensemble would undoubtedly enhance its qualities. The sole lament, however, is that despite its designation as bracers, it is in fact a type of gauntlet weapon. Knight's Dawn has yet to master any martial arts, rendering it useless. It can only be sold for coin. As for that torturous sack of rice, what on earth is this? A bag of spoiled rice that cannot be discarded or destroyed. Is this intended to occupy a player's inventory space indefinitely, thereby inflicting perpetual torment? Alas, just as Knight's Dawn was mired in the dilemma of how to deal with this bag of rice, a sudden exclamation erupted from the other side of the battlefield. Turning to investigate, he saw Bai Zhanji, having maintained a stalemate with Lin Jipei for an extended period, finally succumbing to his adversary. A sword had cut deeply into his left flank, leaving a wound that exposed bone. In the realm of eternal chivalry, battles among NPCs are categorized into 2 distinct modes. Generally, in combat involving players, the fighting style mirrors that of battling a boss. Though perilous, the scenarios are largely softened. While injuries still inflict pain, wounds heal swiftly, with the primary distinction being the reduction of health points, often having minimal impact on subsequent combat. However, when NPCs engage one another, it is a genuine confrontation. Injuries cannot be rapidly mended, and the resultant pain can significantly impair their combat efficacy. What degree of impact this may have is contingent upon the severity of the injury and the resolve of the wounded. Knight's Dawn now harbored grave suspicions regarding the task's design. As long as the player's conflict remains unresolved, the NPCs would perpetually be locked in a stalemate. Once the players concluded their endeavors, Qiubai would inevitably be injured, thereby heightening the player's sense of urgency and difficulty. It must be said, the malevolence of the game designer is truly appalling. Observing Bai Zhanji's dire predicament, Knight's Dawn felt no inclination to critique further. He immediately brandished his sword and pointed with his left hand at Lin Jipei, who was poised to deliver a lethal blow to Bai Zhanji. With a deep breath, he bellowed, "Come here." Tang Sankai, witnessing this unfold, felt a wave of exasperation. Here we go again. Indeed, with Knight's Dawn's thunderous shout, Lin Jipei abandoned his imminent kill of Bai Zhanji, his eyes ablaze with fury as he charged toward Knight's Dawn. What followed was an intense clash. As they engaged, Knight's Dawn immediately sensed an unprecedented pressure. This level 35 Lin Jipei was undeniably superior to the previous 2 foes. His prowess in martial arts, agility, and swordsmanship exerted an overwhelming force upon Knight's Dawn, who found even his absolute defense, the Dragon's Dance, to be an arduous endeavor against this formidable opponent. This scenario unfolds after he consumed food that enhanced his attributes before the battle, boosting his strength by an impressive 97 points. Without this advantage, with his current capabilities, it is likely he would not last beyond 3 exchanges against his opponent. In a one-on-one duel, it seems that he would surely falter today, as Lin Jipei's intent to eliminate him is merely a matter of time. However, the present situation does not involve a solitary confrontation but rather a 3 versus 1 engagement. As he willingly absorbs the damage inflicted by Lin Jipei, Tang Sankai promptly provides him with remote fire support. Yet, Lin Jipei is no easy adversary. Facing the cunning tactics of one on offense and the other on defense, he remains unfazed, wielding a long sword with dexterity that not only applies substantial pressure on him but also successfully deflects every projectile launched by Tang Sankai. In the face of such prowess, he does not dare to switch to the female sword technique to assist in the offensive. He is acutely aware of his own limitations. Should he attempt to adopt the primary attacking style of the female sword technique now, its defensive shortcomings would be glaringly exposed, essentially granting his opponent the opportunity to strike him down first. Thus, even though the situation is frustrating, he can only employ the Dragon's Dance technique to keep up with his opponent. Fortunately, this impasse does not last long. Bai Zhanji, recognizing that the 2 players cannot match Lin Jipei's strength at this stage, quickly tends to his side wound and joins the fray. With Bai Zhanji's arrival, the tides of battle shift dramatically, even without referencing his past prowess when he once cornered Lin Jipei with unparalleled vigor. His current combat capabilities are sufficient to contend evenly with Lin Jipei. In this 3-on-1 advantage, even someone as formidable as Lin Jipei finds himself frequently compromised. However, since he remains cautious and refrains from retaliating fiercely, and Bai Zhanji's attacks are consistently thwarted, Only Tang Sankai's concealed weaponry manages to strike him, and even then, each hit merely chips away at his health by a few dozen points, and not every shot finds its mark. In the heat of battle, for every 10 projectiles Tang Sankai launches, hitting only 3 or 2 is already commendable. The remainder either gets evaded, deflected, or countered by the opponent's internal energy. It is not so much that Lin Jipei cannot defend against all his attacks, but rather that he strategically sacrifices some vitality to conserve his internal strength. In fact, the health points deducted by Tang Sankai align almost perfectly with Lin Jipei's natural regeneration rate. At this moment, as Bai Zhanji engages fiercely, he also manages to explain to the two, Lin Jipei is a disciple of the Qinggong sect, who later defected and established the Lotus Village. During this time, he even plotted against a master of the Huashan Sword sect, obtaining the Swift Wind Sword Manual, which greatly enhanced his martial prowess. You must be exceedingly cautious in your approach. Indeed. Without needing to be told, Weiming and Tang Sankai had already discerned that Lin Jipei's swordsmanship was astonishingly swift, to the extent that his speed rendered the numerical advantage of the 3 adversaries ineffective. If this continued, Bai Zhanji might be able to endure the confrontation due to his inherent advantages, but the inner strength of Weiming and Tang Sankai would inevitably be depleted first. The situation would only grow increasingly perilous. This could not go on. In a moment of decisive clarity, Weiming spoke up. Brother Bai, could you hold him off for 10 breaths? Only 10 breaths? Bai Zhanji was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded affirmatively. That is absolutely feasible. Then I must thank you. Brother Bai. With that, Weiming's form flickered as he leaped out of the fray, rushing towards Tang Sankai, who was desperately delivering ranged attacks. Lin Jipei attempted to intervene but was thwarted by Bai Zhanji, who had anticipated the move. Given that the range of hidden weapon attacks was similarly limited, Weiming swiftly closed the distance to his opponent. Without waiting for Tang Sankai to inquire, he dispatched a trade request. Tang Sankai was momentarily startled but quickly chose to accept, as Weiming hastily placed a mosquito needle and a 7 stars nail into the trade window. He simultaneously communicated in the team channel. The combined toxicity of these 2 concealed weapons would incapacitate even Yu Dian in story mode. While their efficacy might be diminished in combat mode, I believe Lin Jipei cannot be compared to Yu Dian. Should he be struck, his strength will undoubtedly be compromised. However, we have only 2 chances. It's up to you now. Poisonous concealed weapons. Tang Sansai's eyes lit up upon seeing them. As a disciple of the Tang sect, he was acutely aware of the potency of toxins. Unfortunately, the game had only been live for a short time, and even he, as the senior disciple of the Tang sect, had only made progress in the field of hidden weapons without yet mastering the art of poisoning them. Nevertheless, while he might not know how to poison the concealed weapons, he understood how to utilize them once poisoned. Rest assured, I know what to do. After receiving Tang Sansai's affirmative response, Weiming suddenly realized that the space he occupied seemed quite ample, prompting him to decide against retreating. He pointed towards Lin Jipei and called out, "Come here." Chapter 53, Mutual Destruction. As the battlefield shifted, Weiming, feeling too indolent to retreat, summoned the boss to his side for combat. Naturally, Bai Zhanji could only follow suit, while Tang Sankai dashed to the vicinity of a towering tree, poised to conceal himself, relentlessly launching concealed projectiles at Lin Jipei. It is evident that this master of the Tang sect, Tang Sankai, is indeed a top-tier player, exhibiting unparalleled finesse and timing. Upon acquiring the venomous darts, he refrained from hastily throwing them to assess their efficacy, instead maintaining his original rhythm, methodically employing ordinary projectiles. After all, Lin Jipei is no fool. He witnessed the transaction unfold right under his nose. Although he was oblivious to the specific details, he could certainly surmise that there was something amiss. Initially, he adopted a strategy of unwavering defense against Tang Sansai's projectiles. No matter how exquisite the techniques of this master from the Tang sect, none managed to breach his protective inner energy. However, this approach led to a rapid depletion of his inner strength. If he continued at this pace, his inner power would surely be exhausted before that of Weiming and Tang Sankai, making him no match for the trio. This was precisely why he had resorted to a blood-selling tactic earlier. In situations where there exists a significant disparity in strength, sheer power becomes strategy. While in evenly matched scenarios, strategy transforms into power. After a while, Lin Jipei realized that his current approach was unsustainable. Consequently, he was compelled to abandon the method of using inner strength to resist all projectiles and opted once again for selective bloodletting. At that moment, Tang Sankai astutely concealed a mosquito needle among the myriad of projectiles and, having gauged Lin Jipei's psyche, executed a calculated strike. This attack was executed with remarkable skill. It neither amplified its potency with inner strength nor presented a substantial threat to the opponent. Although aimed at a vital point on Lin Jipei's back, a slight shift of his body would allow him to easily evade the critical hit. Thus, Lin Jipei was poisoned. The potency of the poison dart lies in the fact that it does not require a direct strike to a vital point nor an amplification of power. It simply needs to make contact to inflict poison. In the midst of battle, the boss's resistance to toxins is indeed formidable. What would have felled Yu Dian merely resulted in a 10 reduction in Lin Jipei's combat capability. However, in a previously balanced confrontation, such a 10 loss in strength had significant consequences, leading to a decisive advantage for Yi Weiming and his companions. Moments later, as Lin Jipei struggled to keep pace, Tang Sankai struck again, landing the 7-star nail squarely on his shoulder. In an instant, Lin Jipei's combat power diminished to approximately 70 of its peak. This decline was not merely due to the toxicity of the 7-star nail being double that of the mosquito needle. Rather, it was the astonishing effect of the two toxins combined, yielding a result greater than the sum of its parts. After enduring 2 rounds of weakening, Lin Jipei, who once could take on 3 opponents, finally showed signs of fatigue under the onslaught of venomous attacks. With his strength diminished by 30, he could no longer exert absolute dominance over Yi Weiming as he had before. With the pressure significantly alleviated, Yi Weiming decisively switched his sword technique, opting for the Yu swordplay to enhance the trio's damage output, especially after Yi Weiming delivered a strike. The toxins from the Qingzhou sword entered the body of this level 35 boss, further diminishing Lin Jipei's combat prowess. Subsequently, it was time for a swift harvest. 3 minutes later, Lin Jipei's health points were finally exhausted. Just as he was left with a mere sliver of vitality, this cornered hero unleashed an unprecedented potential. With a thunderous roar, his surging inner power erupted in an instant, and his longsword transformed into a flurry of afterimages, restoring its might to its peak while achieving terrifying speed. Even the formidable Bai Zhanji and Yi Weiming had no choice but to shift from offense to defense, temporarily avoiding the storm of attacks. However, everyone understood that this was merely his final desperate act. Once this wave of explosive power subsided, his life would officially draw to a close, and it would be a race to see who could deliver the final blow. In a contribution distribution team, the player who landed the last hit received a significant bonus in the final reward calculations. Whoever secured that final strike had a greater chance of obtaining valuable loot. Ultimately, it proved that the key to seizing the last hit was not merely swiftness, but rather reach. Though Yi Weiming's movements were swift, they could not surpass the speed of Tang Sansai's flying knife. As Lin Jipei unleashed a flurry of rapid sword strikes, Yi Weiming prepared to activate the 8 steps to chase the toad to dash back for the kill, only to find Tang Sansai's flying knife merely 3 feet away from Lin Jipei. Aware of his impending demise, Lin Jipei made no attempt to evade or defend. Instead, he roared once more, channeling all his life's energy into his longsword, which shot forth like a streak of light towards Tang Sankai with blinding speed. In truth, by this point in the battle, Lin Jipei's ire had shifted from Bai Zhanji to the 2 players. Yet, before his demise, his primary target remained Yi Weiming. However, after witnessing the absurd life-saving abilities of the Yu Long In phone, he realized that dragging Yi Weiming down with him was unrealistic, prompting him to target Tang Sankai with his ultimate move, the Celestial Dragoness Descent. With a thud, Tang Sansai's flying knife pierced Lin Jipei's body, completely depleting the dark green health bar above his head. Simultaneously, Lin Jipei's longsword pierced through Tang Sankai, transforming him into a beam of white light. Instantaneous annihilation. Yi Weiming watched helplessly as his teammate and the great boss perished together, filled with a sense of resignation. Only then did the system prompt arrive, belatedly announcing the outcome. Ding! You have successfully vanquished the level 35 boss, Lin Jipei, earning 10,000 experience points and 1,000 cultivation points. Ding! Congratulations on completing the task of protecting Xiaobai. Not only did you successfully safeguard the honest and straightforward Dojang Xiaobai, but you also defeated the notorious rogues Lin Jipei, Jilei, and Guangshou in one fell swoop, thereby accomplishing this mission flawlessly. You have received the task rewards: 20,000 experience points, 2,000 cultivation points, and a random martial art skill upgrade by 1 level. Ding! Your new sword technique has advanced by 1 level, reaching level 9. System announcement. Player Shinbu City disciple Yu Weiming and Tamin disciple Tang Sankai have slain the level 35 boss Lin Jipei, achieving the first kill. They are awarded the first kill bonus, 1,000 points of Jianghu prestige and 1,000 points of sect contribution. System announcement. Player. The first kill system announcement echoed thrice as usual, yet Yu Weiming could not help but smirk with a hint of exasperation. While the task rewards were quite generous, the final random effect was not what he had hoped for. In truth, what he most desired to elevate was the level of tuna method, followed by Daizong Ruahi, and even Babu Gan Chan would be more beneficial than Yu sword technique. Yet, the system seemed to conspire against him, bestowing upon him the very upgrade he least desired. Shaking his head, Yu Weiming casually opened his attribute panel. Upon glancing at it, he could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. Chapter 54. The Pet Silver Bracelet and the Swordplay of the Yu Maiden Swordplay. A martial art from the spring and autumn period, exhibits rather modest power. Level 9 proficiency, 63-65 300,000 power, 90 precision, 90 indeed. The swordplay has ascended a level, and the attribute bonuses have increased by 10 as anticipated. Furthermore, the proficiency boost aligns with the maximum limit of the current level, thus not wasting any previously accumulated proficiency. However, the required proficiency to elevate from level 9 to level 10 seems excessively high. Prior to this, the proficiency requirement typically doubled with each level increase. According to this formula, if progressing from level 8 to level 9 necessitates 12,800 proficiency, then advancing from level 9 to level 10 should logically require 25,600. Yet, it has skyrocketed to an astonishing 300,000. This is not merely double, it surpasses 20 times. Is it truly the case that every martial art, even those of lesser renown, poses such formidable challenges to attain perfection? Or is the Yu Maiden swordplay uniquely exceptional? Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. The pressing concern is, if the breath control technique were to follow suit, how long would it take to master the primordial skill? With such ponderings, Yu Weiming delivered a kick to Lin Jipei's lifeless body, completing his looting. Complete Truth Swordplay, intermediate, the fundamental swordplay of the Complete Truth Sect, ancient and robust. Most suitable for solidifying one's foundation. Training requirements. Arm strength 85, bone quality 85, insight 30. Golden Goose skill. Intermediate, the basic lightness skill of the Complete Truth Sect. Greatly beneficial for internal cultivation. Training requirements. Agility 85, reflexes 85, aptitude 30. Iron tension bow, golden, a powerful bow, usable only by those of extraordinary strength. Attack 200. Bow and arrow skill damage increase 10. Equipment requirements. Arm strength 100. Currency 16 gold. It is evident that Lin Jipei is indeed a formidable level 35 boss, for his drops are remarkably rewarding. Although he yielded only 3 items, each is undoubtedly a coveted treasure at this stage. The 2 intermediate martial arts need no further elaboration. Even the attributes of the Iron Tension Bow are astoundingly formidable, rivaling the Qing bamboo sword he currently wields. Should this bow fall into the hands of a player skilled in archery, it could elevate an ordinary player to a game expert in an instant, if that player also seizes the opportunity to build momentum. Alas, Yu Weiming has not learned any archery skills, and given the martial foundation of the Divine Captor Division, mastering it may hinge solely on chance. Quietly collecting the 3 pieces of equipment, Yu Weiming felt a twinge of dissatisfaction with Lin Jipei's drops. Firstly, the treasured sword he wielded did not materialize, which would have been the equipment Yu Weiming could actually utilize. Moreover, there was no revelation of Lin Jipei's formidable technique, the Whirlwind Quick Sword, which he had employed during the battle. According to Bai Zhanji's earlier account, Lin Jipei had mastered the Qinggong swordplay, but still sought to appropriate the Whirlwind Quick Sword. It was evident that the swordplay he utilized in combat was a modified version of the Huashan school's techniques. This underscores that the Whirlwind Quicksword is indeed Lin Jipei's most potent skill. A multitude of thoughts flickered through Yu Weiming's mind in the twilight hours, compelling him to seek out a Huang. He discovered the pitiful little dog still bleeding profusely, resembling a mere shadow of life, teetering on the brink of Schrodinger's state. Observing the almost lifeless Huang, Yu Weiming felt a pang of compassion. At that moment, he suddenly heard a system notification. Ding! Player Tang Sankai has requested to be your friend. With a casual click of acceptance, a messenger pigeon appeared, flapping its wings before vanishing from sight. Simultaneously, Tang Sansai's avatar in the message box began to pulsate vigorously. Tang Sankai, Brother Weiming, what did Lin Jipei drop? From this brief and straightforward message, Yu Weiming could almost envision Tang Sansai's eager expression. This fellow could be considered a comrade in arms with the boss, yet from the previous system announcement, it was evident that despite Lin Jipei dying a mere 0.1 seconds before him, the system still recognized Tang Sankai as the one who successfully vanquished Lin Jipei and completed the lucrative quest. It was likely that he had already claimed the quest rewards. Yet the items dropped by Lin Jipei were not counted towards his share according to the system's judgment. In the contribution system, equipment is distributed automatically without strict distance restrictions. But one must at least be on the same map. While Yu Weiming was looting the corpse, this fellow had already dashed to the resurrection point, meaning the dropped items would naturally not belong to him. In light of this circumstance, one could not definitively label him as fortunate or unfortunate, adhering to his professional ethics. Yu Weiming had no intention of hoarding his equipment. He promptly sent a link to 3 items and added, in addition, there are 16 gold. After sending the message, Yu Weiming anticipated that Tang Sankai would first flatter him with some charming words before subtly shifting the conversation towards the division of spoils. However, Tang Sansai's response was far beyond his expectations. Without any preamble, he calmly sent a link to an item. Pet Silver Bracelet, blue special equipment that can capture non-human monsters or other beasts to become pets. Pets can assist their owners in combat and can quickly restore health, internal energy, and alleviate abnormal conditions through the use of potions. Current pet capacity, 0.3. In this game, such an item existed? Upon seeing the properties of the bracelet, Yu Weiming's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he promptly messaged, wait for me at Mutant Village. We shall discuss further upon meeting. He bundled the corpses of the 3 bosses in a straw mat, cradled Huang in his arms, and set off towards Taohua Village alongside by Zhanji, who had retrieved his burden. Silently journeying, upon reaching Peach Blossom Village, I witnessed Bai Zhanji entering the Zhao residence, and soon after, Yu Weiming eagerly arrived at the rendezvous point agreed upon with Tang Sankai. This location was an exquisite pavilion situated outside the village, surrounded by blooming peonies, a tapestry of vibrant flowers, and an undeniably breathtaking landscape. By the time Yu Weiming arrived, Tang Sankai had already been waiting for quite some time. Without waiting for a word from the other, Yu Weiming, cradling a dog in his arms, took the initiative to speak, in the process of slaying Lin Jipei. Neither of us could have succeeded without the other's contributions. Yet, relatively speaking, my role in enduring his attacks was somewhat more significant. Upon hearing this, a faint smile grazed Tang Sansai's lips, as if recalling a particular thought, and then replied, however, it was ultimately my 2 remarkable concealed weapons that determined the outcome. Yu Weiming had already settled into the pavilion by this point, yet both the 7 star nails and the mosquito whiskers needle were provided by me. Tang Sankai nodded slightly, indicating his agreement. Observing this, Yu Weiming candidly articulated his proposed distribution. The 3 items in question hold no market value in the game, rendering any assessment of their merits moot. My suggestion is that you may select 1 item for yourself, and we shall split the remaining 16 gold equally. Tang Sankai, taken aback, responded, you truly do not wish to trade the bracelet with me? Let us settle the items first. We can discuss the bracelet later. Brother Weiming, you are quite forthright, Tang Sankai praised, before promptly declaring, I want the golden goose technique. Yu Weiming, refraining from further delay, immediately transacted the item. While Tang Sankai presented the pet silver bracelet, you need this urgently. Revive your dog first, and then we shall negotiate the price. Agreed. Although the pet silver bracelet was termed a bracelet, it resembled more of a wrist guard, somewhat akin to the iconic Wonder Woman accessory, albeit with distinctly Eastern designs. After equipping it, Yu Weiming swiftly revived Huang, administering a healing elixir, and the dog's health visibly began to restore at a remarkable pace. The effect is quite impressive. With a relieved sigh, Yu Weiming turned to Tang Sankai and smiled. Now, how much do you wish to sell this pet silver bracelet for? Or have you taken a fancy to the other 2 items? Let us not rush this matter. Tang Sankai then settled down. Just then, a gentle breeze wafted through. Tang Sankai inhaled deeply, savoring the floral fragrance that accompanied the wind for several moments before inquiring, if I am not mistaken, Brother Weiming, you still possess a half piece of the longevity lock dropped by one of those 3 bosses, correct? Yu Weiming casually produced the longevity lock dropped by Guang, placing it upon the stone table between them. Is this what you refer to? Nodding, Tang Sankai, however, did not reach out for the lock. Instead, he broached a seemingly unrelated topic. I have recently been engaged in a consecutive quest, with the protection of Baijianji merely a side mission. As for the main quest, I am currently unable to complete it independently. I had intended to see how far I could go, but upon meeting you, I feel as though I might be able to attempt a challenge. What do you think? Tang Sankai inquired. Do you have any interest in joining me to complete this task? Just as Weiming was about to respond, a sudden flurry of wings caught his attention. Turning to look, he found a homing pigeon alighting upon his shoulder. Upon opening the message bar, Weiming's previously tranquil expression transformed into one of gravity. I apologize, but an urgent matter has unexpectedly arisen on my end, compelling me to regretfully decline your kind offer, Brother Tang. Doesn't this chapter evoke a sense of enduring intensity? Chapter 55, The Skills of the Divine Captor. A grand sect mission is about to commence. Hasten back. This brief line of text compelled Weiming to take notice. For ordinary players, a large-scale mission often signifies bountiful rewards. Although the Divine Captor differs from other sects, the rewards for its tasks are undoubtedly substantial. Even in the absence of sect martial arts as a reward, other compensations would certainly be worth the effort. Unlike other sects, the grand missions of the Divine Captor carry an obligatory nature. Failure to participate would inevitably result in corresponding penalties. Under the dual influence of carrots and sticks, Weiming decisively declined Tang Sansai's invitation, opting instead to first complete his own sect mission. To express his apologies, Weiming gifted Tang Sankai 5 pieces each of the 7-star nails and mosquito whiskers, in addition to the longevity lock. Albeit the latter had significantly diminished toxicity after use. Recognizing Weiming's generosity, Tang Sankai reciprocated by promising to exchange a pet silver bracelet for his longevity lock and concealed weapons. Thus, both parties were satisfied. After securing the fully restored Wang within the pet space of the bracelet, Weiming bid farewell to Tang Sankai, and together they proceeded towards the station in Mutant Village. As they walked, Weiming began to reflect on his recent gains, intending to further enhance his abilities before returning to his sect. Firstly, the cultivation rewards. 3 bosses, along with the final mission reward, had collectively granted him an astonishing 550 points of cultivation. In addition, he acquired a manual on lightness skill, a treatise on finger techniques, and a compendium on swordsmanship. Each a remarkable yield from the respective bosses, Guangsho, Jilei, and Linjipei. Lightness skill manual. Insights from the notorious thief Guangsho's training in lightness techniques. When applied to a specified lightness skill, it increases proficiency by 500 points. Finger Technique Treatise. Insights from the notorious thief Jilei's training in finger techniques. When applied to a specified finger technique, it increases proficiency by 2,000 points. Swordsmanship Compendium. A record of sword techniques from the notorious thief Lin Jipei. When applied to a specified sword style, it increases proficiency by 3,000 points. Considering the potential unexpected benefits of the method previously mentioned by Zhang, Weiming refrained from hastily utilizing these 3 manuals. Instead, he carefully stored them in his backpack, intending to take the time to study them one by one at a later date. Furthermore, the drops from the 3 bosses were surprisingly rewarding. The attributes of the Sunluo necklace transformed him from a fragile assassin into a resilient one, making him considerably formidable even among golden gear. Now, even with Yo-Yo wielding the Zhuge Divine crossbow, a critical hit would no longer be enough to defeat him. Perhaps the rudimentary technique of concealed weapons, Flying Star Throw, remains a topic of contemplation for him, as he intends to consult Eugene upon returning to the Divine Capture Division. Although the final Azure Bracers possess commendable attributes, Weiming cannot shake the feeling that such an item is truly a treasure for players specializing in concealed weapons, rendering its use by him somewhat wasteful. Furthermore, these bracers come as a pair, necessitating both to be equipped simultaneously. However, Weiming requires the pet silver bracelet, which creates a conflict. Consequently, these seemingly advantageous bracers have transformed into mere refuse in his eyes. They may serve as potential trade goods or tokens of goodwill, but he certainly has no intention of using them himself. Next comes Jilei, whose dropped equipment is particularly dismal. The frogskin bracers are essentially a pair of knuckle gloves, entirely useless to Weiming, who has never trained in martial arts. As for that lamentable bag of rice, it is best left unmentioned. Perhaps this fellow has dropped other valuable items, now languishing in Tang Sansai's backpack? Shaking his head, Weiming's attention shifts to the day's main event, the two items dropped by Lin Jipei. The iron bow remains beyond his current capabilities to draw and lacking archery skills. His aim is predictably unreliable. More importantly, as one of the few players with exceptionally high attributes, if he cannot wield this formidable bow, it stands to reason that other players are even less likely to succeed. Perhaps in due time, this bow might fetch a handsome price, but certainly not at this moment. Regarding complete, true sword technique, Weiming does not rush to learn it. For the reasoning mirrors that of the 3 insight tomes, he intends to find a moment to sit down and study it thoroughly. However, at present, Weiming's attributes are slightly lacking in relation to the requirements for cultivating complete true sword technique. Thus, he has decided to utilize the cultivation points he recently acquired to elevate breath regulation to level 9, ensuring that both his strength and foundation meet the demands for mastering this discipline. Glancing at the proficiency of Dragon Soaring Phoenix Calling, which is nearing its threshold, he chooses to max it out as well. After a series of operations, the attributes of Weiming have transformed into Weiming level 18, health 2070 energy 810 constitution 85 strength 85 agility 191 reaction 85 aptitude 25 comprehension 30 breathing technique non-mainstream level 9 proficiency 025600 health for 50 energy for 150 constitution 45 strength 45 agility 45 reaction 45 new sword technique non-mainstream level 9 proficiency 6365 300,000 power 90 accuracy 90 Dragon S pole and Phoenix S call intermediate level 5 proficiency 10,000 defense 100 accuracy 100 evasion 50 special effect force release 8 steps to chase the toad beginner level 6 proficiency 68,000 agility 120 how does Mount Tai stand ultimate skill level 2 proficiency 2000 attack damage 20 hit rate 20 critical damage 20 in battle it can activate a proactive effect to calculate the flaws in the enemy's moves, delivering a devastating blow. Equipment slightly. Weiming sighed in relief. As the proficiency required to elevate the breathing technique from level 9 to level 10 is merely 25,600, double that of the previous level, unlike the new sword technique, which escalated by over 20 times. Thus, there is hope to elevate this basic internal skill to its perfected level of 10 within a short period. As for the new sword technique, Weiming has resolved not to squander precious cultivation and insights on it any further. Returning to Qingcheng City via the station's carriage, Weiming promptly activated his agility and swiftly raced back to the divine capturing division. Just as he entered the door, he spotted the long-missed Sanyu, who was seated on a mat in meditation. Today, the young girl was adorned in a lovely goose-yellow outer garment. Her hair styled in twin ponytails, complementing her fair complexion, exuding an aura of delicate beauty. Upon seeing Weiming, Sanyu immediately folded her mat and stood up, beaming as she approached, saying, "Ming, it hasn't been long since I received the news. Your strength must have significantly improved." "Not at all." Weiming humbly shook his head. "Though I have made some minor progress, it is merely enough to not fall too far behind other players." Upon hearing this, a hint of playful mischief appeared on Sanyu's charming face, and without a word, she sent Weiming a screenshot. Ding! The passive skill of perception activated, revealing that her vibrant demeanor while speaking belied a humility that concealed an inner pride, embodying an inflated sense of invincibility. What the hell? With such a flawed skill, Weiming could only think of one source. He furrowed his brow and asked, "Did you not choose the celestial skills after your initiation?" Sanyu shrugged helplessly and replied, "By the time I was initiated, the celestial and earthly skills had already been claimed by others, leaving only the human and ghost skills. Since I have a fear of ghosts, I opted for human." There was no need to ask. This ability, akin to a human lie detector, was indeed the human skill she had chosen, though it remained uncertain whether there were other options available. Weiming nodded and advised, "This skill should be kept confidential. Of course, I am aware of that. However, since I was brought into the divine captor division by you, we are not exactly strangers, are we?" After a brief pause, Sanyu added, "Just now, Eugene mentioned that the sect mission requires all 3 divine captor players to return before it can be issued. Let us wait here for a while." Weiming gently shook his head. "I have a few other matters to discuss with Eugene." Upon reaching the backyard, Weiming indeed found Eugene, who stood firmly in the courtyard, holding a sword in both hands. Upon noticing Weiming's arrival, he proactively greeted, "Weiming, you're back. Huh, look at your familiarity. Where has your aloofness gone?" Eugene disregarded Weiming's thoughts and continued, "The mission will be personally issued by Huang Shouzuan once all three of you are present. Please wait for a moment." After a slight pause, he added, "I didn't expect you to have mastered the 5th level of the Yulong Yinfeng sword technique so quickly. Impressive." Weiming smiled and took out 2 tomes from his robe, saying, "Commander Yu, during my recent mission, I acquired these 2 martial arts manuals. However, the summaries provide scan information. Could you kindly assess whether they are suitable for my cultivation?" Chapter 56. The revered Huang. The manuscripts presented by Weiming were undoubtedly the Flying Star Throw and the Qinggong sword technique. Through previous encounters, he had discerned that although this NPC appeared ominous, he possessed a commendable character, prompting Weiming to request his assistance in appraising the texts. Regardless of the outcome, receiving alternative perspectives would be beneficial. While he claimed to seek evaluations for both manuscripts, his primary focus remained on the Flying Star Throw, as the Qinggong sword technique was already a discipline he intended to cultivate. Nevertheless, since he had initiated the conversation, he thought it prudent to inquire about both. Without uttering a word, Eugene accepted the 2 manuscripts from Weiming, casually perusing them before returning them. "The Flying Star Throw is unsuitable for you." "Why?" Eugene, unusually talkative today, patiently elucidated, "The Flying Star Throw is merely a specialized technique for launching multiple hidden weapons simultaneously, providing a barrage against foes. However, it does not enhance the accuracy of these projectiles. For someone adept in the art of hidden weapons, it could serve as an effective offensive strategy, but you—" "All right, I understand," Weiming thought to himself, acknowledging the dismal state of his precision with hidden weapons. He deftly sidestepped this topic and inquired, "What about the Qinggong sword technique?" "A splendid choice," Eugene replied. "Regarding your situation, Qiubai has already informed me in writing. You have performed admirably." Weiming was taken aback. How could it be that he had only recently parted ways with Baijianji, yet the latter's correspondence had reached Eugene before him? Moreover, he wondered, what connection did the Qinggong sword technique have with Baijianji? Yet Eugene continued, "In truth, the value of the Qinggong sword technique is no less than that of Lin Jipei's advanced swordsmanship, the Raging Wind Quick Sword, and may even surpass it." Perplexed, Weiming pressed, "If the Qinggong sword technique is so formidable, why did Lin Jipei go to such lengths to acquire the Raging Wind Quick Sword manuscript, even altering her own swordsmanship in the process?" "This delves into the nuances of martial arts," Eugene remarked, seemingly bored with the wait, and patiently began to analyze for Weiming. No martial art can be simply judged as good or bad, strong or weak, for each possesses its distinct characteristics, which must be considered in the selection process. Pausing briefly, Eugene continued in his voice, "which bore the strain of past tribulations. Take the Qinggong sword technique in your hands as an example. While it is merely a mid-level sword technique in my view, its value surpasses that of many advanced sword techniques. This is due to its unique attribute of strengthening foundational skills. To put it more plainly, practicing this sword technique can enhance your fundamental attributes. Although the increase may be modest, the cumulative effect on your martial prowess is significant, a characteristic typically reserved for internal martial arts. In terms of power, although it may not compare to the advanced or even legendary sword techniques, it is nonetheless formidable among its peers. If one were to point out a shortcoming, it would be that as a genuine Taoist martial art, it emphasizes gradual progression, making rapid mastery exceedingly difficult. Lin Jipei, in his quest to enhance his abilities to the fullest in the shortest time possible, chose the Furious Wind sword over the Complete Truth sword technique. While this may reflect a certain impatience, from his perspective, it is not without merit. However, your situation diverges. Techniques like the Complete Truth sword technique, which rely on the accumulation of knowledge over time, would suit you far better." Weiming, of course, understood that Eugene referred to his possession of the sect's unique skill, the corpse handling technique, which allows him to accumulate proficiency more efficiently than other players. Thus, the primary drawback of this technique is not particularly daunting for him. At that moment, a player clad in the same flying fish attire as Weiming burst into the room in a flurry. Upon seeing Weiming, he paused momentarily before exclaiming in anger, "Weiming, you have deceived me." The newcomer was none other than Fei Yu, the second seed of the Divine Capture Division, who had announced his intention to withdraw after Weiming. Noticing Fei Yu's furious demeanor, Yi Weiming retorted, "How have I deceived you?" Fei Yu found himself momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Initially, Yi Weiming had kindly warned him that the Divine Capture Division was fraught with pitfalls. But Fei Yu had dismissed his concerns with disdain. Yet, as a principled young man, Yi Weiming remained steadfast in his desire to rescue this misguided youth from impending peril, continually offering earnest advice. Unfortunately, Fei Yu would not heed it. Who could he blame for that? Fei Yu was aware of the truth, but could not shake the feeling that Yi Weiming had intentionally led him astray. Surely, this was deliberate. Not only had this individual caused him significant trouble, but he had also left him feeling utterly helpless, which was truly infuriating. At that moment, Sanwen, who had been waiting in the courtyard, entered the room. Upon witnessing the argument, she instinctively wished to intervene and show Fei Yu what true scolding entailed. However, before she could showcase her talents, Eugene interjected, "All right, let us not quarrel. Since everyone has arrived, follow me to meet Huang Shouzuan." "Everyone has arrived?" Yi Weiming exclaimed in surprise. "Is it possible that our sect consists solely of the three of us? After such a lengthy period since the opening, we have yet to gather even the standard for players?" Eugene, amused, replied, "How do you know that the standard for the Divine Capture Division is 4 players? Isn't it obvious?" Yi Weiming shrugged. "The sect only possesses the 4 unique skills, heaven, earth, human, and ghost, and they cannot be acquired more than once. If we were to recruit a 5th player, what would you have them learn?" Upon entering, Eugene chose not to respond immediately, instead heading towards the innermost hall of the courtyard, beckoning the others to follow. The decor of this hall was remarkably simple, resembling a small conference room. There was no plaque at the entrance, and on either side of the room, a dozen redwood chairs were arranged, separated by small tea tables. At the center stood a writing desk, behind which sat an elderly man, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, diligently engrossed in a book, exuding an air of scholarly refinement. From the position he occupied, it was evident that this individual was none other than Huang Shouzuan, the esteemed leader of the Divine Captors. Yet, could it be that this Huang Shouzuan, despite his high rank, was a scholar rather than a martial official? Noticing the newcomers, Huang Shouzuan continued to read until he finished the page before setting the book down on the desk and raising his gaze. "Please, take a seat," he instructed. Eugene immediately clasped his hands in a respectful gesture towards Huang Shouzuan before addressing the 3 players behind him. "There is no need to be overly formal in front of Huang Shouzuan. Please find yourselves a comfortable seat." The players, being modern individuals and entering this world as players, felt no trepidation towards authority. As Eugene settled into the seat at the far left, the others each chose seemingly comfortable positions. Among them, Yi Weiming sat beside Eugene, while Fei Yu unabashedly occupied the seat to his right, directly across from Eugene. San Yu, on the other hand, made a rather unbalanced choice by sitting on Yi Weiming's other side, clearly asserting her position. No sooner had they seated themselves than San Yu sent a private message to Yi Weiming. "Doesn't Huang Shouzuan appear rather refined, almost like an ordinary scholar? How could he possibly manage the Divine Captors, who are all highly skilled martial artists?" Yi Weiming replied, "It is said that the game's backdrop is akin to an alternate version of the Song Dynasty, where the emphasis on literature over martial prowess reached its zenith. It is entirely normal for civil officials to oversee military ones. There is no need for alarm." At that moment, Huang Shouzuan, seated at the head of the table, finally spoke. "Recently, a series of brutal murders have transpired at the Fuwei Escort Agency in Fuzhou City. The perpetrators' methods are heinous, and their audacity is unmatched, even going so far as to use blood as ink and drawing a prison with the earth. I command you 3 to investigate this matter together. The task reward shall be an intermediate internal martial arts skill that I developed in my early years." He paused briefly, allowing the 3 players to absorb the astonishing fact that this seemingly refined Huang Shouzuan possessed the capability to create martial arts skills. He then casually added, "It will also enhance your attributes." Chapter 57, Bounty Notice Ding. A mission from the prestigious Fuwei Escort Agency has been received. Fuwei Escort Agency Mission Level 6 stars. A series of gruesome murders have occurred in Fuzhou City, where the audacious perpetrator has inscribed a blood-written warning on the ground, proclaiming that anyone who steps within 10 paces shall meet their demise. In broad daylight, under the clear sky, the assailant dares to commit such atrocities in a bustling marketplace. This heinous act is nothing short of appalling. In response, the Divine Capturers Bureau has decided to mobilize its entire force to thoroughly investigate the matter and restore peace to the citizens. Mission rewards: 20,000 experience points, 5. 000 cultivation points, 100 gold, and an intermediate internal skill, muscle transformation technique. A 6-star mission. The rewards are remarkably generous, particularly for Yi Weiming, who finds it impossible to decline, having already enhanced his comprehension and reached the 9th level of the breath control method. He is now merely 5 points short of the qualifications required for the cultivation of Huiyuan Gong. It appears that he must exert every effort to accomplish this task. However, the mission's description, though grandiose, merely refers to the 3 players present as the entirety of the Divine Capturer's Bureau. Yi Weiming, who has previously undertaken 2 5-star missions, is acutely aware of the perils associated with high-level tasks. Despite successfully completing those 2 missions, the dangers he faced remain vividly etched in his memory. This current mission, being a notch above 5-star difficulty, suggests an even greater level of risk. As Yi Weiming contemplates the insufficiency of their numbers, Huang Shoujuan continues. Given the perilous nature of this endeavor, you may each recruit a partner to assist the Divine Capturer's Bureau in solving this case. With that, he picks up 3 pre-prepared sheets of writing paper and casually tosses them into the air. The delicate sheets, seemingly as sharp as hidden daggers in Huang Shoujuan's hands, cut through the air with a piercing sound. Before the 3 could react, the papers flew toward them, then suddenly lost their momentum, transforming back into ordinary sheets that gently settled on the tea tables beside their seats. Each sheet landed precisely in the same spot on the tables, with the bottom edge and the left side maintaining a consistent inch of distance from the table's edges, neither too much nor too little, neither askew nor tilted. It is noteworthy that the distances between the 3 individuals and Huang Shoujuan varied. Yet he managed to convert thin paper into lethal projectiles and revert them to their original form, showcasing remarkable skill. In such circumstances, to simultaneously throw 3 pieces of paper while distinctly controlling their trajectories and ensuring they landed in a manner that would satisfy even the most fastidious perfectionist is simply beyond comprehension. Who is this Huang Shoujuan, capable of effortlessly demonstrating such astonishing abilities? Truly remarkable. Among the trio, it was Yi Weiming who first emerged from the state of astonishment. Upon inspecting the document in his hand, he discovered it was inscribed with meticulous calligraphy of fair standards, and at the bottom, it bore the crimson seal of the Divine Capture Bureau. The bounty notice read, "The bearer of this decree may partake in the 6-star mission of the Fuwei Escort Agency, assisting the Divine Capture Bureau in solving cases. Fuwei Escort Agency mission level, 6 stars mission rewards, 20,000 experience points, 5,000 cultivation points, 100 gold pieces, and the opportunity to have a piece of golden attribute equipment crafted at the armory." It seemed that tasks could also be disseminated in this manner, with rewards as generous as these. Thus, when seeking assistance, one would not have to owe any favors. The journey ahead was perilous, hence, preparation was paramount. As the 3 tucked away the bounty notice, Huang Shoujuan delivered the final remarks of the meeting. "You have 1 night to prepare. You must arrive in Fuzhou before the hour of Qin tomorrow. You may disperse." Upon exiting the conference hall, Yi Weiming pondered the intricacies of their upcoming mission. However, Fei Yu, who had stepped out ahead, was the first to speak. "I believe that for this task, we must unite our efforts to succeed. My suggestion is that we each gather allies and meet at the Ulion in Fuzhou before the hour of Qin tomorrow." Who supports this? Who opposes? Hey. Upon hearing Fei Yu's words, Sen Yu could not help but retort, "What kind of talk is that?" Fei Yu adopted a serious demeanor and replied, "I have put forth my proposal. If anyone disagrees, we can engage in a friendly spar to reach a consensus." Yi Weiming shrugged nonchalantly. "Your proposal is acceptable. Let us go with that." San Yu, intent on continuing the debate, ultimately let out a huff, conceding in silence. Observing this, Fei Yu's face broke into a smug smile. After greeting the 2, he led the way towards the exit. Watching Fei Yu depart, San Yu remained unconvinced and complained to Yi Weiming, "Are you just going to let him act so arrogantly? He struts around as if he truly believes himself to be the elder brother of our Divine Capture Bureau. The issue is, I have no differing opinions." Yi Weiming responded indifferently, "We all need to prepare. Meeting in Fuzhou tomorrow is indeed a commendable suggestion." San Yu still expressed her discontent. "Even if that is the case, you should have been the one to voice it, as you are the first among us to join the Divine Capture Bureau. Moreover, he ought to have approached us with a tone of negotiation rather than issuing commands. To me, it seems he simply wishes to assert his authority." At this, Yi Weiming rarely displayed a serious expression, In truth, to complete this mission successfully, we truly require a unified voice among us. While your support undoubtedly allows us to gain an advantage, it serves little practical purpose, as the players joining this mission extend beyond just the three of us. Today, we put on a FAAD, and tomorrow, when everyone gathers, we will have to don it once more. What a tiresome endeavor. Additionally, engaging in such meaningless skirmishes will only diminish our stature. Let us defer all discussions until we meet tomorrow. With a satisfied smile, March remarked, "Very well. I too need to make some preparations. Until tomorrow." Until tomorrow. After bidding farewell, March proceeded to the training hall of the Divine Captains, while Knight Unfathom walked directly toward the main entrance. Simultaneously, he accessed his friends list, found Qingcheng's name, and sent him a message via carrier pigeon. Reward notice, Knight Unfathom. The message was as simple as a link to an item and a signature. 10 seconds later, the carrier pigeon returned. Wow. A 6-star mission, and the reward is a custom-made piece of golden equipment. My heavens! Brother Knight, you indeed deliver. It's remarkable that you thought of me right away for such a boon. Qingcheng. Knight Unfathom replied via carrier pigeon. Enough of the pleasantries. Before the rooster crows tomorrow, at the U Lion in Fuzhou City, are you coming? Qingcheng, there is actually a time constraint? What a pity. I have a rather significant task from my sect as well, and I fear I must decline your generous offer. Knight Unfathom, what task could possibly offer a reward greater than this? Qingcheng, it's not merely a matter of the reward. It's quite important, you see. To put it plainly, my master has been cuckolded. Chapter 58. The Complete True Swordsmanship. Alas, the third disciple, Yu Daiyan, has been rendered a disabled person, while the fifth disciple, Zhang Tsuishan, has been abducted by CS Sun, leaving their fates uncertain. Now, the sixth disciple, Yin Litian, has also fallen victim to betrayal. What has befallen the Wudong sect? Is it a season of misfortune? As Knight Weiming pondered this dilemma in the dim light of dawn, another communique arrived from Dugu Qiubai, delivering a brief account of the current mission at hand. The disciple of the Ma sect, Ji Shufu, who was betrothed to the sixth disciple, Yin Litian, Dugu Qiubai's master, has been kidnapped by Yang Xiao, the left envoy of the Ming cult. Furthermore, the nature of Dugu Qiubai's task appears daunting, as he must rescue Ji Shufu from the clutches of the formidable Yang Xiao. However, Dugu Qiubai reassured that this mission is merely rated with 5 stars. While peril exists, it is by no means insurmountable. Indeed, this situation might not be entirely detrimental to the Wudong sect, or to Yin Litian himself. Dugu Qiubai's exact words were, Yang Xiao may gain a slight advantage, but my master shall certainly not suffer loss. Knight Weiming expressed his willingness to assist once his own task is completed, should Dugu Qiubai still be in need of aid. Dugu Qiubai acknowledged that he would not hesitate to reach out if necessary, subsequently sending over a document titled Lin Yuantu's Decline, the Misfortune of the Fui Escort. Upon receiving the document, Knight Weiming perused its contents meticulously, reading through it thrice, a smirk of amusement curling upon his lips. In a voice only he could hear, he murmured, "So, the leader of the Qingcheng sect is Yutsang Hai, is it? How delightful. Challenges make for an engaging endeavor." With Dugu Qiubai otherwise occupied, Knight Weiming sought out additional allies. Scanning through the names of 2 prominent figures from the Tang sect within his friend list, he ultimately dispatched a message to Yu. Her response was succinct and clear, "Let us meet as agreed." After concluding these arrangements, Knight Weiming ventured outside the city to bury the bodies of the 3 formidable bosses from the Lotus competition before returning to the Divine Capturing Division. Once back in his apartment, he lit a lamp and began to diligently study the volume titled Complete True Swordsmanship. The path begins to unfold, refining the 9 apertures. The 9 apertures connect, illuminating the spirit. Commence from the Yongquan point, breaking forth with the swiftness of the wind. Approximately half an hour later, ding! Through diligent study of the Complete True Swordsmanship manual, you have successfully comprehended the Complete True Swordsmanship, earning 1,000 proficiency points. Complete True Swordsmanship, Intermediate, the fundamental sword technique of the Complete Truth sect, characterized by its simplicity and solidity, best suited for fortifying one's foundation. As the authentic swordsmanship of the Taoist school, its power increases with the elevation of one's Taoist practice. Level 1 Proficiency, 1,000 2,000 Attack, 20 Precision, 20 Strength, 20 Root, 20 Health Limit, 200 Indeed, meticulous study yields greater rewards than mere practice, allowing for a remarkable leap in proficiency, achieving half of what is required to elevate the sword technique from level 1 to level 2. Moreover, the attribute enhancement of this complete truth sword technique is remarkably formidable, is it not? With a strength of 20, a bone foundation of 20, and a maximum vitality of 200, it surpasses the enhancements provided by the breathing method significantly. Although the breathing method augments all aspects, vitality, internal energy, and overall health, the complete truth sword technique's benefits are indeed double that of the breathing method. It is essential to note that this is a sword technique, not an internal skill more suited for attribute accumulation. Such an enhancement is nothing short of perfection. It is astonishing that, amidst such impressive attributes, one could still claim it to be a modest increase. How humble you are. However, it appears that the proficiency required to upgrade the complete truth sword technique is indeed rather high. Even among intermediate sword techniques, the proficiency needed for this technique is a staggering twofold compared to the same level of the dragon-soaring phoenix. It is fortunate that Weiming possesses a certain confidence. Otherwise, most individuals might find it daunting to cultivate this sword technique to its fullest potential. In a state of excitement, Weiming promptly extracted the swordsmanship insights acquired from Lin Qipei and began to study it intently. Swordsmanship Insights, a record of sword techniques by the notorious thief Lin Qipei. When applied to a designated sword technique, it can increase its proficiency by 300 points. After half an hour, ding! You have contemplated the swordsmanship insights and gained 4,500 points in sword technique proficiency. Please select a designated sword technique for use. Complete Truth Sword Technique. Thus, Complete Truth Sword Technique, Intermediate. Level 3 Proficiency, 4,000 10,000 Attack, 60, Precision, 60, Strength, 60, Bone Foundation, 60, Maximum Vitality, 600. Wait. Weiming recalls that the proficiency required to ascend from level 1 to level 2 of the Complete Truth Sword Technique is 2,000 points. According to the doubling ratio observed in other martial arts, the proficiency needed for level 3 should be 4,000 points, while level 4 would require 8,000 points. Yet here, it is set at 10,000 points. Of course, this is not the crux of the matter. What truly captures Weiming's attention is that the 4,500 points in sword technique proficiency have directly elevated this skill from level 1, with 1,000 points of experience, to level 3, with 4,000 points of experience. Is such a transformation feasible with merely 4,500 points in sword technique proficiency? According to the previously deduced formula, this is evidently an effect achievable only with 9,000 points in proficiency. This is a substantial increase indeed. Could it be that Lin Qipei's own commendable mastery of the Complete Truth Sword Technique enhances the compatibility of the swordsmanship insights he possessed? Upon reflection, this seems to be the only plausible explanation. Having discovered such a hidden setting, it is imperative to remain cognizant of this detail when utilizing insight manuals in the future. One must ponder how many valuable items have failed to yield their optimal effects due to ignorance of these concealed mechanics since the very inception of the game. Whenever this thought crosses my mind, an excruciating sense of frustration washes over me. Those detestable game designers are utterly despicable. Silently cursing the game designer for their relentless push to monetize, I retrieved 2 insightful manuals looted from the boss encounters and meticulously studied them, reaping substantial rewards. The Lightness Skill Insights from Qinggong, initially capable of enhancing my lightness proficiency by 1,500, transformed into a remarkable 2,250 points upon study, which I subsequently allocated to the 8 steps to chase the toad technique, as I had no alternative. The Finger Technique Insights from Ji Lai, originally set to increase my finger skill proficiency by 2,000, elevated to 3,000 points after my diligent study, leaving me utterly astonished. For I discovered that I had no available slots for this newfound proficiency. An aimless attempt to click on a skill yielded no results, deepening my bewilderment. 10 seconds later, ding! Through the study of Finger Technique Insights, I inadvertently accessed the UNU Swordplay, gaining 750 proficiency points. It appeared that time was required to trigger this supplementary effect. After a series of operations, though I spent a considerable 2 hours, my abilities experienced a significant enhancement. Knight Unfurling Level, 18 Health, 3270 Inner Strength, 810 Physique, 145 Arm Strength, 145 Agility, 206 Reaction, 85 Talent, 25 Comprehension, 30 Martial Arts, Sleight Equipment. Sleight, there are a total of 57 characters in this segment. Excluding this sentence, Once I had organized my previous gains, I restocked on healing potions and proceeded to the sect's training room, paying the fee to engage in inner strength cultivation. Although cultivating inner strength can be done at any time and place, it is easily interrupted. Thus, a tranquil environment is essential for optimal results, such as my private apartment. However, most players prefer to cultivate during intervals between battles, recovering while training, which is quite delightful. Nevertheless, for the best cultivation results, one must utilize the sect's training room, where any martial art practiced yields doubled rewards. Such excellent effects, of course, come at a cost. The training room of the Divine Capture Division charges 1 gold and 1 merit point for each hour of use, while other sects seem to charge even more. After calculating, I realized I had spent a full 8 hours in the training room, acquiring 1,600 proficiency points in breath regulation. Upon emerging from the training room, it was already the next day at the hour of the rabbit, precisely 5 a.m., with 2 hours remaining until our agreed meeting time. Not wishing to linger any longer, I decided to set off early, taking a carriage from Bianliang to Fuzhou. Upon arriving at the Weili Inn, I discovered that Yu Yu had already arrived, sitting at a table in the hall, waving to me in greeting. Chapter 59. The world is so small today. Yo-Yo donned the distinctive purple uniform of the Tang Sect disciples, and with her short hair neatly framing her face, she naturally exuded an air of heroic grace. Merely her presence was sufficient to evoke feelings of inadequacy in many self-proclaimed distinguished men. On the dining table before her lay a steaming basket of buns, accompanied by 2 bowls of millet porridge and several boiled eggs. The tableware was set for 2, yet had evidently remained untouched. To be honest, the Tang Sect uniform, while emblematic, was not particularly aesthetically pleasing. It lacked the charm of the light green gauze dress that Weiming had previously purchased for her in a tailor shop in Hangzhou for a handful of silver coins. In the immersive world of eternal chivalry, many women prioritize appearance over the essential attributes of their gear. Their prevailing belief is that prowess may be fleeting, but beauty endures for a lifetime. However, this sentiment did not extend to Yo-Yo. Weiming plopped down in the seat across from Yo-Yo, glancing at the untouched tableware. "Is this prepared for me?" he inquired. Casting a glance at the visibly excited Weiming, Yo-Yo replied nonchalantly, "During our previous team-up, I noticed you gnawing on steamed buns when you were hungry, which suggests you may not pay much attention to the finer details of life. Today, with an important task ahead, I suspect you will skip breakfast, so I arrived early to procure a few items to tantalize your palate." "Who would have thought? You are quite observant," Weiming remarked as he unabashedly seized a pair of chopsticks and took a generous bite of a bun. "You know, these buns from the inn are rather delightful," he mused, as the harmonious blend of vegetable, meat, and dough fragrances tantalized his senses. While they could not rival the grilled meats of Ajong, they possessed a unique flavor of their own. After devouring a bun, he followed it with a bite of pickled vegetables and a sip of warm millet porridge, instantly feeling a warm vitality envelop him. Setting down his chopsticks, he casually grabbed a boiled egg, cracking its shell on the table. Yet, he noticed Yo-Yo remained motionless, resting her chin on her hand, watching him with keen interest. Under such scrutiny, even Weiming felt a twinge of discomfort. Blushing, he asked, "Do I eat in an unseemly manner?" Shaking her head, Yo-Yo replied calmly, "Back in the army, everyone ate like this, regardless of gender. I dare say, my dining etiquette at that time would surpass yours now." Her words seemed to ease Weiming's unease, and as he continued peeling the egg, he inquired, "Does my eating style remind you of the past?" Yo-Yo nodded gently, then boldly grabbed a bun herself, exclaiming, "Today, I shall abandon all pretenses and let you witness my eating style. I hope I do not startle you." With that, she began to devour the bun with abandon. Her manner of eating could hardly be described as ungraceful. Even while dining, her posture remained impeccably straight, and her movements subtly exhibited a refined elegance. Yet, paradoxically, her pace of consumption was remarkably swift, indeed faster than her own assertion that she could outpace the night. Thus began a silent competition between a man and a woman, devouring an entire table of breakfast with the ferocity of a whirlwind. As they set down their chopsticks, they exchanged knowing smiles, prompting Weiming to reflect that, despite the length of time spent in the game, he had yet to truly relish a proper meal. Apart from the occasional steamed bun, his culinary experiences had mostly consisted of self-made barbecue or the street-side meat buns. It suddenly dawned on him that, beyond slaying monsters, completing quests, and leveling up, taking a moment to savor life could indeed offer a delightful gaming experience. After speaking, his gaze naturally fell upon Yu Yu's face. expecting her to contribute to the conversation. However, she was instead frowning, her attention fixed on the entrance of the hall. Following her line of sight, he noticed two newcomers entering the INS lobby. After casually tossing a few coins to the attendant, they approached with confident strides. Weiming recognized them both. One bore an air of self-satisfaction, seemingly eager to assert dominance over him. In the entire game, there was only one player who relished competing with him, Feiyu, one of the three players under the command of the Divine Catcher. Accompanying him was another familiar face, Taishan Sect, with whom Weiming had recently completed a quest. At this moment, Yu was the first to speak, revealing the identity of the newcomer with a curious tone. "You are here too?" It turned out to be his brother Yi and his junior sister Yu, a serendipitous encounter indeed. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Taishan Sect took the initiative to introduce Feiyu, stating, "This junior sister Yu is currently one of the foremost masters of the Taishan Sect. Even I do not dare claim to be her equal. By the way, junior sister Yu, I must thank you for your leniency back when we were outside Hangzhou. The world can indeed feel quite small." Feiyu's chosen ally was none other than Taishan Sect. Yet, Yu appeared bewildered by Tang Sansai's remarks. At the time, she was en route to Longjing village and had no knowledge of what Taishan Sect referred to. Nevertheless, her wit was quick. Upon hearing the mention of Hangzhou, she recalled that during Weiming's heroic diversion of pursuers for her, he had inquired about Taishan Sect. However, upon later observing the system announcement of Weiming and Taishan Sect's joint victory over three bosses, she had mentally constructed a narrative of them becoming friends after an initial clash at Hangzhou, subsequently joining forces to conquer challenges that others found insurmountable. Yet, based on Taishan Sect's comment, it seemed the reality might diverge from her imaginings. At the very least, Taishan Sect still believes that the imposter encountered outside Hangzhou City was indeed Yu Binyu. Fortunately, Weiming had no intention of troubling her already active brain cells. Instead, he merely flashed a smile at Taishan Sect and made a gesture with his left hand, hidden beneath the table, as if performing a calculation. In an instant, Taishan Sect felt an overwhelming sense of crisis enveloping her, prompting her to instinctively take a step back. When she looked at Weiming again, her eyes were filled with astonishment. "You are. So it turns out the person outside Hangzhou City that day was Brother Yi." Weiming ceased his activation of Dai Zong and smiled slightly, as if to acknowledge her realization. Upon receiving this astonishing news, Taishan Sect swiftly unraveled the perplexities that had long troubled her. No wonder Yu, who had previously been unable to breach Hangzhou City, suddenly appeared within the sect to complete her task. If there were two individuals involved at that time, everything made sense. While the three engaged in a cryptic conversation, Feiyu, standing nearby, was utterly baffled and hastily sent a message to Taishan Sect. "Brother Tang, do you know these two individuals? How do their abilities compare to ours? Are they stronger?" Taishan Sect replied, "I have not fought with junior sister Yu, so I cannot be certain. However, I sense that Brother Yi could easily handle both of us. Not long ago, Weiming's terrifying attack, which had reduced the boss's life by a quarter with a single sword strike, left a profound impression on this master of the Taishan Sect, one that he could not easily shake off. Well, I thought we would arrive first, but I didn't expect you all to be here so early." A familiar voice interrupted the awkward atmosphere. The crowd turned to see that it was Sanyu. However, the three males present instinctively directed their gazes towards the girl in white who had appeared alongside Sanyu. Chapter 60. Know thyself and know thy enemy. As the companion of March made her entrance, she immediately captivated the attention of three males. This phenomenon was not solely due to her beauty, for players had the opportunity to slightly modify their appearance before entering the game. Although these adjustments were limited to a maximum of 30, they were sufficient to transform an average individual into an attractive figure. Consequently, the game scarcely features individuals who could be deemed unattractive. Those with even a modicum of charm could easily reshape themselves into various archetypes: goddesses, youthful maidens, alluring women, or endearing characters, among others. However, if this woman were merely beautiful, it would have been improbable for her to evoke such a reaction from three seasoned players. The true allure resided in the ethereal aura she exuded, an essence that transcended the earthly realm. This unique quality, accentuated by her already striking features, rendered her akin to a celestial being descended from the clouds, an enchanting vision to behold yet not to be trifled with. Yet, the more enchanting she appeared, the greater her effect on the male onlookers. Observing the three men, who were unable to tear their eyes away yet struggled to suppress their foolish expressions for the sake of dignity. March shot a knowing glance at Weiming. With a light cough, she roused them from their stupor and introduced, "This is my dear sister, the transparent bridge. Do not merely admire her beauty, her prowess is formidable, surpassing my own to some extent." March's assertion that the transparent bridge was stronger than herself did not garner much weight among the others. After all, the person they had interacted with the most was Weiming, and their previous encounter during their novice days had left them unimpressed with her capabilities. Time had passed, and who could ascertain her current strength? Lacking a clear understanding of her abilities made it difficult to gauge what stronger truly entailed. Nevertheless, beauty often commands a certain privilege, especially in moments devoid of consequence. Thus, the group graciously offered her compliments. Subsequently, Weiming and Fei Yu introduced the two women to Tang Sankai and Yu. "Tang Sect's senior brother and sister," March exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "I never anticipated you two joined the sect so early. This means, in fact, that little bridge can also be considered a senior sister of the ancient Tomb sect. Ah, so you truly believe that titles such as senior brother and sister within the sect are bestowed based on seniority?" Fei Yu, ever eager to stir the pot, seized the opportunity to clarify. "March, your statement is misguided. Neither Sankai nor Yu were among the first to join the Tang sect. Their recognition as senior brother and sister is solely due to their demonstrated prowess, which is the strongest among us. Here, in this realm, strength dictates status." After speaking, he provocatively cast a glance at Weiming, the implication clear to all present. The absurdity of this individual, so fixated on the title of senior brother, evoked a sense of amusement in Weiming, though he merely nodded in acknowledgement. This reaction left Fei Yu somewhat perplexed. "Goodness, I am challenging your status, my friend. What does your benevolent nod signify? A tacit agreement with my assertion?" Wait. Recalling Tang Sansai's prior assessment of Weiming's abilities, Fei Yu quickly amended his statement. "In truth, the concept of strength does not solely pertain to who possesses greater combat prowess, but rather who excels in executing tasks." He then shifted the conversation, somewhat smugly stating, "Take this mission for instance. Prior to arriving here, I conducted an investigation at the Fu-Wei escort agency and have acquired first-hand information. It appears this fellow previously suggested a rendezvous at the inn, yet he had already undertaken the investigation himself. While his actions may not align with his earlier words, one cannot fault him, as the prior agreement merely entailed preparation, without stipulating that this preparation excluded the gathering of intelligence, correct? Nevertheless, it is evident how firmly he believes in his leadership role for this mission. As for the empty titles like senior brother, Weiming remained largely indifferent. His true concern lay with the mission's rewards. To maximize these rewards, he was confident in his superiority over others. Thus, he would not easily relinquish control of this mission. After inviting everyone to take a seat, Weiming gestured to Fei Yu, encouraging him to speak. Once seated, and glancing at the remnants of the meal on the table, Fei Yu felt displeased yet refrained from voicing his thoughts. Instead, he got straight to the point. Currently, there are numerous players surrounding the Fu-Wei escort agency, all having received a task from a mysterious figure to specifically eliminate those emerging from the agency. For each kill, they receive 5 gold coins, with experience rewards additional. Tang Sankai supplemented from the side. The NPC issuing the task is clad in black and masked, rendering identification impossible. I attempted to use the Tang Sect's secret techniques to assess his level, and the information I obtained indicated that he is a level 25 NPC, simply named Blackclad Man. This implies, Fei Yu resumed, analyzing, we are confronted not only with a multitude of players of uncertain strength, but also at least one level 25 NPC. However, I suspect this merely scratches the surface of our adversaries. Given that the task's rating is 6 stars, it surely cannot be as straightforward as it appears. Nodding slightly, Weiming continued, "Speaking of this mission, I have also gathered some intelligence. Do not be alarmed by what I am about to share." Fei Yu scoffed dismissively, asserting, "We are all experts among players. We are not afraid." Nodding in agreement, Weiming proceeded to state, "Based on the intelligence I have acquired, in the recent string of murders linked to the Fu-Wei escort agency, the true mastermind behind the sinister plot is, in fact, Qingcheng." Tang Sankai, perplexed, pressed for clarification. Qingcheng? Which one is he? Qingcheng is the leader of the Qincheng sect, a figure of considerable prowess, comparable to that of Yubuchuan, the head of the Taishan Sect, a renowned master within the martial arts community. This time, Weiming chose not to keep them in suspense. He directly recounted the information he had obtained from Dugu Qiubai, having omitted certain background elements that were irrelevant to their current mission. The essence of the information revealed that within the Fu Wei escort agency existed a remarkable martial art known as the evil repelling sword technique. While possessing a unique skill is typically advantageous, the troubling reality is that despite the agency's rich heritage, no one has managed to master this technique. With members of the agency being merely the sons of XXX and XXX, it is akin to a mere child cradling a gold ingot, an irresistible target for ambitious schemers. Among these schemers, Yuzhanghai merely stands out as a proverbial bird that takes the lead, initiating chaos. Nevertheless, for the present players, this bird is a formidable and insurmountable threat. Upon hearing the information shared by Weiming, Feiyu could not help but furrow his brow. Are you a supporter of the original text? In that instant, all eyes were drawn to Weiming's face, as it was evident that they harbored similar suspicions. In response, Weiming merely offered a knowing smile, swiftly redirecting the conversation. The source of my information is, in fact, of little consequence. What we must focus on now is how to successfully accomplish this mission. As the saying goes, to know oneself and to know one's enemy is the key to 100 victories. At this juncture, we cannot claim to have any understanding of our adversaries, and even within our own ranks, this is our first encounter. We cannot even regard ourselves as friends. Therefore, I propose that we find a suitable venue to engage in friendly sparring, allowing us to gain an intuitive grasp of each other's strengths, which will facilitate the formulation of appropriate strategies, don't you think? Chapter 61. Is she a martial artist? In the western part of Fuzhou City lies a dense bamboo grove, where the foliage flourishes, exuding a vitality that, while not overtly beautiful, reveals an abundance of life. The rhythmic clashing of weapons resonates through the grove, a series of sharp, echoing sounds. There, a handsome young man clad in a flying fish suit deftly deflects arrows shot at him from various angles with his azure bamboo sword, his demeanor calm and collected. In mere minutes, his adversary has unleashed no fewer than hundreds of crossbow bolts, yet none have managed to breach the 3-foot perimeter of his sword. Enough. With 6 arrows deflected in succession, Yu calmly reloads her hand crossbow and remarks, I had already stated that I am not your match, yet you insisted on testing me. Nevertheless, this does demonstrate that your skills have significantly improved since our last encounter, which is truly impressive. Your progress is commendable as well, Weiming replied. Your strength, speed, and accuracy with the crossbow have all seen remarkable enhancement compared to before. Furthermore, I suspect you possess other techniques that you have yet to reveal. Taken aback, Yu exclaimed. You deduce that? Weiming nodded slightly. It is because none of the techniques you previously exhibited align with the requirements for a 5-star mission reward. You undertook considerable risk to complete the task of retrieving the Zhuge Divine crossbow. If the reward merely reflected your prior performance, it would be quite unjust. This time, Yu took longer to reload her crossbow for full seconds before she was ready. In fact, she continued, since our last parting, my greatest achievement has been mastering the intermediate skill of my sect, poisoning technique, which requires 1 second to imbue my concealed weapons with poison. The arrows I shoot thereafter will carry toxic damage. However, the prerequisite for poisoning the target is, of course, to successfully hit them. Something I was evidently unable to accomplish in our previous sparring. Nodding in understanding, Weiming turned his attention to the others. Sanyu had made significant progress with her thunderous palm technique, her strikes commanding an impressive force that, when combined with her accompanying battle cries, rendered it difficult to discern reality from illusion. With this technique, she managed to endure 7 strikes beneath Weiming's sword. Yu was the second to engage, also in a friendly spar that had just concluded. Overlooking the 2 women, Weiming's gaze settled on Tang Sankai, who promptly waved her hands and said, There's no need for a match. We just fought together yesterday. My current abilities have only improved by 20 points in reaction and 20 points in agility. So I am still no match for you. It seemed that the attribute enhancement from the Golden Goose technique was akin to the Qingcheng swordplay, albeit with different attributes. Weiming nodded, finally directing his gaze towards the ever-animated Feiyu. Upon meeting Weiming's eyes, Feiyu promptly drew her long knife, declaring, I know you are formidable, but I still wish to attempt to defeat you. Cease employing your defensive swordsmanship. Let us engage directly and ascertain whose prowess reigns supreme. Very well. With that, Weiming refrained from further discourse and promptly unleashed the recently acquired Qingcheng sword technique, initiating the assault. In the realm of heroic eternity, players experience profound insights each time they master a martial art or elevate their skills. This sensation, akin to a moment of enlightenment, may indeed stem from the system's neuroconnection device within the nurturing pod, implanting memories of a martial art directly into the player's mind. At this moment, despite it being Yi Weiming's inaugural use of the Qingcheng sword technique in combat, he exuded the air of a seasoned veteran rather than a novice. Similarly, Fei Yu exhibited a commendable level of proficiency in his own blade techniques. However, Yi Weiming's overall strength had developed comprehensively, although he found no advantage in technique. His attributes overwhelmingly dominated. In terms of strength, Yi Weiming surpassed him. In terms of speed, Yi Weiming outpaced him. With every clash of their weapons, Yi Weiming's sword was merely jolted back half an inch, while Fei Yu's blade was forced back a full foot. Who could withstand such a disparity? After barely enduring 8 exchanges under Yi Weiming's onslaught, Fei Yu found himself exposed and vulnerable. With the 9th strike, Yi Weiming's Qingzhou sword was pressed firmly against his throat. The outcome was unequivocal. Retracting his long sword, Yi Weiming, in a manner reminiscent of earlier, remarked, "Your blade techniques are intricate and formidable. Had I not possessed a substantial advantage in attributes, securing victory over you would have proven challenging." Despite Fei Yu's irksome demeanor throughout their encounters, upon triumphed over his adversary, Yi Weiming chose not to mock him, but rather offered a gracious explanation. Yet, to Fei Yu's ears, such words were particularly grating. For reasons shrouded in secrecy, he held a profound reverence for the title of senior brother within the Divine Captor Bureau, or rather, the leadership status among its players. This reverence manifested as a stark arrogance upon their second meeting, markedly different from their initial encounter. He even dared to provoke Yi Weiming and Sanyu. His strategy was evidently one of carrot and stick. First, to subdue these two competitors, thereby seizing command of the current mission. Subsequently, he intended to secure benefits for them during the task, ensuring they recognized the advantages of following his lead. In this way, his status as senior brother would be established. However, much to his surprise, his nascent plan met an untimely demise. His clever machinations paled in comparison to the intelligence displayed by others, who promptly unveiled the pertinent background information of the task. In the true test of raw strength, he found himself comprehensively overpowered on all attributes. Thus, upon hearing Yi Weiming address him with a tone reminiscent of a master instructing a disciple, the frustration within Fei Yu is unbearable. Yet, he found himself utterly powerless to alter the situation. After all, the world of martial arts venerates strength above all else. The weak possess no rights. Confronted with the lessons of the night, he could only obediently listen. Having dealt with Fei Yu, the gaze of Yi Weiming ultimately fell upon the enchanting fairy brought by March. He had anticipated that, after witnessing his prowess, she would graciously concede, much like the Tang San Kai. However, to his surprise, this maiden enthusiastically drew a long sword, elegantly twirling it before firmly grasping the hilt with one hand while placing her left hand atop her right, offering a respectful gesture towards Yi Weiming, saying, "Please, Brother Yi, offer your guidance." Without waiting for a response, she deftly propelled herself off the ground, her sword gliding through the air with grace, aimed directly at Yi Weiming's throat. What an exhilarating challenge! Yi Weiming, eager to hone his skills in the Qingcheng swordplay, responded with the move Zhang Fan lifting the sail. Yet, unexpectedly, the ethereal figure of the girl twisted her body, her sword plunging downward, evading the edge of Yi Weiming's blade while simultaneously thrusting toward his armpit. Her maneuver was exceedingly clever. The moment Yi Weiming recognized her strike, a multitude of potential countermoves emerged in his mind. Yet he discovered none could neutralize this seemingly unremarkable thrust. Such remarkable insight and formidable swordsmanship. Could it be that this girl, radiating an aura of otherworldliness, is in reality a legendary martial artist? Chapter 62. The temporary captain in any game. Absolute fairness is an unattainable ideal. The affluent and the impoverished, the gifted and the untalented, despite exerting equal effort, will reap vastly different rewards. Long ago, during the era of mouse and keyboard, competition hinged on reflexes, and some individuals were naturally swifter than others. Consider a person who has practiced piano from a young age. Their dexterity far surpasses that of a novice player. This is merely an analogy, for those truly gifted in piano seldom transition to gaming. However, there exists another group known for their rapid hand movements, the solitary gamers, who were the backbone of the gaming community at that time. Provided their nutrition is adequate, ahem. Returning to the topic, we now find ourselves in the age of virtual gaming. In this era, the most advantageous profession is undoubtedly that of the martial artist, who has honed various combat techniques in reality, although these skills cannot replace the special abilities and damage enhancements within the game. Their perception and awareness are difficult for ordinary players to rival. A person skilled in martial arts might even excel in melee combat as a mage against a paladin. In Eternal Chivalry, the method of memory implantation akin to enlightenment has considerably narrowed the gap between ordinary players and martial artists. Yet, despite this, a disparity remains. When encountering a practitioner from the real world, one cannot afford to be complacent. Knight Unseen found himself at a disadvantage against a decisive move. Hastily retreating and evading the adversary's predictive strike with his swifter footwork. With a deft twist of his sword, he launched another attack. However, predictably, he was met with a simple counter that easily turned the tide against him. After several exchanges, 6 or 7 moves, he remained firmly under the oppressive control of the transparent bridge, with no room for defense. At this moment, Knight Unseen realized that his still imperfect mastery of the complete truth sword technique posed no threat to her. He promptly altered his approach, abandoning the complete truth sword technique in favor of the U-Woman's sword technique, which he knew intimately. To his surprise, this experimental shift yielded immediate results. The transparent bridge could not anticipate the intricacies of the 9th-level U-Woman sword technique as it had with his 3rd-level complete truth sword technique. Relying solely on its own skills to counter his moves, Knight Unseen finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the opponent's insight could only suppress his lower-level technique and was nearly ineffective against the higher one. The ensuing battle mirrored his previous encounter with Fei Yu. But this time, wielding the U-Woman sword technique, Knight Unseen could decisively overpower his opponent in both technique and attributes. Consequently, the transparent bridge succumbed after enduring only 5 of his full-force assaults. After their defeat, the transparent bridge revealed no trace of disappointment. Instead, it playfully stuck out its tongue at Weiming, saying, "I initially thought you only mastered the Qingcheng sword technique. I was planning to take advantage of that. But I never anticipated your prowess." Weiming nodded, and then addressed the group, stating, "As Brother Fei Yu previously mentioned, a headless snake cannot function. The task we face is fraught with peril, necessitating a unified voice to coordinate our efforts." Upon hearing Weiming reiterate this, Fei Yu's expression darkened, embodying the frustration of having shot oneself in the foot. However, Weiming's next statement took everyone by surprise. "Therefore, I propose we appoint Sister San Yu as the temporary leader for this operation. What does everyone think?" San Yu was momentarily taken aback, pointing at herself with her delicate finger. "Me? As the leader? I agree." Before San Yu could respond further, Fei Yu swiftly expressed his support, clearly anxious that Weiming might change his mind. "I concur," was the second affirmation from Tang Sankai. Since their meeting at the inn, he found himself in an awkward position. Emotionally, he was closer to Fei Yu, yet after their previous collaboration, he had also formed a bond with Weiming. Caught in the middle of the conflicting loyalties, Tang Sankai felt the most discomfort. With both parties aligned for once, he saw no reason to dwell on the intricacies and quickly supported this proposal that would alleviate his predicament. "I second that," chimed in Yu, who had approached with the intention to assist and was too unconcerned to contemplate the details. She simply echoed Weiming's sentiments. "I also concur," said the transparent bridge, shrugging in respect of the group's opinions. Sin Yu wanted to say something more, but Weiming placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, saying, "You see, among us, you are the only one capable of commanding respect." Thus, San Yu was thrust into the role of temporary leader. The discussion then shifted to strategizing, with San Yu seeking everyone's input. Weiming expressed the need to gauge the general strength of the players surrounding the Fuwei escort agency. San Yu turned to Fei Yu, who indicated that those willing to stake out the agency for a mere 5 gold were likely players of mediocre skill. True experts would not bother with such trifles. San Yu sought further opinions, and Weiming suggested an audacious approach, to charge directly in and assess the situation upon encountering the members within the Fuwei escort agency. As for tactics, they were deemed unnecessary. With their combined strength, a straightforward advance would suffice. "Let us, Captain." And so, with Captain San Yu's command, the 6-member team promptly returned to Fuzhou City, heading straight toward the Fuwei escort agency. On the road, March could no longer restrain herself and messaged Weiming, "Hey, I must ask, having single-handedly overthrown everyone with your sword, why do you not take command yourself and insist on pushing me forward as your puppet? Oh, Yi Weiming's response was succinct and clear, because Fei Yu will not yield to me. March replied, as if he would submit to me. Yi Weiming countered. Isn't he rather obedient? Indeed, it seems so. March, bewildered, inquired, what is truly going on? I cannot fathom the reasoning behind this. Please, enlighten me. Oh, Yi Weiming remarked. Although I do not comprehend his unwavering obsession, it is apparent that he yearns for the title of senior brother of the divine catcher. If I were to assume the role of captain and successfully complete the mission, my standing would become unassailable in the eyes of both the NPCs and our fellow players. To avert such an outcome, it is conceivable that he may resort to deliberate sabotage. However, you are different. You hold no overwhelming advantage over him. Even if you lead us to success as captain, he would still possess ample opportunity to turn the tables. In this scenario, he would certainly not jeopardize the rewards of the mission merely to create discomfort for me. Thus, even though he knows you will undoubtedly heed my words, he is willing to accept you as captain instead of me. After a prolonged silence, March sent another message. You all are a bunch of conniving individuals. Chapter 63. The Gluttonous Foodie and the Shrimp of Ltion Linpingshi. Cease your silence within and show yourself. I am well aware of your presence at home. You possess the capability to slay men. Thus, you should possess the courage to emerge. Come forth, come forth, come forth. As a 6-member team arrived at the entrance of the Fuwei Escort Agency's alley, they were greeted by a cacophony of curses and shouts. Before their eyes stood a squad of 11 players, stationed at the intersection. Their attire suggested they hailed from various factions, armed with knives, swords, clubs, and even practicing martial arts. Among them were players adorned as monks, Taoists, and nuns, all contributing to the chorus of unpleasant invectives. Upon the arrival of Yi Weiming and his companions, the attention of this group was immediately captured. The imposing female MA player at the forefront approached them, stating, "Esteemed guests, this intersection is at full capacity. If you are here for a blocking mission, kindly relocate. We appreciate your cooperation." Another instance of clearing the area indeed. Such occurrences are commonplace in this genre of online games. Yi Weiming exchanged a knowing glance with Fei Yu, and the two stepped forward in unison. Standing shoulder to shoulder with San Yu, who had been designated as the temporary leader. In a moment of unspoken understanding, all three retrieved their identity tokens. Eager to seize an opportunity to shine, Fei Yu hastily interjected, "We are officials of the Divine Capturing Bureau. We kindly ask the unruly to withdraw." Officials of the court? The countenance of the burly woman darkened upon hearing the trio's origins. Although players often dismissed the significance of the court within the game, brazenly confronting authority during a mission could easily lead to a bounty on their heads. Wishing to allow them passage but simultaneously concerned about their recent gold acquisitions, the woman solemnly remarked, "Dear sirs, we are members of the Gluttonous Alliance. Could we trouble you not to obstruct our brethren's means of livelihood?" The Gluttonous Alliance? What on earth is that? As the three pondered this, a message from Tang Senkai promptly appeared in their team channel a few years ago in the gaming realm. There existed two rather peculiar factions known as the Gluttonous Alliance and Ltion Shrimp. The might of these organizations did not stem from their prowess in any particular game, but rather from their unparalleled fluidity. At that time, their presence was ubiquitous, almost omnipresent within the gaming community. However, in the past 2 years, for reasons unknown, these two factions have vanished from sight. It is hardly surprising you have not heard of them. The organization known as LV Tianxia possesses a rather unique name, with all its members bearing the moniker LV Tianxia. To facilitate distinction, they append a numerical identifier to their name, such as LV Tianxia 007. Notably, the leader holds the title without any suffix, simply referred to as LV Tianxia. In contrast, the leader of the Foodies Alliance is named Ming Chihua, and the members predominantly have names inspired by culinary delights. For instance, the announcement regarding Yu acquiring the Zhuge Divine Crossbow was shared in the faction channel by members such as Shuizuru from the Foodies Alliance. As the members, including Yi Weiming, remained silent, the robust woman remarked that the reputation of the Foodies Alliance had indeed made an impact, a triumphant smile illuminating her strong visage. She then enthusiastically continued to introduce her entourage. "These 10 brothers behind me are all official members of the Foodies Alliance's Meatball Squad, namely Hong Wanzai, by Wanzai, Nanjian Wanzai, Sishu Wanzai, Sinxian Wanzai, Tuan Wanzai, Xianxiao Wanzai, Yupu Wanzai, Luzhao Wanzai, and Dofu Wanzai." Goodness, are you reciting a menu? The onlookers, including Yi Weiming, directed their gaze at the imposing woman, their minds simultaneously pondering a question. Given that the aforementioned meatballs had already been introduced, what type of meatball did this leading woman represent? This inquiry did not require them to voice it aloud, for after presenting her cadre, the robust woman promptly introduced herself. I am the captain of the Foodies Alliance's meatball squad, Cherry Meatball. Huh. Upon hearing her name, a petite figure standing behind her, Xiao Qiao, could not restrain a chuckle, which earned her an irate glare from the woman. Before Cherry Meatball could retort, Fei Yu, positioned at the front, interjected, Meatball? I believe it should be called Lion's Head instead. What did you say? At Fei Yu's jest, Cherry Meatball transformed into a furious feline, her anger igniting as she drew her long sword and lunged at Fei Yu, exclaiming, You shall perish. However, Fei Yu was no ordinary individual, a master of swordplay. He could rival Yi Weiming in skill. Unfazed by the seemingly impulsive attack, he deftly parried with a casual flick of his blade, deflecting the sword from Cherry Meatball's grasp. With hostilities now initiated, Yi Weiming wasted no time, summoning his Qingzhou sword and executing a swift strike, aptly named Shizi Holding Heart, aimed directly at Cherry Meatball's heart. Thud! A critical hit of 1320 damage ensued, causing the formidable Cherry Meatball to relinquish her long sword and dissolve into a streak of white light, vanishing before the assembled crowd. A swift elimination. With Yi Weiming's current offensive prowess, most players would find themselves dispatched in just a few strikes, and a single critical hit would surely result in instant defeat. Among those present, aside from Tang Sankai, who had already witnessed Yi Weiming's terrifying strength, the rest were left in shock. If they were to empathize with Cherry Meatball's predicament, they might find themselves in a similarly precarious situation. Though the clean and decisive strike of Night Unfading was indeed shocking, it failed to subdue the members of the Gluttonous Alliance. For players, this was merely a game. Death merely meant a swift resurrection at the respawn point. The dread of mortality paled in comparison to the anguish of losing a piece of equipment. With their leader vanquished, retreat was not an option for them. A single death could be recovered with half a day's effort, and to withdraw now would invite ridicule from their comrades for eternity. Under this psychological impetus, the 10 players lunged forward in unison, wielding their blades with remarkable fervor. Yet, alas, their bravado was but a facade. The outcome of an encounter between seasoned veterans and top-tier experts was all too predictable. Their fate was to dissolve into white light, meeting their demise one by one. In mere moments, all 10 players were reduced to spectral forms, yielding 4 pieces of equipment, all of which were deemed worthless by Night Unfading. Aside from a long sword dropped by the Cherry Dumpling that was marginally superior to the one wielded by Little Bridge, the rest were mere common items. After equipping the new sword, Little Bridge entrusted the remaining items to Captain March, awaiting the conclusion of the quest to sell them off for a share of the profits. It seemed her skills were quite suitable for such endeavors. Let us proceed, Night Unfading said calmly, retrieving the green bamboo sword. The initial phase of this quest is merely the simplest of challenges. The subsequent tasks will only escalate in difficulty. Do not let your guard down. Wait a moment, interjected Tang Sankai, her brow furrowed in confusion. While it was understandable that Cherry Dumpling initiated a PK against Nonfish and was subsequently defeated, the other adversaries, who were somewhat slower to act, should have been considered the ones we attacked first. Yet, after this skirmish, I haven't lost a single point of chivalry. Instead, my score has increased by 2 points. This defies logic. Because we are the law enforcement of the court, the righteous faction, Nonfish interjected, providing clarity for Night Unfading's stance. The moment the opposing party accepted the mission to ambush us, they were classified as the evil side. Striking against malevolent forces is a righteous act. Thus there are no penalties for us. Moreover, Night Unfading added, during the execution of missions by the divine captains, any actions obstructing our tasks are deemed violent resistance against law enforcement. You need not worry about them retaliating immediately. For those players we eliminate in such confrontations will respawn in the divine captain's prison. Depending on their chivalry score, they may have to endure at least an hour of confinement before being released. Bah! Tang Sankai scoffed, unable to restrain her disdain. I detest authority figures. Night Unfading chuckled lightly. This time, due to your pairing with us, you two have enjoyed the privileges of an authority figure. How does it feel? The previously sullen expression on Tang Sansai's face was instantly replaced by a radiant smile, her myriad of sentiments condensed into a single word. Delightful. This chapter is rather lengthy. comprising 2,700 words. Have you been moved enough to consider casting your vote? Do not hesitate to support me. Chapter 64. The escort agency. The positive energy emanating from an individual can indeed be contagious, yet negative emotions possess a similarly infectious quality. As a party of 6 crossed the threshold of the Fuwei escort agency, the elation they initially felt from their privileged status quickly dissipated, overshadowed by the somber atmosphere that enveloped the agency. Within the expansive confines of Fuwei, numerous individuals were present, yet none displayed a hint of vitality. Their faces were etched with fear, sorrow, and despair, creating a pallid ambience that rendered the entire establishment lifeless, as if the very heavens above were on the verge of collapse. The singular exception amidst this gloom was a strikingly handsome young man, down to a flagpole in the courtyard. His complexion was remarkably fair, and an ethereal quality radiated from his features. His appearance was nearly impeccable. Were he to pursue a career in the entertainment industry, even devoid of acting prowess, his youthful visage alone could secure him a fortune exceeding 100 million. Yet, in this moment, this seemingly delicate youth exhibited a courage that surpassed all others. Despite being tethered to the flagpole, he shouted fervently at the middle-aged man before him, "Father, release me. I shall confront those ruffians. They not only commit murder but also hurl insults at our Fuwei escort agency without restraint. It is utterly intolerable." "Silence, you ungrateful wretch," the middle-aged man retorted, glaring fiercely at the young man. With a swift motion of his sleeve, he approached Weiming and his companions, a forced and unsightly smile breaking through his previously distressed countenance. "I am Lin Jinan of the Fuwei escort agency. May I inquire as to the purpose of your esteemed visit?" Observing Lin Jinan's worldly demeanor, Senyu contemplated stepping back to let Weiming take the lead in the negotiations. However, recalling her current position as captain, she steeled herself and responded, "We are officers from the Divine Capturing Division, dispatched to investigate a series of murders that have occurred at the Fuwei escort agency. As this is our first visit, we are not yet acquainted with the circumstances and would appreciate your cooperation, Chief Escort Lin." Upon hearing the intentions of the group, Lin Jinan let out a long sigh before replying, "The Fuwei escort agency has always conducted business amicably, never having fostered enmity with others. This sudden calamity is indeed perplexing." Before Lin Jinan could finish, Senyu interjected, "You are lying." Taken aback by her accusation, Lin Jinan was met with an unwavering resolve as Senyu continued, "As officers of the Divine Capturing Division, we possess certain skills in discerning truth from falsehood. I can easily ascertain the veracity of what is spoken." Internally commending Senyu's assertiveness, Weiming seized the moment to add, "Chief Escort Lin is undoubtedly aware of the formidable adversaries he has incurred. If you cannot speak candidly at this juncture, it will be exceedingly difficult for us to assist you." This instead of being dismayed by Senyu's public exposure of his deceit, Lin Jinan appeared unexpectedly pleased. Previously, he regarded the few officers who barged in as no different from the seasoned rogues in the government office, notorious for their ineptitude in apprehending thieves and their expertise in troubling the populace. He held no illusions about them. However, the fact that they possessed the ability to discern authenticity suggested that this divine capture agency was indeed distinct from other bureaucracies. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Jinan resolutely declared, "Please, follow me to the parlor for a discussion." He then cast a glance at Lin Ping, who was bound to the flagpole, and casually instructed, "Release this ungrateful son as well. The entire situation stems from him, and only he can elucidate certain matters." Once they were all ushered into the parlor, Lin Jinan refrained from occupying the Grand Master chair that rightfully belonged to him. Instead, he graciously invited everyone to take their seats to the left of the room before settling down with his son on a chair to the right. Since ancient times, it has been said that the left is esteemed while the right is diminished, and Lin Jinan, well-versed in societal nuances, masterfully navigated this matter of decorum without a hitch. In a short while, Lin Jinan recounted the events that had transpired, which followed the archetypal narrative of traditional martial arts novels. Lin Jinan's son, the idolized young talent Lin Ping, had returned from a delivery outside the city, only to encounter rogues harassing a maiden. In a fit of righteous indignation, he intervened to save her, but was humiliated by the assailants for his efforts. The story commenced with a classic setup of initial adversity leading to eventual triumph. Aside from Weiming, who was already aware of the entire narrative, the other listeners gazed at Lin Ping as if he were a dazzling golden limb, a veritable protagonist in his journey of growth, poised to rise against the odds. Echoing the sentiment, "Do not despise the youth for their poverty." Yet, Lin Ping's actions surpassed those of most conventional protagonists, strikingly handsome. He was also a fierce character who preferred action over idle chatter. Following his humiliation, he did not utter any platitudes about enduring disgrace, but instead erupted in response. With a swift maneuver, he unleashed an unseen technique, swiftly dispatching the rogue with lethal precision. Consequently, they had stirred a hornet's nest. The Fuwei escort agency faced dire consequences, suffering multiple fatalities among its escorts and assistants, with the assailants even leaving a bloodied message at their doorstep, death to those who venture 10 steps outside. As calamity loomed, Lin Jinan remained uncertain of the true identities of their adversaries. Under the weight of unknown fears, the entire Fuwei escort agency plunged into a state of panic. Interestingly, Weiming had only recently entered the game and had already encountered 2 major quests, both resulting in disastrous outcomes for the escort agency. One might ponder, why was the escort agency so perpetually unfortunate in the realm? After concluding his account, Lin Jinan could not help but once again express his grievances to his delicate-faced son. I have long advised this boy that in the escort business, social acumen is far more critical than martial prowess. Yet he chooses to disregard my counsel. And now he has brought about such a colossal calamity, truly a misfortune for our family. Lin Pingji, aware of his own shortcomings, could not refrain from retorting. The Tongdian escort agency has never been known to offer gifts to any sect, yet their deliveries are always guaranteed to arrive. He had come across the esteemed name of the Tongtian escort agency in the records of the Divine Capture Department, where it had been described in various ways. But in essence, it was formidable. The background information revealed that it was distinct from the likes of the Longmin and Fuwei escort agencies, which often faced the threat of total annihilation. Of course, the Tongdian escort agency had also experienced its share of exterminations. Historical records documented 17 instances where bandits and marauding horsemen had targeted the agency's valuable cargo. Those who dared to challenge its might now exist only within the pages of history. Speaking of extermination, the Tongtian escort agency truly exemplified it, while the likes of Longmin and Fuwei were merely victims of it. A slight difference in wording can lead to vastly different interpretations. The business style of the Tongtian escort agency was unapologetically bold, disregarding any unspoken rules of the martial world. If you wish to confront me and make my acquaintance, I shall ensure you meet with the Tinyama kings. Upon hearing his son's rebuttal, Lin Jinan's anger flared, his beard nearly standing on end. You scoundrel! With your meager skills, how dare you compare yourself to the Tongtian escort agency? Why don't you just ascend to the heavens? Coughing lightly, Weiming's eyes sparkled at the mention of the Tongtian escort agency. However, before proceeding, he felt compelled to clarify certain matters, drawing the attention of the assembled company. He addressed Lin Jinan. The chief escort has indicated that the cause of death for those within the agency appears suspicious, with no visible injuries. May I request permission to conduct an autopsy and unveil the truth? Chapter 65. Breaking the deadlock though the deceased bore no visible injuries. His heart had been shattered beyond repair. The only plausible explanation that came to mind was that a martial arts master had used their internal energy to crush his heart, resulting in an untimely demise. As he washed his hands with the warm water prepared by an attendant, Weiming simultaneously revealed his findings to the gathered crowd. After cleansing his hands, he took a clean towel from the attendant to dry them. Setting the towel aside, Weiming continued, in the martial world, there exists a plethora of devastating techniques, yet few can inflict such peculiar injuries. Considering the previous encounters of the young escort leader, it is most likely the work of the Qingcheng sect's heart-crushing palm. Having received an inadvertent hint from Dugu Qiubai, Weiming was well aware that this was indeed the handiwork of the Qingcheng sect. However, out of professional integrity as an enforcer, he refrained from drawing definitive conclusions based solely on a hint, until sufficient evidence could implicate a specific individual from the Qingcheng sect that could only be regarded as suspects. Or at best, primary suspects, nothing more. Heart-crushing palm? Lin Jinan, who had witnessed Weiming's autopsy process, could no longer harbor any illusions about the truth. He sank onto the ground, his face ashen. Indeed, it must be the heart-crushing palm. It is the Qingcheng sect. It has to be the Qingcheng sect. What on earth should we do now? At that moment, the young Lin Pingji displayed a resolute demeanor, speaking with unwavering confidence. Father, since death is inevitable, we might as well confront them head-on. Foolish child, silence yourself. Lin Pingji had never witnessed such a stern side of his father, and immediately wilted under the reprimand. Meanwhile, Weiming calmly interjected, if our adversaries are indeed the Qingcheng sect, even with our combined strength, we would surely fall short. To break this deadlock, it seems we must be prepared to pay a considerable price. It is indeed a predicament. Break the deadlock. Lin Jinan, who had succumbed to despair, seized upon Yu Weiming's pivotal words. As if grasping a lifeline, a flicker of hope ignited in his once-dimmed eyes, and he sprang to his feet, exclaiming, Sir Yi, do you have a means to break the deadlock? If you can save the lives of everyone in my escort bureau, I am willing to pay any price. Seeing the desperation in Lin Jinan, Yu Weiming felt a pang of sympathy for the man. Although he was a wandering escort, he lacked the ferocity characteristic of those in the martial world, resembling more a merchant who firmly believed in the principle that harmony begets prosperity. Such a person, in a time of peace, could undoubtedly thrive and elevate his ancestral business, even in this blood-soaked martial landscape. Had it not been for the evil-repelling sword manual, he might have excelled further through his social acumen. In a bid to reach a satisfactory conclusion, Yu Weiming shook his head, dismissing the trivial thoughts that clouded his mind. He turned directly to Lin Jinan, stating, since you, Master Lin, are willing to invest a certain price, the situation becomes markedly simpler. Although risks persist, the probability of success remains quite high. Lin Jinan immediately expressed his willingness, urging, please, do not hesitate to speak plainly, Master Yi. With a slight smile, Yu Weiming tantalizingly revealed, my proposal is none other than the Tongtian Escort Agency. Initially, Yu Weiming had contemplated a different approach for this mission. However, upon hearing about the Tongtian Escort Agency as the optimal option, he promptly discarded the previously perilous plan without a second thought. Upon hearing Yu Weiming mention the Tongtian Escort Agency, Lin Jinan felt a profound respect for the young constable before him. It is worth noting that the Tongtian Escort Agency is not an organization that just anyone can establish a connection with. With eager anticipation, Lin Jinan cautiously inquired, do you have any dealings with the Tongtian Escort Agency, Master Yi? None, Yu Weiming replied succinctly. Lin Jinan felt an urge to curse. Yet upon seeing the imposing presence of Yu Weiming and his 6 companions, he wisely abandoned this discordant thought. With a wry smile, he explained, what sort of entity is the Tongtian Escort Agency? To speak of our Fuwei Escort Agency as rivals in the martial world is a gross exaggeration. What capabilities do we possess to request their assistance? Observing Lin Jinan cornered in a metaphorical dead end, Yu Weiming chuckled lightly and gently guided him. Thus, I mentioned that a certain price must be paid. Lin Jinan continued to shake his head in exasperation, lamenting, what do we, the Fuwei Escort Agency, possess that could possibly catch the attention of the Tongtian Escort Agency? And do they truly lack funds? This is not merely a matter of finances. Yu Weiming replied with a smile. The Tongtian Escort Agency operates openly in commerce. As long as we can afford the escort fee, we are their clients. They have no reason to refuse business presented to them. However, as mere junior constables, we lack the means, and thus the responsibility to secure the funds falls upon you. Master Lin, at this moment, Lin Jinan finally grasped Yu Weiming's intention. You mean to say that we need to contract the Tongtian Escort Agency to transport us to a safe location as employers? No. No. Yu Weiming interjected, shaking a finger. Master Lin, as a suspect in a homicide case outside the city and a crucial witness in the serial murder case concerning the Fuwei Escort Agency, you must accompany us to the Divine Constabulary. If you and your wife are concerned, you may join as witnesses as well. Lin Jinan's expression transformed dramatically upon hearing Yu Weiming's words. So, you are implying that you intend to apprehend my son and expect me to pay a substantial sum to the Tongtian Escort Agency to transport him to the Divine Constabulary? In response to Lin Jinan's inquiry, Yu Weiming answered in a standard northeastern dialect. Indeed, Lin Jinan struggled to contain his rising anger, constantly reminding himself to remain calm. For he could not afford a confrontation. He queried, what if I refuse to pay this sum? Then we would regrettably have to express our inability to assist, was the reply. As the night remained dimly lit, Yu Weiming, with a dismissive gesture, declared, however, as law enforcement officials of the court, we shall meticulously observe the assailant's method of attack, composing an extensive report of 8,000 words to submit to Lord Huang, requesting him to dispatch skilled individuals to administer justice and avenge your esteemed Fuwei Escort Agency. At this juncture, Fei Yu interjected, suggesting, alternatively, you may attempt to venture 10 paces beyond the agency and hasten towards the Tongtian branch of the Fuzhou Escort Agency, seeking refuge. Lin Jinan found himself utterly at a loss. If they possess the capability to engage in a deadly confrontation with the Qingcheng sect, would they truly find themselves ensnared in such a desperate predicament? Very well, let us proceed as Lord Yi has advised. Upon hearing this, Yi Weiming and Fei Yu exchanged knowing glances, both corners of their mouths curling into a satisfied smile. Despite Fei Yu's unwavering perception of Yi Weiming as his most formidable rival, it did not hinder their seamless cooperation in action. From the outset, Lin Zhenan's assumptions had been overly naive. The mission of the Divine Capture Division was to have Yi Weiming and his associates investigate the truth behind the series of murders at the Fu Wei escort agency, rather than to safeguard their personal safety. Naturally, should they manage to ensure their survival as a secondary benefit, it would be an added incentive for the mission. But this should not detract from their primary objective of bringing Lin Pingzhi, the implicated individual, back to the Divine Capture Division for further investigation, as that would be the most advantageous course of action. In the event that the Qingcheng sect sought trouble, the high-ranking NPCs of the Divine Capture Division would stand as a formidable shield. Judging by the prowess exhibited by Lord Huang previously, it was evident that the strength of the high-ranking NPCs within the Divine Capture Division was undeniably formidable. Furthermore, given that Lord Huang dared to proclaim the rectification of the Jianghu Order, one could surmise that his strength was at least marginally superior to that of the individual known as Yu Songhai. Chapter 66. A deceptive scheme. After discussing terms with Lin Zhenan, the 6 members of the Divine Capture Squad promptly convened for a pre-battle emergency meeting. To the eyes of the NPCs, this group of players resembled a circle of fools, seated together in contemplative silence, occasionally exchanging glances laden with unspoken sentiments. In reality, however, they were engaged in an intense dialogue through their team channel. Transparent Skybridge, I still do not quite comprehend why we are altering our plans on such short notice. Is Lin Pingzhi truly of such significance? Why must we bring him back to the Divine Capture Office? Fei Yu, Lin Pingzhi is indeed crucial. According to the accounts provided by Lin Zhenan and others, the entire incident stemmed from Lin Pingzhi's act of killing that ruffian, thereby making him an essential figure in this matter. March, I grasp the importance of Lin Pingzhi. Yet I fail to understand why we do not seize the opportunity to bring Lin Zhenan and his wife along to the Divine Capture Office as well. Fei Yu, that is a question best directed to Brother Yi. Yi Weiming, alas, the disparity in strength between our two sides is substantial. This strategy is a desperate measure intended to divert the enemy's firepower. According to the information at hand, the Lin family possesses a legendary sword manual, which is precisely why they have attracted the attention of various factions in the martial world. If we act separately, Lin Zhenan, who holds the secret of the manual, could effectively draw away a significant portion of the enemy's focus. Transparent Skybridge, this seems like a brilliant idea. Why then is it considered a desperate measure? Yi Weiming, regarding this matter, I typically refrain from sharing with just anyone. Everyone. Yi Weiming. All right. No need to be so agitated. This indeed pertains to a little trick I discovered while undertaking missions. The rewards listed in the task menu represent merely the basic compensation for a quest. If we can achieve a higher level of completion, we are bound to receive more. For instance, our current mission objective is to investigate the truth behind the series of murders at the Fu Wei escort agency. On the surface, it appears sufficient to solve the case without concern for the number of lives lost at Fu Wei or whether more deaths will occur after our arrival. We could even simply identify the murderer and report our findings, leaving the formidable foes to their own devices. However, in reality, if we manage to excel, the rewards will significantly increase. Yet, after weighing the risks, I concluded that the potential for loss was far too great, leading me to opt for a safer approach. Thus, I deemed this a desperate measure. After allowing everyone a few moments to digest his prior statements, Yi Weiming continued, "It is fortunate that Lin Pingzhi mentioned the Tontian escort agency. Otherwise, I would not have conceived this method to minimize our risks." At that moment, Fei Yu timely interjected, "Lin Zhenan, seeking to ensure the safety of his entire family, will have no choice but to comply and pay the escort fees. Consequently, we can directly escort Lin Pingzhi, the individual most closely tied to this case, back to the Divine Capture Office, with senior NPCs from the sect safeguarding this vital witness. We can then pursue the true culprit with unrestrained vigor. This fellow, even at this juncture, remains intent on asserting his presence, attempting to overshadow Yi Weiming. One must ponder. Does the hollow reputation of the Grand Master of the Divine Capture Bureau truly hold such significance for him? Casting another scrutinizing glance at this individual, who was so fervently competing with him. Weiming deftly shifted the conversation. In truth, even the revised strategy one devised is not infallible. The enemy audaciously inscribed the words, "Those who venture 10 steps outside shall perish," making it clear that they will not allow us to escort the Lin family to the Tongtian escort agency unscathed. It appears we are destined for a fierce battle ahead. Therefore, if anyone possesses equipment that is of no use to them, now is the time to share and enhance our collective combat prowess to the greatest extent possible. The group fell into a profound silence, with Fei Yu internally scoffing. Weiming, however, promptly shared the attributes of the azure blue wrist guard, the frogskin wrist guard, and the falling star throw manual in the team channel. If anyone has an interest, feel free to start bidding now. Provided the price is reasonable, we can conduct an immediate transaction. Initially, Fei Yu had intended to observe the unfolding drama with a detached demeanor, yet this time, he could not muster a smile. He had assumed Weiming merely sought to take advantage of others. But he was taken aback to find that Weiming genuinely produced 3 items: a piece of blue gear, a piece of green gear, and a manual. Such a magnanimous display. How fortunate he was to have refrained from mockery earlier. Otherwise, he would have been left embarrassed. At that moment, the tactical discussion group swiftly transformed into an auction forum following the revelation of the attributes of the equipment and manual. Tang Sankai exclaimed, "Azure blue wrist guard, 20 gold. Falling star throw manual, 10 gold. March interjected, falling star throw, 35 gold. Frogskin wrist guard, 25 gold. However, I currently lack sufficient funds, so I can only offer you 50 gold for now. I can provide an IOU for the remaining 10 gold. Yu chimed in. Azure blue wrist guard, 30 gold. Tang Sankai conceded. Very well, I shall withdraw my bid. Weiming glanced at him curiously. Brother Tang, it seems you are not particularly interested in the items I presented? To which Tang Sankai elucidated. While the azure blue wrist guard could marginally enhance my combat ability, the improvement is limited. What I truly seek are items that augment the potency or flight speed of hidden weapons. This wrist guard evidently accelerates attack speed, which is of little consequence to me. As for the falling star throw, it is merely a fragment of the Tang sect's renowned techniques, as stated in its description. In due course, I should be able to learn the complete Tang sect skills. Although proficiency can be amalgamated later, its practical significance is minimal. Thus, Tang Sankai shrugged, indicating that his desire for these 2 items was not particularly fervent. Weiming nodded in understanding, directly trading the equipment and manual to March and Yu, respectively. He addressed the former. No need for an IOU. Even if these items were to be auctioned, the final selling price would likely align with your offer. However, the auction house takes a commission, so by the time it reaches my hands, I would be fortunate to see slightly over 50 gold. We are acquaintances. Let us settle on 50 gold for both items. Thank you, Weiming. With a gentle smile, Weiming turned to others and inquired, the transaction has concluded. Does anyone else have items they wish to auction? Following Weiming's earlier demonstration, the crowd understood that this was not a gratuitous act, but rather a means to sell off items they no longer needed. While maximizing value might not be guaranteed, it was certainly not a loss. Subsequently, Tang Sankai, Yu, and Sanwei each presented their own surplus equipment for auction, fostering a harmonious atmosphere within the group. Inspired by this convivial spirit, Fei Yu, after much hesitation, finally revealed an item. The Yun Tai sword ring, green, a ring adorned with a sword-shaped emblem. It boasted an attack of 30, a defense of 30, and a weapon attack speed of 1. This attribute clearly indicated it was part of a set tailored for swordsmen, particularly the weapon attack speed, which promised remarkable efficacy. Seizing the moment, Weiming promptly announced a bid of 30 gold in the team channel. Upon hearing this price, the quietly typing transparent bridge hastily deleted the 15 gold he had just typed, feigning ignorance of the situation. Consequently, this commendable green ring was successfully acquired by Weiming at a fair price. After the transaction concluded, Fei Yu gazed at the additional 30 gold in his account. His brow furrowed in contemplation. It seemed that from the outset, the items presented by Weiming were best suited for Sanwei and Yu, the 2 sisters with whom he shared the closest bond. For others, including Tang Sankai, the items were not particularly fitting. Thus, it appeared that he had merely conducted a public sale, yet his originally intended auction item had ended up being sold cheaply to this rascal. This was a scheme. How could someone as astute as I be tricked by this fellow? Infuriating. Chapter 67. A breakthrough. As the trading concluded, everyone took what they needed. Notably, Weiming. After donning the cloud platform sword ring, effortlessly brandished the Qingzhou sword, executing a few elegant sword flourishes, a satisfied smile gracing his face. It was apparent that he was thoroughly pleased with the ring's enhancement effects, much to the envy of Feiyu, who observed with longing. Indeed, the efficacy of this ring was remarkable, apart from augmenting both attack and defense. The increase in swordplay attack speed allowed Yi Weiming to perceive a tangible difference when he drew his sword. Although the distinction was subtle, it was a genuine enhancement. It is crucial to understand that in the realm of masters, a slight miscalculation could lead to significant consequences. Moreover, after the recent trial, he confirmed another vital point. The increase in swordplay attack speed was not a mere mechanical boost, but rather elevated the upper limit of his sword drawing speed. In other words, when he wished for his sword to strike more swiftly, this attribute would come into play. Conversely, if he desired to slow down, he could do so effortlessly. Truly, it was a splendid acquisition. Once the team finished their discussions, the captain of the Divine Captors, Miss Sangyu, approached Lin Zhennan once more. Lin, we should not delay. Let us set off at once. Is it truly time to depart? Lin Zhennan replied, somewhat taken aback. Isn't it rather hasty? We are still unprepared. Yet we are prepared, Yi Weiming typed in the team channel, while Sangyu articulated, moreover. It is crucial to note that our adversaries are also unprepared. Departing now allows us to retain the initiative. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhennan nodded in agreement and promptly stated, I will prepare the escort funds at once. With that, he hurried towards the back hall of the escort agency. Though Lin Zhennan was, at heart, merely a businessman, he understood the importance of expediency in military matters, displaying no hesitation. In contrast, Lin Pingzhi, perplexed, inquired, but it is still daytime. Won't our large group attract too much attention? Why not wait until nightfall to depart? What a naive child. Feiyu, having already recognized Lin Pingzhi's potential, stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, and said earnestly, young escort, you have completely misunderstood. Remember, we are the soldiers. They are the thieves. Thus, the brighter the daylight, the more advantageous it is for us. After a brief pause, he added, furthermore, do you think that departing at night would allow us to elude their watchful eyes? Lin Pingzhi nodded, acknowledging his error, and replied, I accept full responsibility for my misjudgment. I only hope that when you take me away, you do not shackle me. My martial skills may be modest, but I do not wish to be a burden. The members of the Divine Captors unanimously agreed with this reasonable request from the young Lin Pingzhi. The rationale was quite simple. As the night remained dim, none among Yi Weiming and his companions bore any semblance of shackles or restraints. The Divine Capture Division, unlike ordinary governmental offices, was tasked with dealing with the most nefarious individuals from the underworld. Capturing such criminals alive proved to be an arduous challenge, as they preferred to eliminate threats on the spot. To date, Lin Pingzhi was the first suspect they encountered who chose to forego resistance. In the midst of conversation, Lin Zhennan had readied a substantial bundle of gold and silver, slinging it across his back. After conferring with the bodyguards and porters at the escort agency, the Divine Capture Division S team, along with the Lin family of 3, comprised a total of 9 individuals who boldly surged forth through the crimson-painted doors of the Fuwei escort agency. Beyond the threshold, the ominous stone slab inscribed with the chilling warning, kill those who step out 10 paces, remained a stark reminder of the peril outside. Beyond the stone, a group of players, clad in garb befitting their roles, stood sharpening their blades with menacing intent. Witnessing this scene, Lin Zhennan felt a shiver of trepidation, while Yi Weiming raised a hand, proclaiming that the enemy remained as before, lacking in terror. They should charge forth together. With that, Yi Weiming took the lead, unsheathing his green bamboo sword to carve a path, while the others closely followed in his wake. By heavens, they dare to breach us head-on. These ruffians are utterly audacious. Eliminate them. Yes. Leave none alive. Kill. 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 The players blocking the entrance, upon sighting Yi Weiming and his party, erupted into a cacophony of bravado. Just when Yi Weiming anticipated a fierce conflict, the group, while clamoring for battle, instinctively parted to create a clear passage leading outward. Retreating beyond the reach of Yi Weiming's green bamboo sword, only to resume their shouting from either side of the street. One might wonder if these individuals were bereft of reason. Yet, this was a moment where every second counted. For the members of the Divine Capture Division, these ordinary players posed little threat, at most delaying their progress. After all, the disparity between average players and seasoned experts was considerable. The true source of their concern lay in the formidable NPC experts on the opposing side. To be more explicit, it was the Qingcheng sect that had arrived in Fuzhou, potentially including the likes of Songhai himself among their ranks. This operation was a surprise assault, betting on the ability to escort the Lin family to the Fuzhou branch of the Tongdian escort agency before the enemy could mount a response. Arriving even a second sooner would enhance their safety. Who could predict whether Songhai, as the leader of a faction, might suddenly appear and unleash a devastating strike? As for the antics of these players, there was no time to ponder them now. Weiming and his companions were perplexed to find that even after exiting the alley and distancing themselves by 100 meters, their pursuers exhibited no inclination to chase. It seemed that their obstruction at the entrance was merely a futile attempt to engage in verbal confrontation with Weiming and his party. Yet, could reality be so absurd? The absurdity of reality can be truly unfathomable at times. Long before the night had fully descended, after they had just executed the likes of Cherry Maruko and others, this group, who had accompanied them on their mission, received various messages via carrier pigeon. The crux of the messages was that they had been murdered, with the assailants claiming to be from the Divine Capture Division. It was utterly bizarre. Not only were they immensely powerful, managing to dispatch 10 of them without sustaining any casualties themselves, but upon their demise, they found themselves not resurrected at the revival point in Fuzhou, but rather imprisoned in the dungeons of the Divine Capture Division. For those who had not taken a life, the confinement lasted merely an hour. However, for those who had, misfortune awaited them. Each NPC from the Fuwai escort agency they had slain added 3 hours to their sentence, with no upper limit. Good heavens! Is there no law? Is there no justice? The most unfortunate of all was Cherry Maruko, who, having previously eliminated 5 NPCs attempting to flee from the Fuwai escort agency, was sentenced to a staggering 16 hours in confinement before she could be released. Faced with such a grim situation upon learning of their demise, how could these individuals genuinely muster the will to fight against Weiming and his companions? Were it not for the ruthless actions of the mysterious NPC who issued the mission, who, before their very eyes, eliminated several players attempting to abandon their quests, they might have long since abandoned their tasks and returned to their prior pursuits. However, as it turned out, not being allowed to forfeit the mission was of little consequence. They could always slack off. Who would find a way to cope? Meanwhile, Weiming and his companions, having effortlessly breached the first layer of enemy defenses, finally encountered a relatively formidable adversary. For NPCs from the Qingcheng sect, although shrouded in black veils, their names above their heads betrayed their true identities. Chapter 68. The 4 outstanding figures of Qingcheng among the younger generation in the martial world. Hereby. One of the 4 outstanding figures of Qingcheng possesses an impressive reputation and formidable prowess. Level 25, Vitality, 7,000, Internal Energy, 3,500. Hongrenxiong. Another of the 4. Yurenhao, likewise. Luo Renjia, similarly. These 4 individuals, whose names alone suggest a rather rudimentary ensemble, are indicative of a lack of sophistication. A truly distinguished group must possess both commonalities and distinct personalities. Take, for instance, the 4 great kings of the demon sect. Their shared prowess is complemented by their unique temperaments and appearances, creating an authentic and successful combination. Even the previously noted Gu Angsho and Ji Lei had their own pronounced traits, albeit not particularly admirable. However, the 4 outstanding figures of Qingcheng fall short in this regard. They share nearly identical names, physiques, heights, identical attire, and even matching swords. Most egregiously, they possess entirely identical attributes. Such characters, seemingly lacking the meticulous attention of their game designer, can be likened to mere cannon fodder. Nevertheless, despite this apparent simplicity, Weiming did not underestimate them. Instead, he cautioned via the team channel, the names of our opponents are strikingly similar, and their attributes are indistinguishable. It is likely that they coordinate with remarkable synergy, possibly even employing a combined skill akin to a formation. Time is of the essence. We cannot afford to take risks. My proposal is to divide and conquer. Absolutely. Agreed. With the affirmation from the group, Weiming promptly declared, I will take on Ho Reniying, Xiao Qiao, and Yu will handle Hongrenxiong, while Yurenhao is assigned to Brother Tang and Sanyu. Feiyu, your swordsmanship balances offense and defense. You should be able to hold off the last one. Luo Renjia, for a while. We will swiftly resolve our battles and come to your aid. Upon hearing Weiming's distribution plan, Feiyu wished to express his desire for a ranged support role, firing from a distance. Yet, seeing that Yi Weiming had boldly chosen a single opponent to face. Fei Yu, eager to match his determination, retorted, who supports whom is yet to be determined, before launching an attack on Luo Renjie. Simultaneously, the other 5 sprang into action, attacking their assigned opponents before the adversaries could utter any formalities. In truth, for players at this stage, confronting a level 25 boss proves to be quite a challenge. Even though the members of the Divine Capture Squad are all skilled, they do not hold a significant advantage against such formidable foes. The situation for Yu Yu, Xiao Qiao, San Yu, and Tang Sankai, who are engaged in a 2-on-1 battle, remains manageable. However, the circumstances for Fei Yu are decidedly less optimistic. In a 1-on-1 encounter, a player of merely a dozen levels found himself utterly overwhelmed by a level 25 boss, facing an onslaught that was nothing short of torturous. Had it not been for the exquisite finesse of the sword techniques he had mastered, he likely would not have endured until others could vanquish the foe. Stealing a glance at Yi Weiming, he was astonished to find the situation was remarkably opposite. Confronting the same level 25 boss, Yi Weiming, through the mastery of the Qingcheng sword technique and the attribute enhancements from roasted wolf meat, commanded an absolute advantage. Once he unleashed the full might of the Yu sword technique, he steadily gained the upper hand. Witnessing this, Fei Yu felt increasingly disheartened. Was it true that his skills had been left far behind? As myriad thoughts flitted through his mind, Fei Yu quickly steeled himself to confront the formidable adversary before him. In truth, the Yu sword technique that Yi Weiming practiced was not inherently superior in technique to the Qingcheng sword technique. Rather, a significant disparity existed between them. According to the system's classification of martial arts, one was deemed inferior while the other was classified as intermediate, with a clear gap of a beginner level in between. The difference was considerable, whether assessed by the attribute enhancements of the two techniques or the intricacy of their maneuvers. The Yu sword technique could not be compared to the Qingcheng sword technique. However, the elevated level of Yi Weiming's Yu sword technique made a compelling case. His recently acquired Qingcheng sword technique had barely reached level 3, while the Yu sword technique stood at level 9, creating a substantial disparity in both skill proficiency and attribute enhancements. When faced with a formidable opponent, the higher-level Yu sword technique naturally instilled greater confidence. After exchanging blows for several rounds, Yi Weiming finally seized an opportunity, landing a strike beneath Ho Reniying's left rib. A damage of 836 appeared, poisoned. In an instant, a tenth of the boss's health vanished. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The significance lay in the unique properties of the Qingju sword, which inflicted a poison status on Ho Reniying. It is important to note that in Xia Yi Yong Hung, poison was not merely a matter of continuous health depletion. It also entailed a reduction in attributes and, in severe cases, could lead to debilitating conditions such as fatigue and dizziness, making it quite troublesome. At that moment, Ho Reniying was experiencing just that. After being poisoned, his surrounding attributes were diminished by approximately 5%, already outmatched by Yi Weiming. His performance naturally deteriorated further under these circumstances. After 3 additional exchanges, Yi Weiming executed a move that struck Ho Reniying's left leg, inflicting a debilitating injury that nearly incapacitated his mobility. The impairment of movement meant more than just an inability to maneuver swiftly. It severely hindered his positioning and footwork during combat. Following his successful strike, Yi Weiming swiftly darted to the left, executing the Ba Bu Gan Chan technique to its fullest, positioning himself at an acute angle behind Ho Reniying's left flank. In a reflexive motion, Ho Reniying instinctively sought to turn and confront his adversary. However, due to the injury to his leg, his movements were slightly delayed, allowing Yi Weiming to strike him at the Zhishir acupoint on his left side with a technique known as Shizi holding the heart. The impact was immense, resulting in a peculiar and haunting sound escaping from Ho Reniying, a cry that resembled a wolf's howl, a crow's caw, and a jackal's growl, infused with a hint of a dolphin's call. The resonance of his voice was such that it transcended mere language. The bizarre nature of the sound startled the onlookers from various battlefields, drawing their attention towards Yi Weiming with expressions of bewilderment, as if questioning what unspeakable act he had committed against this formidable opponent. Yet, after a brief moment of curiosity, they returned to their own skirmishes, perhaps embodying the archetype of rational spectators. At that moment, the internal energy that Ho Reniying had previously consolidated dissipated entirely, with his strength diminished. Vulnerabilities became apparent throughout his body. Yi Weiming's subsequent strike could find its mark with ease. Utilizing the Shizi holding the heart technique to target the Zhishir acupoint effectively caused Ho Rinnying's energy to leak and his defenses to falter. Might one call this maneuver Shizi holding the comedian? Chapter 69. The Art of Flattery, as the saying goes, 3 parts jest and 7 parts flattery. Ahem. It should be noted that taking advantage of the moment when Ho Rinnying's spirit was waning, Yi Weiming swiftly pivoted his green bamboo sword, delivering a precise strike to the opponent's wrist. In pain, Ho Rinnying lost his grip on his weapon, which clattered to the ground with a resounding clang. Thus, the foremost of the 4 beauties of Qingcheng was utterly reduced to a mere fish on Yi Weiming's chopping board, entirely at his mercy. Seeing Ho Rinnying so compliant, Yi Weiming felt compelled to seize the moment. He immediately concentrated his power into the green bamboo sword, unleashing a flurry of flattery upon his opponent. Meanwhile, he chanted the 3 great lines of flattery. Indeed, that is correct. Get lost. Ho Rinnying, ah? Ding. You have successfully slain the level 25 boss, Ho Rinnying, earning 4,000 experience points and 400 cultivation points. After dispatching Ho Rinnying, Yi Weiming casually swallowed a pill to restore his inner strength, neglecting to loot the body. With a swift turn, his gaze fell upon the other 3 battlefields. Overall, the 2-on-1 combat of the Divine Capturing Department's team was proceeding quite steadily. The Yuqiao duo held the upper hand, while the Sanson combination was evading attacks with remarkable agility. They were leveraging their range and melee advantages to pressure their opponents, each having already chipped away a significant portion of the boss's health. In contrast, the situation for Fei Yu was far less optimistic. He was facing a boss just as Yi Weiming had, yet he lacked the formidable attributes and roasted wolf meat that his counterpart possessed, while he could manage the techniques. The lack of strong attributes left him vulnerable to the boss's overwhelming force. In the short term, he fared reasonably well, but as time passed, the inevitable oversights began to surface, and he had already lost 1/3 of his health to Luo Renjia. Although the remaining 2/3 of health appeared substantial, a single opportunity for the boss could mean the end in just a few strikes. The current predicament was indeed precarious. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Weiming pointed his green bamboo sword at Luo Renjia. You, come here. As soon as Yi Weiming's command reverberated, Luo Renjia, who had been relentlessly attacking Fei Yu, suddenly felt a jolt of energy. His sword executed a swift turn in midair, sending a gust of wind that stirred the dust of the street. In tandem with his sword's movement, he charged towards Yi Weiming, who was 3 zhang away. Sanyu? Transparent sky bridge? Fei Yu? Yu wore a knowing smile. Tang Sankai murmured softly, here it comes again. Yi Weiming's unique ability to draw aggro with a mere shout, even if it wasn't the first time witnessing such a feat, continued to evoke Tang Sansai's sincere envy. Fortunately, each member of the Divine Capturing Department was a skilled player in their own right, unaffected by the surprise, and they continued their battles with unwavering focus. Especially for Fei Yu, who had previously been thoroughly frustrated by Luo Renjia. The moment he finally received a chance to breathe, he did not take the opportunity to recover. Instead, he charged forward and struck Luo Renjia from behind with his blade. However, Luo Renjia paid him no heed, enduring the blow without even a glance back, maintaining his relentless assault on Yi Weiming without the slightest disruption. Fei Yu, eager to deliver a second strike, found his embroidered spring knife lifted only to be lowered once more. It was not from a lack of desire to continue the attack, but rather due to the fact that he could no longer reach his target. Although Luo Renjia was neither Luo Jie nor Luo Jiesi, lacking knowledge of the 6 styles of Haki and unable to engage in prolonged combat, he nonetheless commanded the prowess befitting a boss. As a boss, Luo Renjia's agility was undoubtedly superior to that of Fei Yu. After withstanding the initial blow, he had already evaded the range of Fei Yu's blade. With his short arms and legs, Fei Yu found himself unable to pursue or reach the boss who had so callously abandoned him. Watching the boss retreat further away, a sense of helplessness welled up within Fei Yu. Though reason told him he could not defeat this boss, his subconscious was still filled with sarcastic remarks regarding Yi Weiming's seemingly overpowered taunting skills. Come on, are we truly playing the same game? Xia Yi Yongheng is clearly a martial arts game. Isn't it? What is this absolute taunt and hard control? Such skills are typically found in traditional Western fantasy MMORPGs, right? Before he could ponder further, Yi Weiming had already engaged the enemy. Following the adage that one can discern skill at a mere glance, he immediately gauged Luo Renjia's strength upon their first exchange. How to describe it? Regardless of techniques or attributes, Yi Weiming felt that even the equipment was indistinguishable from that of the prior hereby. These two individuals seemed as if they had been crafted from the same mold. Whether this similarity stemmed from their comparable strengths or was merely a consequence of the designer's laziness remained uncertain. Nevertheless, armed with previous experience, Yi Weiming faced this adversary with newfound ease. More importantly, after 3 exchanges, Feiyu, who had been previously cast aside by Luo Renjia, finally caught up. In the interim, he had hastily consumed a healing elixir, and before its effects could fully manifest, he unleashed his blade, joining the fray that rightfully belonged to him. In a one-on-one scenario, Yi Weiming would require time to vanquish his opponent, and Feiyu would certainly not stand a chance against Luo Renjia. However, in a 2-on-1 situation, even Feiyu felt no psychological burden, for this was undeniably a battle devoid of any suspense. Merely 3 exchanges later, Luo Renjia found himself exposed to a joint assault, suffering a strike from Feiyu's blade and a thrust from Yi Weiming's sword. The blow from Feiyu was inconsequential, merely chipping away at his health once more. However, the Qingzhou sword forged from poisonous iron, wielded by Yi Weiming, was exceedingly tyrannical. With a single strike, it not only claimed over 500 lives but also plunged him into a state of poisoning, causing a 5 decline in his attributes. What followed was a near replication of the previous battle. The only distinction was that Luo Renjia, facing 2 formidable foes simultaneously, succumbed far more swiftly than hereby, meeting a swifter demise. In less than a minute, amidst the onslaught of blades, this final member of the Qingcheng 4 talents became a shared source of experience and cultivation points for the team of the Divine Capture Division. Even his last words bore no distinction from those of hereby, being equally succinct and clear, simply a single exclamation, "Ah." Though fully aware of the futility, Yi Weiming instinctively seized the final blow against the boss through his superior swordsmanship, wresting it from Feiyu's grasp. After dispatching Luo Renjia, Yi Weiming exchanged a glance with Feiyu before hastening to the other 2 battlefields, aiding his comrades who already held a decisive advantage in dispatching their enemies. Merely 10 seconds later, with Yi Weiming's assistance, Hong Renxiong lay lifeless in the street. Upon returning, Feiyu had also aided the Transcend team in successfully encircling Renhao. Thus, the Qingcheng 4 talents lay dead in a disarrayed heap. After searching the bodies, the 4 collectively acquired the boss drops for fragments of the Song Feng sword technique, for Sung Wind swords, and 36 gold coins. Chapter 70. The Emergence of Yutsong Hai, the Pine Wind sword technique, fragment, beginner level, a prestigious skill of the Taishan Sect, embodying both robust strength and nimble grace, emphasizing the might of pine and the lightness of wind. Requirements for attack: strength 80, reaction 80, movement 80, comprehension 25. Only one of the 4 most formidable killing moves of this sword technique is obtained. The Pine Wind sword technique, fragment, beginner level. Only one of the 4 most formidable killing moves of this sword technique is obtained. Pine Wind. Although the introductions of the 4 manuals are identical, they cannot be stored together, indicating they are not items of the same attribute. Perhaps only by gathering all 4 manuals can one synthesize the complete Pine Wind sword technique. Moreover, from the summary of this sword technique, it presents numerous points of contention. Clearly, it is merely a beginner-level sword technique. Yet the introduction insists on labeling it as a supreme skill. It seems the Qingcheng sect in this game truly lacks any notable martial arts to showcase. It is no wonder they are relentless in their pursuit of the Lin family's evil-repelling sword manual. Pine Pattern Sword. Blue. The blade features intricate patterns reminiscent of the bark of a pine tree, crafted by the Qingcheng sect as their standard longsword. Attack 40. Arm strength 5, reaction 5, internal power increase 10. Indeed, this follows the pattern of a sect's standard longsword, with overall attributes comparable to the Longquan sword of the Divine Capture Division, lacking any distinctive characteristics. However, what truly provoked Yi Weiming's scorn was that the drops from these 4 bosses were astonishingly identical, with each yielding precisely 9 gold coins. No more, no less. Can you believe that? At this point, aside from the apparent laziness of the game designers, Yi Weiming found no other explanation for such a bizarre phenomenon. Of course, the designer's audacity to be so careless about this issue likely stems from the fact that these 4 characters are indeed inconsequential, and even the designers are disinclined to invest more thought into them. Following this, Yi Weiming proceeded to collect the remains of the 4 bosses, acquiring Swordsmanship Insights X4. The members of the Divine Capture Division had no immediate need for these items, and unanimously decided to entrust them to Captain San Yu for safekeeping. The group then consumed some potions to replenish their health and internal power, continuing swiftly towards the direction of the Tongtian escort agency, accompanied by Lin Jinan and his family of 3. After traversing 2 more streets, they finally beheld a large courtyard encircled by a gray stone wall, towering 2 zhang high. Gazing from the top of the wall into the courtyard, 3 majestic pavilions came into view, constructed in the traditional style of blue bricks and red tiles, though lacking in novelty. They exuded a solemn and dignified aura. The main entrance of the courtyard was exceedingly wide, standing approximately 3 zhang tall and around 2 zhang wide, allowing 8 fine steeds to enter and exit with ease. The 2 vermilion doors stood ajar, adorned with large golden rivets, giving the impression of a royal mansion rather than a mere escort agency. The guardian beasts flanking the entrance were also unlike any the group had encountered before. Typically, whether at inns or high-ranking officials' residences, the guardian beasts outside the door are usually 2 in number, whether it is a lion, a pishio, or other auspicious creatures. The Tongtian escort agency stands apart. Before its grand entrance, there are 4 imposing copper beasts, precisely double the number typically found guarding other residences. Their nature is not of the ordinary auspicious kind, but instead consists of 4 notorious ferocious beasts: Chaos, Xiongqi, Taowu, and Taotai. Flanking the entrance are couplets inscribed with iron strokes and silver hooks. Their meaning is overwhelmingly domineering, while the characters exude a lethal aura. The upper line reads, "Heavenly escorts arrive at the Celestial Palace." The lower line states, "Earthly goods descend into the gates of hell." At the apex of the entrance, a plaque of red copper hangs, boldly displaying the 4 characters of Tongtian escort agency. From a distance, even before dawn breaks, one can sense an enigmatic martial essence emanating from these characters. One might wish to gaze longer, yet instinctively looks away, as if fearing that an extended glance might unleash the concealed sharpness within, leaving one utterly shattered. What exquisite calligraphy, what terrifying martial prowess, and what a sinister agency the Tongtian escort agency is. However, in light of the formidable aura emanating from the Tongtian escort agency, Weiming felt no fear. Rather, a relieved smile graced his face. After all, they had come to entrust a task to this agency, and regardless of its might, it surely would not harm its patrons. On the contrary, the greater the strength of the Tongtian escort agency, the more secure their mission would be. Weiming's thoughts mirrored those of his companions in the Divine Capture Division, who shared his sentiments. Just as everyone was secretly exhaling a sigh of relief, a shadow suddenly darted before them. A short, stocky figure clad in black, masked, had intercepted their path to the Tongtian escort agency. Yulat. Thinking to leverage the might of the Tongtian escort agency to flee, what a clever plan. The black-clad figure slowly drew his sword, his gaze sweeping over Weiming and his companions, sharp as a blade. Every individual present felt a wave of discomfort wash over them as his piercing gaze passed, their eyes darting about, unable to meet his stare. Even Weiming, the strongest among the 6, felt a twinge of anxiety under his scrutiny. This won't do. How can one fight when fear sets in before the battle? Struggling against the overwhelming temptation to avert his eyes, Weiming recalled the method Zhang Zuishan had taught him on Wangpin Mountain for consolidating inner strength and focusing it in his gaze. He immediately applied this technique, managing to alleviate a significant portion of the intangible pressure emanating from the black-clad man. Although he remained under considerable duress, he could at least maintain a semblance of self-preservation. Noticing that Weiming's expression had shifted from fear to steadiness, the black-clad man's murderous intent intensified. Yet he remarked, "You're rather impressive, stronger than those other fools." Pausing briefly, he continued, "It was that scoundrel who killed the Qingcheng Sect's disciple for his silver. You have come to seek revenge." The crowd, previously intimidated by the black-clad man's imposing presence, found themselves momentarily speechless, unable to respond. Knight Unclear pondered for 2 seconds before speaking. This topic is too grave. Perhaps it is best for your esteemed leader to take the floor. As soon as Knight Unclear's words fell, a simple array of data materialized above the heads of the onlookers. Yusong Hai, leader of the Qingcheng sect, a revered figure in the martial world. Level: 40 health, 25,000 inner strength, 17000, 17000. In the realm of heroic eternity, it is impossible for NPCs to display grand names above their heads, just as players do not exhibit their names prominently. However, there exists an exception during combat. where players can behold the names and basic attributes of bosses. Naturally, not all bosses are visible. If a boss's level exceeds yours by a significant margin, you will only encounter a plethora of question marks. Much like the enigmatic Xie Sun of Wangpan Mountain. The emergence of the black-clad figure's name and attributes before the crowd could only signify one thing. They had now entered a state of battle, and the once communicable NPC, Yu Songhai, had transformed into a narrative boss eager to eliminate them. This transformation was entirely the result of Knight Unclear's remark. When faced with a diminutive adversary, one should not utter words lightly. Knight Unclear had likened him to a mere child, a characterization no leader of a sect like Yu Songhai could tolerate. Following this provocation, he immediately morphed into a blur, lunging towards Knight Unclear, his sword aimed directly at his throat. Even before the blade arrived, the fierce wind generated by the sword rendered him breathless. Chapter 71. The all-powerful boss with fist techniques, swordplay, and hidden weapons. In truth, had he been given the choice, Weiming would have preferred to avoid a direct confrontation with Yu Songhai, the leader of this sect. However, a mere glance from Yu Songhai had already instilled fear in the members of the Divine Capture Division, causing them to falter before the battle had even begun. Should this disarray continue to escalate, they would likely lose any courage to resist. To avert such a catastrophic outcome, Weiming had no choice but to provoke his adversary, ensuring that his own troops would not succumb to chaos before the fight commenced. When a master makes a move, their prowess becomes evident. The moment Weiming witnessed Yu Songhai draw his sword, he instantly recognized that this man was unlike the four inept opponents he had previously faced. The same Pine Wind sword technique, when wielded by Yu Songhai, emanated an unparalleled ferocity. At that moment, the pressure Weiming felt far surpassed that of Lin Jipei from earlier. This was undoubtedly an opponent he could not contend with in his current state. A myriad of thoughts flickered through his mind as he slashed forth with his green bamboo sword, unleashing a similarly fierce momentum. The aura and sound of his strike conveyed a sense of might that was hardly inferior to that of the sect leader before him. Yet, in reality, this maneuver possessed neither the capability to injure nor the capacity to entrap his foe. Aside from appearing somewhat formidable to onlookers, its sole merit lay in its self-defense. The dragon engaging the Phoenix sword technique, within the vast array of martial arts, is undoubtedly among the finest in terms of self-preservation. However, no matter how skillful one is at self-defense, there exists a limit to their endurance. The principle of using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds also necessitates possessing at least 4 ounces of strength. While the disparity in strength between Weiming and Yu Songhai may not have reached an overwhelming ratio of 1,004, it was certainly not something Weiming's half-hearted dragon engaging the Phoenix could bridge. Clang! The two swords collided with a resounding crash, reverberating like thunder across the street. In that instant, the gap in strength between the two swordsmen was starkly revealed. With that single strike, Weiming felt a jolt through his body, twisting several times before he managed to stagger backward 3 steps, barely absorbing the impact. In contrast, Yu Songhai merely swayed slightly, then deftly redirected his sword towards Weiming in pursuit. What an impressive figure Yu Songhai was, the leader of Qingcheng. Even in a task mode where his attributes and level were significantly diminished, he remained an adversary beyond the current player's capacity to confront directly. Not even Weiming could stand against him. At the moment Weiming was forced back by Yu Songhai's strike, 2 figures, a man and a woman, charged from either side, each wielding a knife and a sword aimed at Yu Songhai's vulnerable flanks. The knife struck with steadiness, while the sword moved with grace. And despite it being their first time collaborating in battle, their synergy was remarkably harmonious. Meanwhile, a delicate cry suddenly echoed from above Yu Songhai, followed by the swift approach of a slender figure, who leapt gracefully with their head down and feet up. With a right hand, they struck out, aiming directly at Yu Songhai's face, while their left hand remained poised at their waist, concealing another lethal move. The 3 individuals who had joined forces against him, having received their instructions from Weiming, were Fei Yu, Sanyu, both elite enforcers from the Divine Capture Bureau, and a beautiful expert from the Hidden Sect, the Ancient Tomb Sect. Faced with the combined assault of these 3 formidable adversaries, even Weiming hesitated to confront their full might head-on, yet Yu Songhai remained unfazed. In a swift motion, he twirled his treasured sword, executing a precise strike that intercepted Fei Yu's blade, the small bridge sword. The sound of their weapons clashing resonated with 2 crisp, melodious notes as this exceptional player was effortlessly sent reeling backward. colliding with the walls of nearby residences before barely regaining their balance. At that moment, San Yu's attack descended upon him, with his sword still in motion. Yu Songhai raised his left hand nonchalantly, delivering a palm strike from below that collided perfectly with San Yu's delicate hand, which moved with the swiftness of lightning. The clash produced a subtle yet unremarkable sound, but San Yu was struck as though by a thunderbolt, propelled far away by the force of the blow. The energy she had gathered for her own counterattack dissipated before she could unleash it. Reeling from the impact, San Yu found herself airborne. Unable to contain a cough of fresh blood, her health bar diminished by a third, plummeting like a severed kite to land behind Yu Weiming, narrowly avoiding a humiliating fall. As Yu Songhai staggered back a few steps, he immediately swung his sword to deflect the hidden weapons launched by Tang Sankai and the crossbow bolts shot by Yu, sending them clattering to the ground. In truth, while the attacks from the two leading figures of the Tang sect appeared futile, they inadvertently saved Yu's life at a critical moment. Had Yu Songhai not been forced to retract his sword for defense, he could have swiftly dispatched San Yu, resulting in a catastrophic loss for the Divine Capture Bureau in their initial encounter. Nevertheless, their situation was far from favorable. Despite Yi Weiming's strategic lure of enemies and their initial coordinated efforts, the advantage had slipped away, leaving them in dire straits. Yet, just as Yu Songhai deflected the two's hidden weapons, he suddenly thrust his left hand into his attire, deftly flicking his wrist to release several concealed projectiles. Caught off guard, these struck Yu's wrist, rendering her incapable of mounting an effective attack. Following this, he repeated the maneuver, inflicting injury upon Tang Sankai's arm and draining nearly half of his health. Yu Songhai truly embodied the prowess of a sect leader. Whether wielding weapons, executing martial arts, or employing stealthy techniques, he utterly outclassed the elite players present. Not a single one could withstand his might without retreating. It is evident that the disparity in strength between the two parties at this very moment cannot be compensated by mere numbers. Even though one has steadfastly believed that the system would not issue tasks that are impossible to complete, one cannot help but question whether tasks exceeding 6 stars have transcended this notion. As the conversation unfolded, San Yu and Fei Yu regrouped and charged once more. Yet the outcome was dire, one dead and one injured in the face of Yu Songhai's terrifying prowess. Fei Yu was plunged into a state of severe injury, and without a significant period of recuperation, regaining combat efficacy was out of the question. Meanwhile, San Yu was pierced through the heart by Yu Songhai's sword, and before anyone could render assistance, she was struck in the chest with a palm, instantly transforming into a flash of white light, thus becoming the first casualty of the Divine Capture Division's mission. Witnessing this scene, Yi Weiming felt a surge of blood and rage, wishing fervently for a power of his own that could unleash devastation, enabling him to charge at this detestable foe for a fight to the death. However, at that moment, he was firmly restrained by Xiao Qiao, unable to break free. "Brother Yi Weiming," Xiao Qiao exclaimed, holding back the impulsive Yi Weiming. "I have a method to confront Yu Songhai, but it requires your cooperation. Engaging in combat with laborers? You two fools are quite full of yourselves." With a disdainful sneer, Yu Songhai advanced, sword drawn. Regardless of whether Xiao Qiao spoke truthfully or not, Yu Songhai had no intention of allowing them the opportunity to execute their plan. Chapter 72. The Union of Twin Swords. There was no time for explanation. It was time to wield the Qingcheng swordplay. "See you Hui." As Yu Songhai advanced menacingly, Xiao Qiao hastily uttered these words, plunging her sword forward to meet his assault. Though Yi Weiming was uncertain of the girl's intentions, he had no choice but to treat a dead horse as if it were alive. As Xiao Qiao's voice faded, her green bamboo sword lunged forth with fervor, disregarding Yu Songhai's own sword aimed at her. Its trajectory danced unpredictably between his throat and brow. In a one-on-one confrontation, Yu Songhai would not be concerned with exchanging injuries with Yi Weiming. Yi Weiming's strikes were formidable, his critical hits devastating, and his health pool remarkably extensive among players at this stage. But such prowess was relative. When facing two players of comparable levels, Yi Weiming would certainly not shy away from any exchange of wounds. However, employing such a strategy against a boss was undeniably a reckless endeavor. Moreover, with each 10-level increment in a boss's rank, the disparity in power became increasingly pronounced. Though Lin Jipei at level 35 was indeed formidable, she was not on the same tier as the Yu Songhai before them. Even the difference between levels 39 and 40 represented a significant conceptual divide. A full-force strike from a level 40 boss, even if it did not instantly obliterate Yi Weiming, would undoubtedly come perilously close. Conversely, Yu Weiming's attack likely posed little threat to Yu Songhai. Fortunately, Yu Weiming was not alone in this battle. Xiao Qiao fought alongside him, her sword striking almost simultaneously, effectively sealing any openings in Yu Weiming's assault. If Yu Songhai did not alter his tactics, the outcome would inevitably be that his overwhelming power would force Xiao Qiao back, while Yu Weiming's green bamboo sword would pierce either his throat or brow. Contingent upon Yu Weiming's whims, how could these two seemingly foolish individuals suddenly exhibit such fierce coordination? In an instant, Yu Songhai, relying on his martial instincts, made the most advantageous choice. He abruptly retracted his sword, transitioning from offense to defense, deflecting their combined strike, while swiftly retreating 3 paces, evading their range of attack. This Yu Songhai was not only comprehensive in his offensive capabilities but also remarkably agile, his movements almost flawless. Thankfully, Yu Weiming had finally discovered a method to confront him directly. Otherwise, today, the team from the Divine Captor Division would have surely met their demise under his onslaught. Though Yu Weiming still did not comprehend the intricacies of his previous strike, this did not prevent him from secretly exhaling in relief. At that moment, the long-awaited system notification finally dispelled his confusion. Ding! You and the player, the transparent sky bridge, have successfully activated a portion of the special effects of Jade Maiden's Pure Heart Swordplay through your tacit cooperation, entering a special state, Union of Twin Swords, pseudo. The dual sword fusion, originally the pinnacle of the ancient Taishan Sect swordsmanship, merges the formidable powers of the complete Truth Sword technique and the Jade Maiden Sword technique, executing identically named moves from both styles, resulting in astonishing effects. Note: 1. To perform the dual sword fusion, both participants must possess a spirit of self-sacrifice, prioritizing the protection of their companion above all else. 2. The closer the bond between the two practitioners, the more effective the fusion will be. If they are confirmed to be lovers or married, the power will increase further. 3. The closer their strengths are, the mightier the dual sword fusion will become. If one surpasses the other significantly in strength, it may adversely affect the outcome. 4. Due to the inadequacy of your and the transparent sky bridge's learned techniques, the effectiveness of the dual sword fusion will be notably diminished, thus rendering it pseudo. Dual sword fusion. Is this what is known as a joint attack technique? Upon receiving the system prompt, Yu Weiming's spirit soared, only to be followed by a sudden alarm. It turned out that Yu Songhai, after being pushed back by the two, had not retreated. Landing back on the ground, he immediately gathered strength in his legs and charged towards them once more, his sword transforming into a myriad of shadows that enveloped both Yu Weiming and Xiao Qiao. This is bad. It wasn't just Yu Weiming, even Xiao Qiao, who was already aware of the effects of the Jade Maiden Pure Heart Sword technique, was experiencing this for the first time while collaborating with someone. Upon hearing the system prompt, both instinctively diverted their attention to check the properties of the dual sword fusion. However, before Xiao Qiao could finish reading the information, Yu Songhai had already returned, launching a full-force strike that caught both off guard. Yu Weiming and Xiao Qiao had barely known each other for a day. They were hardly friends, let alone lovers. Under the premise that one does not die in the game, they had intended to cooperate with a mindset of trying their luck. Yet, with Yu Songhai's sudden attack, the two, lacking any prior synergy, instinctively raised their swords to defend themselves. Consequently, the nascent effect of the dual sword fusion was immediately disrupted. Yu Weiming, who had just initiated the Yulong Yinfeng technique, was forced back several steps, while Xiao Qiao was directly sent flying by Yu Songhai's full-force strike, spitting out a small mouthful of blood in midair, with her health reduced by 1/6. In heroic eternity, health can diminish not only from being attacked or poisoned, but also from mere clashes of swords or fists during combat. Of course, to achieve such a state, one must possess absolute superiority in strength. And Yu Songhai, at this moment, was precisely an absolute powerhouse capable of overwhelming anyone present with his full-force eruption. In the face of the fully unleashed Yu Songhai, even Yu Weiming would be utterly crushed. It was only due to the unique defensive enhancement of the dragon leading the Phoenix sword technique that he managed to mitigate some of the oppressive force, barely achieving a passing mark without losing health. As he witnessed Xiao Qiao being sent flying, he realized that he could not withstand Yu Songhai alone. With a sudden push of his toes against the ground, Yu Weiming harnessed the momentum of Yu Songhai's strike and swiftly caught up with Xiao Qiao, enveloping her in his embrace. In that moment of weightlessness, Xiao Qiao, initially gripped by panic, felt a warm, powerful hand grasp her arm. Her tension eased significantly, And as Yu Weiming pulled her closer, she found herself instinctively sinking into the comforting expanse of his arms, overwhelmed by a profound sense of safety and warmth. Unconsciously, a rosy hue blossomed on her previously pristine face. However, the next moment, she caught a whiff of an enticing meaty aroma. To her astonishment, Yi Weiming rudely thrust a piece of roasted wolf meat toward her lips, leaving her face adorned with grease. Enhance your attributes. Quickly take a bite. And then we shall resume the battle. Chapter 73. All cards on the table as a warm piece of roasted meat was thrust against her face. Xiao Qiao's charming visage flushed an even deeper shade of crimson, this time out of indignation. Throughout her life, she had never encountered such a brazenly straightforward man. Nevertheless, being one of the skilled players, she understood the importance of prioritization. Despite her myriad of grievances, she reluctantly opened her mouth and took a small bite of the roast. When the system notification informed her that she had gained 96 points in arm strength within an hour, she was utterly bewildered. Her thoughts mirrored those of Yu Weiming upon first witnessing Zhang's culinary prowess. Is this really roasted meat? This is nothing short of a miraculous elixir, a burst of vitality potion. However, soon after, the aroma of the roasted meat completely captivated her senses. A mere piece of ordinary wolf meat could achieve such exquisite flavor. In that moment, Xiao Qiao felt her spiritual energy, composed of soul consciousness, come alive in conjunction with the energy of her 130 million cells, merging into one harmonious entity. The enchanting culinary experience enveloped her in an unprecedented sense of bliss. It was as if she were soaring among the clouds, yet also plummeting into the abyss. Truly delightful. Unconsciously, the young girl parted her lips once more. However, just as she intended to savor this rare delicacy further, she noticed Yu Weiming deftly retracting the piece of roasted meat she had taken a bite from. Meanwhile, as Yu Weiming offered sustenance to the girl, Yu Songhai charged towards their direction with his sword drawn. Sensing the imminent danger, Yu, who had just regained the ability to move her arm thanks to a healing salve, swiftly raised her hand crossbow. She launched a volley of 6 poison bolts, predicting the trajectory towards the space between Yu Songhai and the two, effectively sealing off his path of pursuit. That rascal is up to no good again. But what use are your bolts against me? Pausing in his tracks, Yu Songhai allowed all 6 of Yu's predictive bolts to fall harmlessly to the ground. With a swift pivot, he directed his sword towards Yu, determined to eliminate any nuisances before focusing on the enigmatic duo of Yu Weiming and Xiao Qiao. Humph, what do you think you are? As he observed Yu's brave willingness to sacrifice herself, Tang Sankai felt compelled to intervene. He could not allow Yu Songhai to slay Yu today. How could he face the others in the Tang sect if they were to call him senior brother after such a disgrace? To uphold his dignity as the senior brother of the Tang sect, Tang Sankai, having also regained the agility of his arm, sprang into action. Without a whisper of warning, he raised his hand, causing 3 vivid red numbers to materialize above Yu Songhai's head: 120, 137, 115. In a silent flurry, Tang Sankai had unleashed 3 concealed projectiles, all striking their target with unerring accuracy, unnoticed by anyone else. Indeed, it is no surprise that the one referred to as the elder brother within the Tang sect possesses such formidable skills. Even if Yu Weiming were to face these ultimate techniques head-on, he could not be certain of his ability to withstand them. Suddenly attacked, Yu Songhai retaliated without a backward glance, unleashing several Buddha seeds. As the leader of the Qingcheng sect, Yu Songhai's proficiency with concealed weapons is equally impressive. And combined with his already formidable internal strength, the projectiles he launched were nearly impossible for a professional like Tang Sankai to evade. He could only exert himself to roll sideways, managing to avoid merely 1/3 of the onslaught. 9 shots, 6 hits, in an instant. The blood bar above Tang Sansai's head dwindled to an almost imperceptible level. The immense power of the Buddha seeds, enhanced by internal energy, burrowed deep into flesh upon impact, with 2 of them simultaneously shattering the bones in both of Tang Sankai's arms, forcing him to immediately shut down his pain response. Even so, rendered incapable of movement in his arms, he would be unable to make any further contributions in this battle. After incapacitating Tang Sankai, Yu Songhai directed his longsword towards Yu's throat. Given her close combat abilities, facing Yu Songhai's assault could spell disaster for her. Would this remarkable woman, who stands shoulder to shoulder with men, become the second casualty of the day for the Divine Capture Unit? The answer, of course, is in the negative. In the fleeting moments afforded by the 2 Tang sect masters, Yu Weiming had already released the bun from the small bridge. Twisting his wrist to reveal a meat bun in his hand, which he promptly took a bite of amidst the curious gazes of the onlookers. Ding! You have consumed a meat bun, gaining 1 hunger satisfaction and a physical attribute boost of 1 for 1 hour. In heroic eternity, a player can only benefit from the effects of one type of food at a time. If various foods are consumed in a single meal, the previously acquired benefits will be overwritten by the most recent dish. Thus, by taking a bite of the bun, Weiming's previous gain of 68 points in arm strength from the roasted wolf meat would be replaced by this singular point of physical strength. Exchanging 1 point of physical strength for 98 points of arm strength would typically require a foolhardy disposition. However, at times, the most seemingly foolish actions can yield unexpectedly advantageous outcomes. The dual sword fusion feature explicitly states that the closer the attributes of the two participants, the greater the combat power that can be unleashed. If one party possesses significantly higher attributes, the effectiveness of the dual sword fusion diminishes considerably. Weiming's inherent attributes are already superior to those of the average player, and after mastering the complete truth swordsmanship, his arm strength and foundation attributes have significantly surpassed those of ordinary players. Previously, in his eagerness to conclude matters swiftly, he consumed a piece of roasted wolf meat to bolster his attributes, elevating his arm strength to a level that would be deemed extraordinary in the eyes of typical players. Meanwhile, even after consuming the roasted wolf meat, the gap between Xiao Qiao and Weiming's attributes was only marginally less pronounced. By discarding that 98 points of arm strength, he effectively minimized the disparity in attributes between himself and Xiao Qiao. After completing all of this, the two individuals pointed their swords directly at Qingcheng, while Weiming casually tossed aside the remaining weapon, aiming it straight at Qingcheng's head, exclaiming, "Receive my hidden weapon." This technique is called no return. Upon hearing this, those surrounding them immediately conjured a fill-in-the-blank question in their minds, a meat bun hitting, with no return. Such a sharp tongue, with such a caustic wit, even without the aid of the Grand Sect, it could undoubtedly stabilize the boss's aggro. Moreover, he had simultaneously activated this infallible taunting technique. Once the Grand Sect was mentioned, the boss would naturally be drawn in. However, exceptions do exist, this time. Weiming failed to divert Qingcheng's attention away from Yu, as he was the head of a sect, a versatile big boss. Even standing still, his attacks remained a threat. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a wave of his hand, Qingcheng launched several Bodhi seeds aimed at the vital points of Weiming. Yet, Weiming remained utterly still, while the transparent bridge beside him bore an expression of grave concern, covered in oil stains. He swung his long sword, successfully deflecting all the hidden weapons fired by Qingcheng. With one attack thwarted, Qingcheng struck again, this time redirecting the Bodhi seeds towards the transparent bridge. To maintain the synergy of their dual swords, this blow had to be blocked by Weiming. Though begrudging, our little classmate had no choice but to execute a move from the all-true swordsmanship, intercepting the Bodhi seeds aimed at the bridge, regrettably interrupting the execution of the Grand Sect strategy. Feeling the immediate threat dissipate, Qingcheng once again brandished his sword, aiming to eliminate the weakened Yu. At that moment, a single knife sliced in from below, wielded by Feiyu, who, having suffered a grievous injury earlier, stepped forward once more. However, this was of little consequence. If Qingcheng could slay him once, he could certainly do so again. In but a moment, Feiyu found himself pierced by Qingcheng's sword, narrowly escaping a glorious demise. Nevertheless, his intervention was not in vain. This delay allowed Weiming and the transparent bridge to arrive in tandem. At that instant, the two's energies seemed to converge as one, intertwined in a way that had never been witnessed before, becoming extraordinarily formidable. Even when facing Qingcheng directly, a wary expression surfaced upon his brow. In this moment, the faces of the two exuded a chilling murderous intent, with Weiming taking the initiative to declare, this time, "Allow me to lead, wandering the world." Furthermore, simply by adjusting the font size to 27, the previous chapter becomes 15 pages long. Isn't that remarkable? Chapter 74. A grievous victory. The wandering the world thrust of the Qingcheng sword technique contrasts sharply with the wandering the world slash of the unisword technique. Although they share the same name, their forms are drastically different. One is a formidable strike from the Qingcheng style, while the other is a treacherous maneuver from the Yunu style. Under the combined force of their dual swords, their inner strength resonates, allowing them to perform at an extraordinary level, rendering the masked leader of Qingcheng utterly cautious. The combined assault leaves him with no means of counteraction. compelling him to retreat swiftly while guarding himself with his sword. Following this exchange, Yi Weiming sprang into the air, exclaiming the name of another technique, before the flowers and under the moon. With that, he executed a diagonal slash with his green bamboo sword, reminiscent of an ice wall soaring through the sky, casting a serene light upon the ground. Meanwhile, Xiao Qiao's longsword trembled, slicing back and forth like flowers swaying in the wind. Although both techniques bear the same name, one captures the essence of the moonlight while the other embodies the scene before the blossoms. It is only through their harmonious collaboration that the vivid imagery of these four characters is fully realized. Confronted by the relentless pursuit of the duo, Yu Songhai felt an overwhelming sense of dread, particularly as the green moonlight simulated by Yi Weiming's bamboo sword loomed ominously overhead. Despite knowing it was akin to drinking poison to quench thirst, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and retaliate with a thrust of his sword while continuing to withdraw. While he successfully deflected Yi Weiming's bamboo sword, he could not fully defend himself, resulting in a wound from Xiao Qiao's blade. 1223. Such is the terrifying power of their combined swords. Even a seemingly ordinary attack yields damage akin to a critical strike. The true essence of dual swordsmanship does not necessitate the theatricality of naming each technique before execution, as a profound understanding between partners can effortlessly bridge their intentions. However, for Yi Weiming and Xiao Qiao, who had only known each other for less than a day, relying on tacit understanding in battle could lead to unforeseen blunders. It was not that Yi Weiming desired to be dramatic. Rather, necessity compelled him to adopt such a manner. Amidst the chaos, Yu Songhai, under the combined onslaught of clear drinking and tasting, found his long sword ensnared by Xiao Qiao's weapon, while Yi Weiming's sword struck his shoulder. 1365. Poisoned. Despite the affliction, Yu Songhai's combat prowess remained astonishingly formidable, seemingly unaffected by the toxin. After fending off their assault, his body shuddered violently, and a crimson number floated up, accompanied by a jet of blood erupting from his wound. He had utilized his formidable inner strength to suppress the poison and force it out of his system. Once a martial artist reaches a certain level of mastery, poison ceases to be a simple means of triumph. However, through this fierce engagement, Yu Songhai came to a horrifying realization: he could not possibly contend with the dual swordsmanship of these two. Yu Songhai, a figure capable of both resilience and relinquishment, swiftly abandoned his original plans upon realizing his disadvantage. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he soared into the air, intending to utilize his agility to escape. Yet, the battle had escalated to a point where departure was no longer a mere option. Just as Yu Songhai leaped away from the battlefield, Yu surged forward once more. At that moment, she had retracted her hand crossbow, extending both hands to seize Yu Songhai's ankles. This maneuver was not a recognized martial arts technique, but rather a grappling skill she had acquired during her time in a special forces unit prior to entering the game. The move was straightforward and lacked any attribute enhancements, yet if she managed to grasp him, even Yu Songhai would require time to break free. Left with no alternatives, Yu Songhai altered his strategy, delivering a fierce kick aimed at Yu's chest. Yu crossed her arms defensively in front of her, absorbing the blow. The impact sent her hurtling backward, causing her to spit out a significant amount of blood, her life force plummeting below a safe threshold. At this juncture, Yi Weiming and Xiao Qiao unleashed their lethal strikes once more. Xiao Qiao's sword slashed diagonally, directly impacting Yu Songhai's recently kicked right leg, resulting in a debilitating effect. Meanwhile, Yi Weiming, who had aimed for the enemy's chest, inadvertently struck a fatal point between Yu Songhai's legs due to his aerial maneuver, eliciting a shriek that was far from human. 1253. Muscles severed. 2641. Poisoned. Yu Songhai, who had meticulously planned around the Lin family's ancestral exorcism sword technique, found himself subject to such devastating blows from Yi Weiming at a critical moment. Was this not fate intervening? With Yu Songhai's legs severely injured, the outcome of the battle became inevitable. Nevertheless, Yi Weiming remained resolutely focused on commanding the fight, denying Yu Songhai any opportunity for reprieve. As the two engaged in a harmonious duet of blades, Yu Songhai's health rapidly dwindled from a substantial 25,000 points to around 3,000 within a mere 3 minutes. The prospect of vanquishing this formidable level 40 boss stirred a deep sense of anticipation within Yi Weiming. However, in a sudden twist as death approached, Yu Songhai executed a swift turn, allowing Yi Weiming's sword to pierce his back while he lunged forward, crashing through the wall of a nearby residence. When Weiming and Xiao Qiao pursued him, they found themselves at a loss, unable to locate Yu Songhai's presence. Activating his passive skill, the coroner's law, Weiming followed the traces left by Yu Songhai to the other side of the courtyard, only to find himself utterly devoid of further leads. At this moment, the other members of the Divine Capture Squad followed suit, with Fei Yu speaking up directly. Given that Yu Songhai is gravely injured, he surely hasn't fled far, and his wounds won't heal easily. He is likely hiding somewhere nearby. They decided to search separately. After expending considerable effort, they were on the verge of defeating the boss. And it would be a tremendous pity if he managed to escape. With the team leader, Sanwei, deceased, the leadership naturally fell to Yi Weiming, with the allocation method shifting from the former captain's distribution to one based on contribution points. Hearing Fei Yu's confident assertion, Yi Weiming curiously inquired, "Are you certain he won't quickly recover his health after disengaging from battle?" Fei Yu did not respond but instead shared a screenshot in the team channel. The screenshot indicated that Yu Songhai was severely injured and unable to recover on his own for a short duration, 58 minutes and 12 seconds, and given his current condition, he could not have escaped too far. Perhaps out of impatience, Fei Yu's screenshot was incomplete. However, considering his earlier statement, it was not difficult to deduce that this was a system notification resulting from the Divine Capture Squad's unique skill. 2 weeks ago and last week, I was ranked alongside Longshan and Zai in the same recommendation slot. Though they easily bested me, I felt a flicker of pride in having battled alongside such prominent figures, rather than merely throwing shurikens from 800 miles away. However, upon the change in recommendations this Monday, I discovered that Longshan had gone to Sanjiang, and Zai had followed suit, leaving me solitary, weak, pitiful, and helpless. To be candid, I felt joy for the two great figures advancing to Sanjiang so swiftly. Yet reflecting on my own situation inevitably left me feeling a touch despondent. Perhaps at such a moment, a few recommendation votes or collections would warm my fragile heart. Having said all this, as a group of robust, happy, sunlit, and handsome mature readers, you should know what to do. Chapter 75. A Huang achieves another feat. The four formidable skills of the Divine Capturing Division, Heaven, Earth, Man, and Ghost, each possess unique efficacy. Presently, 3 of these illustrious skills have found their masters. The Washing Away Injustice Manual, authored by Yi Weiming, encompasses abilities such as corpse verification, crime scene investigation, and embalming, which are undeniably pivotal to his rise. Sanyu's observing words and expressions functions akin to a human lie detector. This remarkable talent has been astutely employed by her in both task execution and bargaining, boasting previously of her unmatched prowess in negotiations. According to Sanyu's earlier statements, upon her initiation into the craft, the only remaining options were the skills of Man and Ghost. Thus, it can be inferred that Fei Yu must possess the Earth skill from the quartet. However, due to the system designer's proclivity for prioritizing human life above all, Yi Weiming was utterly incapable of discerning what the Earth skill entailed. Judging by the screenshot, Fei Yu had deliberately omitted the portion revealing the skill's name, indicating an intention to keep it undisclosed. With this understanding, Yi Weiming refrained from probing further. He nodded and suggested, in that case, Yu Songhai should be significantly weakened now. Let us disperse and search separately. Upon concluding his words, the group chose their respective paths and set off. Once they had departed, Fei Yu opted for the least likely route, the path Yu Songhai had taken before crashing into a residential area. As she walked, she discreetly glanced at her system interface. Ding! The passive skill 10,000 miles tracking has activated. You discover that Yu Songhai is gravely injured and unable to recover on his own for a short duration, 56 minutes and 23 seconds. Given his current condition, he cannot escape far. His present location is in the Shishuang Street, preparing to traverse the Lu Ping Alley towards the direction of Defeng Street, attempting to seek refuge in the Sanjiang Academy to evade pursuit. With his current speed, it is feasible to catch up before he arrives. This revelation encapsulates the entirety of the system prompt provided by Fei Yu's Earth skill. The prior concealment was merely a strategy to divert the others, aiming to secure the final blow against Yu Songhai. Cautiously surveying his surroundings and confirming the absence of others, Fei Yu swiftly executed her skills. Pursuing the direction indicated by the system prompt, she navigated through Shishuang, crossed over to Shiqiang, and breached Lu Ping. Ultimately, just as she approached the Sanjiang Academy, she caught up with the severely injured Yu Songhai, who was nearly unable to continue fleeing. Damn it! Despite his grave injuries, Yu Songhai's keen observation remained intact. Upon seeing Fei Yu closing in, he could not help but curse. Even with the Qingcheng sect's secret technique, I've managed to escape here only to be pursued. Are you some kind of dog? Heh, I am Fei Yu, a 7th-rank constable of the Divine Capturing Division, here specifically to escort Sect Master Yu to his final rest. As he spoke, Fei Yu slowly drew his blade from its sheath, methodically advancing towards Yu Songhai. His actions were not motivated by a desire to show off, nor did they stem from any sadistic pleasure in witnessing the struggles of his prey. Rather, they arose from a simple apprehension of the formidable 40-level boss before him, the esteemed leader of a faction. He was acutely aware of the potential for failure lurking beneath the surface. As he observed the relentless advance of Fei Yu, the heart of Master Yu was in turmoil. Given Yu Songhai's cultivation level, he would typically dismiss someone of Fei Yu's caliber, a mere junior, as insignificant, no more than an ant easily crushed. Yet, having just endured a devastating blow from the combined might of Yu Weiming and Xiao Qiao, he was left in a state of near ruin. Having barely escaped with his life through a secret technique, his current strength was but a shadow of its former self. He might struggle even against an average player, let alone a skilled contender like Fei Yu. Without the element of surprise, victory seemed utterly unattainable. However, the overly cautious demeanor of this young man indicated that such an opportunity would not be afforded. Nonetheless, Yu Songhai was resolute in his determination not to succumb passively. As Fei Yu closed the distance, he tightened his grip on his sword, prepared to seize any moment of weakness with the advantage of his superior experience and insight. 10 steps. 5 steps. 3 steps. With Fei Yu drawing ever closer, poised to enter the range of their respective attacks, Yu Songhai steeled himself, readying for a desperate strike. Meanwhile, Fei Yu silently channeled his inner energy into his blade, poised to unleash a lethal blow at any moment. Just as this NPC and player stood on the precipice of confrontation, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. With a sickening thud, a blade suddenly protruded from Yu Songhai's chest. In response to the sight of the weapon emerging from his opponent's body, Fei Yu instinctively took a step back, realizing that someone had preempted him, seizing the kill on Yu Songhai. In his singular focus on the tense standoff with Fei Yu, Yu Songhai had failed to notice that another assailant was poised to flank him. Thus, a dignified 40-level boss met his demise in a bewildering manner. Without needing to see the individual emerge from behind Yu Songhai, Fei Yu recognized the face of the opportunistic killer. Given Yu Songhai's stature, the area his body could conceal was rather limited. Even with a hat atop his head, Fei Yu could easily discern half of the striking visage of the interloper behind him. It was indeed that detestable fellow. Simultaneously, the system notification chimed in Fei Yu's ears. Ding. Your team has successfully defeated the 40-level boss Yu Songhai, earning 30,000 experience points and 3,000 cultivation points. Ding. Due to your team adopting a contribution-based combat distribution model, you have earned 36 gold. With one foot pressing against the back of Yu Songhai's lifeless body, I kicked forward, effortlessly extracting the Qizhu sword from its resting place. Knights Unfathomable, with a courteous nod towards Fei Yu, remarked, "You are indeed correct. This Yu Songhai, in a state of severe injury, possesses nearly zero combat capability." A forced grimace, even more grotesque than tears, appeared on Fei Yu's visage, while internally, a torrent of frustration surged, leaving him with 100 unspeakable grievances. All his thoughts coalesced into a singular inquiry. How did you locate Yu Songhai? It was fortunate for him that it had come to this. As the conversation unfolded, Knights Unfathomable sheathed the Qingzhu sword and, with his now free right hand, gestured towards his companion, Ah Huang, who was nestled in his embrace. Ah Huang, this is my colleague, Fei Yu. Do extend your greetings. Woof woof. Fei Yu's response was a silent resignation. Since his induction into the Divine Capture Division, apart from the initial shock upon discovering that this sect lacked any proprietary martial arts, he found himself once again grappling with thoughts of withdrawing from the organization. It was utterly excessive, so stifling, so exasperating. The once proud technique of 10,000 miles tracking, which had afforded him immense advantages and elevated him to the ranks of elite players, had today been bested by a mere dog. Where could he possibly voice his grievances? After returning Ah Huang to the pet silver bracelet, Knights Unfathomable skillfully began to collect Yu Songhai's remains, receiving insights into swordsmanship and internal cultivation, discreetly stowing away the manuals. The two fellow disciples remained silent until moments later, Tang Sansai's figure emerged at the alley's entrance. Have you two truly dispatched Yu Songhai? Pray tell, what treasures did he yield? Chapter 76, A Bountiful Harvest. As Tang Sankai inquired about the spoils from Yutsanghai, the graceful figure of Xiao Qiao appeared at the mouth of the alley. It was Yi Weiming, who, after dispatching Yutsanghai, promptly shared a coordinate in the team channel. At that moment, Fei Yu, Xiao Qiao, and Tang Sankai all turned their gazes towards Yi Weiming, clearly intrigued by what treasures he had extracted from the vanquished Yutsanghai. Given his role as a primary offensive force who also claimed the kill, noticing that Yu had not yet arrived, Yi Weiming decided to directly share the link to the items dropped by Yutsanghai in the team channel. Yi Weiming, Qingzi Jioda, Qingyong LV. Shujing Yulu, Qingzi Jioda, Intermediate. One of the signature techniques of the Qincheng sect. This remarkable skill in concealed weaponry requires a strength of 80, reflexes of 100, and agility of 80. Qingyong LV, Blue. A pair of exceptionally crafted shoes that enable the wearer to move with great agility. Requires agility of 30 and reflexes of 20. Shujing Yulu, a scripture of profound teachings. With an understanding requirement of 1, this intermediate manual on concealed weaponry is currently among the most sought-after items by players. Its value is undeniable. Even the blue-quality Qingliang LV stands out as top tier among its class, only a set bonus away from the higher-tier green equipment. Thus undoubtedly a gem among blue gear. Moreover, with the addition of a scripture that enhances comprehension, Yi Weiming's day could be deemed remarkably fruitful. In that instant, everyone's gaze towards Yi Weiming brimmed with envy, seemingly reluctant to let Yi Weiming bask in the limelight alone. Xiao Qiao promptly showcased her own spoils for all to see. Transparent Sky Bridge, Songfeng Jian. Bagua Dao Robe, Songfeng Jian. Gold. A high-grade sword crafted from the finest materials by the Qingcheng sect, harmonizing perfectly with the Songfeng sword technique. Attack power, 140. Inner strength amplification, 25. Songfeng sword technique level 1, if previously learned. Bagua Dao Robe, Gold. A robe adorned with the Taiji Bagua pattern, seemingly imbued with mysterious powers. Defense, 100. Inner strength limit, 1000. Inner strength recovery speed increased by 10. Dao skill level 1. With 2 golden pieces of equipment. Xiao Qiao's bounty could be said to rival that of Yi Weiming's. Observing the two primary combatants openly sharing their gains, Tang Sankai shrugged and likewise posted a link to her acquired item in the team channel. Tang Sankai, Bian Lian, a book documenting the techniques of the Sichuan opera art of face changing. This appeared rather unremarkable, and it was not meant to belittle traditional arts. However, the members of the Shinbu division did not possess the ambition to illuminate this cultural heritage. Nevertheless, from Fei Yu's perspective, even a manual whose purpose was unclear was preferable to having nothing at all. As he watched everyone reveal their treasures, Fei Yu felt a pang of envy. Yet, before he could quell his discomfort, the still absent Yu delivered another blow in the team channel. Yo-Yo, Bodhi Seed. The Bodhi Seed, in blue, is one of the concealed weapons frequently wielded by the master of Qingcheng, Yutsanghai. It boasts an attack power of 30, possesses armor-piercing capabilities, and is recoverable. Quantity, 100. Aside from the team leader, Sanyue, who unfortunately met an early demise, I find myself alone, bereft of any loot, with only a pitiful sum of 16 gold coins to show for my efforts. The current state of Fei Yu is one of intense frustration. He feels an overwhelming urge to overturn the table. His mindset has indeed been shattered. Yi Weiming, Yo-Yo, where have you run off to? Everyone has gathered, and you are still absent. Yo-Yo, I am at the Tongtian escort agency. You all went off to chase the boss. And someone must remain to ensure that Lin Jinan safely transports Lin Pingji to the Divine Capturing Division, right? What if he tries to flee with his son? The possibility that Yo-Yo worries about is not only plausible but quite significant. However, they feel that after defeating Yutsanghai and the Qingcheng Shishio, they can simply collect their corpses and fulfill their obligations. After all, the murderer who committed the heinous act in broad daylight in Fuzhou has already faced justice, rendering Lin Pingji considerably less important in comparison. Lin Pingji's act of heroically rescuing a damsel and slaying Yu Renyin can only be deemed a side quest within this mission. In the absence of explicit task prompts, it can be undertaken or ignored. Comparatively, the bounty of the level 40 boss, Yutsanghai, is undeniably more enticing. More importantly, it is the equipment that draws them in. However, Yo-Yo's perspective diverges from that of her companions, while others approach the game from a strategic standpoint, seeking to maximize their benefits. Yo-Yo's motivations are far more straightforward. She believes in fulfilling the trust placed in her and dedicating herself to the task at hand. This is her guiding principle. When contrasted with her concern for task rewards, such matters seem trivial to her. Upon seeing Yo-Yo's response in the team channel, Weiming couldn't help but chuckle and then address the visibly disheartened Fei Yu. Look at Yo-Yo. She is not even a member of the Divine Capturing Division. Yet she exhibits more diligence and responsibility than the two of us who are actual captains. Do you not feel a sense of shame in the face of such a teammate? Fei Yu was momentarily taken aback by Weiming's unexpected inquiry and instinctively retorted, "You are also a captain of the Divine Capturing Division. Do you not feel ashamed?" "Of course, I feel ashamed," Weiming replied with conviction. "Thus, I have decided to gift the Cool Breeze shoes to Yo-Yo as a token of appreciation for her assistance in enhancing our mission's success." Fei Yu found himself momentarily speechless, realizing that he had been waiting for her all along. With a resigned shrug, he straightforwardly stated, "My spoils amount to merely 16 gold. If needed, I can certainly part with a portion as compensation. Let us forget about that." Weiming shook his head. "In truth, our ability to take down Qingcheng today is the result of collective effort. While Xiao Qiao and I may be the primary combatants, without your help in stalling for time, it would have been impossible for us to defeat Qingcheng. We might have even been systematically eliminated before we could execute our combined attack." After a brief pause, he ultimately delivered a summative statement. "Thus, the gains of today ought to belong to all of us. For the time being, let us keep the spoils in our respective possession and proceed to the Tongtian Escort Bureau to meet with Yu and the late Captain Sanyu. Later, we can reconvene to deliberate on the distribution of our spoils, shall we?" Upon hearing Weiming's words, Fei Yu, though still somewhat disgruntled, could not help but admire his magnanimity. The items had already found their way into Weiming's backpack. Even if he were to act unreasonably and withhold them from redistribution, the others might scorn him. Yet they would be powerless to act against him, for they could not best him in combat. In such circumstances, his unhesitating proposal for a second distribution of the rewards was a testament to his integrity, a feat difficult for many to emulate. Wealth attracts discord, while its dispersal breeds unity, a wise teaching from the ancients, yet how many can genuinely embody it? I concur. Just as Fei Yu was marveling at Weiming's grand vision, he was met with the voice of a woman supporting Weiming's suggestion. Without turning around, he could easily surmise the speaker's identity. With Sanyu fallen, and Yu stationed at the Divine Capture Division, the only female member among the pursuing team was Xiao Qiao. Her agreement meant that the others would likely not voice any dissent. After all, the valuable treasures unearthed by Qingcheng were predominantly in their possession. Weiming's casual remark once again reshaped the group's perception of him, and soon they were walking towards the Tongtian Escort Bureau, filled with laughter and camaraderie. This time, they had not only uncovered the perpetrator behind the serial murders at the Fuwei Escort Bureau, but had also vanquished an adversary as formidable as Qingcheng. Yu even ensured that Lin Pingji, implicated in the case, was delivered to the Divine Capture Division. It can be said that they accomplished everything within their power to the best of their abilities. One can only speculate that the rewards for this 6-star mission should see a significant increase, which is indeed a source of eager anticipation. Chapter 77. The Girl in Red. As the group traversed the path, they engaged in lively conversation, recounting the details of their previous skirmish. The seasoned warriors had an abundance of topics to discuss, exchanging invaluable experiences and techniques, feeling immensely enriched by the dialogue. During this exchange, Weiming brought up Tang Sansai's remarkable skill with concealed weapons displayed during the battle, expressing curiosity. The hidden weapon you employed to strike Qingcheng was truly formidable. However, he seemed unaffected by poison afterward. It must not have been the mosquito needle, was it? Having grown comfortable with each other, Tang Sansai did not withhold information. He promptly shared an item link in the team channel. Dizong Needle, Gold, a mysterious concealed weapon from the east, silent in its release yet astonishing in power. Attack, 160. With an additional 50 attack against Protective Chi. Quantity, 97-100, consumable. Protective Chi is a valuable asset, capable of neutralizing any form of attack. For instance, during the fierce battle with Lin Jipei, the opponent's Protective Chi repelled all of Tang Sansai's concealed weapons. The special effect of the Dizong Needle is to counteract Protective Chi, potentially breaking through barriers that seemed insurmountable. This is in its non-toxic state, if poisoned. Suddenly considering a possibility, Weiming remarked, in our previous encounter, "I must thank you for your restraint, Brother Sansai." Tang Sansai, responding honestly, shook his head. "This item was obtained when we jointly defeated Ji Lei. It was in a sealed state at the time, and I only unsealed it after completing another quest. Therefore, I did not possess it during our duel. Moreover, these 100 Dizong needles are non-recoverable. Each use diminishes the stock, and even if I had them, I would hesitate to employ them against you. Yi Weiming nodded, finding his reasoning sound. After all, Ji Lei was vanquished by their combined efforts. It was only fair that the spoils were not solely his. However, recalling that battle, Tang Sankai sighed with a rueful smile. Speaking of which, I was rather unfortunate. Just as I was about to slay the boss, I ended up being dragged down with him. Today's encounter was similarly perilous, nearly leading to my demise once again. Yi Weiming jested, if you ask me. It's your name that brings misfortune. Tang Sankai paused, bewildered. What is wrong with my name? It is a precious artifact. But before it became an artifact, it was primarily used for burial purposes, Yi Weiming retorted. Tang Sankai fell silent for 2 seconds before shaking his head. Yet, a person's luck cannot always be so dismal. I, Tang Sankai, have turned peril into safety and emerged unscathed this time. Haven Ti? Everyone, please wait a moment. At that moment, a girl clad in red, who seemed destined to pass by the group, suddenly flashed in front of them, blocking their path. Upon closer inspection, one beholds a young maiden with a cherubic visage, appearing to be merely 15 or 16 years of age. Her long, straight ebony hair cascades over a fiery red bodysuit, creating a striking contrast of colors. What sets her apart is the single-edged sword, sheathed yet prominently displayed, slung across her back, with the exquisite hilt visible from her right side, resembling a piece of fine art. After halting the crowd, the maiden's gaze immediately fixated on Tang Sankai, and she inquired, I overheard your conversation. You seem to claim the name Tang Sankai. Are you the illustrious Tang Sankai among the disciples of the Tang Sect? Indeed, that is I, Tang Sankai replied, albeit with a hint of confusion, before asking, what business do you have with me, young lady? Upon acknowledging his identity, the red-clad maiden slowly grasped the hilt of her sword and, with a seemingly casual tone, stated, nothing much, just the intent to kill you. Her declaration left the four present utterly astonished. This petite and adorable girl, how could she so nonchalantly speak of murder? Moreover, she treated the prospect of a duel as though it were as mundane as eating or drinking. Do you realize who stands before you? One might think. That is the elder brother of the Tang Sect. However, this title was merely a form of flattery among players and lacked official recognition, containing an element of exaggeration. Nonetheless, the fact remained that he was indeed a top-tier expert of the Tang Sect. Furthermore, alongside him were 3 formidable masters from hidden sects, who had just recently vanquished the leader of the Qingcheng sect, a level 40 boss. How could a novice, who seemed oblivious to the intricacies of the game and bore her weapon on her back without understanding its proper use, dare to threaten Tang Sankai? Was she under any misapprehension regarding the true nature of a gaming expert? Although the adversary had openly declared her intent to kill, Tang Sankai maintained his composure and, rather than mock her, earnestly asked, young lady, we are strangers. Why do you greet me with such violent intentions? In response, Fei Yu interjected, Brother Tang, have you perhaps encountered her before and then forgotten? That is impossible, Tang Sankai replied firmly. Though I am trained in the ways of the Tang Sect, I harbor no fondness for PK and would never engage in unwarranted enmity. Moreover, should I have had any prior encounter with such a uniquely beautiful maiden, I would certainly not have forgotten. Do not think that flattery will grant you leniency, the red-clad maiden retorted, her delicate hand releasing the hilt of her sword. However, since you have posed an earnest inquiry, I shall ensure you understand your fate. With her large, glistening eyes surveying the four before her, she addressed Tang Sankai. Last evening, did you not slay a player known as Shintian Batsi? I recall that indeed, he acknowledged. Tang Sankai nodded with sincerity, explaining that he had received a task to assist an NPC named Lei Lingyun in winning a Go match due to the need to unseal an item. Lacking any knowledge of the game, he resolved to seek an alternative approach. As long as he could prevent Lei's opponent from attending, he believed he would fulfill the task. Tang Sankai displayed no arrogance in his prowess, articulating his thoughts with clarity. Fortunately, Lei Lingyun's adversary was a player, whom he referred to as Shitian Batsi. I initially intended to negotiate with him, suggesting he forego the task, and was even willing to offer him some incentives. With a gesture of exasperation, Tang Sankai expressed his frustration. However, he not only refused but also directed harsh words towards me, insulting the game of Go. In a moment of anger, I opted for the simplest method to complete the task. Therefore, I do not consider myself at fault in this matter, should you choose to act against me. I will not remain passive. You misunderstand, said the girl in red, raising her hand once more to grasp the hilt of her blade. My willingness to explain is solely to clarify matters for you. However, there is no need for you to be overly concerned. With a faint smile, the girl continued. You have slain my brother once. I shall return the favor in kind. I never intended to squander time in a futile exchange. As arranged, class. You may wish to maintain your distance. I will strike in 3 seconds. 1. Chapter 78. The Fate of Tang Sankai. Do not be too arrogant. The haughty demeanor of the girl in red, who seemed to regard everyone with disdain, had long irked Feiyu. At this moment, witnessing her engage in a death countdown, he could no longer contain his frustration. With a mere thought, the embroidered spring knife appeared in his palm, and as his body moved in tandem with the blade, he unleashed a decisive and swift strike, aiming directly at the crown of the girl's head. The girl in red, however, was true to her word. She had stated she would make her move in 3 seconds and had no intention of acting prematurely. As the lethal strike approached, she merely stepped aside with a slight movement, effortlessly evading Feiyu's lightning-fast attack. The cold edge of the blade narrowly grazed her, missing her by mere inches. Despite the apparent peril of the situation, the expression on the girl's face remained serene as she softly uttered the second number, 2. Witnessing this, even Yue Ming couldn't help but furrow his brow. Feiyu's initial strike had been straightforward, yet the subsequent follow-up was intricate and concealed. While it was not difficult to evade this strike, Yue Ming believed he could do so, however. He lacked the confidence to match the girl's nonchalant grace in avoiding the impending barrage of attacks. The girl in red, having dodged so skillfully, was undoubtedly not a presumptuous novice. Perhaps what even Yue Ming could not achieve, she possessed the confidence to accomplish. Damn it! The girl's unabashed contempt made Feiyu feel a profound sense of humiliation. After his initial strike met only air, he swiftly transformed his grip on the embroidered spring knife, sweeping it towards her waist. Given the proximity of the blade to her body, the speed of this attack was astonishing, leaving no room for her to react. Yet, the girl in red seemed to have anticipated this follow-up, as she had already exerted force to retreat during her prior evasion. By a mere fraction, she dodged Feiyu's second strike. Feiyu's swordplay was intricate, rivaling even Yue Ming's Qingcheng sword technique in finesse. Although he had missed twice, his onslaught continued unabated, each strike faster than the last. In less than half a second, he unleashed a total of 7 strikes upon the girl in red. Despite holding the absolute advantage, the girl maintained her grip on the sword hilt, neither attacking nor defending, relying solely on her agility to effortlessly evade his remarkable sequence of 7 strikes. In the blink of an eye, another second had passed. The girl finally uttered the third number, 3. Clang. As her words fell, her precious blade unsheathed behind her, glinting coldly as the edge sliced toward the space between herself and Feiyu. The strike was as swift as lightning, landing in an unexpectedly peculiar manner that produced an astonishing effect. After the 7th strike, Feiyu's 8th blow swiftly followed, directly piercing the heart of the maiden in red. Astonishingly, this very thrust sent her own wrist onto the path of the maiden's fabled blade, resulting in a direct hit. The blade glided effortlessly across Feiyu's wrist, and as blood gushed forth, a vivid crimson number materialized above her head, 835. In just a singular strike, the once full health bar of Feiyu was decimated by more than half. Simultaneously, the special positional damage triggered a debilitating effect, causing her wrist to tingle, and the embroidered spring blade slipped from her grasp, clattering against the stone pavement with a crisp sound. One strike. The maiden in red had merely unleashed a single blow. Yet she disarmed Feiyu with such terrifying prowess that even the previous leader of Qingcheng, Yu Songhai, would likely pale in comparison. Following her successful strike, the maiden executed a swift kick that landed squarely in Feiyu's abdomen, sending the second strongest player in the Divine Capture Division crashing into a nearby shop, leaving her disoriented and dazed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In a mere exchange, Feiyu was effortlessly brought down, catching everyone off guard. However, as a seasoned online gamer, Tang Sankai allowed no room for this shock to impede his actions. At that moment, he swiftly retreated, simultaneously brandishing his hands, launching a barrage of over a dozen concealed weapons that enveloped the maiden's vital points, including a 7-star nail, 2 mosquito needles, and 3 earthly bodhisattva needles, showcasing his formidable skills right from the outset. Yet, in the face of Tang Sansai's relentless assault, the maiden in red merely flickered, her form seemingly becoming insubstantial. With this uncanny agility, she effortlessly evaded all the concealed weapons, exuding an air of nonchalance and grace. Following this, she lunged forward, aiming to bypass Weiming and Xiao Qiao to target Tang Sankai directly. While logically, the maiden indeed had grounds to seek retribution from Tang Sankai, Weiming could not simply stand by and watch as this extraordinarily fierce maiden slayed him. With a call, Weiming and Xiao Qiao moved simultaneously, activating the dual sword synergy of the Jade Maiden's pure heart sword technique. One sword swept horizontally while the other slashed diagonally, instantly sealing off all avenues of retreat for the maiden in red. Upon witnessing this, the maiden's lively eyes sparkled with determination. She took a step back, and just as they presumed she intended to withdraw, she suddenly cleaved forward with her blade, striking precisely at the intersection of the two swords at the moment they crossed. Clang! With a sound that resonated throughout the street, both Weiming and Xiao Qiao felt their energy falter, as the internal force they had just unified under the Jade Maiden's pure heart sword technique was violently shattered by her blow. How could this be possible? Disregarding the astonishment of the two individuals who had been thwarted, the young woman clad in red continued her relentless assault without the slightest hesitation. After severing the connection of their vital energies with a single strike, she found her strength waning. In an instant, she executed a graceful maneuver, inverting her body into an upside-down position. With a deft split of her legs, she performed an impressive 180-degree split, her red leather boots delivering twin kicks aimed squarely at the faces of her adversaries, caught off guard by the pressure of her formidable blade against their swords. The two could only raise their hands in a desperate attempt to block. They successfully managed to deflect the blows, as evidenced by the resounding thuds that echoed through the air, indicating a successful parry. Remarkably, they suffered no loss of vitality. However, the sheer force of the young woman's kick sent them staggering backward 3 steps, capitalizing on the recoil from her strike. The young woman surged forward like a shooting star towards Tang Sankai. With a sweeping motion of her blade, she deftly deflected all of the hidden projectiles aimed at her, whether overt or covert. Following this, she unleashed a fierce slash with her treasured sword, landing precise hits on Tang Sankai's right shoulder and throat. 834. 1818. Tang Sankai was instantly transformed into a streak of white light, retreating to restore her vitality and meet with the march. A swift demise. Chapter 79. The night unfading, wolf extinguished. Ultimately, Tang Sankai met his demise, having barely survived the weakened state imposed by the task mode against the level 40 boss, Hai, only to fall beneath the blade of a mere player. Could it truly be that his ill-fated name compelled him to serve as a sacrificial offering for every challenging encounter? Perhaps the sacrifice was delayed, but it was never absent. However, at this moment, Night Unfading found little inclination to lament Tang Sankai's misfortune, for they were still ensnared in peril. Before the confrontation, none could have anticipated the ferocity of this woman. Now, having fulfilled her earlier declarations by dispatching Tang Sankai, the question remained, would she depart without a second thought, or would she ruthlessly annihilate every member of the divine captor squad present? No one could ascertain the outcome in their hearts. As a 6-star large-scale team mission, the task assigned by the Fuwei Escort Bureau would not fail as long as not all members were obliterated. Currently, Yu had entered the Tongtian Escort Bureau to carry out her duty, theoretically ensuring that no mishap should occur. Yet, who could guarantee such certainty? To avert total annihilation of the team, to maximize the likelihood of a successful task completion, and to secure the fruits of victory, Night Unfading resolved to take a bold risk. While holding this woman at bay, he would demonstrate what true extinction entailed. As the red-clad maiden leisurely turned back after eliminating Tang Sankai, Night Unfading discreetly sent 2 messages through the team channel. Night Unfading, non-fish, retreat immediately. Night Unfading, Little Bridge. I will offer Qingcheng as collateral. Trade the Bagua robe to me. Then you must depart at once. Do not follow non-fish's path. We must preserve our remaining strength. The survival of our characters is paramount. As for this woman, leave her to me. Non-fish did not respond, while Little Bridge replied in the team channel, no need for collateral. Subsequently, he initiated a trade request, transferring the Bagua robe to Night Unfading. At that moment, the red-clad maiden's keen eyes were fixed curiously upon Night Unfading, her voice playfully teasing. By your demeanor, could it be that you wish to continue our skirmish? As she spoke, a spark of excitement ignited in her already lively eyes. As if she had stumbled upon a delightful new toy, Could it be that you possess an even more formidable hidden skill than Twin Saber's convergence that you have yet to reveal? Come, showcase your extraordinary talent. I am eager to behold it. Meanwhile, Little Bridge, having transferred the equipment to Night Unfading, swiftly evaded in the opposite direction. After retrieving the embroidered spring knife previously dropped by Non-Fish, he cast a concerned glance back at Night Unfading before vanishing into an alley that diverged from Non-Fish's escape route. Making his way to rendezvous with Yu. With the departure of his two teammates, Night Unfading felt a wave of relief wash over his previously tense spirit. With a sweeping gesture, the golden attire of the Bagua Taoist robe replaced the flying fish suit on his form. He then retrieved a piece of roasted wolf meat, took a bite, and stored it away again, calmly stating, "As you wish." Observing Yi Weiming as he changed outfits and indulged in roasted meat, the girl in red could not help but display an expression of utter disdain. If you think that merely relying on temporary attributes amassed through gear and food can triumph over me, you are sorely mistaken. Is that so? At this moment, Yi Weiming, free from any reservations, felt a surge of fervor coursing through him. It must be said, engaging in a fierce battle with an opponent of the red-clad girl's caliber was indeed an exhilarating experience. With all preparations in place, Yi Weiming's spirit surged, and he employed the successful strategy he had used against the boss earlier. With a flick of his left hand, he calculated and bellowed at the girl in red. "Come here." Sensing the intense sense of danger brought on by Daizong's technique, the girl's previously intrigued expression abruptly froze. With a grave tone, she replied, "I cannot believe you can wield Daizong's technique so effortlessly. Watch the blade." In the face of Daizong's threat, even with the girl's confidence, she dared not allow him to complete his calculations undisturbed. She immediately executed her agility to the fullest, her petite figure transforming into a fleeting red shadow that swiftly closed the distance to Yi Weiming. With a swift motion of her hand, she unleashed a powerful strike, aiming to cleave him with a move reminiscent of a mighty chop. While she did not expect this strike to necessarily hit, she was absolutely confident that it would disrupt Yi Weiming's calculations. That alone was sufficient. Once she interrupted Daizong's technique, she could not believe that Yi Weiming possessed any other means to pose a threat to her. However, in response to the girl in red's descending blade, Yi Weiming shockingly did not flinch. Instead, he abruptly raised his arm, channeling his energy to its utmost limit, creating an ethereal layer of protective qi around his arm. Under normal circumstances, given the meager internal power of players at this stage, it was impossible to manifest such a protective barrier. Yet, the Bagua Taoist robe's extraordinary attributes had directly augmented Yi Weiming's internal power limit by 1,000 points, more than doubling his total internal energy. This surplus of energy was sufficient for him to unleash the protective qi at least once or twice within a short span. Yi Weiming's swift and unexpected maneuver took the girl in red by surprise. She had yet to recover from her astonishment when her treasured blade struck against his arm, splitting the air. 214. The force of the girl's strike was significantly mitigated by Yi Weiming's protective qi, and with the added 100 points of defense from the Bagua Taoist robe, an attack capable of decimating the majority of the fishman's health only inflicted 214 points of damage upon Yi Weiming, failing even to achieve the effect of breaking bones. Nonetheless, even so, Yi Weiming went slightly in pain from the impact of the blow. Indeed, since that encounter with Yu, Yi Weiming has consistently activated his pain perception system during battles. After all, a 20 bonus is too good to pass up. Enduring the excruciating pain radiating from his arm, Yi Weiming pressed forward, thrusting his right hand, wielding the azure bamboo sword infused with internal energy, directly at the heart of the crimson-clad maiden. The technique. Westsea holds the heart. Startled, the girl in red swiftly twisted her body, narrowly evading a fatal strike to her heart. Yet the azure bamboo sword still left a gash beneath her armpit. 1266. Poisoned. Despite the ordinary nature of the attack, 3/4 of the crimson-clad maiden's vitality was instantly depleted, and she was afflicted with poison. Struck severely by Yi Weiming's sword, the girl's complexion turned green. In an instant, she executed her evasive maneuvers to perfection, retreating far beyond the reach of Yi Weiming's assault, and indignantly exclaimed, "If you fought like this in reality, you would have been slain long ago. What kind of contest is this? You are merely exploiting the game's rules to act unscrupulously." Chapter 80. A secret technique? I have one. A scoundrel? It matters not, as long as I can defeat you. Yi Weiming, maintaining an air of composure, discreetly concealed his left hand behind his back, suppressing the agony that threatened to betray him. With an air of nonchalance, he spoke, "Come again." His gaze fixated on the crimson-clad maiden before him, as his hands, hidden behind him, began to weave intricate calculations once more. Sensing the formidable threat unique to Daizong, the girl's expression soured instantly. Weiming's approach was undeniably simplistic and brutally straightforward, reminiscent of the crude tactics employed in the earliest online games, exchanging health for health. Yet, a player as skilled as the red-clad girl found herself utterly at a loss against such a strategy. Whenever she attempted to strike Weiming, the instant her blade made contact, she would experience a momentary lag, akin to the sensation of a sword striking flesh, momentarily halted by the opponent's sinew. Though it lasted but a heartbeat, it was sufficient for Weiming to unleash a fatal counterattack. Given his current offensive prowess, he needn't strike a vital point. Even a mere graze would deplete her scant health bar entirely. After all, this was a game where numbers spoke volumes. Had she been facing an ordinary player, she might have attempted to exploit her skills to land a flawless strike. However, Weiming's previously displayed reflexes and skill levels clearly exceeded what she could easily overcome. While she had successfully severed the dual swords of Weiming and Xiao Qiao before, it was only because their combined technique harbored numerous flaws, which the weakened Qingcheng in task mode could not identify. Yet, a martial artist with years of training could exploit such weaknesses through keen perception and skillful execution. However, Weiming's current, almost unreasonable tactics transcended her understanding. Confronted with his wolf pack strategy, unless she could suppress him in terms of basic attributes of attack and defense, there was simply no solution. As for evading him through agility and gradually seeking an opportunity, that was utterly preposterous. While the crimson-clad girl held great confidence in her abilities, she was not so arrogant as to believe she could withstand Daizong's prowess head-on. Upon hearing Weiming recite multiplication tables, she finally relinquished her desire for a decisive confrontation. With a frustrated stomp and a playful tongue gesture towards Weiming, she declared, "You scoundrel, this is simply too much. While I may not be able to defeat you, you shall not bring me down so easily. If you have the skill, come chase me." With that, her form transformed into a fleeting shadow, weaving through the crowd before vanishing from Weiming's sight. Ding! The target has exited the maximum calculation range. Daizong activation failed. Upon hearing the system notification, Weiming finally exhaled in relief. He retrieved a healing ointment and applied it to the wound on his left arm, feeling the pain gradually subside. However, in the face of uncertainty regarding whether the girl in red would strike back, he dared not deactivate the pain perception mode. His wolf annihilation tactic necessitated the effects akin to a dominant body, which could only be executed under the influence of pain perception. Should he disable this mode, his body would involuntarily retreat or dodge at the moment of an attack. Given the prowess of the girl in red, it would not be a formidable challenge for her to take him down under such circumstances. Nevertheless, in the non-combat mode, his injuries healed swiftly, and enduring the pain would suffice. The efficacy of the healing ointment manifested rapidly. Before long, Weiming felt the pain dissipate, replaced by an indescribable sense of relief. What exhilarating bliss! This sensation was not merely physical, it stemmed from a profound elation within his very core. What are the martial artists in reality? What are the extraordinary masters with their unparalleled skills? Beneath the might of this young master, would they not find themselves utterly humbled? With a radiant smile, Weiming conveyed this splendid news to his comrades, yet his tone bore an air of utmost humility. "Brother San Kai, I sincerely apologize. The girl fled too swiftly, and I was unable to avenge you. My apologies. Feiyu, you claim you drove that woman away?" Weiming, alas, her lightness skill surpasses mine. I could not catch up. Taishan Kai, Brother Yi, forgive my candor, but I sense you are boasting. Transparent Sky Bridge, boasting 1. Feiyu, boasting 2. Weiming, did you all see through me? Taishan Kai, what's so surprising? That said, I never intended to seek vengeance on her. On the contrary, given her abilities, I would gladly welcome the chance to befriend her, if possible. Weiming, Brother San Kai, have you ever heard the old song Swords and Sabers Like a Dream? Taishan Kai, I have heard it. What of it? Weiming, oh, nothing much. I merely forgot how the song begins. Do you recall the first 2 words of the lyrics? Taishan Kai, I soared. Taishan Kai, are you subtly mocking me? Transparent Sky Bridge, enough of the banner. On a serious note, I feel her swordsmanship and lightness skill seem to be extraordinary techniques. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to wield such power. Upon hearing this, the team channel fell into a hushed silence. Extraordinary techniques. At this early stage of the game's operation, players generally possessed only a couple of basic skills. To master even a single intermediate martial art was already a mark of exceptional talent. This was the case for most members of the Divine Capture Squad. In such circumstances, the concept of possessing two extraordinary techniques was beyond anyone's imagination. Even more unfathomable was how Weiming had managed to defeat such an opponent. Thus, after a prolonged silence of half a minute in the team channel, Fei Yu finally broke the stillness with a message that felt as heavy as death. I did not witness her agility. But the swordsmanship she employed is undoubtedly not an extraordinary skill. Rather, it is a mid-level technique known as the Hu family swordplay. How could this be possible? For Fei Yu, the truth is, since I also practice the Hu family swordplay, I can certainly not be mistaken. It is the same technique. Yet her level of mastery must far exceed mine. Can a mere mid-level martial art, if mastered sufficiently, truly unleash such terrifying power? An extraordinary skill? Just as everyone was astounded that the girl in red could wield a mid-level sword technique with such force, Yo-Yo, who had remained silent throughout the discussion, finally chose to speak in the team channel. Just as Weiming was about to enlighten her on the intricacies of martial art levels and eternal chivalry, Yo-Yo's message appeared once more. Speaking of extraordinary skills, I happen to possess a tome myself, which I acquired during a recent quest. At her words, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Yo-Yo then shared an item link in the team channel. Evil repelling swordplay, extraordinary skill, the unrivaled technique of Lin Yuantong from the Fortune and Might Dart Bureau. To master this divine skill, one must sacrifice oneself. Prerequisite for cultivation, self-castration. Chapter 81. Destiny's Gambit outside the city of Luoyang, at a long pavilion stretching 10 miles. In this seldom visited location, a young man clad in white sat alone. Before him lay an ancient-style chessboard upon a stone table, emanating a faint aroma of sandalwood. The essence of sandalwood, known for its calming properties, is indeed precious. While it does not enhance a player's combat prowess, it is far from affordable for the average player. The young man's gaze was intensely fixed upon the chessboard, his brow furrowed in contemplation as he occasionally placed a piece with a gentle, melodious clink. He was engaged in a solitary game against himself. Suddenly, a flash of red darted past, and a look of resignation crossed his face as he looked up to see the very girl who often vexed him had returned. If Weiming were present, he would have promptly prepared for battle, for this unexpected girl was none other than the red-clad maiden they had previously clashed with in a fierce encounter. Plopping down onto the stone bench opposite the young man, the girl huffed, "Brother, I've been bullied." "Oh," the young man responded, before placing another white piece on the board. Oh, you were such a neglectful brother," the girl retorted indignantly. "Ever since I entered this game, all you do is play chess and study strategies, as if your mind holds nothing else. Now it is your sister who has been wronged. Do you not feel the slightest urge to express anything?" Resigned, the young man averted his gaze and shrugged. "What do you want me to do? Seek out the one who bullied you and demand retribution?" Seemingly struck by a thought, he continued, "But from what you're saying, it seems you've encountered a formidable opponent this time?" "Not exactly a master, but certainly a skilled player," the girl replied, recounting her previous battle with Weiming in an agitated tone. "That guy's tactics are utterly shameless." If this were reality. Before she could finish, her brother interrupted. "In reality, your actions would be considered armed assault and resisting arrest, leading to imprisonment." The girl huffed. "You know full well that that's not what I meant." With a slight smile, the young man regained his tranquility. "I previously endured 108 games against that dreadful chess player, Mu Sang, feigning narrow victories to keep his hopes alive, which ultimately earned me the tome, the art of transcendence. And what did I do? I directly gifted it to you. We each have our roles. I handle the quests and reap the rewards, while all benefits related to martial prowess are yours to utilize. Is that not enough to indulge you? Yet you continually disrupt my chess games. Does your conscience not ache?" Chastened by her brother's reproach, the red-clad girl lowered her head, though she defiantly replied, "I don't care. You are my brother after all. I have been oppressed by others in terms of my attributes and bullied in the game. You must devise a way for me to regain my honor. One must reclaim what they have lost, as my father always taught me." Although he speaks sternly. Witnessing my sister's distressed expression, the youth in white could only let out a helpless sigh, secretly lamenting how spoiled his sister had become. However, he shifted his tone and said, "I have made some progress regarding your previous task." The girl in red brightened at his words, eagerly inquiring, "Really?" The youth in white nodded and continued, Your task requires numerous items, some of which are unique. I have compiled a list of the necessary items for you. But those that must be obtained by defeating monsters will require your own effort. Remember, among them, 3 are rare items, exceedingly difficult to acquire. And one of those possesses uniqueness. If you miss it, there will be no second chance. What is it? She asked. The name is Peculiar, a bag of pain, which has a small chance of dropping from the 4 bosses in Lianhua village. Of course, the likelihood of obtaining it from the first kill is the highest. Sigh, do you know? To acquire this information, I had to endure 30 games with that dreadful strategist, Muzang, and subtly lose 10 of them, making him feel as though we were evenly matched and thoroughly entertained before he consented to share this with me. Hiki, brother, you truly have it tough. The girl in red's large, watery eyes sparkled with excitement. That rogue named Weiming, just wait for me. Once I obtain that so-called bag of pain and complete the subsequent quest rewards, I shall restore my attributes. Hee. In Qingjeng City, at the Weiming Inn, a temporary task force from the Divine Capturing Division gathered in a private room named Chunfeng Pavilion. A round table stood in the center, devoid of tea or snacks, with only a tattered cassock spread across it. The 6 top-tier players sat around, listening intently as Yu recounted the origins of the cassock. Originally, after their meeting, they were supposed to report back to the Divine Capturing Division immediately. However, due to the handling of a secret skill manual, they found themselves in a quandary. Ultimately, after Weiming proposed a suggestion, the temporary captain, Sanwei, declared, "Let us first find a place to discuss the distribution of our gains during the task," and thus, they chose this globally renowned Weiming. Under the curious gazes of everyone, Yu began to share her experience. In truth, compared to Weiming and the others, who first pursued Yuchanghai, encountered the girl in red, faced oppression, and then learned from the wolf extermination strategy, Yu's task process was remarkably smooth. With the strongest enemy, Yuchanghai, eliminated and the 4 beauties of Qingcheng meeting their demise, no one was left to impede her as she escorted 3 NPCs into the Tongtian escort agency. Once inside, her endeavors only grew more favorable. The routine procedures of handling, registration, and the consigning of valuables to their destinations were expertly managed by Lin Jinnan, requiring not a shred of effort from Yu. Her sole concern was to ensure that Lin Pingji would be transported to the Divine Capture Division in Qingjeng, rather than to the Golden Blade Sect in Luoyang. After concluding the necessary affairs, I intended to depart immediately to meet with you. However, unexpectedly, Lin Jinnan called out to me, stating that the cassock was a crucial piece of evidence related to the series of murders involving the Fu Wei escort agency, and requested that I hand it over to the Divine Capture Division for further investigation. Upon hearing this, the crowd's gaze instinctively fell upon the cassock laid flat upon the table. This precious garment, inscribed with numerous characters, was none other than the renowned manual of the martial arts technique known as the Evil Repelling Sword technique. One might ponder whether such a profound skill came too easily. As Yu recounted the tale, disbelief washed over the assembly. Among them, it was Tang San Kai who first grasped the crux of the matter, articulating, "I believe this evil repelling sword technique was the reward for rescuing Lin Jinnan and his family from Fuzhou, which had fallen under the control of the Taishan Sect. We had previously focused solely on the severely weakened Yuchanghai, neglecting the Lin family, and almost missed this opportunity." After Tang San Kai's insightful analysis, the assembly found his reasoning compelling. However, Yu remained preoccupied with the pressing question. "So, what shall we do with the evil repelling sword technique?"